actually remove the Queen of Pain. There we go. Dandy, what did you play yesterday? What did you play? He played the Queen of Pain, actually. I apologize. It was Dendy playing the Quap, I believe, in game 3. Was it really? I thought we did see... Was Dendy playing Quap versus Storm? Is that what I'm thinking about? It looks like it. It does look like it here. Yeah, indeed. Let me just check this game here to be sure. Queen of Pain versus a Puck. Okay, so not quite as bad, actually, then, of a matchup. I think that's why the last pick, Queen of Pain, here makes a lot more sense. Because the Storm now is going to suffer a little bit more, because you can go for the Dagger build pretty easily here on the Queen of Pain. That's not going to be too difficult of a combo, nor too difficult of a... yeah, it's not going to be too hard to land. Shadow Strike, sorry, not Stifling Dagger. That's going to be on the Phantom Assassin instead. That's going to be a lot better here versus our Storm Spirit. So I kind of like this last pick, Queen of Pain. Good burst damage as well to synergize a little bit nicer with your team fight. You've got the Monkey King now on top of that versus the Storm Mars combo. The only thing is that I don't really love about this Windstrike lineup is we don't have such a great bespoke egg hitter. Queen of Pain's just okay. Monkey King is just okay as well. But when you're up against a Mars Phoenix combo and a Storm Spirit on top, it doesn't really look like they're going to be able to destroy this egg in time. So that's going to be my major concern right now is that Creep Wave, their team fight looks a lot better. Windstrike, though, they can kill just about anyone should they get the jump very, very quickly. As we'll see how we get underway for game number 1. Currently, our game demand's going to be favoring Creepwave. You can get involved yourself if you want to get involved in the match betting over at gamdom.com/r/teb. And do remember to bet responsibly. It is going to be Milan position for Phoenix. Love to see it. Crystallis safe lane. Fishman going to be supporting him. It's a pretty deadly lane, to be honest. Of course, Ice Armor on top of a spin. Look at that. Look at the back of the banner. Excuse me. Show me that again. Also, they have a different team tag for Radiant and Dire. That's sick. What is that? Oh, it's in Russian. It's in Cyrillic. Maybe it's not Russian, of course. I've got no idea what it says, unfortunately. It says Creep Wave in Thank you. Shout out to our observer for that little professional translation on the fly, as they've got themselves a singular Radiant Creep on the back. I like that little Easter egg. A lot of teams will hide stuff on the back of their banners usually because you rarely see them, given that everything's meant to be viewed from a certain perspective here. Good stuff out from Creepwave. Definitely a sense of humor. Close draft here between the two, honestly. I think if it comes down to the team fights, I do still prefer this Creepwave lineup. We do have nice save here for the Monkey King or the Quap, but I think this Viper is going to fall off a little bit here, especially in the offlane. Offlane Chester Cat Viper, though, I think it's going to be hard to beat here as Jug looking to already harass him out of the lane. There's going to be the spin to win. Chester Cat standing his ground, looking at TP back to the... Where did he TP? Tier 1 tower. And he's going to be able to live for now. Probably healing cell popped indeed. And Fishman, in the meantime, is going to have to use his own, as Yamich will be able to get him down a little bit low. We've got 3 mangoes, though, or 3 tangos, rather, so we might just keep chewing on these tangos. Creeper as well, they kind of lack a casual stun, you know? Like a Boundless Strike or even a Battery Assault's Cogs is a little bit better than their lockdown right now, in my opinion. You got Vortex, which is fine and dandy, but that may not be enough when it comes to the mid-game in terms of looking for these casual sort of engagements or skirmishes. Cheshire Cat in a bit of trouble here yet again. This Ice Armor actually doing quite a number on him, but Yamich able to keep him at bay. Nope, just kidding. Fishman able to get the first blood there. Yamich Battery Assault is still going on, so Chrysalis isn't going to want to chase there. As Fishman will be able to stop the creep wave skip, get the kill. And a nice job here by the Lich. Great counter pick here towards these sorts of offlaners that like to really dominate the lane, right? Your Vipers, your Bristles, your Axes. Lich does fantastic versus the 3 of them. You can see anytime the Monkey King wants to get close for a Jingu stack, Fire Spirits are going to come out and greet him. That's going to slow the attack speed quite dramatically. He's not going to be able to really do much about it there. can see now Dyrachyo able to be a little bit more aggressively now when he knows those Fire Spirits are on cooldown. Very long cooldowns, of course, on the Phoenix. That's how the hero is balanced. And yeah, not able to really be there at all moments for Dyrachyo, but is going to be able to contest the pull here now. That is happening from Pantomime. Trades decently versus Milan. As soon as these Fire Spirits are up, it gets a bit more difficult, especially now that you don't have a Dispel. The both supports, they're gonna be happy to spar for a little bit and eventually back off. Oh, nice job there, not preventing the creep wave from getting stolen by a creep wave. Amar is here now, laning with Milan. A lot of there's Amar. Not getting that last hit. Mallorin, careful here, he's gonna drop, he's gonna die. And that's gonna be a walk of shame from Mallorin. So he tries to TP off the damage from the Shadow Strike. Way too much damage, though, especially with the right clicks out from Queen of Pain. Fishman might be in for a spot of trouble here. The Cog pushback actually is probably going to save his life because he gets past the creep wave there. And Yamich now, level 2 spin out from Crystallis. Should be enough damage for him to die. He's not going to get off a battery assault proc. Unfortunately, Fishman wanting for more as Cheshire Cat is willing to engage him there. Obviously, Crystallis wanting to go back to hit some creep. More damage down there. Not too bad whatsoever. Healing salve now popped by Fishman, but he's got the boots, and actually he's been holding on to that healing salve for quite a while. He's going to casually walk into the Nether Toxin, but not too bad of a deal overall, to be honest, for how this lane is going right now for Creep Wave. They can be pretty happy with this bottom lane, and pretty happy with top lane, because Amar farming like a madman. No one ever told Amar that the off lane is not supposed to get farmed. Like, someone forgot to tell him that, so he doesn't know. So he's 21-5, and by the way, he's laning versus a Monkey King. This is a slightly Monkey King favored matchup, mind you. Just slightly. Not like the biggest deal in the world. Look at Amar, by the way. He walks on over. He knows that he's not going to be able to get another right click on him to actually get the Jingu stack. Just wasting his time. Just wasting his time here. God's Rebuke is all he needs to make sure he keeps Dyrachyo at bay, as Milan was rotating over for the 4-minute rune. And here come the Fire Spirits. Yeah, like Amar's like, what do you mean you're not supposed to farm better than your safe laner in the off lane? Why do you pick me Mars then if you don't want me to get more CS than our Jug, who, by the way, is getting tons of kills here. Cheshire Cat, again, really suffering versus this Lich and Jug combo. Now that Spin is level 3 as well. They didn't even need to take a point in the healing ward yet. That's how well this lane is going for them. Milan has got Icarus Dive, so they can't kill him here. He's got Icarus Dive. Nice pin to the trees. So we're playing it a little bit close there. Amar continue to do some damage versus Dyrachyo. God's Rebuke. They're going to have a little bit of lifesteal, but it's not actually too much. Only level 2 there. They're continuing to chase down Amar. He is going to drop the likes of Pantomime. Milan trying to get the revenge kill here onto 1. Dyrachyo, though, getting involved here. Fire Spirits placed down onto 1. Now onto 2. He is able to move fast enough to dodge the damage there. Is he going to die? Pantomime, he will drop, but Milan is going to get the kill in return. Dyrachyo with the kill onto Milan before, though, so he does get the experience of that. I don't know if that's quite worth it or not. I suspect not, though. It's unfortunate. That's going to be Amar's death. And now Milan as well, who will both have to TP back into the lane. Crystallis having an excellent time in this safe lane now, though. 27-10 compared to the 14-2. Cheshire Cat not having a great time, and he's the only one this game that's not really farming at a good pace. Storm now up to level 6 along with Rabel, so it's a bit of a spicy lane to be showing in, as both mid laners will now race towards that Orchid. Mar, just, you know, they're dealing as much damage as they can to him as possible, but again, with these Fire Spirits up, you can see Dyrachyo's like, I can't kill this guy, genuinely. Dodges one of the Fire Spirits, though. Milan's got one more, and he's going to land that one perfectly. Oh, the gank coming from Rabel, though. We do have a spear pinned underneath the tier 1 tower. Here's Mallorin as well, sucking him back in with the Vortex. God's Rebuke to keep him in there, as Milan, or rather, Mallorin, Rabel, finally gets the kill there with the Sonic Wave. Mallorin, however, will die. Rabel is going to get 2 kills. They also, a neutral creep is going to kill Fishman in the meantime. Not too important there, but Rabel with the triple kill then will find Milan as well. Crystallis, in the meantime, will get that kill onto Yamich. So again, it's going real well for the mid lane in terms of how Rabel's rotating over. Milan with a great spear trying to get that Queen of Pain underneath the tier 1 tower. But unfortunately, just missing out on the stun. Storm Spirit not really having the damage. Set themselves up for the 2-man Sonic Wave. Mallorin, he loves those, but now Crystallis up to level 7 here already, going into the Battle Fury. And he's going to have a great time in here with the Battle Fury. Already has the phase boots. Omni Slash not even used yet. So if anyone shows in this bottom lane, they might just end up dying, unless it's the Queen of Pain, of course. Oh, he's jumping in, by the way, with the Omni Slash already, and Cheshire Cat is dead. Alrighty, just like that. What did I say? Anyone shows in this lane, he's going to jump on them unless it's Queen of Pain. It was Viper, and that's a kill for him. Nearly an extra level out of that. Milan is going to be sent to soak some experience in the mid lane, while the Storm gets a little bit more farm. The only thing I would really be worried about right now, if I was Windstrike, is going to be this Queen of Pain's Orchid. I think right now, Monkey King, he's not really going to be online too quickly. You got ways of outplaying him anyway. But Queen of Pain Orchid is a little bit terrifying. You still got maybe 3-4 minutes until she's got it, though. So we're not there yet, but she's already got one of the Oblivion staves up. And she'll be there pretty soon. Omar, the friendly guy, hoping for level 6 here, but his luck has turned now that the Monkey King does have level 5 at least. Yeah, he's already up to level 6. So 3 points in the Jingu Mastery is, I believe, 75 bonus damage per right click, and that's simply too much for Amar to be tanking. It's 100. My goodness. I thought it was 75, but I am incorrect. So yeah, this now gets a little bit too difficult. He's got Orb of Corrosion as well, so he can very easily run down Amar if he's not too careful here. They do have a gank coming though. I believe that's going to be not Milan actually. It's Lich, as well as, well, just Lich for now. As the counter rotation is coming, here's Yamich now onto Amar. Rabel nearby as well as Dyrachyo does not have the point in the ulti, can't even use it. He's pinned to the tree, but Amar will be nuked down. Rabel with the kill using the Scream of Pain. As Dyrachyo, he wanted that one. He's not going to find it. Milan continuing to soak and get some CS here in the mid lane. Really want to go for this Urn pretty fast here on Milan. Didn't have a great time this Phoenix top lane. Just okay, 2-2-0, a couple early kills there in their favor for sure, helping out. But right now, I think the thing that we're going to write songs and sing about in the future is going to be this Jug, who's continuing to free farm, more farm now than the Queen of Pain, has the full Perseverance up, and he's going to have a very fast Battle Fury here. Very fast Battle Fury. Jug's farm, we'll be watching that. He needs a bit more, of course, for that Battle Fury, but maybe 3-4 minutes he'll have that one pretty quickly. Amar still not up to level 6, unfortunately. Won't get it from the range group either, but Dyrachyo making the jump in. They dodge the God's Rebuke damage, and there's going to be the false coming out from Pounce from before. Even minute 10 now. Fortune's End is going to chase down the Storm Spirit as Dyrachyo hopping up to an elevated position, trying to get the intel, but Fishman will now maybe get him killed, just barely alive still here. At the end of it all is going to be Dyrachyo. Not enough mana here to turn from Malrin, as there's level 6 now for Amar. Can they make the jump? Milan as well is level 6. Has enough mana for the Supernova. Will use it. Amar, he has the arena. Will set it up as Dyrachyo try to dodge the damage. They found Petzimum here as well. Rabel's going to have to run. As a very nicely played level 6 here, right at the bounties. There's going to be another kill for Crystallis. I believe that's another Omni Slash used. Down, I'm not sure where that was. It was next to the secret shop, apparently. Either that or he TP'd. But Crystallis, he's already gotten out one of the swords coming his way. He's going to join this push top lane. He's going to plead that Amar gives him all this CS. I think Amar will listen, and that's going to be a very fast Battle Fury onto our Jugger. He's going to be able to easily now outfarm the Queen of Pain, who is got to be real close now to the Orchid. Beating Storm by a fair amount as well, mind you. Oh, not that close. Closing in, but Storm making a good effort here at staying in it. Milan now. I think he got his Urn delivered mid-Supernova, which you can't accept deliveries during. Oh, Dyrachyo making the jump here. We've got Icarus Dive, though. Yamich with the hook shot will connect. Wants this kill onto the Phoenix. They should have it. You got Sunray to leave, but unfortunately canceled immediately. And Milan will end up dropping to Dyrachyo. Good fight there. They're going to use the Rocket Flare for vision, make sure no one else is going to come bottom, but they're going to be A-okay. Crystallis instead pushing top lane all by himself, and they are good to go. Crystallis now, he's going to have that Battle Fury. I think he might have it now already, to be honest. His farm is kind of incredible. Oh, he's so close. He's so close. This is going to be an amazingly timed Battle Fury, though. On top of boots. Only one Slippers of Agility, though, so he didn't, like, upgrade for a full Wraith Band or anything like that. No big stats here, but honestly, he hasn't really needed it. He's finally put a single point into the healing ward just in case, but, I mean, he is just farming out of his mind right now. Orchid should be coming up here quite shortly for Rabel, though. That might be it on the courier. Yep, there it is. So we're probably going to see a smoke play. We don't have hook shot, but they do know that there's enemies in their jungle. Right now, Amar could be a good target here. I wouldn't mind jumping him. Oh, hook shot's back available now. We do have hook shot. After that kill down bottom of the Phoenix. Mallorin is great as well, but he's going to be able to zip away. Yamich, unfortunately, the creep in the way. They're still going to go for this Orchid play, though. A hook shot blocked by the creep, though. The Wildwing Ripper is going to catch it. And Mallorin's going to be allowed to live. Counter initiation now from Milan. Sunray onto Rabel. Phantom nearby, but Amar from behind now. He's going to catch 3 inside the arena. There's no Icarus dive, so the Supernova is not going to be instantaneously, but it's not going to matter. He's able to kill into 1, and now look at the Omni Slash damage. Fishman with 2 kills there, throwing out the Chain Frost. But it's going to be Crystallis doing the bulk of the damage there. As they do trap 3 heroes inside. Blink not yet ready. And a big ol' fight there for the Jug, who shows off now his cleave damage with the Battle Fury. An extra 400 gold in his pocket. Let's take another look at that one, as they will be demolishing the tier 1 tower. In the meantime, not much Cheshire Cat can do about this one. Yeah, Mar just comes out of the jungle, goes, "What's up, guys?" Big ol' spear there onto Rabel. He does end up dying for that one. Yeah, much unfortunately with the Cogs play, he tried, but the Cogs only works if someone's already pinned to them. And Creepwave now with a very early 2k net worth lead, 13 to 10, 13 minutes in. They're coming in the enemy jungle. Mallorin should have his own Orchid here relatively shortly. Now he does. Look at me, knowing my Orchid timings on mid laners. Starting to really get a feel for this patch, you can tell. Phantom is going to be the victim of this reveal. Orchid in response, though. Hookshot's going to miss, though. Milan flying on through. Supernova greatly placed onto the high ground there. No one can actually destroy that one, as the supports and Cheshire Cat here are going to just immediately go down. Storm continuing to kite people around as there's more damage. Milan, he can Icarus dive off of this high ground. No, but it gets canceled by the battery assault, so he's trapped up here. Nice play there by Yamich. Milan a bit tough to bring down, but eventually they'll have the damage. Cheshire Cat finds the Phoenix, the only one to die in this engagement. As he held on to that Icarus dive just for a second. He thought he was going to get battery assaulted, and he was right. Right into the waiting arms, though, of that Clockwork. Good fight there for Windstrike, as they're able to withstand the surprise reveal on that item. Maelstrom finished up now for the Monkey King, so his farm's going to now start to recover, but that's about 2, maybe 3 minutes behind the Battle Fury on the Jug. They are going to smoke up 4 versus 4 now. They're both probably going to look for each other in the triangles, as everyone's missing off the map. That smoke may have been scouted, however. They do have a pretty couple of deep wards actually here from Windstrike, so they may know about that one. But now Creepwave, they're going to move up, mirror the movements almost perfectly. That ward is not going to last a second, unfortunately, because it's right underneath the sentry. Crystal is going to farm a nice little stack. He's happy for that one. And Queen of Pain going for the Yule Scepter here versus the Storm. Storm might be going for BKB instead of the Yules. Yule's not that bad of a game for him this time either, though, to be honest. We'll see what Mallorin wants to go for, as Crystals, along with Creepwave, will push top. Windstrike are going to do exactly the opposite and push bottom, but they have found Duraccio in the mid lane. Silence up. He's dead. He's going to pop to that Soulburn. See you later. Phantom unable to close the gap in time. They do see him. They're going to force some spells onto himself. And that's going to be the tower down then in favor of Windstrike. Now, after that kill, Amar has gotten the space, the time, and the money to farm up his Blink Dagger, so he's got that one for the next fight. Monkey King going for the BKB next, but he's taking a very costly death there. Amar, he's already at the tier 2 tower, ready to counter initiate if anyone goes a bit further. As Cheshire Cat has picked up the Rod of Atos, great item here versus Mallorin, who's going to be going back for the phase boots, or sorry, power treads. Hook shot. They want to go for Amar. The team kind of initiated. We do have a Supernova. Sonic Wave already used here. He's dead. He's dead before he can even cast a spell. The burst damage too high. As the lockdown, the control was all perfect and beautiful out from the side of Windstrike. They're going to pick up the kill for free there onto Amar, who is farming in the off lane. Amar's farm a bit lower than we normally see it as well. Of course, he's having a bit of a tough game here out since the Monkey King hit level 5, essentially. So he is really starting to struggle. That's why he got so much farm early on. He knew it was going to be rather difficult here. Duraccio, again, farming the mid lane, same exact time, but we do have Pantomime this time in position, ready for the Omni Slash. Crystallis is going to be, unfortunately, bouncing on over instead to the Queen of Pain. Supernova is in a very exposed position here. No one can defend it here. Lich Chain Frost is going to be bouncing around. They dodge damage once, twice now with the fortune's end. And still fighting here is going to be Crystallis. He's in some trouble, though. We've lost both supports here already for Creep Wave. Silence on the Queen of Pain is to prevent them from pushing, as there's going to be Amar now with the arena. Not going to get the kill on the Queen of Pain, though. Still alive as well as Dyrachyo, as they are fighting in the middle here with the bit of extra damage out from the Nether Toxin. Unfortunately, Yamich unable to connect again here on the hook shot. Amar running for his life. Dyrachyo is going to slow him a little bit, but the spear will be able to save his own life. Crystallis still alive as well. They nearly get the quap there, nearly get the clock. But at the end of the day, it's going to be Windstrike with a much better engagement, finding that kill onto the Storm Spirit as well as both supports. And that was a very ambitious Supernova placement there, unfortunately, in that last team fight. We'll take another look at that one. Too easy to reach for everyone, to be honest. I'm not sure what he was expecting, because Amar had to run back to the lane. So he didn't have arena, and then it came up a bit later. Cheshire Cat goes down at least, but Queen of Pain barely survived on a hair of HP. We can see Amar. He knows how to play against the Monkey King. It's a matchup he's done many times before. As Creep Wave, they will lose their Storm Spirits once again. Windstrike playing that one on edge. Nice job there that time around. Good adjustment. They knew that if Monkey King showed again in the same way in the mid lane, they were going to look for a kill onto him. So they had this time the Oracle pre-position. Okay, counter initiation. Now that's going to be a dead Phoenix, unfortunately. Amar might even be in some trouble, but they don't know what's lurking in the fog of war, so they are going to let him escape for free. And that's probably for the best, as there's going to be a big old long-range zip from Mallory. He's not going to find anyone, though. Still has the Orchid. Careful. TPs are a-coming. Monkey King looking to close the gap as Mallorin might have gone a bit too deep. Here's Monkey King looking to finally follow up here. Yeah, much a bit too far away, a bit too slow, unfortunately, even after using the Drums of Endurance. 8 charges on those bad boys now. Start buying drums on your position 4s. That item's good. In case you aren't already. I mean, if you are, then you probably already knew that. Then. I wonder what we're going to build on Lich this game. I think we've seen like enough Jug games this patch to go, oh wow, Battle Fury, SNY, Basher, Ags. Okay, very clever, very original, right? But Lich is not a hero we've seen too much. Careful here. Crystallis might be in trouble. Oh, he's going to get the Omni off, but there's way too many heroes here to share it, but not if it only bounces to Dyrachyo. They had to use the ultimate here, and now this time around, nice Supernova. It does get pushed back by the Cog, so it delays it coming out by a little bit. They've already lost now 2 heroes. Amar's down as well, but the counter kills out from the Supernova damage are going to be good enough. Amar getting 2 kills there. Crystallis still alive as well. At the end of the engagement means it's going to be a 4 for 2. If the buyback from Cheshire Cat, he's going to try and make a little bit of a difference there. We are chasing here a kill onto the Lich. Queen of Pain is going to be able to pick that one up, I believe. Yep, he goes down. Can they get a kill in return? I don't think so. Yeah, Crystallis doesn't have the catch there. Great Supernova. Even better chains, though. My goodness, the damage out from Crystallis is just immense. Fishman getting a great ulti tossed in there as well. So much damage on the team fight here. Lots of great burst. It's just kind of a death sentence to Windstrike if they do get caught inside of the arena by Amar. Heavy game here for Amar, though. It's a lot on your shoulders, to be certain. Milan is going for the Shiva's Guard. Going to be a great item for him. Malrin finally picks up a tier 2 neutral, so he's able to claim the Fairy's Trinket in return. Farm is still increasing away for our Jug. Can we look at Lich? I want to see what Lich is building. Are you going for the Aghanim Shard? Sometimes we see that item. No. Drums of Endurance. Boring stat items for the team. Okay. Cast range. Yeah, I like the Frost Totem quite a bit. It's just like an AoE, basically Frost Shield with the Aghanim Shard. You can bounce your Lich to it, your Lich ulti as well, if there's nothing else for it to bounce to. So it does give you some kill potential. That ain't bad. It ain't bad at all, really. Jug now with the Basher. Going to be looking for a fight. Omnislash back up in 15, but We do have now Phoenix combo as Cheshire Cat in some trouble. Silence of the counter initiation. Once again, they're baiting this in mid lane initiation, but they get off the Arena of Blood. Pantomime cannot get off the ultimate. Cheshire Cat is going to burn down here to the Supernova and the damage out from Crystallis. In the meantime, though, Dyrachyo able to find the backline Lich. He did get off the ulti. Mallory here is going to take down here to plenty of damage as he will be chased down and killed. Amar jumping right back onto Dyrachyo, trying to get off the ulti. He will, but the mixed damage through the BKB from Crystallis will be able enough to nuke him down thanks to the Omnislash. Milan chasing Yamich up to the high ground. That should be a kill there as he will be pinned to the walls of his own cogs. Oh, they've caught now Yamich as well with the spin. A bash out from Drug. Rabel, though, he's got the blink away. Can Crystallis continue to chase? Doesn't really seem like it. We're going to have another blink up soon. Yeah, but you force him way far away. Pentamum even buys back for that. Fishman buying back as well. Both position 5s die. Once again, Storm, he's got to play this kind of awkward role of being the initiation because getting the arena combo off is simply too important. You can see we get 3 heroes trapped inside the arena. A great arena again from Amar. They stop the ulti from getting out. They immediately nuke down Cheshire Cat. Yamich is already kind of out of the fight. Malarin, though, they find him pretty easily in the river, and Rabel and Dyrachyo just run him down. Crystallis, fantastic Omni Slash there. Nothing for the bounces to go to. Instead, it's simply everything onto the Monkey King. That's his 10-second BKB there as well. So it's a very costly death as Creep Wave will still look to continue to try and extend their net worth lead as much as they can. They've not really gotten too much out of these past couple of engagements because they keep losing the Storm, but progress is being made. That's to be certain. Right now, Storm acting as just pure initiation. So he's just going for Kaya. That's what I'll say. I'd like the Yules better, so maybe he can live a little bit longer here. I think that's going to be the best item for him. Essence Ring as well is super nice, of course, for the intelligence, the agility, and the armor. And, of course, that 400 bonus HP that you can activate on the fly. They're giving Milan this farm now because he's real close to this Mystic Staff to get the Shivas. Whoa. Just see him zip forward there? Mallorin, you madman. Wanted the bounty rune. Oh, wanted the arcane rune. That's what he wanted. They can fight around this right as soon as that Omni Slash is up. Should be a couple more seconds. Unfortunately, Windstrike, they're not really getting the best usage out of these ultis. Creep Wave, time and time again, we see them smoke and just run into fights and engagements here whenever we have the basically all the ultis up, to be honest. And I don't see Windstrike looking for engagements in the meantime. They're happy and content to just keep hitting creep. They don't feel strong enough, and I get that, but oh, it's been difficult here for them to be certain. BKB now for Amar. We've got now with the Shivas completed and on the Phoenix, and there's going to be the smoke play out from Windstrike. They will be fighting into all 4 big ultis here that Creep Wave have. And again, they are going to be fighting with all 5 of their ultis. Pantomime cannot get caught, though. I'd like to see a Blink Dagger here for our Oracle, because it's just such an important item for him. He needs to be able to get off that False Promise. It's kind of game-losing if he can't. He needs to be able to buff up the Monkey King, who is going back for the Aghanim Scepter now after the Maelstrom BKB. He's halfway there. Right now in the river, though, careful. Yamich is going to find one. Can they turn this into something else, though? It's from the high ground. The Sunray is going to melt him down, pin the walls of his own cogs. They will get the die back. They want a Fishman in exchange for their Clockwork. All right. Better to kill the Clockwork, though, to be honest, because now you can pretty safely go for Roche once he buys back, which he will do. He's TPing immediately to the outpost, but that's TP is going to be scouted, so Crystal's looking to try and contest this one, as they will jump him immediately and punish him for the buyback. No one there to support him there. Windstrike, now they're going to try and go in, but Amar pops BKB, traps 2 inside the arena. Rabel's going to blink away, but Monkey will fight him inside of this one. Supernova is beautifully used. Rabel just doesn't have the right clicks. Blink forward to try and nuke it down. And now BKB expiring here in the Wukong's command. Jug's still able to fight him, actually, as they push away Cheshire Cat. That's going to allow them to get the solo kill. Rabel's still alive thanks to the false promise. He might just die, though, as that light not looking too good. He's going to stay alive. And about on half HP. Amar may end up dropping to lots of poison damage with the Shiva's Guard slow, doing enough work here. Pantomime's still alive, but just barely as the Jug, even without the crits, has got the damage to go through Cheshire Cat. Once again, Storm dies, Lich dies, but a die back there on the Clockwork. You get the Monkey King again through his ulti and his BKB. As we can see, it looks like they really tried to make a play towards Milan there, but he still ends up being able to live. It looks like they didn't quite connect the silence. Instead, I think it was used for Amar. Yeah, and then Rabel, unfortunately, kind of getting kited out there. Great Supernova stun as well. It only catches Cheshire Cat somehow. Just too much damage. Too much freaking damage. Easy. Cheshire Cat, get out of here. We don't want you. We want the Monkey King. Nice priority there by Amar. Really, really great stuff. And then, yeah, Cheshire Cat rejoins the fight, wants to get this going to Amar. That ain't happening. He's healing for 44 a second, thanks to the Oracle Purifying Flames, which didn't manage to nuke him down. And that's now Aegis for Juggernaut. He's one creep away from getting the Aghanim Scepter now. And, oh, all right, I thought he was going to stack or something there. No, but no, he's just going to keep hitting the creep. And that's now Ags completed for him. That'll be on, yeah, already on the way. Aghanim Scepter, Swift Slash now at the ready. You can now afford to skirmish in between your big cooldown ultis, or just use that one at the start of the fight to maybe try and bait out a couple of spells or BKBs. But yeah, this Jug is terrifying here. Crystallis is going to continue pushing here. Yamich farming. This guy doesn't even care. They might know he's there as well. There's going to be the rocket flare. It actually nukes the wagon, but they're still going to lose the tower, unfortunately. Good vision up here as well for the side of Windstrike. Surprised that those sentries don't see each other. They probably do. Creeper just not wanting to deward it here. Maybe trying to bait them. As our Storm is going to be zipping. He finds a haste rune. Not bad, but he's scouted by that. Can they actually make a jump here and punish him? Nope. Just doesn't seem possible. Monkey King now, he's into the jungle to continue farming. Really does need this Ags for the damage, because right now that's going to be their best chance. Jug is very capable of just 1v1ing him. But, you know, you drop a couple of monkeys every now and then, maybe that'll change. Sunray heal to get Jug back to full HP, or just about as close as he can get there, as he's going to spin off the poison attack damage. And he will be forced off the... No, just kidding. He's going to pop the healing ward now. He will not be able to force the damage quite yet. Jug continuing to fight as he nearly gets through that entire tier 3 tower. They're going to jump. They're trying to get through this Aegis. Of course, they might be able to do it. No, this is going to be the Swift Slash down to the Omni Slash, as he does not quite yet have the damage. Great Supernova as everyone in full retreat. Amar doesn't even have to drop the arena. Sonic Wave, though, again, bursting down only one, as there's going to be the arena now to trap in 3. Duracho in a lot of trouble here as Jug's still back in this fight. There goes the Omni Slash now, bouncing around in and out between plenty of heroes, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough, as they will lose Fishman now. 2 buybacks out from Windstrike. Amar's in a bit of a bad spot. Chrysalis no longer wants to be here. He's going to TP home. Amar will die in his leave. That time around, they do set themselves up for a very successful Wukong's command. They got the Axe, they got plenty of damage. Even the Fortune's End on top. Sorry, make up the false promise. We need another look at that one, though. I don't think I caught everything there. Great Supernova, though, to start the fight. Amar gets the kill on the... Oh, he doesn't get the kill on the Cheshire Cat. All right, Sonic Wave to turn. He still dies, though, because he's got to buy back. Duracho just too strong. You can see Jug doesn't want to really fight through that break. Gets rooted up and forced away, as he does not want to use that Swift Slash in that manner. Double buyback, though. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. You get a fair bit out from that. You hold on to the Aegis. You can still make another really, really solid push with all of your ultis back off cooldown as well. And this time there won't be 2 buybacks. And you even get a kill onto Pentimum in the bottom lane. Probably Swift Slash there, doing the bulk of the damage, with Milan sniping the kill with all the fire DPS that he has. 11 earned charges, by the way. Kind of ridiculous. It's a lot of earned charges. I would say Milan is most certainly having a very nice game. Malrin, I mean, his farm is really struggling. He's actually got less net worth than the Phoenix right now, but he's just doing his job of being this initiation, right? That's all he needs to be doing. Milan's even going for the BKB. I think they recognize he's a bit more impactful at this stage, but it doesn't matter. As long as he's able to jump in, get a good Orchid off on someone, and allowing his team to burst him, again, I think he's rather happy with his progress towards these team fights. I think they're actually really, really, really good. He is going to continue zipping around, going through trees, trying to find whatever he can. He won't find a single one, though. And instead, the bottom lane of barracks will be claimed. Top tier 3 tower already down, but the barracks still alive, as they have TP'd 1 back. It's going to be the Phoenix to defend against the top lane that is getting pushed down by the Wukong command summons. That guy is completely naked, but don't worry, he will still hurt you if you walk close to him, which is why Milan is keeping his distance. Kind of a crazy game in the way that these sort of net worth and GPMs break down. I mean, you look at Storm and you go, wow, Storm, you're having a bad game, right? You're down 7K from the Queen of Pain, and you're 1K behind your Phoenix. But then you take a look at Cheshire Cat and go, dude, I just said that about Storm, but you're 1K behind the Storm. Tough game for him. Milan with more, sorry, Amar rather, with more money than even his mid laner, but that's not too difficult to do when you're Amar, the friendly guy, as he does really like to farm those creep waves. Careful here. There's the jump from Mallory. He gets silenced initially. Still has the Yules as he's trying to bait out the ultimate from Dyrachyo. Do they have a stun to follow up? Not in time. So they baited out the Wukong's fan and the BKB. Big loss there as he's going to have to leave the arena. In the meantime, the arena set up, though, by Pantomime as they will be able to kill him off. Crystallis with the kill there, IS. And now there is going to be no arena. Sorry, no Wukong's command. Also no arena, but no BKB either. So there's now the shard for Jug, so not only can he kill you with a Swift Slash, but he's also quite swift with the Blade of Fury. And he's doing a ton of damage with that one as well.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Atos, try and keep this Jug locked down. He did go for the Blade Fury DPS, by the way, at level 20. That's that left one there. Silenced up, though. There's going to be the hook shot, trying to keep him alive, as Aegis has been reclaimed. So careful here, Crystallis. He's going to get off the spin, though. The overclock not doing a whole lot, unfortunately, as Clockwork will still perish just the same. Crystallis now using the Swift Slash into the Omni Slash, but it's reflected by the Lotus Orb. Still Rabel in a bit of trouble, though, as now out comes the Juggernaut. Yule Sceptered up. The Supernova stun is going to lock down Cheshire Cat. Down he goes. Dyrachyo doesn't have BKB. He's going to get first hit bashed anyway. And here's Amar now. Finds the kill with the spear. Pinning Pantomime with the same one. The efficiency. Crystallis up to level 25. He's taking a 475 health down. So can maybe look back to turn and fight. But they bought back here on the Monkey game, which makes this one a little bit of a spicy engagement. Careful though. As Boundless Strike connects onto all three. Amar in some trouble. Crystallis still alive. There's a jump forward from Rabel. Can they get this kill? They got to get the killing ward first. He's going to turn and try and get off the Swift Slash here onto Rabel. Needs to create a bit of space as he recognizes that. But Dyrachyo able to finally finish off Amar as Crystallis looking to run. Silenced up, can't get off the Swift Slash, and he will go down despite cutting the tree of Dyrachyo. Good hold for Windstrike as they lose almost everything, but they buy back and hold on to this game just by the skin of their teeth. Nice job there on the Lotus Orb. That was the Omni Slash, by the way, that they Lotus. So big moves there from Cheshire Cat. Unfortunately, he's going to die just the same. Doesn't have buyback that time around. Dyrachyo just a bit too strong. Well, I mean, he's weak on his first life, but he dies on the... Rather, he gets the kill on the Crystallis on the second life. It's Queen of Pain realizing, oh man, this guy actually can kill me if I don't have my Orchid. And needed to wait for Dyrachyo for the damage. Look at how quickly, boop, to cut down that tree. 4 seconds done. You're not getting this kill. Nice move there. Storm's got the auto Remnant talent, however. Really? He's already 25, or did he drop a Remnant manually? Okay, he's not even close. I was about to say, there's no way he's 25 with that one. Yeah, he didn't even have the level 20 talent, of course, being 19. Ballsy move there to drop a Remnant like that. As you can see, the hook shot's not going to connect, as he does the cheeky TP move this time. Jug's got buyback, but Mars and Phoenix are back in 3 seconds, so all the fortify is all it takes, as we move another creep wave here from Malrin. Nothing to punish him this time around, and they are going to be forced back here. Windstrike, they do at least get a tier 2 tower. There's still a tier 2 bottom, so they can't get the megas if they need to go for one more. So it'll probably be the GG push instead. They do have a barracks advantage, though, top lane. I don't know when they got those, but they got them. I suspect that was going to be Dyrachyo at the start of that last high ground push, because he pushed the tier 3 tower a little bit earlier. Windstrike, they're going to smoke up. They got the ultis ready. Abyssal Blade now actually on the Monkey King, who is still pretty close to the farm on the Jug. And the scary part is there's no one really on the side of Creepwave that's even close to Jug's farm. They're all like 8k behind at closest. And that's a Mars farm, by the way. You know, the smoke dodge. Both teams know where they are. Both teams know where they want to be playing. And unfortunately, it's going to be Malrin, the one getting caught here. If they can actually jump him in time with the Abyssal Blade, that's fairly easy. He's got the buyback, though. As Windstrike, that creep wave, know that they've been duped. They've been had. And Roshan is respawning here in a couple more seconds. So Windstrike potentially still could very well take this game. The Eastern versus Western lower division teams, top teams, mind you, of the group, really coming down to it here. That BKB was, well, still pretty long for the Monkey King, as they will be looking to push. He's taking the +1 Wukong's command ring, as he's kind of been kited outside of those, as This should be the mid lane of Barracks. They're going to try and defend it. Oh, no, Abyssal Blade. Milan, he's dead. He's got buyback. He's going to have to use it because they've now committed it for both heroes here. But look at the combo here. Milan doesn't have the Icarus dive either, so he's going to have to TP, so there's no Supernova. Oh, no. Jug's down for the count as well. The Onyx Dash is not good enough out from Crystallis. There's going to be another dead hero. It's Amar this time. He doesn't have buyback, as now, I mean, my goodness. Windstrike, they've gotten so much out of that. 4 buybacks, 3 buybacks, I believe. They only lose the clockwork. Oh, no. Bad fight there for Creepwave as they find themselves kind of overcommitting. I don't know, Milan maybe thought there was going to be backup immediately after he got abyssaled, but ooh, tough. All right, there's a jump. You find the Queen of Pain with the Orchid. She's going to have to use herself or use you. No BKB available for her. She's going to be able to now just blink away. Roshan is up. Creepwave, they have to take this, but Windstrike, they don't have to, like, really fight this. By the way, my goodness, Rabel is 17-1-10 on this Queen of Pain. Holy moly. What a game he's having. Milan, yet again, here. He's just going to Icarus dive forward. He's going to see Cheshire Cat. Crystal's going to have to spin that one off. Careful here. Oh no, the Abyssal. Oh no, Milan, he brought back. If he goes down here, he's in a lot of trouble. The Force Staff, he's able to get up at least the ultimate here, but there's no Chain Frost. Oh, they've caught Storm as well. He's dead without buyback. Crystal's trying to get this kill onto Duracho. Will find a bash as they will cancel it, but there's going to be now the false promise. Crystal's in a lot of trouble here. Doesn't have even the Switch Slash to use. He's fought back already. He's in so much trouble in the arena, though. Out from Mars. It's going to save him for now, but Rabel blinks outside of the arena, looking to try and fight, but they're going to have the damage. Windstrike, they are going to be able to finish off Mars as well, as GG will be dropped. Windstrike will end up taking this game. It was close. It was back and forth, but 37-40, 39 minutes in, Windstrike will claim game number 1. Unfortunately, Creepwave just a little bit too ambitious to get into that mid lane tier 3 fight. They find themselves really paying the price for that one, despite, in my opinion, having the better pick off. The Monkey King, though, simply stands his ground and fight. Crystallis, I didn't quite see how he died in that really dramatic engagement there mid lane, but Rabel, what a game! 18-1-12 is absolutely ridiculous on this Queen of Pain. Holy moly. How much damage did he do? 40k hero damage done. Duracho, not too far behind, was getting ready to carry that game if winning later, and it was starting to get there as well. That Abyssal Blade, man, it kind of wrecked Creepwave, though. Milan, They knew about it because Malrin, he got caught by the smoke gank when he was trying to defend and push out the top lane versus supers, and then he gets dead. And then they buy back because Milan jumps in. It was so close. It was such a close game, unfortunately, before that happened. But unfortunately, Creepwave, they misplay the smoke, or either that or Windstrike. They move around the smoke a little bit better. So better maneuvering, and Windstrike with the better map movement will take game number 1. This is the best of 3 series, guys. You're watching Snow Sweet Snow number 2 with Seek and Strike Dota. On the call, we'll be back after a short break with game number 2 in about 10 minutes. We'll see you then. two teams that are going to be qualifying to the upper division. A little bit of an asterisk there, of course, on Creepwave because there's some competition there for those top three spots. Winstrike, though, they're in the clear, already qualified, and so far with a game number one lead over Creepwave. It's a good showing for the Eastern European boys here, as they are going to be up 1-0. Great series so far, though, as we've seen already some pretty nice moves from both teams. I think Winstrike, they were pretty content with the Monkey King, so they'll go back to it here. Monkey King Oracle as well is going to be the lane duo, the safe lane of choice, position 1 and 5 most likely. Creep Wave, nothing wrong with the Phoenix. They'll run it again. I've got a feeling this time they're going to try and run it as a position 5 rather than the position 4 it was last time. I think Milan's a great Phoenix player. I think he excels a bit more on something like your Shaker or your Marana, though. So wouldn't be surprised if we get like a Milan focus ban. Pardon me, for out of Winstrike here this time around, as it'll be then Amar on the Beastmaster here for Creep Wave. Let's take a look here. Yeah, Creep Wave. I mean, they lost one series, but let's see. Hellbear Smashers, they're going to be playing versus Spider Pigs. And Brame are going to be playing versus No Bounty No Later. So, yeah, so we could have 3 teams with 6-1 scores. That is kind of very likely. I mean, technically it is a group of 8, but of course with Metaphor Pro and Bourgeois both forfeiting all of their series because of events that happened, it's really a group of 6, which means it looks like we've got a pretty clearly defined top 3 and bottom 3 is really what that looks like then. So still very exciting for the Western Europeans, as we'll wish them the best of luck. Currently, they're done playing their matches. They've only lost 1, so they're guaranteed at worst tiebreakers, at best, well, of course, that upper division slot. So best of luck to them if it does come down to the tiebreakers. For now, though, it's going to be Winstrike, who is having a 1-game lead, already qualified to the upper division, of course, these guys, and they're running the same support duo. Will we see a ban towards Milan? I think so. Right now, though, when you ban the Underlord, you're always thinking PL, maybe Weaver. So they're going to ban out the Weaver first. They do have some capabilities of dealing with a PL. Monkey King, he's not the best, but with an Ags Mjolnir, he is better at it than some other heroes can be, especially if you, like I said, do get a decent time in there on the Ags Mjolnir. And we're going to ban out the Rabel Queen of Pain. I think that is a very wise decision to make. He really popped off on the hero last game. Impressive performance. I think he finished the game like 18-2 or 18-1 and something. Just unbelievably strong there. And really, I think this game, if there's going to be one thing I'm looking forward to, it's seeing how Mallory is going to respond to that game. Again, the lane was hard. It was a last pick Queen of Pain. This time around, Creepwave can... well, they have the opportunity to return the favor, I should say, with last pick on their side. So we'll see. I think they're going to be looking to get a little bit of a different sort of swing in the mid lane here. For now, though, I think you just pick your position 5, maybe your position 4. Marana and Shaker both in the pool. Of course, Shaker receiving a nerf now. Instead of a 1.5 second stun on the Aftershock shard, it's only a 0.75 second stun, which is much less. It's like a League of Legends stun. Grimstroke, in the meantime, though, is going to be the pick then for Creepwave, trying to make sure, well, I mean, it's probably not going to be a Wraith King here picked up. I don't really think that makes a lot of sense for the draft here for Winstrike, but the Grimstroke ulti, position 5, going to be really, really nice to have versus the Monkey King. You compare it with Roar currently, not much else, but of course, with 2 picks still to go for Creepwave, there's still a lot of options out there. The nice thing about Milan is because he's an off-lane player, or sorry, about Amar, is that you just throw him on whatever off-laner you can get there. Beastmaster, actually this time around, Phoenix was still in the pool, and they picked it, obviously, but so was the Mars. But they don't want to run a Mars 2 in a row, so they'll go ahead and change it up. I think he just likes to play different heroes, to be honest. And Winstrike, they will take the Storm this time. All right, so they're going to try the Storm out. Rabel's like, let me show you how to play some Storm Spirit. Don't worry, this lesson for free, Mallory. Mallory, of course, 16 years old here on the mid laner, so he's He's still young. He's definitely got, some space and time to learn, of course. But Rabel, I'm not even sure how old he is. But it's going to be a tough game here already. Let's see, Rabel, do you have a birthday? He's 19, born November 27th, 2001, one day before I was. Well known for his Storm Spirit as well. This is the first team he's been picked up on, though. So Windstrike are looking real damn good right now. Alrighty then. I'm looking forward to this one greatly. What do you pick here for Creep Wave? You know the mid lane matchup. Do you hit him with something like, what counters the Storm real hard? I don't know. Maybe you go for like a classic lane instead, because the Storm, you can really only super hard counter him, I think, in lane. OD's been banned already, so I don't know where you're going to run with now. Puck not in the pool. DP not in the pool. They've really protected this mid lane pick quite nicely, to be honest, from Windstrike, now that I'm taking a better look at it. They are going to go with the Void Spirit. Amar does play Void Spirit from time to time, but given that there's already a Beastmaster drafted here, I would be shocked if it wasn't going to be a mid lane Void Spirit here versus the Storm.
10 seconds remaining.
What'll it be out from Windstrike then in response to this? I wouldn't mind seeing... Yeah, just pick your support, right? Get your position 4 out of the way. Or you can pick your probably offlaner, and then you get 2 bans to protect it, which can be real nice. You don't know the lane, but you're not going to know the lane by the time you pick it. So I think it's best that you just try and preempt it here and then ban 2 pretty hard counters. Last pick a position 4 with whatever's Shaker, Marana, both still here. Oh, okay, so they're going to pick the Shaman first. They want the Shaman. So they're going to be last picking then their offlaner. We'll see what creep we want to run to. Maybe you ban the Juggernaut again. He was real good on that hero. Depending on what you want your offlaner to run here for Cheshire Cat. There's a lot of good options right now for Cheshire Cat. We do still, again, we don't have a bespoke egg hitter. That's something that Windstrike, they don't really care about, though. It seems like it's never really bothered them, and it certainly isn't here. Given that, of course, there's the Phoenix here versus only the Monkey King Storm, which do a little bit better, but just as good, of course, as Queen of Pain and the Monkey did last game, which we didn't really see too many Supernovas destroyed. I think we saw one, because Milan, for the most part, put them in really great positions, except for that one mid-team fight where he put it inside the Wukong's command on accident. Maybe he was expecting the Mars ulti there, but either way, was not going to be there on time. Banning's coming through now. Okay, we're going to ban one more Crystallis hero. You ban Weaver, you ban PA. Again, it really depends what you want your offlane to be. Other really meta carries that are still available. Wraith King. It's not great versus the Monkey, though. So they'll ban the Ursa. It's going to be a better ban. Yeah. Ursa Warrior taken out. All right, another offlane ban. What are you thinking, though? What do you want to run? Is the question. That's what Creep Wave kind of have to decide. Windstrike, they need an offlaner. They're not going to know what carry they're picking it into. Troll Warlord still available, actually, for both teams, of course, but makes way more sense for Creep Wave here. Especially because no matter what you pick for Windstrike, you are going to be able to get the chance to counter pick it. Yeah, I wouldn't really... I mean, it's really open-ended right now what Windstrike want to run. They've got decent tower push. They could use a little bit more control, in my opinion. The Oracle Shaman just all right, as well with the Storm and Monkey. But like someone who's like dedicated full-time duty just for like some team fight control, I think might be ideal. On the offlane position as well, Darkseer may not be too bad here. I like the idea of that one. I just don't think there's any like offliners that really. The problem is you can get counterpicked really hard by almost anyone, not anyone, but you know you get counterpicked hard there. Other heroes in the offlane that provide control. DK's a bit risky as well. Picking any melee offlaner is usually a little bit risky when you don't know the matchup. 10 seconds remaining. Tide banned out. Timbersaw banned out. So those two, which are normally obvious fixes. We've seen Sand King as well, to be honest. We've seen a bit of Sand King. That's decent for your control. Usually he doesn't have that tough of a time in the lane. They're going to go with the offlane Bloodseeker instead. Okay. Does help your control. It's a counterpick as well to the Void Spirit. Surprised it wasn't banned out. You cannot really run this Void Spirit in the support role or the offlane. You're kind of condemned to just suffer now to the rupture that is going to be this Bloodseeker. Oh, so that's kind of going to suck here for Mallorin. Unfortunately, that they've not banned that one out, but they will be able to pick up the Juggernaut yet again here for Crystalis. Once again, I like this early game a little bit better from Creepwave in terms of their pick off, in terms of their killing potential, and in terms of their team fight. But yet again, Windstrike, they jump onto any one person and they're dead. Their team fight's not too weak here as well, thanks to the Bloodright, Rupture, control from the Shaman, damage from the Storm, and the Wukong's Command. But like we saw last game, it's going to take a while for this Wukong's Command to really be truly effective versus the Jug, right? Jug a much better carry in the early game in terms of fighting, but a little bit later on that will shift more into the favor of the Monkey King. So it's going to be a pretty fine song and dance here between the two heroes. But once we have probably this game, I think it's a similar build, to be honest. Maelstrom, BKB, maybe Axe or Duraccio. I think it's the right call still here. It's a bit scary because Amara is going to be able to push your towers relatively quickly. Monkey, Oracle, they just do okay versus a Beastmaster. There are much better heroes to be picking against this one, of course. So we should see Amar have a pretty good timing on this Necro 3. Couple of towers deleted. Counter push is decent out from Windstrike, though. Wave clear for the Bloodseeker. That's kind of it, though. The Shaman, he does have the wave clear, but he's got to get really up close and personal. And he's going to really be dying to the Boars. He's going to be dying to the Necro 3 as well, especially that Warrior is super punishing. Of course, the Archer with the Purge to set up for it. I think this game, just because I think they can snowball really easily early, I'm going to give to Creepwave. Partly because I do want to see a game 3, because these games are actually really, really close between the two teams. Unsurprisingly, of course, currently the top 2 seeded teams for now, of course. Brame and No Bounty Hunter currently about to begin their match, which means that they might be having something to say about that one here in the future. But I think it's going to be really, really close, guys, and I can't wait. Thank you so much for tuning into our series, as we're going to be in for a very, very fun start to our day. You haven't seen Amar play Beastmaster before? Yeah, but the thing is, it's I agree, he does like to play the Void, but I actually didn't notice. I'm pretty sure it is going to be Amar on the Voids, or sorry, Amar on the Beastmaster. We'll see though. I think if we can make it to late game, Windstrike are going to have it just based on the course game. But given this pretty powerful early game team fight, early game kind of biased draft as well, I am going to still be preferring slightly Creepwave. I think they've got a better timing, a better window now with the Beastmaster here to actually be able to push down objectives, remove space from the map from the Monkey King, force these fights, and take game number 1. Odds now slightly favoring over to Windstrike. As we'll be taking a look here at our heroes still continuing to be paused. Look at that little Roshan Courier just chilling back there. You can tell that is a support player with the Roche Courier. There he is. Just showing himself just barely. What's up, little buddy? That's an expensive Courier right there, ladies and gentlemen. All these little Roshans. Very, very adorable. Although not very lore friendly, of course, because I suppose then that Courier stole from the secret shop and also, or from the shopkeeper and also got cursed. I'm not really sure how that works. Crystalis is spamming as we see a couple of lines drawn on the map as well. Everyone ready to go, just waiting for the disconnect, or sorry, so ready for the G. There it is. Fun fact, you can buff up your fountain. You can't kill it, of course, it's invulnerable. But you can buff up your fountain. So if you're ever getting fountain dived by a team, what you want to do is you hit it with a Bloodlust and you're playing the Ogre. Because let me tell you, a Bloodlusted fountain, ooh, baby. No one can outlive that unless you have a Mars. Unless the enemy team has Mars, then you're kind of screwed, unfortunately. But that thing destroys people when it's bloodlusted. It is very funny. All right, Windstrike, they're going to make some aggressive moves here out into the mid lane. As they will be looking to hook around and try and find someone. But generally speaking, you always hold here in this position if you're Dire side. To make sure that you don't get jumped exactly like you might be here. There's just too many angles you can approach from if you try and hold this high ground. So that's not really the best place to be hiding out. Because you can wrap around. You can see they're probably going to wrap around now to the left and try and see if there's anyone contesting these runes. And, of course, there's not.
30 seconds to battle.
Monkey King is going to scout a courier, though. Little chicken. Cluckles the Brave. One of the best couriers here is I think he flies using a couple of sticks of dynamite or TNT when he gets upgraded. Cute little guy that he is. Looks like both teams are going to dodge each other out. So wards being placed down here without really much of an idea of where the enemy is warded up. But for now, you're going to be pretty happy right now, I would say, for both squads. Again, Creep Wave, I do think they have this early game relatively easily. Storm versus Void Spirit is always going to be a fun matchup to watch here. I think it's a little bit 50-50 here. Coming down to skill, I would say Storm having a slight advantage, though. Maybe like 55-45. Because at level 3 and then 4 and 5, you got some really high damage output potential versus Malrun, and because it's all magic and then full shield. So a tougher time, I would say, for Malrun this time around. Kind of similar to last game, though, as Rabel should be off to pretty two good starts. Oh, the kill top lane, bot lane actually is where the action's going down. And Creep Wave will be able to strike first, getting the kill onto Duraccio. Actually, Chrysalis gets the kill onto Duraccio. Okay, so they're swapping the lanes. So they want to lane the Monkey versus the Jug. That didn't work out so well here, level 1. But I think further levels it'll work a little bit better as Windstrike will swap their lanes. It's still going to be hard carrying Monkey King, of course. But they're just going to let the offlaners lane versus one another. Blood Right is going to do much better to deal with the Boars here. Just looking to harass as much as they can here onto Chrysalis, as his support is going to be returning to the lane, having died. So he's going to have a tough time here for a couple of seconds. Amar is going to be playing the Beastmaster. Y'all scared me when you said I had never seen Amar play Beastmaster. I went, you know what? Neither have I. And I didn't actually check to see if he had locked in the Beastmaster, but here he is. He's on the Beastmaster, of course. Again, the Beastmaster's laning stage nerfed a bit, but not too bad. 10 less attack speed a little bit. That's not going to be too bad. But I think the stop lane is going to be like a lot of action in the top lane, considering it's both safe laners, really. Rabel, a little bit low on HP. He's got the 3-hit combo, and he's going to go for it there. So watch that Void Spirit's health bar drop. You can only do that every couple of seconds, but it's such an effective combo at burning through the HP of enemies using only a little bit of mana. I mean, 130 mana for like a third, maybe even a half of an enemy health pool is too damn good. Hey, it's a Remnant, but he's going to eat another combo here. This should be a death onto Malrun if Rabel wants to chase for it, and he is using the healing cell, but it's a bait. He's going to get the kill first. Chrysalis with a second death, but what is this? Malrun's going to buy back? What? He doesn't want to lose this creep wave. He does not want to lose this creep wave, I suppose. But the buyback being forced there. 16 years old, maybe that having a little bit of an effect there, but of course they're going to be dropping a couple of voice lines. Not the worst move to make. Not the worst move to make, but the thing is he cannot die. If he dies within the next minute, it's kind of over for him. Because not only, well, he'll have a TP, but like his next death is going to be super, super costly, right? So he gets back in there to farm that wave to maintain his experience gain, because it was going to push underneath his tower, right? That's why the Storm Spirit was comfortable making that dive, but he could very well fall behind here. Top lane is going quite disastrously, though, for Windstrike, it should be said. Duraccio having a very, very tough time, and you can kind of see now why the Jug has a favorable matchup here. I mean, one support is basically enough. They do have, of course, the Scrim lane, which is super hard to deal with, but, man, it's tough. It's tough. Oh, he doesn't even get the Jingu stacks here either. Creep Wave kind of trolling him there. Uh-oh, careful. This could be another kill, and it probably is, to be honest, as the Pantomime does have the Fortune's End at the ready, dodging the damage out from the Stroke of Fate, but not the slow, which is fine. Otherwise, it would have been a kill. Storm's going to die in the mid lane, though, as that matchup is going to be heating up quite a bit, I'm sure. As there's the tip onto Rabel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's starting to heat up here. Turn up the temperature. Maybe pop another button off that collar, because this is starting to become a spicy match between the two teams, and I can't wait. Both these guys, young blood, very confident, of course, and ready to go up to the upper division next season to prove that they have what it takes, maybe trying to play each other at the major. But for now, tournaments like these are going to be the only ones they get to play each other in, and of course, teams really giving it their all. As both these teams very likely a contender for the top of the group. Of course, may I remind you, the group's extremely competitive here in Snow Sweet Snow. It's a fantastic tournament to be watching if you're a fan of just European Tier 2 Dota. I gotta be honest. Viking GG even jumping into this one, but they've taken a couple of losses here. Just one, actually, to recast. But this is going to be, of course, a Group A match where Creepwave and Windstrike sit at 3-1 for Creepwave and 2-1 for Windstrike is Fishman. There's going to be the 4-stack of the Jingu and the damage. They've got a kill now. And Crystal is careful here. You can't quite spin through that bonus, 70 damage right now with the Jingu. And that lifesteal, of course, really coming in handy. Monkey King now with the Orb of Corrosion does have a little bit of a 1-up in this lane. Let's check this mid lane out, because they're about to hit level 6. In fact, we do have level 6 already for our Void Spirit. So Rabel has taken another death here. Of course, after that buyback, seems to be working out. Early buyback's not too expensive, but of course the death timer is going to be the punishing part there. And that is going to be coming into effect here whenever Malloran takes his next death, if he does even. We're probably going to be looking to match the performance here of Rabel last game, who only died once or twice. And a 50-minute game, mind you. Creepwave off to a great start, though. Crystallis with fantastic farm. I don't think this offlane has really worked out as nicely as it... I mean, in terms of CS, it is. Can we pop over to net worth just for a brief second? I don't want to stay there for too long because CS is just more important, but I just want to see... Yeah, I mean, the Monkey King's killing it. Jug is at the very bottom of the list, so maybe it is working out, because all of a sudden, Crystallis is not going to get the fast start he was really hoping for, and with his Orb of Corrosion, Dyrachyo might have another kill. Careful here, Boundless Strike, the stick charge used, that's one down. Oracle's not going to die either here, as Crystallis, careful here, that root, he's going to have to spin it off, but Dyrachyo, he's got 100 bonus damage, he's disarmed though. That's fine, because they're still going to get this kill. They've got a kill down bottom on a Milan. No way. Are you kidding me? That juke works? Unbelievable. 7k MMR juke. That's a 1k MMR juke in a 7k MMR average game, at least. This is probably an 8k MMR game. Unbelievable. He's going to be able to live thanks to that one. Or is he? Yeah, he should be. You don't want to dive this. Fishman is here. You don't have any mana. Oh my god. What is going on? Dyrachyo? Excuse me? He's alive. I mean, he's living way longer than he should be, but both teams here, again, the temperature is turned off. Going for that dive is just a really aggressive play to make there, to be honest. That's the second time that Crystallis has actually been able to dodge him using these trees. And again, we do apologize, because sometimes the trees, they look like they're still here, and it looks like heroes are walking through trees all the time. It's just like a visual bug for some reason for Dota here. So don't worry too much about that. We'll take another look, but keep an eye on this mid lane here, as it is popping off, actually. Void Spirit is going to chase him down into the 8th round. That's another kill for Malloran onto Rabel. The voice line's coming through, and my goodness. Now, the cut back to the replay there. Nice counter engage. So Dyrachyo really just overestimating how much he could get done there. Didn't even have mana for the Primal Spring. For that buyback, not looking that bad, I gotta be honest. Creepwave, still the underdogs here, putting our Gamma mods.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Our Monkey King now, he's back to CSing though. Again, he can't really afford to be losing too much of this early lead that he's amassed over the Jug. Mid lane, Rabel looking to turn, but Malloran's got too much HP. He might even go aggressive. No, okay, he's not. He's going to take it easy, but with this Arcane Rune on Storm, Rabel might be looking for a play here. Does need Vortex for the kill, realistically, though, is the problem. But they're both up to level 8 now. We're going to have Vortex in 2 seconds. Full mana just about here for our Storm. But he'd much rather farm here. Uh-oh. Bottom. There's going to be the roar immediately. Oh, Cheshire Cat, though, he heals a nice bit amount. They're going to be able to hold down as well. Amar, Cheshire Cat will, however, tick down to the damage out from Milan. As Amar canceling his TP, he realizes he's safe and sound. There's no kill threat here. He's TPing away. Instead, it was going to be the Shaman. He TPs all the way back home. Rabel still has a little bit left in this Arcane Rune, going straight into the Orchid. This top lane, I think they might look for an Omni Slash now onto the Monkey King. He is taking a fair bit of damage. He's got to stay close to the creep wave, but not a Crystallis creep wave, but now he's turning. There's the Jingu. That will be a good amount of life steal here. Can he turn this into a kill? He life steals off the creep. Nice play. Crystallis now in full retreat. There's Primal Sprinkle, but they cut down his tree. They knew where he was at. The outplay. Dyrachyo, second time in a row, Crystallis has done this in a game, but they keep him alive just barely, and Pantomime able to secure the kill. And now here's Rebel joining the fight. Malrin counter-rotating. Already level 6 here, at least for the Monkey King. Malrin at least looking for the kill onto him. We need a little bit more healing here for Dyrachyo. I think he's alive. He's alive just barely. Thanks to that healing salve as well, providing him a full 1000 HP heal. What a play! What a play. Great Omni Slash there. Again, just predicting what tree that Monkey King was going to... This is like a fantastic game, guys. I mean, I know that Brame versus No Bounty Hunter is going to be an excellent game, and y'all should try and watch that one too, but this is like legitimately some awesome tier 2 Dota, up and coming Dota. I even hesitate to call it tier 2 with the plays that they're making. Great play from Pantomime. We just got so many levels in this top lane from Windstrike. They're chasing him down. They got the kill. They got that kill. And look how long Malrin is dead for. He's dead for a full minute. Oh no, so that's going to be the dieback then. The penalty applied there, an extra 20 odd seconds. You have to remember around TI8, TI7, when heroes would just buy back at any stage in the game, and it was actually well worth it. Ice Frog went, stop doing this. Also, stop denying yourself to neutrals, and applied a pretty costly penalty there to the death timer. So that's why we don't see that done too much. But honestly, I think it was well worth it for Mallory. I think this is something that we're going to have to like go back and check the replay and look at stats, but I mean, getting caught here is just really unfortunate here at Cheshire Cat. Even with the haster, there's no chance he escapes. Pantomime, he's sniped that kill. There's another kill onto Amar down bottom as they are continuing to fight. Crystallis wanted to get this tower along with the Shaman. Unfortunately, they've lost another hero here. Funnily enough, Malrin actually has buyback already. Yes, people are talking about, I mean, it's something you got to look at in the stats, because a death here for a minute is very punishing, obviously, right? Quick kill there on to Fishman. Pento's getting a lot of these kills, though. He's got to be careful not to amass too big of a streak, because Malrin can very easily kill him solo, and that's going to be a big bounty here for Malrin. But now you can see that, like, a whole minute of not farming at this stage of the game, 11 minutes in, is so costly for Malrin. I think he recovered decently with that buyback. He's not too far in terms of the levels, but my goodness. All right, Cheshire Cat now. He's going to start to flex his strength in this middle lane. He's got Rupture. Malrin knows he can't really play too aggressively here, especially with a Storm Spirit that can jump him very easily if a Rupture is applied. Cheshire Cat just looking to zone him away. I think Malrin, he's got to go for the Yules this game, unfortunately. He really wants Ags. Ags is fantastic this game for Malrin. I don't think he can afford to go for it, though. I think it's too risky, as we're going to get a quick pause out from Windstrike. Good to go. Windstrike, they need a second now. Can we click on Malrin if we get the chance to see what he's going to be queuing up, or pull up the big old item scoreboard, either or. He's going straight for Ags. I like it. It's aggressive. I like it, though. But that means that Rabel's going to have like a solid 5 minutes where he's going to have Orchid, and he doesn't have to worry about Void Spirit counter-initiating either with the Yules or the Ags yet. After that, the game gets really hard. But my main concern is that it's going to be, Rabel's going to be able to buy so much time because of no counter initiation potential except for Roar potentially, and then basically you're going to have a couple of items here on your Monkey King, probably Maelstrom, have a BKB here. Careful, the turn, the Hex immediately. As Malrin in trouble, they're going to suck him on in. We do have a supernova from Milan. It's a beautiful one on the 3 as the stun out front of the Inkswell is good, but not good enough. They will be able to save Malrin, who's now going to turn and fight onto Pantomime, silenced by the Phantom, so he can't get anything off on himself. He already used the ulti, but that's not either. Rabel going down. Amar getting the kill there, which means he actually did need to do the damage. Great stuff. Great fight from Creepwave as They both smoke up, run head first right into each other, but Rabel needs to, I think he needs that Yules before, sorry, he needs that Orchid before he makes a play like that. That's just too aggressive at this stage. You don't have team fight this early on. You need to start off the fight with a Ruptron to Mallory until you get that Orchid up. Phantom, short death timer is going to be running right back into this fight. There's now the Rupture, Storm respawning, but he's got a TP to a tier 2 tower. Instead, he's just going to zip to his tier 3 down bottom, and they're going to let him live here for free.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Uh-oh, Yamich. In trouble, didn't want to go for the Ominous Sash. He would have ended up underneath the tier 2 tower, which almost gives the potential for some counter initiation. He knew there was a creep wave coming on. I mean, a team called creep wave, they always know if a creep wave is coming. It's built into their blood. We really need this Storm Orchid, though. I mean, the longer it is without the Storm Orchid, the better and better a play the Ags becomes for the Void Spirit. And then they're going to have a huge spike. Chrysalis level 12. I think he's going for Maelstrom again. Or is he going back for Battle Fury on the Jug? We haven't really seen him too much. Rabel, another Arcane Rune bottled up. Enemies in his jungle, though, as they will be able to scout now. One, it's the Oracle, but he's a bit too far away, running for his life. As he's going to lose his Sentry, but he knows now that there's a ward there 100%. Rabel, he is going to want to make this jump into the jungle. He goes. He's going to just steal some farm from his opponents. Unfortunately, it's a Mud Golem camp. He says, I hate my life. Why do these guys have 50% match resist? This is terrible. So far, the Shaman now hiding, waiting for Chrysalis to make a mistake. Chrysalis, though, he's got support behind him in the towers. They have no idea. Now Yamich is going to show, trying to nuke the wave. He's got Serpent Wards. He's got a level on the Hex, but most importantly, he's got a TP because he does not want to be here. There's too many enemies nearby. His team not showing up to support him either. As our Bloodseeker now, he's got the drums and the urn. Net worth here looking pretty damn good, though, for Dyrachyo, and that's my biggest concern. There's Maelstrom finished up. What's Dyrachyo at? Does he also go for Maelstrom, or is he going straight Ags this game here on our Monkey King? He got off to a great start and really slowed down Dyrachyo's farm, so he's also got Maelstrom going into the BKB, so we'll probably see a very similar build as to last game, as we might drop Serpent Wards in for Roche. We will, and they're going to try and take the Roche on play here, but that's really terrifying. I mean, you're up against a Beastmaster with Hawk, you're up against Supernova, you're up against now... I mean, just so much damage here. I don't know if they can get away with this. Creep Wave, if they can snipe this, or if they can figure out what's going on, they are going to be in a great position here to contest it. And they don't know right now. Hero's missing off the map. Malron's taking it easy. Milan might know, though. He's just going in for a bottle refill for now, but Malron goes, no, I don't need a bottle refill. I buy back if I need a bottle refill. Down goes Roche. Creep Wave, they're going to have no idea about this. That's a big loss. Rabel now can very safely just go in and continue making these aggressive plays. Doesn't yet have this Orchid again, but he's got to be so close now. Yeah, he's got it in one more CS. It's going to be go time for Windstrike. They've got so much damage right now. I don't know if Creepwave can realistically fight them. I think they can, actually, but they have to get a really damn good fight here. Or Storm has to really overcommit. Both possible. You got to remember, early buyback up from Mallory in this game. A couple of tips swap back and forth. Plenty of voice lines as well. But first to get the silence is going to be the Storm. Again, Malloran opting for the Aghanim Scepter this time around. So he's a bit slower. Maybe around 18, 19 minutes he should have that up. I believe for Malloran. He must have, what, 2 components of the Ags by now? He should be getting there. Dyrachyo is being scouted farm, though. They're going to TP bodies up top lane. Looking to counter-initiate as Dyrachyo could be in some trouble. They hit him with the close. On right now to prevent the Primal Spring. Malloran jumping on in. This is going to be a death for the Monkey King for nothing. Farm right underneath a ward. Great jump. Amar was nearby in case they needed the roar, but not even. Look how much vision they got. They also got a tier 2 tower out of that Roshan, and that's the richest hero in the game gone. All of a sudden, this is going to be like a trivial Ags for Void Spirit. That's a huge death for Dyrachyo. Look at this. Creep Wave, they're going to push. They're going to push. They know that they can't fight. The Storm's not ready. Who's he going to jump now with his Orchid? It's too risky. It's too risky. There's Ags done now for Malloran. That's what that death costs you. Now you have Ags, and now I don't know if you can guarantee yourself either a Shackles, a Hex. A Hex almost guaranteed, but Shackles not guaranteed. Also not guaranteed is going to be Storm living all of a sudden. You also don't have a false promise in these fights, guaranteed. It's really, really bad right now for Winstrike. I'm not going to lie. It's looking real tough. And they turn it around just like that. Great vision set up as well by Creepwave in the enemy jungle. Right now, though, Winstrike, pardon me, playing in their own triangle. They need to scout this Ags, though. They cannot be taking a fight right now. With Rupture, though, with Rupture, you always have a chance. You do have that chance, but it's scary. It's a tough chance. They're going to smoke up now. They are missing the Wukong, but he's currently top lane. Creepwave chilling in the jungle of Winstrike right now because they know what's coming their way. This is probably going to be another push here as they are baiting Dyrachyo in the same spot. Unfortunately, the ward has expired. Serpent Ward's committed top lane. There's going to be the Fortify. Careful here, though. Creepwave, they're smoked up, and they're running through their own jungle now up to the high ground. Who's watching? It's going to be Bloodseeker watching. He's in a good position here to break smokes. Milan's going to be the first one to get scouted here. Here's Malrin. Do we have a Rupture? Not quite yet. I don't think they see each other. There's the jump in. Eighth round, it's going to miss. Roar will not, however. Careful here. They can make the jump in. Hink's supposed to be a great target. Tobine on the 2 is there to be the supernova. They immediately dispel off the silence, though. Is it so much trouble? They go down. Crystallis with the kill. Using the Omnislash from the Monkey King. In the meantime, they get the kill onto the Storm Spirit, and everyone's just falling like flies. It's Storm Spirit alive, but not for much longer, as immediately respawns into the 8th Remnant. A full team wipe. And that's what I'm talking about. That's the strength. I think we had a bottled regen rune from Malrin. So he just goes, no thank you to the silence and completely wrecks the rest of Winstrike. They just, again, they can't fight like that. They cannot be fighting like that. Creepwave, they strike back hard and fast. And that's going to get them right into the square, into the driver's position here in this game. Here, let me see. Yeah, Illusion Rune. Illusion Rune to dispel. That means he's going to be able to kill your backlines just as easy as that. Beautiful fight there. Nice job. I thought he had the dispel. Malrin just running him down. Crystallis as well. Not even needed, as he is going to focus onto the Monkey King, who is sitting in the lane. A full fight for Serpo. You use all the ultis, but that's why Gaben gave you ultis, for you to use them. Great fight there for Creepwave. Great execution. As Winstrike completely blindsided there by that Illusion Rune. That's Aegis. That's Aegis down. And very similar to last game, all of a sudden, we see the mid lane Storm having a very tough time actually finding a target here to use his Orchid on. Not only is it a late Orchid, but it's turning into a not very effective one either. Crystallis and Monkey King now tit for tat in terms of trading that top position and net worth. Cheshire Cat is going to continue his farm. Shaman with an 8th lens is a bit scarier, but again, what's even scarier and still is going to be this Void Spirit Ags. That double silence here is so punishing to this lineup of Winstrike. They really need everything in these team fights to go pretty nicely for them. Winstrike, they still do have this late game. Not quite like 100% in the bag guaranteed, but they are going to have a big advantage in the late game. That's not a question, right? The question is, can they get there? And right now, Crystallis, he's kind of turning into a monster right now. These two heroes with equal amount of farms, Jug still kills them probably 8 out of 10 engagements, to be honest. Jug still kills them pretty easily. That's why you need the rest of your team. He's got SNY, Maelstrom going next to the Basher. We'll see Ags after for Crystallis. Maybe the Ags Shard if he wants to go for the same exact build as last game. It's just looking so good right now. Void Spirit with his Ags, going to the BKB. Dyrachyo's got BKB. He doesn't really want to be fighting, though. He needs Ags to really start turning the tide here on this Juggernaut. Yeah, he desperately needs that Ags. Okay, Cheshire Cat just going to walk right into the 8th Remnant rather than let the creep eat it. That'll ping him out. Someone was there, smoked up. Oh, Invis, though, is Malrin. Do they have detection? No. A big silence. They're onto 3 heroes. A double silence as well. As Shackle's used, but they're not going to be able to get him. Not with the heck. Oh, my goodness. They actually killed Phoenix nearly. In the meantime, everything getting dropped. But look at Winstrike. They're melting like flies. Everyone's dead already. Supernova's going to pop. Void Spirit's going to be the only one to die, and Cheshire Cat barely able to escape. He whips himself into shape, and he's moving at the speed of sound. My Bugatti is too fast, but everyone by Winstrike just melted in that fight. I think that was going to be basically off the back of a big ol' Omni/shot from Crystallis. My goodness, can we please get a replay of that? And of course, the Supernova. They just got dropped. They just got dropped. I don't know why Windstrike are fighting into this right now. They're not stronger. Even with these PKBs, it doesn't matter. Oh my lord. I didn't even know what to say there. So much damage out from the Phoenix and the Jug. I mean, yeah, you get the kill onto Mallory, and well played, but at what cost? Look at this. Great jump from Mallory, gets the two of them. Silences 4 heroes yet again. Here goes Milan. He nearly dies, but since they already committed the Hex, he's good to go. And the Omni. The Omni into the double roar is what did them in. Great fight. Cheshire Cat somehow lives through all that damage as well, thanks to the False Promise. My goodness. Ooh. Alrighty then. Windstrike absolutely getting their butts handed to them in that last team fight. Again, Windstrike still with a better late game here, but at this moment, I would say too close to call. Crystallis, I mean, this is the most dangerous part, right? If Windstrike, in my opinion, can make it past 32, 33, 34 minutes, I think they've got this game. That's a big if, right? That's a big if. Because now we're going to have a full Basher up for the Jugger, so we can now completely 1v1 the Monkey King, no problem. He's going for Aghanim Shard. He's going to take the left talents at level 20. So he's going to have then a big ol' plus 160 damage per DPS on the Blade Fury with the Aghanim Shard and increased move speed as well. Oof. What do you do here? What do you do? Jumping in? They found a Rabel. He gets a silence on a 1. He's going to try and TP right in front of him. No way. Unbelievable. All right. Well played to him. He knew he could TP out there. Yamich is like, holy moly, I'm going to TP too. That was scary. There's no way I can do that. Yeah, this Shard is going to, of course, give you that instant attack. The move speed bonus. It's so much damage. It's so much damage. Of course, that does work with Basher, which is why we see it here. That can proc what we used to call back in the day unique attack modifiers. No longer a thing. It doesn't exist anymore. So far, just about a 50-50. I mean, not really. It's like 70-30 right now in terms of like how these fights are going to go. 10K is like a very good indicator for sure. But Knoxville had a really damn good tweet the other day. He's a big stats guy. He runs thatdota.gg. Good site if you know how to use it. And he was talking about, yeah, you know, net worth is a good comparison, but it doesn't really, like, net worth doesn't take into account how strong a Monkey King is right now. You know, if a Monkey King, oh, hold that thought, yeah, Mitch, he's currently getting ran down, and he might be found and located. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, it's only your Shaman. It's position 4. It sucks, but what are you going to do? That'll open up Roche, though, for Creep Wave, and they're going to head right in there, especially with the DD on Crystallis. Thank you very much. We need Ball Lightning level 3 real bad for Storm. It is like of the utmost importance. Cheshire Cat as well this game, unfortunately, has not really, I've not felt the impact of it pick. It just feels like, oh, they're going to buy back, they're going to fight this, guys. Mallorin outside of the pit, now inside the pit, DD room for Crystallis. If he can just not get bashed by Roche, he'll have this one pretty easily. We do have level 2 Serpent Wards DD rune, but they don't want to fight this right now. It's just too damn scary. They don't know about the DD rune. They will get off the Wukong's command, and they have actually gotten the silence on 1. Diracho, they're going to try and actually get this kill out of the Jugger. They might be able to burst him. There's the roar onto 1, and there's going to be the Aegis now drop. But Crystallis, he picks up the Aegis before he dies, as Roche perfectly timing that. He's going to come back very angry with the Omni Slash as well. She's consumed at the very least by 1. They've actually destroyed the Supernova. Out comes the Omni Slash, but they did get the False Promise out. It's going to bounce on over the poor old Cheshire Cat, but Crystallis still got plenty of damage to the heals. Not enough out from the Pantomime, and now Windstrike in full retreat mode. Somehow Crystallis snatched that Aegis just before he went down on the first life. Rabel's going to be allowed to live. That time around, they had the kill onto Milan. That couldn't have been any closer. Holy moly. Take another look at this one, would you? Oh, it starts a little bit too late, unfortunately. We're going to need to get another one queued up, I think, after this one production, but wow, I cannot believe he actually picked up that Aegis right before he died. That like kind of unironically turns the game around. It looks like he picked up Aegis, and unfortunately Crystallis was stuck with cheese. And what hurts even more, what breaks my heart, is that he ate the cheese before the False Promise was applied. You eat cheese with false promise on you, with healing doubles. I don't think Jug. There's not enough damage for Jug to kill you right now. There's not enough damage. Unfortunately, he took a bite out of the Pecorino when it was a bit too early. I mean, health restored 2,500. Yeah, that's damn good. But if you, pardon me, if you get that healing with false promise on you for a 5,000 heal, that by the way gets banked, right? Because the problem with eating cheese is that, yeah, it refills your HP, but then as soon as you consume it, like, you know, if you only have 2,000 HP, you're only going to get a 2,000 heal out of that, right? With the false promise active, you get that full 2,500, and also it doubles. Heartbreaker right there for Windstrike, unfortunately. Absolute heartbreak. Oh my goodness, I cannot believe Crystal's actually snatching that Aegis just in time. What a play. They do at least do well to focus on the Supernova that time around, so Milan is going to end up dying at the tail end of that engagement. Rabel gets saved, but they're going to try and get the skill on Durachu. Pops the BKB. He's going to run away. Malrin, by the way, has the Aghanim Shard. As we can see that one with the extra circles there.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Monkey King continuing on, though. So up to 25. Creep Wave still with a massive net worth advantage here. 13k. Crystals is just too damn scary. And now he's going to go and try and finish up, and he might just be able to get it here. Careful. No, there's no way you make this jump, Rabel. You got to keep me back. Maybe they can look for an engagement elsewhere on the map. Whew. Yeah, he's going to have that Ags very shortly as well for Crystalis. He should buy out for it, in my opinion. I think you buy out for that. Uh-oh. Cheshire Cat, he's baiting. It's bait. It's bait. Is Malrin going to take the bait, though? Oh, no. You can't. Not twice in a row. Crystalis is nearby, though. They will be able to stop him. Out comes the fight, though. Big silence on the 2. There's going to be now the Soulbind, however. Where's the roar out from Amar? He's not here quite yet. Out comes Wukong's Command. Both supports already dead for Windstrike, and Cheshire Cat's going to be soon to follow. Crystalis just nuking them down. There's the roar we're looking for. Malrin going to jump back in with the BKB. That's 4 dead already for Windstrike. Rabel just has to run, and that should be game. None of them with buyback here, as Creep Wave will push on, probably through bottom, through mid. They still have a tier 2 top lane, but I don't think there's a way back in this game anymore. I said 32 minutes, but that was assuming that they didn't all die or like that. I mean, Cheshire Cat, what are you doing? Great roar. It was actually onto the back lines. I think that was used to kill that was used to kill Oracle, which means there's no ulti there, and that equals a very easy kill into Duracho. Solid stuff. Solid stuff. My goodness. That's going to be at least 2 lanes of barracks, if not just the game. They're going to have one more fight in them, but without the ultis here, no Serpent Wards, no Rupture, and no Wukong's Command. I don't know if that leaves you with any hope here, to be honest.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And that'll be then another lane of barracks taking Crystalis. He's going to eat the Rupture. They're looking to turn. Rabel with his BKB pop the Force Staff, push him outside of the silence here, but in trouble is Phantom. He's already dead. Malrin finds him, and there's going to be the Supernova onto the back lines. Big roar catches 2. They can't destroy the Supernova, but they can destroy the rest of Windstrike's heroes. Out comes the Omni Slash and the Swift Slash both. GG well played is called. Windstrike, they'll crumble, as Creep Wave, with a very similar draft this time, are able to hit their timings. They get the kills, the buyback out from Malrin, and it's going to be game number 3 here between Creep Wave and Windstrike. Too close in game number 2. And we'll be going to game number 3. What a series this one is turning into here, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hopefully you're enjoying the coverage here, as Windstrike and Creep Wave will be going to 3. Great team fights. Honestly, in my opinion, it comes down not so much to like easy mistakes, you know. It's not like anyone missed their spells this game. There wasn't any of that nonsense, and that's what I really appreciate about both of these teams. To me, both of these teams, they play at a very similar skill level. However, it comes down to whoever's making those calls in terms of when they should fight or not. I think Creep Wave, they had a better grasp of when their power peaks were this game. Windstrike, they kept kind of fighting into them. I understand that sort of mentality, because Rabel really wanted to get use out of his Orchid. Duracho as well, he felt pretty strong, but you simply can't. It's too early. Pre-35 minutes, it's Jug's game. It's Jug's game here. I think 8 out of 10 games, it's Jug's game, and definitely this was one of them. Alrighty. We've had a very similar draft here between two teams, guys. Dyrachyo, the Monkey King, versus the Crystallis Juggernaut. The mid lane matchup, it's starting to heat up as well. We might get a little bit of a grudge match between the two. We're going to be going to a short break. We're going to throw to an interview here with Lil Pleb and AG Murdercore. But when we come back in around 12 minutes, we'll have game number 3 between Windstrike and Creepwave. We'll see you then.
It was pretty entertaining. There was always a break, but wasn't like the matches like had a 1-day break, which is more than enough, but also nice to have. And overall, pretty nice tournament.
Nice. I'm really glad to hear that. At the moment of recording this interview, you guys are not doing that great in the second version of Snow Sweet Snow. Can you tell me why is that? What has changed?
We've had some tough opponents that beat us, so yeah.
It's just because the opponents, because they got a lot stronger, or there was something else that bothered you?
Our drafts, we kind of ran away from what we were trying to achieve, I feel like, but our opponents played pretty well also.
All right. And I have a kind of another question that is involving stand-ins. You guys are often using a stand-in. Why is that? Outside activities or?
Often meaning what,
Like regularly.
For which tournaments? DPC or?
No, for the Snow Sweet Snow in particular.
We had a tournament because I was busy. We had a stand-in because I was busy and I couldn't play, so not something special.
All right. Yeah, glad to hear it. That's just nothing special. Spider Pix is already confirmed to remain in the lower division of the DPC for season 2. How do you find that?
That's fine.
It's fine. Do you guys like the DPC structure? Do you enjoy what Valve did?
I mean, it's nice to have opportunity for tier 2 scene, yeah.
And how do you find the progress that you can get in this DPC format? Do you think it's too slow, or you think that it's just fine progressing from division to, I mean, from the lower division to the upper division, that is?
I mean, I think it's nice. I kind of prefer faster tournaments, basically tournaments, not leagues. But I like it so far.
Why do you prefer the tournaments instead of leagues?
Because they're much faster. I mean,
Just
at the
just
start
fast
of
pace.
at the start of a league, you can have a bad start or a good start, doesn't matter, and by the end of it, it can be the exact opposite.
Yep, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. So you're playing with Spider Pigs from quite recently, to be honest. Before that, you were playing with Siberium. How do you find your teammates currently? Do you enjoy playing with them?
Yeah, the transition to English from the Russian is, I find it pretty nice for a change.
Who is the loudest in the team? Who screams the most?
I would say DNZ.
DNC? All right.
Yeah.
What is he screaming about? In order to kill somebody, or what usually is he screaming about?
I mean, everything. Basically,
Everything.
mostly killing the enemies, but yeah.
He's just a loud person in general.
Yes, yes.
All right. And what is your personal biggest motivation to continue playing Dota 2?
Just the competitive side of it. I like to win.
You like to win? All right, all right. And for a final question, I chose something a little bit controversial. Don't answer if you don't feel like it, but who do you think is the best Bulgarian player that is yet to make it to the tier 2 scene? So this is excluding you, excluding Stomanen.
I mean, I don't know. I have no idea.
You have no idea, all right? Well, that's fair. That's fair. Do you have any final thoughts, any shoutouts?
Not really, no.
All right. Thank you very much for this interview. I wish you good luck in the series that are yet to come for you and your team, and talk to you soon.
Thank you. Talk to you soon.
been a close one. Pardon me, 1-1 here between both teams, as we'll be getting now underway with the first banning stage. We can see Creep Wave having last pick here on the Radiance. Make that the Dire side, with Windstrike on Radiance with first pick. Coddle ban, we'll see. It's actually Windstrike are going to ban out the Monkey King this time around. Storm Spirit's been picked both games, and it's lost both games. I wonder if it'll make a third appearance here, or if the Puck will be picked instead, perhaps. We're going to have to take a look. As we're going to be going into the reserve time, actually, for Creep Wave. I think maybe the Monkey King ban catching them a bit off guard. Wow, really going in. Okay, it's the DP ban. Getting rid of DP, these heroes that can like flex between 1 and 5, or 2 and 5, right? Or 2 and 3 in cases of the Bat Rider or the Puck or the DP or the Void Spirit are also super annoying. All right, Windstrike going to pick up the Phoenix, so we're going to get to see Milan on a different hero this time around. Wouldn't mind seeing Milan Morana. We also have Milan, of course, Earthshaker still available as always. We haven't seen actually a Shaker yet today. These nerfs seem to be dissuading a lot of teams from actually considering going from it. So that's not too shocking considering it is a bit of a heavy nerf, right? 1.5 seconds to 0.75 seconds stun, but it is Milan Morana. Now, will we see the OD here? Windstrike, if they want to prevent the OD for sure, what you do here is you pick the Rubik, right? Because, of course, Milan Morana, he's great, but you pair him with an OD in that off lane, and there is not a single hero I think you can put in that lane that'll be able to live. We have had a couple of OD nerfs, but none significant enough, I think, to really remove him from the game in terms of like how aggressive he's played. Void Spirit instead. Okay, so that's a flex, of course. Can be 5, can be 3. A little bit unlikely to be 3, right? Because usually Creep Wave, they get away with that of 1 a bit more than other teams can. Check these notes real quick just to make sure I'm not spewing any lies. It's not a big patch, of course, but OD was adjusted probably the most. Move speed reduced by 5. Base armor reduced by 1. So he has actually pretty good base armor already, so that's not too heavy of a nerf, really. Arcane Orb cooldown increased by 2 seconds at first level to 6420 rather than 4320. And the Imprisonment mana cost was increased by 30 from 120 to 150. So it is a bit of a heavy price to use the OD these days, but you can still probably run away with a lane just as easy, of course. Mana costs don't really mean a whole lot to the OD, do they, right? As he does like to steal mana from the people he puts in the prison. Puck as well, receiving a little bit of a nerf. Base damage range was reduced. It's still the same damage overall, the same average damage, but now you can't roll for higher. You can't roll as high as 57, but you also can't roll as low as 46. So that average damage is going to remain the same. Waning Rift was reduced on its damage by 30 at the max level, and the coil snap duration was nerfed by a half second at max level. So I think those are just good nerfs to the hero. The hero is a little bit ridiculous, and it's still super strong. So we'll see Puck. First, the Void Spirit potentially. We can always flex the Void. So that's the reason why Creep Wave are very quick to ban the DK, because they want to make sure that if they do get another pick out and try and lane something versus the Puck, it's not going to be a matchup where Puck is completely impotent in the lane. Juggernaut banned out this time by Windstrike, as they'll ban as well the Mars of Amar. Amar and Marana. Amar and Milan with Amar's Mars is very scary. Luckily, this time around, they don't get to pick it. What do we get here then? Bans, the Lycan ban, of course, with the Mars. That's always something on your mind. Windstrike, we need just about every single position here because you could, except for maybe supports, right? The thing is, if you want to keep flexing this Void Spirit, you don't pick a support here. Luckily, Creep Wave are going to have the opening pick after the Beastmaster ban. So just getting a lot of Amar heroes banned out here. A lot of respect to Amar out from the side of Windstrike. They know how powerful of a laner he is. And I think this team does kind of depend on Duraccio getting a good lane.
10 seconds remaining.
I think a problem that we actually had here for Windstrike was, yes, you did well to actually slow down the Jug's farm, but he still recovered just as nicely. Didn't go for the Battle Fury either, so the decisions to keep fighting him were I think maybe miscalculated in terms of that risk is a good way to put it. We'll see how they're going to be able to do. Let me just keep my eye here on our Brame game. Brame taking on No Bounty Hunter. This was previously a win for Brame in our Owen Snow Sweet Snow tournament, so we'll see how they can do here. Brame with the Wisp. That should be a support Wisp, though. Yeah, with the... Okay. Okay, well, that one's just getting underway now, so shout out to you guys for tuning to us here for Snow Sweet Snow number 2. Creep Wave and Windstrike. Currently, the two top teams out from the lower division of Western and Eastern EU, respectively. Creep Wave, of course, there's some chances for that to change if we get a couple more wins here. If Brame get a win, and if Hellbear Smashers get a win, they'll be looking pretty good there. Bloodseeker picked up, of course, to counter the Void Spirit. How do you respond then if you're Windstrike? Because now you really don't want to put this Void Spirit mid. You don't really want to put him in a support role either. I mean, I guess in a support role, at least, it's not as bad, but a damn good Bloodseeker game this time around. Cheshire Cat on the hero last time. He was okay, right? In the lane, he was pretty good, right? Didn't die to Amar, but into the mid game, when they needed him for the impact, it just didn't really feel like it there. I don't think they played well with the Rupture, unfortunately. And I'm looking forward to seeing how Creepwave are going to use it here in this game. Likely to be an off lane, can be ran as a carry, though. So it does have that flex potential as well between the 3 and the 1 position. Windstrike, it's going to be up to them to make a pick. Again, if they want to continue flexing this Void Spirit, they cannot pick a support here. That's the problem. If you pick a support here, then you're telling them it's off lane or it's mid, and I don't know if many teams can run an off lane Void. I think it's doable. I remember offlane Void Spirit used to kind of be a thing that was regularly seen sometimes, at least in C and in China. I don't know about here. So they will pick the Shaman. So if they want to flex this Void Spirit, they're either committing it to the mid or they're committing it to the offlane. So it's a core for sure. So that means the Bloodseeker pick is going to pay dividends here on the side of Creepwave. The thing is, the Void Spirit versus Bloodseeker lane is not that bad for Void Spirit. Like many of the spirits, the lane doesn't get very hard until the enemy gets level 6, and then you're kind of scared, right? That's the problem with laning versus Buck. That's the problem with the laning versus the Bloodseeker as well. So Creepwave can use this to their advantage if they would like. The problem is Puck, of course, doesn't really push tower, so you get level 6 and Void Spirit kind of just leaves the lane or farms from very far away. And you're usually not able to get a kill on him too easily, and you can't punish for his tower. The Bane's going to come through. Very interesting pick. Okay. Channeled stun. 11.5 second channel time, by the way, on Fiend's Grip is kind of ridiculous. I think, I don't even know if that's what the talent, I think that's just what he spawns in with. And they're going to pick the TA in response, so they are going to be flexing this Void Spirit. Damn good TA game as well, to be honest. Good against the Puck, good against the Mirana. Pretty decent versus the Bloodseeker. The Silence is a little bit spooky for you, and a Rupture is bad, but usually you can still manage to get a blink off just in the nick of time. Fiend's Grip, of course, is going to be the biggest concern, but with a Phoenix and wow, with an offlane Void Spirit who should be going straight for the Eul Scepter, you will have a cancel for that Bane. So that's going to be the good news here. Not a bad pick on this TA. And since it is going to be 8th pick or 4th pick here for the side of TA, but 8th pick being after Creepwave's 4th pick, it feels pretty good here.
5 seconds. Radiant team ban.
Yeah, channel. Sorry, you get a Fiend's Grip duration talent at 25. Let me tell you, played a turbo game the other day. Got that talent, and you press a button, you pop your BKB, and you sit back, take a sip of your favorite beverage at your side, and you just laugh as the core, who's farmed for 45 minutes, is held down for 10 seconds through a team fight. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. The Aghanim Shard is a bit interesting on him as well. It spawns an illusion, which takes 750% damage. That also is channeling Fiend's Grip. So you can actually stop channeling Fiend's Grip as the Bane if you have the Shard, and your illusion will continue doing the trick. It's kind of weird. You can, I mean, in pubs, absolutely, but in professional games, this isn't a thing. But I bought a Glimmer Cape, and I would Glimmer the illusion, and they would just let their core sit there for 11.5 seconds each and every time. It was fantastic. A very fun game to be playing Bane. But I don't think that's going to work against the likes of Windstrike. We also got a Hex Shackles here to interrupt him. We do have some good egg hitters this time around, though. Creepwave have kept that in mind. Bloodseeker's not bad whatsoever. Puck and Mirana with a respectable, attack range, especially the Mirana. Puck, unfortunately, cannot use the 15 phase shift attack to actually hit a supernova. We're paused in the draft, by the way. I'm not sure why. There it is, on pause. Good to go. Seems like one of the drafters disconnected. I think that's usually the only way you can actually pause in a draft. So we're good to go again. No issues here, I hope. You can tell when the draft is paused when heroes with a lot of particles start to freak out, right? Like Phoenix was missing his particles. Shaman was missing his particles. TA didn't have her little side blades.
5 seconds remaining.
What'll it be then? Wraith King banned, PL banned, TB banned. We probably need a carry as well for both teams, interestingly enough. Last pick is going to be going the way of Creep Wave. Jug banned, Lycan banned. And there's the Ursa Warrior. What the hell do you pick? What's left? You need something that doesn't get crushed by an offlane Bloodseeker, but also doesn't have a glaring weakness. We've also banned a lot of offlaners here, to be honest. So Creep Wave, they can still pick an offlane hero if they want and run the Bloodseeker safe. That's very possible. I might even like that a little bit more because you do know it's a Void Spirit. The lane, again, is not easy. It's not too easy for the Bloodseeker, but once you get level 6, it's free, basically. What do we like? What do we need from this Windstrike lineup? Damage. We just need damage, I think. We need some core to synergize with the TA. It'll be the Lifestealer. I think that's fine. I think this kind of puts you in a bit of a timer. I'm kind of in the camp. I'm not sure if this has changed because honestly, they usually don't pick this Lifestealer hero too much. I'm pretty sure this is like a Duraccio favorite. Pardon me for saying Duraccio like a Latino, but what can I do? Let me just check this information because as I recall, I don't know if this is a Duraccio hero or if this is a Smiling Knight hero. But one of these guys like absolutely loves the Lifestealer. He'll pick it whenever he feels like it. It is for no Pango, so it is. A lot of people actually play this hero here. Give me a second. It is for Windstrike. Duraccio really, really likes the Lifestealer. Okay, I thought it was. I just needed to double check here and pulled up my notes, and it is. Alrighty. Lifestealer last pick. That's going to be Duraccio's hero for sure, 100%. It's a pretty safe pick as well. Doesn't lose to most offlaners. If you want, you can try and pick something like a Slardar here for Amar. I think that actually... No, but versus TA, you need something to build through. Oh, you need something to go through Refraction. I don't know if it's... At least with a Ravage, it gives you the opportunity. It gives you kind of initiation. That's what I like about it. But Phoenix can easily dodge that. Cheshire Cat can easily dodge that. TA, usually with a Blink, can easily dodge that. And I think Duraccio is going to be a bit too fast. So we need a Blink Dagger real bad on Amar if this Tide pick is going to be effective. I'm not doubting Amar. Amar can farm. That man, he farms better than his mid laner sometimes. And that's a fact. And that's not a shot fired at Malrin. He's just a great farmer. I don't know if I'm in love with this last pick, though. It's okay in the lane, but also Lifestealer with a couple of levels there in Lifesteal just can continue to sustain off of you. Like, it doesn't seem like a very strong lane. Then again, Windstrike, they do have an offlane Void Spirit, a mid TA, and a Lifestealer. It is Duraccio Lifestealer, though. It's close. It's real close. This will mean it's going to be a hard carry Bloodseeker as well, which is not bad versus the Void Spirit TA. It's a pretty damn good Gleipnir game, in fact. I might even consider it pretty early. On a core Bloodseeker, though, you do need S and Y. Oh, it's tough. It's tough to kind of predict this one, unfortunately. I will say that the team fight is looking a lot better for the side of Windstrike. You've got really great Disable, though, on the side of Creep Wave, right? Bane can go into Nightmare 1, Fiend's Grip another, Arrow onto the Nightmare target to keep them out of the fight even longer, Ravage on top of this, Dream Coil. Like, their team fight's not bad at all. It really isn't. And Windstrike with basically Supernova alone. Unfortunately, no more open wounds, right? So the Ghoul Frenzy, the slow is okay, but it's not amazing. I suspect we may have some lockdown issues from the side of Windstrike. It's going to be up to the Shaman, but he's pretty easily canceled here by an Arrow, Waning Rift, the Bloodright, the Bane. Everyone having a way to shut him down realistically this game. So it seems like a hard game to play Shaman. It seems like a really hard game to play Shaman, frankly. It's tough, ladies and gentlemen. Windstrike and Creep Wave go on to game number 3. We'll take a look here. Safe lane Bloodseeker. Safe lane Lifestealer. Duraccio bringing it out again. We'll see if it can work out.
seconds to battle.
Fishman here warding the mid lane. We'll be able to get that D ward as well. That'll get some respect out from Milan. Nicely done indeed. That'll also get him another sentry to run top lane. So he's having a lot of regen. Milan sitting inside the pit, trying to be a little bit sneaky here with that arrow. Just needs to make sure not to connect down to Roshan. They're going to go up to the high ground instead. Fishman in a good position here. Bloodseeker nearby. It's a 3v3. Duracho's going to scout Fishman. Milan doesn't have a great arrow target as Yamich is going to pick up the rune. And it's going to be, I believe, 3 runes. Yeah, 3 runes for the side of Creepwave. Do really Pantomime. Are they going to try and lane this? I don't think they should. And I don't think they will. Mid lane, then Rabel versus Malrine. Again, I think this is going to be not too bad of a lane here for our Templar Assassin. Shouldn't have too tough of a time here, especially when we get a couple more points in the refraction. The early levels are going to be a bit difficult, especially if you miss your CS like that, unfortunately, for Rabel. But I'm sure real soon he'll be right back in it. Early lanes are hard, right? TA with literally the worst attack range in the game. You only get attack range thanks to side blades, and even then, it's still pretty pitiful until you get like level 3. So a tough start, of course. Tough start for the TA. That's normal, though. That's normal. Again, not getting that range creep deny, though, clearly having an impact, right? Because that's like an extra 100 extra damage. In fact, Rebel, he planned well for this, though, as he came with his own stack of tangos. So 5 total tangos, 2 still from his supports, of course, as they will be able to snipe the courier of Crystallis. Now with level 2 side blades, you can tell that's a lot easier of a lane. Fun mid lane matchup, of course. Bot lane, they have swapped lane, so yet again, Cheshire Cat finds himself down bottom. Crystallis is going to rotate over to say hello to him. Kind of not where you want to lane, though, is the problem. Because you can't easily pull this one if you're Dire, right? The lane's got to be pretty far pushed if you're going to pull it, compared to Radiant side and also Dire side top lane, where you have way more control over the lane. So this is going to hurt the Bloodseeker's farm a bit, and I think that's not really what you want. You want his farm to be absolutely phenomenal. I mean, obviously, you want everyone's farm to be absolutely phenomenal. You don't want them to miss a single CS. You want to deny every single creep. Yes, this is true. But just because otherwise Cheshire Cat, if he's going to have a little level advantage here, you can really look to squeeze that for every single thing that it's worth. So tough laning setup, I want to say, for Creepwave, having him, forced to swap the lanes in return here. Ultimately, I think they do want that Bloodseeker top lane. He farms a bit better there as well. We'll see how it plays out, though. Still very early on. Fishman might get that courier. Nope. Yamich can kick his ass here. Careful. As Fishman on the Bane, running for his life. There's Nightmare. Cheshire Cat looking to turn. And he will be silenced separate. Not before he gets off the 8th remnant, but he misses the 8th remnant. Not like it's going to matter much. They're going to get that kill. And unfortunately, Yamich unable to run from Crystallis with even a single point in Thirst. There's nowhere he's going. But first blood bonus on over to Cheshire Cat at the very least for Wind Strike. Duracho as well. Still getting a couple of points of damage in. But again, with the point in Feast, he's pretty free to just basically lifesteal off of Amar fairly easily, right? Ghoul Frenzy, so double passive now for our lifestealer. Managed to dodge the Anchor Smash there, so with every single little bit of last hit, he's still continuing to heal up. Tango constantly active as well. Of course, that's based on your maximum HP, which is why it's so nice to use versus these tanky offlaners like Amar is playing here. The tough thing here, though, is that, of course, Duracho, he's not going to have easy pulls. Luckily, Amar is going to push the wave just due to the things of Anchor Smash, so he's going to be able to usually keep the wave in a decent spot, as Cheshire Cat is going to get some damage onto the Bane. This is a kill, maybe? In fact, I think it is. Good Nightmare, though. Is that going to save Fishman? It will not, as Cheshire Cat, he's going to get woken up. He's going to get the kill. This is going to be a great Blood Right, though, connecting onto both heroes. Nice silence with Healing Cell pop for the Shaman. Crystal's back to full HP, however. So far, so good here. Uh-oh, careful. Pantomime in trouble. Regen rune sniped by him, but he is going to die. Using the TP as well. Going to be very costly towards getting back into this top lane. You can see Duracho Again, the nice thing about this matchup is that it doesn't depend on how much damage you do. It just depends on the maximum HP of the enemy. So even if he's anchor smashed, he doesn't really care. That's why he doesn't have a point of rage yet. Because so long as he's going to be right-clicking Amar, he's still getting whatever, 2.5%, 2.7%, whatever it is, of his maximum HP per hit. Even if he does 0 damage. So not too bad. Not too bad. Yamich, he's got no boots, but he's at least got the move speed and the reaction time to get out of that blood right. Unfortunately, he's going to lose the creep wave. They're going to fortify? That must be from mid. Interesting fortify creep. Fortify. Rabel? Oh, still alive. It's because they were diving in. Malrin dodges the one auto attack, though. And again, worst auto attack range in the game for TA. Unable to actually get a follow-up kill. Refraction lasting for a couple more seconds. Malrin's still alive. Careful here, Malrin. Careful here, Malrin. Nope. He turns. He timed that one perfectly. Refraction ending. We still have 3 charges left. But they will get that kill. Nicely done. And like I said, this mid lane matchup, again, heating up. We got some pretty flashy mid laners this time around. The Puck and the TA. Two classic heroes here. One young blood. One more experienced. Love to see it. Puck now has the full Urn of Shadows. Urn is decent, but it only damages once per second. So, you know, it's not the best thing to have versus the TA. Early on, it definitely can be, but once you get up to the 7 charges, it's, you know, 7 seconds. I suppose, you know, it's 2 charges realistically. Or sorry, it's 2 stacks of refraction that you're removing at the very least. Milan doing a great job here scouting stacks. They're going to scout him on the way back out, though, with his DD rune. Milan, yeah, he's going to waste a little bit of time out from Rabel. We do have level 6, though, but Milan... Again, just continuing to waste time. There's no real way you can look to catch him here. So Rabel will return back to the middle lane. Fishman, careful here. Could look to turn on a Cheshire Cat. They've missed the blood right, though, so they don't have that extra little bit of damage. But with Brain Sap, that'll put him here well within the thirst range. So they got True Sight on him. Phoenix doing a great job harassing Marana away from the stacks. That's going to be super key here towards making sure that he isn't just... I mean, he is going to snipe a couple of these with arrows. There's not much you can do about that, but that's just the hero being balanced as hell. Fire Spirit's going to connect. Snow Icarus dive for 20. Nice jukes there from Milan. Just wasting the time here. But again, Dyrachyo, he can pretty freely farm here. He's not too threatened right now by this... by this Tidehunter. They might set up for a kill here, and they will onto our little old Shadow Shaman. Could turn, though, and he will. Shackles are going to connect. We got Cheshire Cat as well with the 8th minute, perfectly catching, as well as the damage. Here's Dyrachyo ganking from the top lane, mind you, but Crystal is still alive. He's got 5 wand charges to use, and there's the counter rotation from the mid lane. Dream Coil now into the blood right. They're going to snap that and end the life of Yamich. Silenced up as well is going to be now 1. Look how fast this Lifestealer, sorry, the Bloodseeker is, but there's going to be the Infest Bomb trying to turn now onto Malrin. Where is TA? Not rotating because they don't need her. They got level 6 for Cheshire Cat, just enough mana, and the mark damage actually will nuke down Malrin. Cheshire Cat's going to TP home because he's too low. Doesn't want to give Crystals any more move speed. And Rabel's going to get the tower mid lane in the meantime. Oh, he's going to get close. That's within deny range, unfortunately. Okay, now he's going to get the tower. Marana, unfortunately, unable to do much there as the creep wave is going to jump in and tank the arrow. Good stuff here. Good stuff. As they have, are going to keep the Lifestealer down bottom for now. Might look for a bit more. Good D-ward by Yamich. That'll help create a bit of space here for him. Our Lifestealer Feast is, what level is it? It's level 3. So it's 3% max HP per hit. It's great. It's great. Also stacks additively. He's got Infest now. With Ghoul Frenzy, 2 points in that one, 50% Muso. Careful here. Careful here. Ravage committed. Milan cutting him out, and they got the kill. They're going to steal some stacks here as well. This is major for Windstrike. This is very bad, as those stacks are going to be taken. They've dropped a ward now as the Dream Coil for the attempt on the Phoenix. That's not going to happen, or will it? Nice jukes, but no, you're going to take down to the urn. But now we don't have a lot of mana for Malrin to take this stack. Don't worry, because Amar can do so pretty easily. And a big win, but down bottom, they're going to lose the Bane. As Dyrachyo and Cheshire Cat now playing together very early on, mind you. Very early on. These two heroes are meeting up and farming together. Interesting call to make. That mid-tier 1 tower, of course, was taken, so TA not too far behind in the itemization. Still quite happy with the way it's gone, but we got to take control back of the triangle. Luckily for Windstrike, they already got a sentry down. Unlucky for them, that's probably going to make them think that there's only one ward there. So they're going to lose that observer, but they're very unlikely to deward that second one that they still got. Oh, they're pinging it, though. They're pinging it. Yamich is like, no. They got another one, 100%. They got another one. And Phantom was like, I don't know. I don't care. You buy the sentry. He's like, fine. Phantom was like, I'm not using this sentry here. Yamich is like, I know I'm right. All right, 10-minute runes. Cheshire Cat going to be contesting with Marana, but Milan just going to leap into the pit. Doesn't want to really play with that one. Mid lane, careful though. TA could be in trouble. No, it's a bit too far up onto the high ground. He's good to go. Oh, you can't really get that kill, unfortunately. There's going to be the TA trap as well to slow down any pursuers. Phoenix is going to get level 6 there with the Tome of Knowledge, as Amar is going to go say hello to Duracho. The thing is, Duracho doesn't die to him. It is a really annoying lane, though. As you can see, yeah, he's not going to heal enough, actually. 3 points in the lifesteal, still not enough. Anchor smash down. Ooh, careful here, Duracho. We do not have Ravage, but those Anchor Smashes are going to do quite the number here. There's going to be now Supernova leveled. He's going to hop into the wagon, and he's going to do this to make sure that Amar cannot push the tower. Nice move. Nice move. Yeah, because Amar, unfortunately, without that wagon, doesn't really push too fast. He hits towers pretty hard, but not frequently. And that's why it's really useful to nuke the creep waves as the Tide Hunter and use the wagon, basically, to actually siege the tower. Can we take a look at net worth and see how Rabel's doing? As he's going to be going for the Desolator first into the Blink Dagger, but currently leading is Amar. Again, this guy, nobody told him that he's not allowed to farm on an offlaner. He said, I'm going to get my farm no matter what position I'm playing. Yamish coming to TP. They're not going to cancel the coil in time. Or they're not going to cancel the TP with the coil in time, and Yamich will hit him with a little bit of the lat lines. What will he do now? Good question, because this is going to be a free tiered 1 push, and look at this. I can't believe Duracho actually ran all the way up there with the wagon. Got 1 hit on the tower. He's like, screw this. This is slow. He's going to turn now, get some damage onto the tower, and this will be a tier 1 in favor of Windstrike. They will lose their bottom tier 1 tower as well. But it ain't too bad here of a trade for them. Windstrike, smoked up, trying to bait Milan, but not going to really find a reason to cross the river there, especially with the arrow missing. Second Mithril Hammer will be online relatively shortly. They did actually get that second D ward, so shout out to Yamish. Either that or the ward just expired naturally. Smoke play from Mallory. Doesn't have the coil, though. Yamish, his smoke's going to break, as will Fishman. We do have the... Yeah, there it is, the Fiend's Grip. Nothing to wake him up. Oh, he's going to cancel it himself, though. Taunted up by the 8th Remnant, so there's going to be 1 ulti used and blown. Another one here on the side of Creep Wave. They're going to just continue holding in this mid wave, kind of in a bit of a holding pattern until you do end up getting that... Until you do end up getting this Deso on the TA. It's just extremely necessary.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Javelin is already on our lifestealer. No boots, mind you, but he's now got what should be the full Maelstrom on the way. No, I don't think it can be. It can be the full Maelstrom. I don't know if it is, though. Also, I don't know if that's the right play to be making here, especially when you're about to get ganked. And no, not the courier. Okay, he got the Maelstrom delivered at the very least. He's going to be nightmared up and put to sleep. Malrin does have the Dream Coil now into the arrow. They might not even need it. We do have level 6 ready for Phantom. He's going to now commit it here. Oh, Duracho, nothing to hop into because Cheshire Cat was inside of the Dissemblate. Fishman is going to die, but they've lost the courier. They've lost 1. They will still be able to get that kill onto Fishman at the very least with a nice little tip, but nice play there. It's one of the oldest combos, a tale as old as time. But a nightmare into an arrow, not bad. TA now starting to take the lead with this Desolator. It's starting to hit very hard, and it can actually threaten Amar's life here. That's going to be the scariest part. He's going to be looking to claim a Power Rune arrow. Oh, dodged by Cheshire Cat, and that's going to be a DD. Sorry, make that an Arcane Rune bottled up for Cheshire Cat. Good job contesting the stacks, though. That's going to do well to slow down the farm of our Templar Assassin. We're still in the jungle, just continuing to hit creep. being protected by her team, but they will scout that smoke. They're going to run right into this one, though. Fishman just, yeah, he's going to tank it. He doesn't care. Oh, but you shouldn't catch Chrysalis. They might be able to catch him just in time. Trapping it in the Serpent Wards as well, as that is going to be a kill onto Bane just like that. Chrysalis trying to TP, but they got no damage in time. Malrin, in the meantime, gets the kill on the Cheshire Cat. That's a 4 times killing streak ended, so nearly 450 gold now into the pockets of Malrin. And it will be over 500 now thanks to the tower bounty. Uh-oh. That's a bad turn of events for Windstrike. Would have been good if they got that kill onto Chrysalis, but he had that TP out in time. Witchblade finish for Puck. Already having a really good progress here towards the BKB. Dyrachyo, you're just too slow, man. You buy boots. You can't chase a Puck. That's 15 minutes in. 6-1-1 right now for Malrin. Really having a great showing this series, it must be said. Game number 1, it was basically the opposite, right? Malrin not really getting a good game 1 on the Ember Spirit. Rabel going like 18-2 on the Queen of Pain. This time around, looks like the tables are going to be turning. Already 2 deaths on this TA. No Blink Dagger quite yet. We're getting there, though. And I think we should be looking to fight. Right now, everyone's just content to hit creep. But the Puck still leading the TA is very, very scary. It's top lane. They will be rotating on over. They see, actually, Dyrachyo farming. They might be able to jump him with a Fiend's Grip. There's rotation from Yamich, though. Can't interrupt here as Fishman just walking on up. Gets hexed up. Dyrachyo able to get off at least the Enrage, but he needs someone to help him, and he's going to find nobody. Instead, Supernova's going to be placed. Malrin, he might be able to get through this all by himself, but they're going to force him away. The stun will still connect. That should be Malrin then going down. Oh, the Nightmare, though. They dodged the mark damage, but still the Sunray. Is it going to be enough? It is. Pandemum with a big kill there, at least on the Puck. They lose, however, the carry yet again out for that one. But now double blink. Amar has his timing. He's got the same time blink as does Rabel. Again, this guy, he farms. He farms on your offlane. He's got more farm than the safe lane Bloodseeker. I mean, granted, this is a hero that does farm naturally better than the Bloodseeker, but Amar's just on a different level. He's on a different level. Rabel now with Blink, though, can look to maybe make it a little bit of a difference. Bottom, they've caught Milan, or maybe it's Milan that's caught someone else, actually. That is the Phoenix kind of getting kited around here. Milan taking a bit of damage. We got Icarus Dive. We've got Icarus Dive and Fire Spirits, but here's Dyrachyo. We'll force Milan away. They still have that ward up, by the way. Finally, Pantomim's going to get rid of it. Drums of Endurance finish for Milan. Of course, this hero just farms like crazy. The Yule Scepter for the Void Spirit done. We got some items here. Malrin should have Blink. Yeah, has Blink Witchblade. Going straight into the Ags. This is bad. This is bad. This Puck is too farmed. Puck is too farmed. Your Lifestealer is way too low. This is, of course, a Dyrachyo special. So, you know, let's hold out some you know, expectations. We'll hold out some hopes at the very least. For this Lifestealer to really start popping off, but as of this moment, it ain't looking too good. It ain't looking too good. Dyrachyo getting a couple of casual D wards. You can get another one up here. I think. No? Okay. That's just out of range. Unlucky. DD for Rabel. Are they really going to try and Roche right now? There's no Ravage? When did they use Ravage? Wait, how long is Ravage on cooldown for? It can't be for that long. They did use a top. It's on cooldown for 10 seconds. Okay, so there's basically Ravage. With the meld applied, Roche back out of the pit. Serpent Wards dropped, though. They're really committing for this. Moonlight Shadow, but they've got the sentries in the river here watching over. Yule Scepter as well at the ready, but Amar with his Blink Dagger could look to surprise here the rest of Windstrike as they're going to be setting up. There's going to be now the Moonlight Shadow ending. As they do scout Amar. Not popping his Blink quite yet, though. Not forcing it out. Now they know, though. And Roche has massacred the Serpent Wards. That man hates snakes. I don't blame him. And the smoke play out from creep waves. They will look to head up towards the triangle, but Pantomime in a perfect position to break smokes. Will do so now. Scott's plenty of heroes, and there's going to be no jump onto him. They get Cheshire Cat's Courier, though. They're chasing as well after one more. Oh my goodness, what are you doing here, Dyrachyo? There's the blink from Amar, but he's already enraged, so you're not going to pop Ravage for that, and just a lot of saber rattling. You can tell Windstrike that they are the beneficiary of that, because look at the net worth lead now on TA. Already a 600 gold lead. She was behind the puck, and they're going to be jumping in. Amari's going to be controlled here quite easily by the Shackles. There's going to be Supernova on top, but he's going to be able to purge it off as he pops the Ravage. Egg, Supernova is going to be completely controlled as the Yule Scepter is going to be good enough to lock down and get the kill on the Duraccio. Buying back into the fight is going to be the Phoenix, but he doesn't have any spells except for Sunray, as maybe looking to turn now with the TA, but they don't have, I think, enough catch for this puck, because we actually do not have, anything. Are they going to be able to catch her? Yes, they will. There's going to be a death. Arrow just dodged by Rabel, though. He knew that one was coming. Fishman is going to be next to fall, most likely, as Cheshire Cat continuing to run him down with the move speed slow. There's going to be an Icarus dive, and they got a double kill. Maybe looking for Milan next, as the 8th runner will catch him. Big fight for Windstrike. 3 kills on a Rabel. All of a sudden, this is going to be maybe even 4 bounties for them after this as well. Wow. Great fight. Decision to buy back there. I questioned it, but it was a damn good one. Even Cheshire Cat doing a ton of damage. Unfortunately, it just doesn't feel like they've got a life stealer right now. Great coil there, catching 2 heroes, and the Fiend's Grip was amazing. Nothing to cancel it, but nothing to really do damage through it either. You can see eventually the Puck Marana able to actually focus him down, but the Supernova is just too important of a target, as the buyback out from Phoenix was not that bad. Yeah, pretty good overall. Rabel's the only important person to get farm here right now, to be honest with you. Having another person to wake people up from nightmares as well is super useful, as we can see. And just a great fight. We are going to be paused in real time, so of course, no threat of missing anything here. Going for the Ags on the Void Spirit next. Very, very greedy build on this Void Spirit. Not going for a really any go traditional items, as we're going to get the good to go from Windstrike. As they will now head up. Again, continue to collect bounties. It is 4 bounties for them as well, guys. So quite a big net worth swing here between the 2 teams. This is going to do well to catch up not only Cheshire Cat, but also Duraccio, who's not having a great time here on the Life Stealer. His farm still could use a bit of work, but that's now going to be half of Ags already done for Cheshire Cat after the Yule Scepter. So his farm is very respectable right now. Currently, the farm distribution, though, definitely favoring the likes of Creepway, but there's BKB now for Rabel. He's pretty scary. Next item, probably MKB, just for more damage, as he's going to show off that brand new BKB. Maybe Daedalus? Do you really need an MKB this game? Probably not. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. No, she's going for the Shard next. That one's great for a fully charged trap, rather. The Shard will silence for 3 seconds. Good item versus the Puck. Good item versus the Puck. They're sending the Bane Courier to scout Roche. They know no one's there, but they're going to see Puck now invis up, but they're not going to be able to set up a Remnant in time. There's no detection. The Moonlight Shadow perfectly counter-initiating here, but they do have vision here around that ward spot. They know that Rabel's got a BKB, though, so this is a little scary. Inside that creep is going to be Duraccio, as Amar's going to say hello. He can kill creep pretty easily. There's the Gush. Duraccio looking to kick off a fight. They're looking for more. The blink back from Amar. He doesn't have the Ravage. He does actually have the Ravage. I'm a big fat liars. They're going to use the Yules to catch one. Amar trying to soak it up, and he will be able to do so. But now they're going to jump right onto him. Malloran trapped in the middle, but they've used the Hex. And now the Shackles from downtown. That's going to be the damage from Malloran. Or is it BKB used by Rabel? They're not even going to get this kill. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's 10-second BKB. That's 10-second BKB. And now they're going to look to counter-initiate. They only got Bane out of that. They only got the Bane. That's not worth it at all. And now there's going to be the Ravage. They catch 2 perfectly. Cheshire Cat's already dead. A nice silence as well onto the... Oh, TA. That might just be the game. That might just be the game. I'm not even being dramatic here. Oh, no. Popping the BKB because they thought they could get him. They're going to do Roche. I don't know if they can do Roche, but that's a 10-second BKB. That's a big, big death there. That's a much too aggressive play to be making out from Windstrike. I'm going to be honest. Really the surprise of anyone, but my goodness. Now we've got a BKB for Crystallis, and this is going to be likely Roche down. We do have Supernova to contest this. But you're silenced and you're slowed, and you do a Icarus dive. Maybe you try and snipe it here. Here's Dyrachyo. There's Supernova now. Not a bad one, especially if you can control this puck, as Crystal's going to pick it up. But pops his BKB in the meantime. The mark damage still going to go through. They might have the kill on the first life, and they do through the 10-second BKB. As infested up is Cheshire Cat, moving very fast. Phantom now looking to escape. Respawning in 1 second is TA. As Dyrachyo going to pop out of the ulti now. Everyone's invis, though, looking for some damage. He's only going to find Fishman, as Phantom is going to die back for this now. Coil committed down to 1. Milan's still here, but out of mana. He's going to, leap on in with his hopes and dreams. But Rabel is now back in this fight with the blink forward. Nearly could have one-shot the puck there. Lucky to be able to escape, but the 8th remnant set up in time. This time they've got the damage. Milan now on the run, as they will continue chasing him down. Dyrachyo really wish he had open wounds this now, but it's not going to make too much of a difference. Eventually they will be able to catch Milan. Eventually they can be able to catch Milan. There they go. They finally got the right click they needed. We've got a leap charge in a second. Milan just giving them the ring around the rosy, but they will lose Aegis and the 10-second BKB charge as well on Crystallis. So just like that, Rabel right back in it. Rabel and the rest of Windstrike, I should say, right back in it. Oh my goodness, I can't believe this. Back and forth yet again. Rabel really doing a lot here. Shout out to Phantom. Oh yeah, this is the catch. Just barely. And Amar, a champion. He stops the 8th remnant. If they get that 8th remnant on the Malrin, 100% certified dead. 100% dead. No chance. And yep. Great stuff here. Which is this one? Oh yeah, the beautiful Ravage by Amar. They just run into it. They never got the D ward up there. Because they knew that was warded, but they just never got the D ward because they were I don't know. Good jump in. Great Supernova. My goodness, Dyrachyo just jumps in great in there. Immediately actually canceled grip. Shout out to Yamich as well. Canceling the Fiend's grip onto Dyrachyo, actually allowing him to do the damage. They get the kill as well. First life, the arrow dodged. Wow, I can't believe Windstrike did that. I cannot believe that happened. Malrin eventually gets that kill, but it doesn't matter much. Great stuff out from the side of Windstrike. Put them right back in this game. And you can see, what's his name? Rabel's like he's not interested in chasing Milan. Milan's not worth it. You guys can get Milan. I'm gonna push the mid wave. You can see he's doing that right now in the replay. Alrighty then, right back into it then. Another Moonlight Shadow. So right now, Creepwave is still looking for an engagement as they will drop a Sentry Ward. We don't have one defensively placed. Windstrike will now put one down. Observer as well to make sure they can get the jump out anyway. They might just be able to find the Bane early on. They will scout him now. Actually, I think he's just outside of Sentry range, but they know where wards are being set up, so they'll retreat back to their jungle, back to their triangle, where they feel nice and safe. And they're going to smoke up themselves now, looking to be aggressive. TA taking the Refraction Talent here. 14 stacks of that Refraction now. It's the only chance of dying is if you're silenced and you can't refresh those Refraction stacks. Oh boy, it is getting spicy here. Another very close match here, 15-16, a 3K net worth lead. Yeah, that's nice, but really that's going to be the difference between Amar and the Void Spirit. So, like, that's really it. I think everyone else is just about neck and neck. Dyrachyo as well is still a bit far behind. As our Void Spirit now has Ags. He's going to be the one to break the smoke as well. Gets up the Yules. He shouldn't die here. Oh, but the arrow. It's perfect. He's dead. Oh, no. He got off the Astral Step, but not the Dissemblate in time. Milan able to get the kill there. The rest of the team just has to TP away, as they do not want to fall victim here. Unfortunately, you don't commit much for the kill, except for a Sacred Arrow. Very unfortunate. Very unlucky there. As they almost lived there. Maybe could have looked to turn as well, of course, with how mobile that Void Spirit is. Unfortunately, getting caught. Probably didn't have time, of course, to activate the Dissemblate. And that's going to be costly here. Windstrike, they're going to lose their position 3. Bottom lane, TA is farming, setting a trap. I'm not sure what TA is doing down there. Is she coiled? What's going on? TA, down bottom, is still fighting versus 2, turning and fighting, killing the puck? What happened? She must have been Fiend's gripped. But it just took them forever to actually get through the refraction charges. Now Yamich is chasing after, looking for revenge, but they don't have detection, so they have to back off. She was Fiend's gripped, I think. I'm not sure. I can't be certain. But I think she was Fiend's gripped. And then they just took forever to get through refraction. Phantom doesn't want to be here. This is a bad fight. Windstrike, they're going to lose both their supports as well as their mid laner. Yep, Panama, I mean, he's got Icarus Dive, Yule Scepter, a little bit more damage. Waning Rips, he's dead. Okay. Lifestealer Armlet, Maelstrom into the Sanjin Yasha. Arrows dodged, of course, there. Eaten by the creep wave instead.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
All right, now creep wave. Big opening for them, of course. Big death on the TA. It allows everyone else to close the gap on the farm. Mid lane. Milan's gonna get caught here. Not a big catch. Fishman has the Nightmare to wake him up, though. A nice job. That's essentially going to be a dispel there. Popping to BKB, though. They're going to fight versus Amar. He can't use the Ravager. He's going to tick down. Nice coil there with the Aghanim Scepter, but they also have the Shard here for the TA, as Milan still might end up dropping here. The Hex will find that Chicken Silence up as well into the Gate. The Remnant will allow the rest of the team to escape, but they're out of there. Movements here out from Windstrike as they're going to sweep the map, look to catch anyone, but great warding out from the side of Creep Wave means that everyone's going to be pretty much back on the high ground. Just too scary. Once again, it's going to be 4 more bounties for the likes of Windstrike. A DD Power Rune has fallen top. Yule Scepter. They may have just. Oh, it's an illusion. It's just an illusion. No need to panic here, but they will be able to wake up Duracho. But now the Fiend's Grip, they have nothing to stop this. The arrow is not going to connect because they've canceled it in time with the Aghanim Scepter and the Dissembler. The Resonant Pulse, rather, inside of our offlaner is going to be the carry. Unfortunately, they are getting eaten alive. TA is able to escape. Duracho is not going to be as lucky, though, as he's left in a 1v5. He will be nuked down. Windstrike. I don't know. They just run right into the arms of the beast. Oh my goodness. Tidehunter with his blink, and now, of course, the Heaven's Halberd, super effective versus the TA. Duracho does not have buyback, dead for 50. This is going to be a couple more towers. Rabel here, careful. Does buy out now for the Daedalus, but so doesn't have buyback anymore. Fishman chasing after. Has Nightmare. That's going to be good enough for the setup. Rabel setting a trap, though. Quite literally, but Fishman not showing. Could look to bait. Ooh, this is tough. This is tough. Rabel is just chilling here. He sees only one hero. Is he going to make this jump? Fishman, he's continuing to scout. I don't know if he saw Milan there. That might have been just the vision. Now he sees Milan. Hard kill. Oh, there it is. And he's going to blink and TP away. Milan's like, are you serious? Dead for 50 seconds. Nice pick off there. Pushing the way. He was forcing a lot of commitments there. Nicely done. Whew. Alrighty then. Just like that. 7K net worth lead. Again, a very tricky time. Cheshire Cat did very nicely to jump in and cancel the Fiend's Grip with the Resonant Pulse Silence Wave, but again, just tough. It's tough when you kind of just walk in like that. Amar still has Ravage, by the way, but they've smoked up. They're just running it down mid, looking for anyone foolish enough to be farming right now. That might be Crystallis, but he's behind his tier 1 tower.
Has been killed. Radiant are scanning.
And he's not going to be showing anytime soon. Heroes missing off the map. They've died to Rabel once. Shame on them. They won't be looking to do this one again. As Rabel up to level 23. So far, having a decent game. Can't really imagine complaining too much about this one. 25 talent is going to be either refraction instances or that Mel's 1 second hit dash. It's kind of hard to take here. Kind of hard to think about it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no. They've caught one. They've caught two, actually. Here with the coil. It's both cores as well, but there's a supernova beautifully placed on the high ground. Amar cannot ravage. There's no targets here, but the stun onto Rabel as he snaps the coil. He's going to go invis and looking to turn, but Amar immediately purges off the stun, and they turn, get the ravage. Now, TA is dead, does not have buyback, and there's now Dyrachyo dead for 73 seconds. They get the second kill onto Pantomime, who's going to buy back, because look at this. Crystal's in some trouble. He's going to die to server wards. No, and they can't get that kill. Pantomime running back in, trying to do whatever he can. Cheshire Cat's still alive. A nice silence onto 2 as Crystals is going to die. Rabel with the trap kill. Gets a kill with the trap. Unbelievable. Oh my goodness, this game. And just like that, actually, Rabel has buyback after that death. They could still look for Roche here, even without Crystallis. They are going to be scouted, though, by this TA trap, which, again, does a lot of damage. 510 bonus damage. It ain't no joke. Nice egg there. What's stunned? There must be a basher on Crystallis that I didn't scout, because something stunned him, and it couldn't have been Arrow. I don't think he snapped coil either. Great fight, though. Supernova stun, unfortunately being purged off by Amar just in time. And you can see patience by Amar, patience by TA, not to use that trap for Amar. So Crystallis like, it's safe. There wasn't a trap there. Yoink. He's dead. Nice job there on the trap kill. Oh, what? We've missed another kill. Pantomime is dead. Okay, that's a dieback for him. He tried to contest the Roche again. Milan is not a real mean game as well. This TA is going to be able to respond naturally. 18 seconds till your Bloodseeker is back. Dyrachyo just kind of running at them. Right now, Creepways, they don't have the ultis to fight reasonably. Oh, you know what? It was probably Fiend's Grip that was holding down the TA, now that I actually think about it for more than 0.5 seconds. Fiend's Grip going to be great there, of course, because TA can actually still kind of just turn around and fight. As long as she got that BKB active, she doesn't really care that much if she's being locked down by the coil. I mean, it sucks as it sets you up for even more damage, but oof. I'll go into Roche. Crystal's back alive. As it looks like he does have that basher, I think. Yeah, he's got that basher. Okay, so I think he was bashed by the basher. Maybe Dyrachyo then eating the grip instead. Kind of hard to tell in these very hectic team fights, but that's going to be Aegis and Cheese. Don't forget that Cheese. Crystallis on Crystallis. Cheese given over to Amar, the friendly guy. The fondue guy. Amar the fondue. That's what it stands for. That's what the F stands for, everyone. Now we know. Bloodseeker going for that Ag Shard next is going to be nice versus this tanky Lifestealer, who's not really been farming too well this game. This Lifestealer not really farming too... Oh my goodness, Milan. You're mad, man. This Courier's going to go down. That was the full Heaven's Halberd, with the exception of the Talisman of Evasion. They're going to TP away, though. Maybe look towards mid lane. Careful here, Cheshire Cat. Oh my goodness, that Bane really wanted that kill. That was a close one. Great vision being set up, though, by just about everyone here on the side of Creep Wave. As bottom, we're going to get the Shaman to drop his Serpent Wards. He's going to run away now. Milan nearby should be able to dispatch of these pretty easily, however, as soon as Milan gets back from being AFK. I'm not really sure what Milan is doing. Okay, he's not AFK. He's just standing there to make sure that no one else can come kill him. He's calling for reinforcements. But they've cut one more wave down bottom. The Serpent Ward's not going to do a whole lot here other than just delay them a little bit. They force one TP. Dyrachyo, all right, he's getting closer to that basher. Leveler's a great item here, though, for Windstrike. That's a big find. Trickster's Cloak now for both, for one side. Timeless Relics, fantastic. For probably, it doesn't work on Bane spells, unfortunately, because of their channels, except for Nightmare. Esmeralda, you'd probably want that one for the stun. It's so hard. Crystallis is going to bring up big old wave up top lane, continue pushing. Bottom, it's just the Yamich watching TA farm show, as right now that's going to be their best bet. Big difference here, 7k net worth difference between Dyrachyo and the Bloodseeker. Crystallis having a fantastic farming game here. Dyrachyo just unable to find the farm he needs. This big old machine gun fire spirits. Careful, incoming, careful, arrow incoming. Aaron was expecting him to be caught. Luckily, he's not going to be punished for that. That's going to be a quick D-ward, though. Get that one out of here.
middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle
Rabel.
tower has
Oh,
fallen.
divine rapier time, boys. We're still in it. We're still in it. And you know what? He just needs one more wave for that rapier. But I think Creepwave, they're gonna know they're going for that rapier. Rabel needs to get the hell out of Dodge.
Radiant
Oh, he needs to get out right now. No, get out of here, Malrin. No, don't do this. The entire team is coming. What are you doing? No. All right, that's fine. Leave him to die. Yamich is gonna die for the team. It's okay. He baited out the coil. He's dead for 50. It's okay. Whew, I got so scared. I actually was terrified there for a hot second. My goodness gracious me. I thought they were going to actually get that one in. Okay, so the farm continues. They make a little bit of space bottom, so Duracho is going to venture into his triangle, get some damage done. Flicker picked up. Not a bad item for Pantoum. Not a bad item for really the Void Spirit even. That move speed and Dispel puts you in a random spot. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Speaking of Void Spirit. Oh, no. Oh, no. They're going to make it over to him in time. Oh, are they? Cheshire Cat. Astral Step it. No, he TP's right in front of him. No! Whoa, why'd you TP right there? Cheshire Cat, he's dead now. He gets down to the low ground of the river. He's dead. Wait, no, they're fighting this. Duracho's going to jump in his friend, but he's still going to go down. Now Duracho's in a bad spot. He's got a basher at least, so he's not instantly killed, but Gem on the deck. Pantomime being silenced. What's going on? Wind Strike. No! They're all dead just like that. 3 heroes as they all got save your buddy syndrome. I understand why, because he doesn't have buyback, but neither does Duracho, and neither does Phoenix. Wind Strike, if they lose this game because of that, they are not going to be pleased. Do we have Divine Rapier for TA? That is the only hope right now, unfortunately.
Radiant's
We
middle tower is
do have
under
enough money for it. It's just whether or not the courier can get to the side chop or the secret chop is the question. He's going to have to go himself to the dire secret shop. I mean, what do you... Why wouldn't you go into the trees above you? An Astral Step, why does he run that way? He doesn't have any vision there. Oh, no. Okay, there's Divine Rapier picked up. We need to be paying attention to the live view now because it's coming down to it. They actually almost killed him in the base. Tier 4's already down. What? There's Coil. They're just going to finish the game. She can't use the Rapier. The game's over. Oh, Creep Wave. They've done it. Wind Strike, they're going to fall in 3 as the Divine Rapier trip completely, I mean, Milan. I mean, oh no. Oh no, he jumps me, he blows up Milan, but it was all a bait. Kills mean nothing. Throw means everything. A Milan with the bait of a lifetime is going to be able to get the win there as we see how that game ended. Oh my goodness gracious me. Wind Strike. Oh, they lose like that is a heartbreaker. Cheshire Cat gets caught top lane by the Bane. The Bane pick is what screwed him here. Oh, no. That's going to be the series, though. Wind Strike, they're going to lose in 3. Cannot believe that was the ending. Quite anticlimactic to the series, but sometimes that's how it goes, ladies and gentlemen. Creep Wave, they're the better team today. They're going to get the 2-1 victory over Wind Strike, and that'll be our second series done and dusted. We're going to be going to a short break. When we come back in about 10 to 15 minutes, perhaps, we're going to have our third series, which is going to be Team Tequila versus Cascade, coming at you in just a bit. Thank you guys for tuning in. You're watching Snow Sweet Snow number 2 on Teb TV Dota. Make sure you drop a follow with Construct Dota as your caster. Again, we're going to be back in 10 to 15 minutes. We'll see you then. be Team Tequila taking on Cascade. Tequila, of course, formerly known as IPG. That's what they're going to be going on under the lower division for West or Eastern Europe, rather, for the DPC. Yeah, but their Team Tequila now, the biggest change is going to not only be, of course, their name, but they've also no longer playing with Antoha. Instead, they're going to be playing with Koval. So their match versus Cascade is going to be starting here just in a bit here. Cascade a little bit struggling for right now, but so is Team Tequila. So much needed win as both teams are actually both 1 and 2. So we'll take a look at what lineup Cascade has today. Zatrax, Shisui, Miero, James, and Kidaro going to be rounding up our lineup here for Cascade. We've seen Zatrax pull a couple of maybe inspiration from PuckChamp as they will run the core Wisp from time to time. Shisui, strong mid laner, good off laner as well here. And overall, a solid team here. We might have a very close series between the two teams. But over for the side of Team Tequila, formerly IPG, again, they are going to be playing with the same roster they had under IPG, except this time around, it's going to be Rari, Askold, Supernova, Ladan, and Koval, formerly of Team Level Up. As we'll take a look here. Yep, there it is. Koval instead of Antoha, who, again, is not going to be on the roster for this squad. As far as I'm aware in this tournament, they've been playing with Koval, and they are very likely, IPG anyway, are very likely to play their last lower division match with Koval as well. That being said, they've got themselves a really mean position for Ladan. He is amazing on the melee position for heroes. Askold as well. He's a young but very ambitious mid laner as well. He had a good interview with AG Murdercore for Snowsuits #1 that I'd recommend you guys check out if it's on the website. You can find it there. Rari, very safe laner as well, and Supernova in the off lane. Strong player, as I believe our draft is now getting underway. And yes, it is going to be live on your screens now. We can see IPG or Team Tequila on your left side. They are going to be having a first pick in the draft compared to Cascade, who have now last pick on the dire side. So we'll see what we can get going for both teams as we're going to get right underway. Both teams already nearly completed with the first banning phase. Puck, Timber, Nyx. What'll it be? What'll it be here? What do you like to ban first here, Cascade? Might it be an offlaner? Beastmaster, perhaps, still available? No, the DP, okay. Beastmaster is also a prime candidate here for first phase ban material. Everyone does not want to get his hands on them. So is the Coddle, and IPG, or rather Team Tequila, will pick it up. Oh, fun fact for you. So tequila made from 100% blue agave. It's a certain type of cactus that has to be grown and fermented in the state, sorry, not fermented, distilled in the state of Jalisco in the middle of Mexico. However, there's a certain type of tequila that you can make that's not called tequila. It's called, oh crap, what's it called? How can I forget this now? You know, I'm a bartender and a Mexican, so I'm doubly ashamed. Mezcal, which is going to be basically tequila without the specific law applied to it. What they do is they hang a piece of chicken breast right above the liquor when it's fermenting or when it's distilling, and apparently it tastes really good. And honestly, that's what you need here. If you're going to be playing versus Team Tequila, you need a Hex because they like to play these fast heroes. You need to get that chicken out and running, and Rubik is a good candidate as well. These instant casts, these instant catches, like your telekinesis, like your hexes, are going to be really, really useful versus a very fast and aggressive lineup that IPG generally like to run. They're a very run-at-you team, and which is why I bring up that Team Tequila story. Sorry, I need to stop calling them IPG because they are Team Tequila now. They're Team Tequila. All right, Tequila, they'll pick up the Void Spirit, which is nice to have the Rubik for. And immediately Cascade will run the OD. That's what I thought they were going to do, as they pick the Rubik first, making sure the OD can't be counterpicked, and they're going to fourth pick or second pick the Cascade OD. So, again, the hero receiving some nerfs, but is very strong versus the Void Spirit. You might need to pick something else here to try and get a counter around it, because this OD, man, even though he is nerfed, he just wins you the lane. He wins you the lane, no matter what lane you put him in. Sometimes, no matter in what position, it's a little bit ridiculous, honestly. This hero, the Outworld Destroyer, he no longer devours those outhouses. He destroys them. And what are you going to pick against him? I don't know. TA ain't bad. Visage potentially ain't bad here, actually, versus the Rubik. I kind of like it. Lots of burst damage. TA, you can think Visage. I don't know if we have a Visage player for IPG, though. You got to be careful, though, right? Because you never know if it's going to be the OD mid or the OD offlane or the dreaded OD position 5, which I don't think you could really get away with anymore these days, because you really do need to get that Meteor Hammer ASAP. And position 5 OD is like... It's tough. I mean, you go naked Meteor Hammer. It's a pretty cheap item. I think it's like 2,300 gold. Pardon me. But it can be a little bit too greedy for a position 5, in my opinion. It is 2,350. I thought it was 2,350. That recipe having just a really awkward cost. So yeah, it's pretty expensive. It's like going first item blink without any boots on like an Earthshaker position 5, right? Like you're gonna report that guy if he's on your team and he queued hard support, and for good reason. For good reason, you shouldn't do that. But the OD is going to be picked up. Let's see where Team Tequila or how Team Tequila are going to be responding. Unfortunately, the best counterplay option here, just simply picking the Rubik, obviously not available, as that's already been picked up here by the side of Cascade. They've gone ahead and protected the pick, so heads up play for them there. I just don't know what else you could kind of afford to run, though, is the issue if you're IPG, however, is what I mean to say. Okay, well, let's take a look at the bans then, because we can worry about that after. I think right now IPG kind of just have to play their game. Interesting that they banned the Lycan. The Lycan, very strong versus the OD. Very, very strong. Especially once you get those Necro books up and running. You just pop the ulti and just select all, whatever your what in StarCraft, I think it's F1. You F1 and you attack move onto the OD, and you just kill him. Doesn't matter what he astrals, doesn't matter who he astrals, he's just dead. It's like playing Lion against Lycan. It's the worst. So, but they'll ban him. They'll also take out the Tidehunter, and Wraith King as well being taken out of the pool here by the side of Cascade. We'll get a little bit more information. It's like both drafts still pretty open-ended, right? You got an off-laner or a mid-laner, either or for both teams with almost with a guaranteed support, right? Rubik 4, Coddle 5, almost guaranteed here. You're going to be dissuaded from running anything like an Earthshaker here on the side of Team Tequila. They will ban out the Earth Spirits of Ladan. If you're going to ban another Ladan hero... Pardon me, I might suggest the Clockwork. That's another hero he definitely excels on. And we've seen him do it time and time and time again. So if you are going to ban another support, that would be my recommendation. For now, Cascade. We'll see what they want to go for. Again, really depends. Okay, so they banned the Darks here. So they're looking to protect their safe lane quite a bit here. They've committed 2 bans there for their own safe lane. And they'll pick the Bloodseeker. It's a good pick here with the OD because you can continue to flex the OD almost indefinitely. And then you pick up position 5 next. And really, Team Tequila are not going to have any idea what their landing setup is going to look like. So it's really, really hard to draft into this right now for IPG. You do have yourself a little bit of flexibility as well. You can always threaten and try and change the Void Spirit either off lane or position 4. I'm not against it this game, to be honest, considering how tough that lane is versus the OD. So that's going to be possible. I think it's just going to depend on where they want to lane it. Where they want to lane it, how they want to lane it, and what they think Cascade is going to run. I mean, what we know for sure is Bloodseeker is going to be played in a core role, right? I mean, it's going to be off lane or it's going to be safe lane. You know, OD for sure is going to be also in a core role. It's going to be mid lane or off lane. So you know that OD and Bloodseeker cannot both do this. It's like doing those logic puzzles. So what do you pick here for your IPG? You pick something, in my opinion, like a position 5. No, because you have a 5. Maybe you don't want to pick your safe laner. You pick something that would counter the Bloodseeker or the OD in one of those lanes so that they have to run it in the other one. Like if you pick, I don't know, like a Broodmother, you wouldn't, right? You wouldn't do that because the hero's bad. But if you pick a Broodmother right now, OD, no way he wants to go mid. So you're going to force him off lane, and that forces Bloodseeker safe lane. That's how you derail a draft like this. The Willow's not going to do it, but it does buy you another pick here to potentially get it done. You've got 8th pick overall in the draft. So it's not looking too bad right now. It's not looking too bad for IPG. Sorry for Team Tequila. Apologies. I've known these guys as IPG for
10 seconds.
a solid month, so it's hard to change it on the fly.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
What'll it be then? Yep, they just pick up position 5. Like, I mean, it's a great draft right now from Cascade. Again, the only way you can counter this is if you force one of the matchups, right? And the way you do that is you either, again, I think you pick a mid laner that counters OD super hard in the mid lane,
10 seconds remaining.
and then you force OD off, which will force Bloodseeker safe, and then you can try and play with that. I think that's what what Team Tequila are going to hope to do. They'll pick the Alk, so they're just going to try and speed the game up. Strong pick versus the Ench. Lots of physical damage. Not a very smart hero, though, so it is susceptible to the OD hammer combination. That's my main concern.
10
Take a
seconds
look
remaining.
here. And our Alchemist
5
doesn't have a very
seconds
positive win rate over the Alchemist, but it's not too bad here. It's not too bad, so it's playable. It's playable. The Alchemist isn't going to die super easily. It's going to be the biggest deal there. So we ban Pugna. My question is, where are you running this Alk? Is it an offlane Alk? We've seen offlane Alk quite a few times out from OG in Eastern Europe as well. Sorry, in Western Europe, we've been seeing Alchemist mostly, not really so much in Eastern Europe.
10
Team
seconds
Tequila, of course, an Eastern European team. So that's why I think it's going to be a bit of a different draft here. I don't really know where they're going with it for now, to be completely honest with you. They are banning counters to the Alk mid, though, by the looks of it. So maybe Void Spirit offlane is what they're thinking. But again, Cascade, they still have the opportunity to flex. I mean, they really have a flex between all 3 cores, and they've got last pick, so they're in a great position right now. I don't really see the point of the Ench. I think Ench OD is, like, if you lose your lanes, I don't think you can win, to be honest. Obviously, if you win all 3 of your lanes, you're not going to win that game no matter what. But if you win, like, if you lose one lane really bad, and even if it's not the Ench's or the OD's lane, I don't think you can recover this game giving these 2 heroes. I just don't think they do enough. I don't think they scale enough. People will disagree with me, but like the heroes, they just feel so weak. Like, Ench dies to pretty much everyone past 25 minutes. Everyone can agree on that. OD, he can get a BKB to live a bit longer, but after the Meteor Hammer combo is up, he just doesn't have a lot of utility there, right? And there just doesn't feel like a whole point to the pick. Like, what's the point? Feels like both of these heroes, they both win you lanes. Why do you pick both of them? And Team Tequila, they're just going to go with a very safe pick, the Jug. So it looks like it is going to be the Alch mid and the Void Spirit off lane. They banned the TA, so they suspect that with this Alchemist mid, the OD's not going to want to lane against him. And they will be looking to send him off lane, which will force Bloodseeker safe lane. So they're expecting a mid lane ban. Or sorry, a mid lane pick right now from Cascade.
5 seconds remaining.
First, the Alchemist. What are you going to want to run here? I could see a case for Batrider this game. I think it's really greedy, but honestly, I think your draft's already greedy, given you have an OD and an Enchantress. Because OD is good. He can just sit in your off lane and farm and push and be your dead laner. And Batrider, he can get his farm. He's decent enough versus the Alchemist, I think. Good versus the Void, good versus the Jug. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. It's another one of these slightly cheesy picks, I would say. But it's not bad enough. What do they run? You're going to go with the Ursa instead. So they draft a safe laner, so it's OD mid, right? Let me see here. So tracks carry Ursa, obviously. Position 5 Ench. Shisui mid lane OD versus the Alchemist. So they do want to run the Alchemist versus... Oh, it's Alch off lane. It is Alch off lane. They're doing it. And Asgold mid lane on the Void Spirit. I don't know if I really like the Void Spirit's lane so much. Let me check the stats and see if they agree or disagree with me. He does have a decent win rate, decent advantage over the Void Spirit. That's my concern, right? Void Spirit, one of 2 intelligence-based heroes that is melee. So that's going to do, obviously, give a nice big advantage to our OD in the lane. Because of course he's not only because he's going to take him out real easily and stop him from CS scene, he's also going to steal a crap ton of intelligence, steal a crap ton of mana each and every time he does so, which does turn into more damage, right, off of the Arcane Orb and as well as off of the ultimate. The concern I have is I don't know if it's going to be enough damage for an Alchemist, especially in the offlane. Normally, the way you play Alchemist offlane is that you'll very, very quickly farm up an item. And as soon as you have that one item, you'll go ahead and usually it's an Ags, right? And then you'll give your mid laner the Ags. So we might have like a Void Spirit having an Ags, a Yules, and a BKB at like 22 minutes in, very realistically, thanks to this Alchemist offlane. Because usually you want to give it to your most impactful hero, and your most impactful Ags this game is probably going to be your Void Spirit, right? Maybe you consider the Juggernaut. Maybe you consider the Juggernaut.
Oh, that's nice.
It's a bit tough. It is a little bit tough here, but I'm looking forward to how they're going to play it and how they're looking to play around this IPG draft. Or sorry, how they're looking to play around this OD.
Each blow sharpens my blade.
As we'll take a look now, getting underway with game number 1 of our 3rd series of the day. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Of course, if you're just joining us, you've already missed 2 great matches. And, well, that sucks for you, unfortunately. But I'll go ahead and recap them for you. Hellraiser put a 2-0 over Recast, 3-game series, but Creepwave are able to take the victory over Windstrike. And now Team Tequila, they're going to be trying this Supernova off-lane Alchemist versus the OD. I like it. This will speed up either the Jug or the Void Spirits game. I would still give it to Void Spirit because you can't farm real well with Swift Slash, obviously, but you do farm real nicely with that second Resonant Pulse. So I think that's going to be super useful because it'll also increase his farm by quite a bit. As we're going to get the good to go here quite shortly. Greatly looking forward to this one, though. I think both teams have an interesting proposition. They've got an interesting way of dealing with each other's drafts, and we should be in for a good one here. Lots of early pauses today. This time adds up, but we'll be back and playing Dota just before you know it.
This pleases me. Is it spring already?
As we'll get the good to go, and I think we're good. Everyone's just kind of chilling here onto the mid lane tier 1 tower. At the Horn, we might have some contests for the runes, of course. It's important to secure Ogre's first 2 runes. I don't think you usually take first point in the Grievel's Greed, though. Or do you for Supernova offlane? I don't know if you do on the offlane Alk. I think usually the first point in the acid spray is just too important. He's not taking anything yet, but he definitely didn't have the Grievel's Greed bonus for that. Not like it's going to matter. We'll keep an eye on his CS, of course, because I assume eventually you are going to get that Grievel's Greed, and that's going to be super, super important for him to be able to actually get that axe. Mid lane, Askold is not going to be too bad here. Normally, Shisui would already have another Arcane Orb, but of course, that 2-second nerf early on is going to force more and more points into the Arcane Orb for you to actually have damage. Of course, you still need the passive, and you obviously need the Astral Imprisonment. That's the whole point of picking the hero to dominate the lane. Ladon is going to be playing the position 5. I forgot they do change this up. Ladon normally plays the 5 now with the addition of Koval, who is mainly a position 4 player. Uh-oh, Supernova is going to be able to live. Zatrak is looking for a bit more damage as Kidaro doing a great job here at harassing away the Alchemist. That's going to be the biggest concern, right? Is you are picking a very greedy hero versus a hero that's meant to punish these types of picks, being that Enchantress. So if you can make it out of the laning stage, you do have at least a better chance. But it ain't going to be easy, or it ain't going to be free either. Asgold, of course, he already knows what Shisui is going for. It'll be the Meteor Hammer. No boots, just straight into it, man. That's all you need these days. It generally is a pretty solid pickup if you can pick it up really, really fast as well. He's starting to struggle. Top lane's attracts. He's going to be able to run through the trees. He'll be safe there from the Acid Spray into the Bramble Maze. Really good stacks of Grievel's Greed, though, for our Alk. He's 14-2 already. As the track's kind of getting bodied out of this lane is very, very worrisome. Rari doing just okay down bottom, 11-0. But really, it's a big CS lead over the Void Spirit. Naturally, being melee is going to give you a big advantage almost all the time. As Supernova realizes he cannot run away from this one, he's going to have to TP instead. Hidara will go and say hello to him, however. But once we have now, 2 points in the Astral Imprisonment, life becomes hell for Asgold. It's just, he never has mana. He can never get close to the wave. Shisui here is going to do a lot of damage with that one. Be careful. But luckily, cooldown's very long, very expensive to use the mana now. And bottom, Rari spinning until Miero. This might be a kill, but no, they're going to turn and fight. Miero is going to die to the right click of the Coddle. And now James, he's not likely to die here, or is he? Illuminate is going to be, actually, it'll hit him, and he's going to die. Oh, no. Yep, down he goes. 2 kills for Ladon on the Coddle. Hip, hip, hooray. He's going to be having a fun start there. Not bad at all. As we will get a quick pause there. I think the team's like, what? What are you doing, Ladon? You're not supposed to actually get kills in this lane. You know, you're just a Coddle. He goes, I'm sorry. I'm trying my best. Careful here. Magic damage coming for Ztrax. They will connect. And to the Acid Spray as well. It's not going to be a kill, but it will really harass him. Acid Spray now does take damage on the first very instance that's placed down. So didn't always used to do that. It would give you a little bit of a second, much like how, what's it called, would. Much how, oh no. Oh wow, they turn right onto Koval actually. Supernova's in a bit of danger. Nice jukes though. Nice jukes. He'll be okay. He's just gonna TP. Yeah, another TP to the tier 1, funny enough, but it'll keep him alive, and that's the important part for the Alk, to make sure you keep those Grievel's Greed stacks up. That's what you need. Uh-oh, Kadaro's stealing his creep, though. He's not going to be too pleased with this, obviously. Not a whole lot he can do right now. Unfortunately, Alchemist already has the Urn. Just looking to maximize his damage in this lane and be as annoying as possible to the Ursa Warrior. Top lane, Supernova in trouble though. Does have still Koval here, who jumps right into the Bramble number 1. Bramble number 2, he's gonna die to the tower. But first he's gonna get the kill and the Supernova. Kadaro in a bit of trouble. Curse Crown is gonna take him down. Needs to run fast and far. Uses the Fairy Fire. Breaks the vision as Koval's gonna get greedy. Go for the Courier first. We're gonna have another Bramble Maze up here. That should be a kill as he's gonna connect it onto Kadaro. Needs one more auto attack. We'll find it. And the kill onto the Courier, as well as the hero proper, is going to be a good start in that top lane. Ursa, though, getting the kill before onto the Alchemist does hurt, but Alchemist is going to be back into the lane in no time, and he's going to work on getting these stacks back up. Rari's always got this spin here to avoid the Blood Rite of Miero. Careful here, though. Does have to TP. Lots of TPs, but the damage is there. James surprising him, level 2 on the Fade Bolt, and they got it. Shisui will die in mid lane to the rotation of Ladan. What? You tell me a rotating Coddle caught him off guard? It's a Coddle with 1 point and Solar Bind and Illuminate? Look at this, he's predicting James. Oh, he almost got him. Pushing the wave though, he's griefing. No, of course, Askeld's gonna nuke it. That's going to be more damage done to the tier 1 tower. This is a great strat. Unfortunately, they can't keep the tower alive in top lane. Supernova is going to go down to tracks. He's going to take another death. Askell picks up the kill there. Skoval is unable to stop this Ursa Warrior from running right at the Alchemist. Second kill there for he tracks onto Supernova. Does have the TP ready in probably close to 20 seconds, though. So it's a bit of a costly death for both, but more costly for the Alch, who needs the space to continue to farm. Bot lane after the kill of the Jug with his TP on cooldown. They are going to be able to make a serious push for this tier 1 down bottom. That's why they TP Kadaro down here. There's Meteor Hammer completed mid lane. Be careful there.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As Kadaro is still alive for now.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Ladan trying to keep this one tower from being taken too early. Has to TP away, though. Tower is going to be taken. Miro's going to TP top lane. He's got no Rupture, though, versus Rari, who has no ulti either. Alk's still level 3, by the way. Does need a little bit more experience, but can't really do that when Rari is nearby, because Rari, of course, is going to get all the last hits from him. Supernova's going to TP down bottom. This is going to be the dead lane. He's not bad at farming it, but careful. EF5 Tornado coming his way. It's going to be really annoying to deal with. This is going to be free farm underneath the tier 2 tower, though. Alk is excellent at taking this, and he shouldn't miss a single last hit here. Oh, okay. He shouldn't miss any more last hits now. Oh, okay. He's not going to miss any more after this one. There it is. See? Now he's going to get this one perfectly. Boom. And 2 last hits missed. That does cost him a little bit, but not by much. Top lane, Miro's going to die. Cursed Crown, Dissemblate, as Askell will gank the top lane, rather, a second time. This time there's a Rupture for him. That's not going to stop him from getting the kill. And they can't realistically dive Alk under a tier 2. It's too early. You can't do it, guys. Even with Ursa and Rage, it's too risky. Of course, Void Spirit wants to be nowhere near this mid lane, because mid lane is death. And it might be death for Ladan. Nice blinding light, though, as they actually steal a... Is that light form? What? Okay. So now... That's it? Okay, so he's got recalled now. I mean, it ain't bad, I guess. I wonder... Yeah, it's just on Illuminate. Okay, interesting. He's got that buff. He can recall someone, and if he wants, and he's recall Miero. They're going to be looking to make a push towards the tier 1 tower in the mid lane. Spell stolen that time is Illuminate. Unfortunately, he loses the light form buff, which means he's got to channel that one normally. Rubik continuing to farm real nicely as well, but right now the Ursa Warrior taking the lead early on is going to be a little bit concerning. It's natural though. Void Spirit having a tough lane. Our Alchemist is still at the very bottom of the pool of cores though, which is the biggest concern here to me. He's going to go now into the Aghanim Scepter, of course, and I imagine that is going to be going the way of the Void Spirit. So we're going to see his net worth really tank here pretty quickly. Uh-oh, Kadaro's been scouted. He's only level 5, by the way. I don't know if Ladonna can kill him. Yeah, no chance. Just boots him out of the jungle as Kadaro's stealing farm away. Askell really starting to farm quite a storm here. Doesn't even have a single point in the Aether Remnant. Didn't even bother for it. OD's not really gotten too much damage on this tower, though, to be honest with you. Slightly concerning. Normally, you want to start knocking on that tier 1 tower basically every single time with the wagon, or sorry, with the Meteor Hammer, but he's not done so. I mean, obviously he didn't have it for the 5-minute wagon, but he's not done so either for the 10-minute wagon, as that one just goes freely to Askold. Supernova now is going to continue farming. He's doing the classic offlaner strategy of farming both ways at the same time. So this Alk is going to really start to catch up in terms of farm rather quickly. Latant just farming a small camp, missing out on the last hit there. Our Alchemists keeping on farming though, but try not to get this one stolen. Nice job. Fakes the last hit there. Shisui running on over, but Alk has no interest in fighting right now. He just wants to farm. He's not very strong whatsoever. So he's just looking to make sure he can get this Ags online ASAP for his Void Spirit. Again, most likely, I can't imagine it's going to be for someone else. Solar Bind taken. That with the increased cast range is super, super annoying to contend with. So that could turn into a kill, potentially. Light form used. They're probably going to recall the Alchemist back to the bottom lane. There he is, continuing to farm. Kadaro nearby has been scouted. Does have a TP, looking to TP away. He's going to be put into vision. Ate the remnants as well as the unstable concoction. Both just a little bit too late, but that will chase you down. There it goes. It's disappeared on the map. That's how high it got, but now it's going to arc right back down underneath the tier 4 towers. Incoming. Boom. 10 damage. Just hits him with the affirmative. All right. So far, I mean, Elk is getting closer and closer there to the Aghanim Scepter. We can see he's now got 3 points in the Grievel's Greed, so continue to accelerate his farm. Creep waves here are about to get upgraded here, which is going to be real nice for him. That'll give him a little bit higher and increase his farm a bit more. You can see Kadar is just right back, though. Has level 6 now, so the Untouchable makes him just about unkillable without committing, or at least landing a really, really nice Illuminates. Midway being pushed up by Ladan. And everyone just kind of hitting creep right now. No one looking to fight. Miero might kick it off. No, he used the Yule Scepter a little bit too early there onto Asgold. There's no kill there. Again, they can try for this kill onto Kadaro, but it's going to take a lot. You can see he's just kind of low-key, high-key unkillable. It's just how the hero works. 1 point and untouchable. He's actually not maxing the impetus, though, so he's not going to have a lot of damage. There's Ladan. He's going to have to give up a little bit of his mana there to the OD tower. Mid lane denied. Not too big of a loss. You just want to knock that tower down, to be honest. Try and stop this Alk from farming, who's now managed to out-farm your own offlaner. Again, it is an Alchemist, so part of me that is to be expected to some degree. And we can see we're nearly finished up now with the... oh goodness. Are you... Come on. Again, it's just wasting your time. And here's the Trex. The Trex is like, I dare you. Attack members of the forest and see what happens. Kadaro, he's masterfully baiting though, as here comes the Trex onto Askel, but he goes straight instead into the root as the Terrorize will connect. That spell is going to be stolen, however, so they can look to turn. Ladan running for his life versus the DD rune as Askel steals another Astral Step. Not going to want to use it though now that he's been hit by the Rupture. Terrorize this time. Going to force him a bit further away. As bleeding and losing a lot of HP is Askel. The Terrorize is going to miss. He has another Astral Step. He's going to be A-OK. Yule Scepter needs to get off the tracks. Will nuke him down as the team showing up to fight. Bedlam not going to be enough damage, and Bedlam stolen now by the Rubik, who is going to be stunned, but still manages to find the kill on the Willow. So right now, Team Tequila, they're falling apart at the seams. Shisui even gets a solo kill onto Rari as he just walks up to him in the triangle, presumably just drops the hammer on him. Indeed. As that's the ulti, of course, being used. Alk closing in on this Aghanim Scepter, though. This is going to be like I said, like an 18-minute Ags Yules combo, and Supernova is going to pick up a couple of bounty runs for free. Says thank you very much. I have Ags for you now, by the way. Let me get 9 more gold off this D ward. As the Trax is like, get the hell out of my jungle, and Supernova says, yes, sir. Pardon me. Sorry about that. All right, who wants this Ags? And he's probably going to be chasing after Asgold here relatively quickly. Again, I can't imagine you give Ags to anyone else this game but Asgold. It's just the go-to. Finally, we get this D-Ward. That's been there for a little bit of time, probably like 3 minutes. So it's good to finally get rid of it, and making sure you don't take any more poorly engaged fights. Ladan's going to start to really farm here, though, is the thing. Not bad at all. He's going to be going for the 4 staff, as that's probably going to recall. Yep, the Alchemist right down bottom. And there's going to be the Ags buff now for the Void Spirit, which does actually give you the stats, right? That's going to be the benefit of the Void Spirit. So now he's got 2 charges of the Resonant Pulse, which silence, 16 minutes with the Yule Scepter. That's the enemy Yules, but they've mistimed it yet again. And Miro going to jump right back on. Careful here, they've got Rupture. They're daring him to use it. Ladon nearby, they're not going to drop this Rupture. Rari running on over, does have the Omni Slash, doesn't want to use it though because he's been Fade Bolted, might not get the chance. Zaspel jumping on in. There's the Omni with the Illuminate. It's enough damage as the Omni still bounces around. Zatrax nearby, might not want to fight here, but does. His Askel has to self-Yules, as there's going to be the Terrorize perfectly placed into the Astral Imprisonment though, and they got nothing to actually cancel the Meteor Hammer, which will then get the follow-up stun onto Askel. The Semlight though, they don't have enough damage. He's still alive, as with Bedlam, they got the kill onto Kadaro. And there's going to be a big old kill onto the offlaner. James has stolen Acid Spray, but a good fight out from IPG. As with the Aghanim Scepter, Supernova is going to be a bit more powerful. Sorry, make that Askeld's a bit more powerful than you might imagine. All right. Well, the issue that I always find is, what do you do now, Alchemist? Sometimes we see them go back for a second Ags. This game, I think you can afford to wait a little bit, because normally I would say you're going to want to give it to your Jug, but not until he's got at least, you know, full boots, S and Y, and the Maelstrom, right? And maybe he's going for the Battle Fury. I doubt it, but you don't want to do it too early. Supernova going to get ran down. He's got an Unstable Concoction. He's going to turn. It's not a long stun, though. There's going to be the team running back in. The Remnant is going to last a decent amount of time. With the Bedlam, they're actually going to kill on return. Supernova baiting, as he is playing the part. Doesn't think of a bounty, unfortunately, but he's still really happy with how that one went, as the tracks did completely get kited there, unfortunately. Just right into the hands of Team Tequila. Rari now has almost the full S&Y and Maelstrom.
Middle tower is under attack.
So it's actually almost time to give him his Hex. We're still pretty far away from that on our Alchemist, though. But again, that's the reason you pick this hero. He's poorer than his position 5, yes, I know, but don't worry about it. Kadaro's been scouted, placing a deep ward. I don't know if they have a way to get this kill. Do we have Bedlam ready? That's my question. Jug, your courier is going to die, sir. And that add a neutral item on it in exchange for the life of Kadaro. 85 gold each, by the way, is not an insignificant amount. Top lane, OD's going to be forced to TP away. Team Tequila might choose to chase him a bit more, but he's already long gone. Careful here, up to the Hager on Miro. He's going to find one. He does have the Rupture for Askeld and will use it. They connect on the Silence as well. Double Dust there, just able to scout it down, but they don't have any follow-up here. They just want to keep him out of the jungle, I guess. And I guess you're going to tank, or you're gonna drop your Rupture for that. BKB now for the Ursa Warrior. Wow, Rari, you madman, just runs right into the enemy jungle to farm. I got to be careful here, but Rari nearby has the Omni Slash good to go again, as they will nuke down the Ench creep. See you later. I hear an Astral. Is that for a hero? It was. Zatrax is going to get a kill. Oh, Zatrax was hunting him near the bounties. Never mind. So he's going to get that kill there. Spell stolen is going to be light form yet again. Not really the spell you want. You get recall at least. He's going to activate that one for Coddle, as Shisui is going to rotate on up. Koval here nearby with the Terrorize. It's going to whiff. It's going to whiff. That's not the engagement you need, as Askeld needs to go ahead and dissemblate away. Ladon's going to die. Koval is going to be able to TP out at the very least, but this might be Roshan. In fact, it should be, especially with BDK on for Zatrax. Rari's nearby, but careful. OD is very close as well, as Askeld is going to get scouted into the Astral Prison. He goes. Now out comes the Omni Slash onto Shisui, as well as they've actually used the Assembly to dodge. Big silence. They're catching 4 heroes, as Askeld with another Astral step forward cannot get the kill on anyone. Self-fuels though, as Rari doesn't have much else to offer anymore. There's going to be a kill onto him. Zatrax using the ultimate. Healing ward stolen. And that's going to be Roche started up then. Alchemist with a big death. I'm not really sure what hope your Alchemist brings to this fight, to be completely honest with you. Doesn't really seem to be a whole lot he could do except throw down the acid spray, I suppose. Hope for the last hit thanks to the damage, but good luck with the Trax, who's got the Fury Swipes on the Ursa, sorry, on the Roshan. I think you just got to keep farming. Get this second Ags up, and maybe you're in a good spot. Drugs now got the full SNY and the Quicksilver Amulet. That'll help him out a little bit here. But he could use that Swift Slash now, to be honest. If we can get that one going here, Alchemist. He's catching up already. He's now surpassed the farm of Koval. But normally you want to go for, like I said, a Medallion, a Solar Crest, something like that this game. Might even consider a Yule Scepter, to be honest. Great item this game versus the OD to cancel the Meteor Hammer channel versus the Bloodseeker. For defensively, whoa, both Astrol's used. Asgold. All right, he's going in. Big silence on the 2. That should be a kill onto Kidaro, except it's not because he's too damn tanky. Uh-oh. Triple dust. The rare triple dust onto Asgold here. The triple commit. They want him dead, though. Dissemblate. He does have the Yule Scepter to buy a little bit more time, but I don't think he's going to be able to escape here. Yes, he is going to get perfectly timed there by the Meteor Hammer of Shisui. Just too aggressive there. Both Astral steps in. You madman. What are you thinking? How are you going to get out? What's your team going to do? Nothing. They can't follow you that fast. There's no Omni Slash. Very aggressive move there out from mid laner for Team Tequila. Void Spirit, very farm, but of course, a lot of that gold is thanks to the Alchemist, who is looking to maybe farm a second Ags. Again, I'm not really sure what you build. Like I said, I like the idea of the Solar Crest, maybe even the Yules, but getting that Swift Slash for your Jug is going to be huge this game. That'll allow him to go for literally anything else.
Radiant are scanning.
I think Alkshard, they should change it. Sorry. I actually have no clue. Oh, Alkshard gives you like a better concoction. I think Alk Ags instead of the damage, because no one ever does that. What you should do, if this becomes a play style, is it should allow you to gift Aghanim shards to your allies. There it is. There it is. Every game, Alchemist support. Could you imagine? What a thing of beauty. Supernova. Oh, he's got a blink. He's gonna not stun himself because they got vision on the high ground, but the spin out from James. Spell stolen is gonna now be that acid spray yet again, as it looks like they have to leave Supernova behind, and he is immediately eaten alive by Shisui.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Miro continuing to just run around, look for kills here. This Team Tequila, they're gonna have to. Oh, well, they're gonna scout Askel because he's got the creep wave over here. Yule Scepter into the Omni Slash, trying to turn, but it's gonna bounce into the creep. There's a Trax in the meantime, has gotten a kill onto Ladon, and here he is now looking for the next one onto Askel. Luckily, the rupture has ended. The Trax kind of getting body blocked by his team, but here's Rari in trouble. Gets off the spin at the very least. That's going to be stolen. He's TPing out. There's no basher. There's no way to cancel it, and he's off and away. All right. A very hopeful initiation there by the Alchemist, though. As soon as they get on your high ground, I think you just kind of back off. It's not a great opportunity for your team to follow up you right there. To follow you up. Rari, he's in trouble. We've got the Astral. Oh, dropping the hammer. And one last auto attack out from Zatrax is going to be enough for the kill. Ooh, tough. Now there's a Basher on Ursa, a 5k net worth lead against the team with the offlane Alchemist, who is scared of Kadara, by the way, for good reason. Yule Scepter, they've unfortunately mistimed that one. As there's the dust, there's a stun. That should be a kill with Bedlam. It is, but you're going to pay the price because we already have a Hex for Shisui. Chasing after more. Ladon in trouble. We've got a Basher. He's dusted up as well, by the way, so that he's easily able to get him in the Astral Imprisonment. Meteor Hammer, perfectly timed. Ladon's going nowhere, and there's going to be another kill with Chakra Magic stolen. No, that's not something you want to give away for free to the OD. Uh-oh. That's a kill. He's dead. I think this game's over. The offlane Alchemist, unfortunately, has not worked out here for Team Tequila. As you can see, they are now going to lose 3 heroes basically for nothing, just for the Ench. I said they had to win early, and that's what they're doing. Team Tequila continuing to try and farm up a little bit more, hoping for that Solar Crest after the Medallion Blink. A bit hopeful at this stage, though. As the 2-3 tower is going to fall. Cascade picking up the first lane of barracks here already, 26 minutes in. I've got no reason to really back off unless Ursa, okay, there it is. He's got the enrage, he's okay. But there's Aegis reclaimed. Supernova throwing the concoction at him though. He's gonna be able to stay alive for now. Ursa still has yet to use this 10-second BKB as well, so he's feeling really good about how this game is going. Probably so are the rest of Cascade. They're up 9k. They're now more farmed than the than the Void Spirit, I mean, who, by the way, was gifted an Alchemist Aghanim Scepter, which does increase your net worth accordingly. And we have no such Alchemist, of course, on the side of Cascade, and instead just a very farmed bear. Tier 3 times for Cascade. They might look for another fight here, to be honest. They're really strong. I don't think they have a great reason to be scared of Team Tequila right now. I think they could probably just take about anyone. Cascade into their own jungle they'll go, where they find themselves an Alchemist and Koval. They've got a ward down, but it's going to be dewarded. Koval got to run. Can't really run very far. They actually are dodging them for now, but now I think Shisui, yep, they've seen one. They also find Supernova, going for the quick kill onto him. He's going to be silenced as they actually get the Terrorize off. Still continuing to run. Ladon is nearby as well. The good Terrorize. The track's pretty far away from his team. Ferrari now joining the fray as there's the Blink Dagger. Ladon already dead. There's an Aghanim Shard for Askel, who is so far away from this fight already. Does get ruptured up, though. Eul Scepter used by Miero. Eul Scepter used by now Askel into the first bash from Zatrax. Where you going? 3 more heroes dead for Team Tequila. And they can just run it down mid here. They are just too strong. Your Ursa's 7k ahead. Realistically, like 10k ahead after the Ags. And I think this one is unfortunately over for Team Tequila. They've tried the offlane Alchemist, but I think you need to be OG to use it, as it's not worked out.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
So far, so good for the likes of Cascade. You can't really complain much. Offlane Bloodseeker, great items here. Eul Scepter, using it nice and offensively. You got Lotus Orb as well to reflect stuns, to reflect Omni Slash, and there's going to be a dead courier for our Juggernaut, trying probably to get his Basher. Ursa now, by the way, speaking of Basher, has got the Vanguard, so we'll have his Abyssal Blade relatively quickly. That's not a good sign. Alchemist still very poor, but there's actually Ags. Did Alk buy him that one, or did Jug have to buy his own? I think he bought his own, considering his net worth didn't make a dramatic jump. Yeah, he did buy his own, right? Uh-oh. Okay, not a bad engagement here, but they need to keep him stunned, and they don't have enough control for that, so they're tracks with the Abyssal Blade already. Ladon's dead, he's got buyback. Askel trying his best on the back lines. Kadaro getting nuked down by 1, but the Omni Slash bounces on over to the edge. That means they don't have the Omni anymore. That was Swift Slash, it must have been, right? No, that was the Omni Slash. All right, nice Terrorize there. He's going to scare the bear away. Askel in a lot of trouble, though. Is getting stunned out. This is going to be the OD. Good blink by Supernova. Continuing to try and turn. That might actually get a kill here on the OD, and they will with the Swift Slash. But Zatrax here now still enraged with the BKB, running people down, as Koval is not going to be a valuable target for him. Askel still fighting, finds a kill on the OD. 2 kills for him. Might look for Miero as well, as Zatrax about to get stunned up. He's in a bad spot here, too. He might even just die. What am I watching? Team Tequila, they're down 12k. They shouldn't be able to do that, and yet they just did. 2 bounties for them, and they might just be right back in this one. Unbelievable. Nice kiting, as the Ursa just could not find anyone to hit that time around. Everyone just cutting him around. Nice job. IPG very mobile in these fights. You take a look, Ursa at no stage, I think, probably gets any more than 3 Fury Swipes onto a single person. Look, the tracks, he gets ran around. All right, there's 2, there's 3, and then they 4 staff and they Terrorize. See you later, right? Oh, by the way, they're spinning him down, but I mean, he runs around this way, and he goes, all right, guys, don't worry, I got BKB. Now they can't stop me from running at them. And then Jug runs away, and he continues chasing after Ladon. Ladon's too fast. He's got, okay, Koval, I'm gonna hit you. No, okay. into the Shuttle Realm. And in the meantime, Askel just doing so much damage. I mean, you got 21,000 gold on the Ursa, and you don't feel any of the impact there. Because he can't find anyone that entire fight. The poor guy. And look at this. Sench is going to die mid lane. Supernova now has the full Solar Crest up. Now going to be doubling back for the second Ags. That should be, I suppose, for Coddle. I mean, you do get the refund if you give it to the Jug, so I guess that ain't bad either. And you save a slot. And she's going to buy back. Excuse me. What is going on? Uh-oh. Okay, I hear a Hex. They have found one. Is that a kill on a Koval? No. They're able to turn. Shisui now. Oh, no. He's going to die. He is 100% dead. They just need a little bit more, and they've got it with the one last auto attack. Shisui's dead. There's the Abyssal Blade, though, onto Askel. He's got the Yule Scepter. Can Ursa right-click someone this time around? Yes, the first hit bash on the way back down. They've got the kill, and Rari's in a bad spot here as well. Lucky he doesn't get bashed. Now with the haste screw, he can turn and fight, but Zatrax able to tank through the entire Omni Slash, and another first hit bash onto Rari, who's now used to spin and try and TP away. Do we have a bash? We do not. Koval in trouble. Gets off the Shadow Realm, though, which is going to be stolen. Terrorize is going to miss, but they're going to turn and fight, actually. Koval, you madman. Kadaro's got more than enough damage for you, though. And the Alchemist Courier and himself are both going to go down. Yeah, see, that time, unfortunately, the Ursa was able to use the Abyssal Blade a little bit better, and just couldn't really be stopped. They kill the OD, but the Ursa's the problem. It's not really this Alchemist, and he's going to continue roaring at Roshan. He does have the Aghanim Shard, so 1 second of Enrage every 6 hits onto a target. And there's another one. Jeez, and Aegis now to Ursa. I mean, it kind of feels like Cascade were like, oh, really? You're going to try and offlane Alchemist us? All right, we'll just pick Ursa. That's a great pick this game. Especially now that it has the Abyssal and the Basher. Now we've got a BKB on the OD, so killing him using Void Spirit is rather difficult.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Enchantress starting to really hurt a little bit more. Rari hoping for the butterfly. Oh, we see Shisui here. Or will Shisui see him? I think they've seen each other. And Shisui doesn't want to be anywhere near here. There's the team. Now we'll be recalled on over. Supernova. He's just standing there, but he's probably going to be waiting for bounties. I don't know. Lots of great words from Cascade. They want to push top. And they're going to have to force Team Tequila back, because right now they're all just pushing. They're farming in the enemy triangle.
Radiant are scanning.
Liz Urza still clearing, my god, so much gold. 7k. Swift Blink not for him. That's terrifying. I think it just like full out bought that thing. With Aegis, 13k net worthily. Cheese on the OD on a fresh 10-second BKB. I do not know how you kill this team though. Ursa's BKB is down to 8. Mid lane Barracks already down. There's now double Ravage or double Ruptures. They caught Ladon. Okay, rooted up. There's the jump in. Ladon is dead. Zatrax looking for more. Kills a Creeper, a Courier, or something. There's now a second Rupture. Not sure who that one was on. And they're just going to leave. Okay. Who the hell did he rupture? I heard 2 of them. Didn't get a single kill there, so we're taking the overpower attacks here. Got plenty of them now. Oh, he ruptured a creep. Uh-oh, that sucks. Thank you for that, Observer. I honestly didn't see. I heard it, and I was like, I don't see anyone bleeding. Must be who he killed. Nice 2-man silence into the Omni Slash. This could be a kill. Zatrax turning. Nope, he's got the stun. Or he's got the lockdown and the self-save for the Astral Imprisonment. There's going to be the hammer drop. They got to buy back here if they want to keep on fighting this one, but Jug holding on to it for now. Now they're going to go in. Buy back. Used as Shisui's BKB is running out. Rubik in a bit of a bad spot. Zatrax, there's going to be now the full Omni Slash coming through. But Zatrax still alive, tanking through it quite a bit. This is only his first life. He did use the BKB and the Enrage, though, on this one. Supernova will be able to toss the stun at him and lock him down. Great route there, holding back Shisui and Miero, as they will be able to zone away from Zatrax's second life. They only got a tier 3 tower out of that, mind you. They're still alive for now. Void Spirit with 9 stacks of the claws on him, though. The Fury Swipes is not going to want to get anywhere near that Ursa right now. Uh-oh. Okay. Lincoln Sphere revealed. Void Spirit nearly dead. He's going to die anyway. Wow. He died instantly, didn't he? And we have a pause from Yarrow. What killed that Void Spirit? So wasn't he like full HP when he walked out there? He didn't even get stunned. My goodness. No memes. No memes. No memes here. No. They're not pausing to BMU. They're gonna go back to top lane. They don't have buyback on the Void Spirit. There's a little Swift Slash for Kidaro. They want to try and nuke him down, but they can't. As in a bit of trouble now is Ursa. Good stun there, taking a bit of damage. Does get forced away now. Is Meteor Hammer not going to be effective versus the tier 3? They just keep pushing him into these roots, man. Look at that. They're burning his HP slowly but surely. Oh, there's the blink forward, though. They find one. Shisui does not get the BKB off. Instead, eats the Terrorize. Supernova, Spell Stolen is going to be that Chemical Rage. And Rubik's now going to use it. He's mad. Zatrax running around here. Doesn't have the Abyssal. Koval's dead, though, as there's going to be an Alk in trouble. He might stun himself on the way back out. Okay, he's not, but he's going to be hit by the hammer just the same. Looking to try and run for his life. Ladon, not much he could do. Alk doesn't have buyback. Ladon nearly dies there to the one impetus shot. Jug is farming bottom as the game is ending. And it doesn't look like Cascade are going to be stopping for much now. Or are they? Because now they do have Askel back alive, but he's still in the fountain. Jug hoping to try and finish up this Battle Fury, but Ancient exposed. They got to go for it now. There's the buyback from Supernova. Throne is going to be exposed. Creep some hit are hitting it, but Shisui jumping back in with the BKB now, looking for the second kill onto the Alchemist. He doesn't have the damage. He's back into the fountain. He's A-okay for now. For the Throne, still going down here. They need to get on top of that one. Nice silence there onto 2. Zatrax still alive. Pops the BKB. He just wants to hit the goddamn buildings, and he might just be able to end the game with the Enrage active. Zatrax, get me out. He says no offlane Alchemist today. Zatrax will go 18-4-7. And unfortunately, Team Tequila are unable to get the offlane Alk to work. You gotta win 2 TIs for it to work, unfortunately, as I think OG have shown. That is going to be our game number 1. Unfortunately, I don't think not a whole lot else to say about that one. Ursa, out of control. No one to stop him. You pick an offlane Alchemist with an Ursa, that's perfect. Ursa gets absolutely no pressure. He chills in the lane for like 20 minutes. He's got an insanely fast Battle Fury. He's so farmed. It's like he was the Alchemist this game. A good effort, though. I like the idea from Team Tequila to try out the offlane Alchemist, but unfortunately, it's not going to work out. That's just game number 1, folks. We're going to be going to a short break, and when we come back, we'll have game number 2 between Cascade and Team Tequila. We'll see you then.
Think, what does Thompson do after a long Counter-Strike day? Polish his trophies? Finally, play challenging games? Or does Thompson do the accounting for big? Wrong. Thompson is browsing on skinbaron.com. Skinbaron.com, your marketplace for skins made in Germany.
Something is about to go wrong because we
Yeah.
got a new course set up
Oh.
with a twist. Oh, we don't have to do it ourselves.
Oh.
All right, this is refreshing. Okay,
I like this.
I was worried.
I actually was very worried.
Yeah, I was worried there would be physical activity involved, but all right.
Oh, I can sit down.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, this is a lot better. You guys want to get some practice in?
Yeah, sure.
I'm going to get practice. Oh, are they doing it at the same time?
What are we doing? What's a race?
Yes, it's Owen versus T-Gov.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's go.
But I'm going to get some practice in first because I want to see how it
it's
goes.
me versus T. What do you mean?
Yeah, but
Get outta here.
I gotta check if the quality.
Get
Oh
outta
wow.
here.
Oh no, never mind. On.
We can actually play around with it,
On.
make sure it works.
I gotta see if both work. This is the blue one.
They sound very aggressive. They've
Wait a
already got
sec.
quite a meaty engine to them. Raw. Look at that. Oh,
This is pretty cool.
Oh.
There you go.
thank you. All right.
You might have to take it off the thing.
Nah, we're good. We got reverse feet.
This is pretty fun.
Oh, well.
You
don't-
broke it.
Yeah, I'm just
That is,
practicing.
Wait, how'd you steer?
that is with the twisty knob.
I like how they added the little tape so you could see it on the floor.
No, this is actually pretty easy to
this
control.
is chill. Oh, all right. Let's fix the cone real quick.
Yeah, we're fixing this real quick.
Ah,
Don't do that, though.
feels like Christmas
Mm.
I
morning.
think they tried to make it so that it's harder to go through, but it's very difficult to make them
Joey,
stand
can I just keep bumping into you now? Where you at? Let's go.
No.
You're not bumper card. Just want to point that out.
No. No.
Do I have to
She
continue?
fixed the cause. No. You fixed the cause.
This is gonna be my
Fix
job
it.
now. Can I just stand here instead?
No. Fix the cause.
I am definitely not fixing the course anymore.
It's just Owen breaking the course on
Fix
purpose.
it. Come on.
Owen,
What are these racing conditions?
Owen, do you remember?
It's terrible.
Oh, my thing don't steer no more.
Ah,
I've lost steering.
how do we get 3? I don't get it. I got a new one, but I don't know why.
Oh, it's course conditions. This is terrible.
I can't steer anymore. It's broken.
What do you mean?
I can only go right.
Horizontal
Try
one
turning
keeps
left and
the course
right.
stable.
I'm trying, Owen. I can't turn.
Okay.
Turn.
Come on, fix the course.
Fix my car.
Fix the course.
Help.
Owen, were you here last time when they did the jump around? Do you know the course?
No, I don't actually know the course.
Okay, well then I will. Well, actually, T will say how the
What
course
you
is
do? Why
supposed
you
to
put
go.
it like this? This is well easy to mess up.
What?
There we go.
Owen,
Yeah,
pay attention.
I am.
Starting point. Wait a second.
Okay, so what do we got?
I fixed the car. I'm now a mechanic.
Where do we start?
Where's
Whoa.
the car?
Where do we start?
Hold on. Gotta get my practice laps
Okay,
in.
you get
Hold
your
on.
practice laps.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, we're good.
Come on!
T.
Wait, I'm getting my practice.
You broke it.
All right. Sorry. All right. Oh, there's a DreamLeague sign there. Of course, can't walk into that.
Stop it.
So we keep getting told it's the same course as before.
I don't know what the course is.
All right, all
Okay,
right.
okay.
So,
Owen, this is where you start.
oh, okay. Yeah, already done it wrong. I'll stand here.
You go like this,
Yeah, like that.
underneath the course,
Go underneath it then, Shiva. We don't understand what's happening.
Through there,
through there,
round there,
through there,
through there, or around there. What do you mean saying through there?
like
R-
around here,
there.
around here, underneath here,
And then around.
and then when you're here, you go diagonally.
Diagonally.
What?
Keep
Yeah.
this one on this side. You go around,
Like that.
and you
Like
go
a bit
on
like-
here underneath.
Yeah,
You go in here, and you go diagonally,
diagonally.
and then you go underneath,
Yes.
and then this is your end point.
Okay.
So basically
Sounds
just
pretty complicated.
around
You guys can start. I can
Yeah.
put you on the floor with
Which one am I?
Which one am I? Yeah.
I'm the blue one.
Which way's forward? That's forward. Okay.
No,
thank
Owen,
you.
I think you're gray.
I'm
You're-
great.
Yeah, you're the grey and pink. I'm the blue and orange.
Oh, wait a sec.
Oh,
There's an intro bumper.
Oh,
Okay, boom. Was that the bumper?
What?
there's a bumper. Go boom. Ah.
All right. That's the bumper. 3, 2, 1. They already broke each other's cars. What is
Get
this?
off me, T!
Get off
No.
me!
Yeah, Sheev, you're in the way. Stop it. Get the hell out the way.
You guys suck.
We gotta go round it.
Wait.
We gotta go round it.
Wait.
No, you've got to go diagonally. You didn't listen to the course.
Yeah, I'm coming back
You're
around now.
actually an idiot.
Yeah, I am.
Where do we go now?
You go underneath that. No, you gotta go that one
Oh,
again.
okay.
This way. I've helped you. No, I helped
Around
you.
and then diagonally. Then
Easy.
diagonally.
I know where I'm going.
The sabotage. Oh, what
Easy, I won. You guys
It
suck.
worked out. Cap is looking like he wants to have a go.
Yeah, you can play against me. I'm the champion.
JJ looking
Yeah.
like he
I'm
wants
a
to have a
champion.
go.
Get on.
Cap.
I'm
Cap.
unbeatable.
JJ, come on, JJ.
You can't beat me at this.
There
I
you go.
spent
Okay.
hundreds of hours playing Mario Kart.
I
Same
played
thing.
3.5 minutes.
I do want to point out to everybody
Oh,
watching
we're doing a
that we are
Champions Cup. I'll
not.
play the winner.
No, T, this one has to go on the top. You have to have 3. The other one's over there.
Can that just...
The top one is making it stable.
Oh.
More stable, yeah. For people at home, don't worry. We are not delaying the game between Heikos and Team Nigma.
Stop delaying the game.
Oh, no,
it
we
has
are.
That starting time.
We are. I said they're
Yeah.
not playing Dota until we're finished with our racing.
Okay.
Can I be like a live obstacle? Swinging relentlessly, trying to...
I don't think that's a good idea.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I won't do that then. All right.
Who is which color? Who is which color? You're gray. Oh, wait. Well, they bumped into each other a couple times.
Oh, wait, you need help? Is this your car?
I don't know.
Are you stuck?
Yes, please help.
Oh,
Oh no. What?
Be free, Mike.
What are you doing?
We are practicing. What are we doing?
Great.
This is Dota.
This is actually so impossible
Really?
to steer.
Like a Dota game.
No, this is way harder. In a Dota game, you click and you go. Oh. Oh.
Okay, you guys are both sufficiently warmed up. Stop it! I need... Yeah, your wheels are stuck. Done. Cap wants to say that he does not have a challenge lost yet, and he is not planning on starting now. Oh my goodness.
Just gonna hide off the camera with Owen over in the corner.
All right, all right, all right.
They know
all
the
right.
course. They don't know the course.
Do you know the course?
I know.
Do you know the course?
I assume I'm just going around.
No,
wait,
no,
okay,
it's
okay,
very
okay.
complicated.
It's very hard.
You go around. You go around once, and then after you come back here, you go diagonally.
I want to be the
You go here, this way around, underneath that one, and then when you're here, you go diagonally.
I don't know.
And then you're here, and that's your ending point.
All right.
Also, I've got the thing to...
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
You should get one of the guys to hold the mic.
Oh, yeah. Owen, why don't you stand in between?
Owen, please. Welcome to the
Between
fun.
JJ and Cap and give them voice.
Thank
I'm
you, Owen.
tired.
You're the man.
I believe I'm the most experienced driver here, just not with toys. I feel like Owen's trying to assault me with a weapon. Yeah. No, please, Owen, I'm sorry. All right.
What is happening? What are we waiting for?
Who's starting this race?
I guess
On my mark.
Owen's such an aggressive.
Get ready. 3, 2, 1, go.
My car is slow. What did you do to my car?
Around. Around.
Yo, Cap, you.
Around. Around. Diagonally for the blue one.
Oh.
Diagonally.
Wait.
This is going very well. You gotta go
High
around.
octane racing happening right
I'm
now.
supposed to go diagonal now?
Yeah, but you didn't go
Yeah, that
around
way.
the thing yet.
Yeah, go that way. No,
then
diagonal,
underneath that
diagonal, back.
JJ, you're supposed to go diagonally.
You now physically can't get through that barrier.
And then through, okay. Okay, and then diagonally
just
there
don't
again.
go through
Diagonally. Around that pillar.
Oh no, the other way.
That's
Yeah, leave
fine.
it
And then here,
German
through here.
to fix the cars.
JJ wins.
Yeah!
He didn't go through the things.
You didn't go around that one.
Oh, what? I made it halfway through. All right, that's good enough.
I think Cap is never gonna
Oh,
drive me again.
I got told that both of you are disqualified because both didn't do the. You went around the wrong
Okay,
way.
where do we go again? Do we go again then?
You didn't go
Rack
through
it
the
back up.
pillars of the jumping places.
Is this enough time, Sheever? Have I gone around it enough times yet? Is this good?
Great. Keep it up.
Guys, how are we supposed
Your
to go
car
through
is sounding like it's gonna die.
I think the batteries are not made for us. For this high quality. Look, how...
Yeah, jump over it. If you go fast enough, you can do it.
All right, let's go. What is this?
Look.
I can't. Wait, what? Oh.
It's very difficult now.
Amazing.
Oh, my wheels are stuck.
Did we start over
Dude,
yet?
it's not fair. My wheels keep on getting stuck.
I won now.
I can't move. My car only goes in one direction.
T and Owen, who won from you again?
Owen.
I did.
Yeah.
Okay, then I think Owen's the overall winner.
Congratulations, Owen. You did it.
Congratulations, Owen.
Thank you.
Go back to my in-game cave now.
Yeah, you
I
can.
want to go back to my in-game cave, please.
JJ, I got told that you have to send to a break. Please
Oh, we
use the
broke
microphone.
something.
Okay, see you guys. We're right back after this wonderful exhibition of car driving you just saw. See ya.
In hindsight, oh, watch you dancing in the limelight. Yeah, you seem different, hoping I'm right. Took a little time, you know my mind can be finite. I just might fall for you, know this wasn't planned out. My spirit needs you, so I'm coming with my hands out. Take you somewhere, we both catch a tan now. It's getting too real, so you know I had to stand down. Like, could you be what I imagined? You make me whole, all I ever been was fractured. Ran into you and I can't believe I'm crashing. You got the fire, all I ever felt was passion. Never have to worry, I'ma take care of you. Never thought I'd find this, it's been a miracle. Thinking you're the only reason that I make it through. Every day I'm thanking heavens just for making you.
Just sipping on a beer while I'm looking at you, baby. Sipping on a beer while I'm looking at you, girl. Just sipping on a beer while I'm looking at you, baby. Ooh, sipping on a beer while I'm looking at you, girl.
Just sipping while I'm looking at you.
Just sipping on a beer while I'm looking at you, baby. Sipping on a beer while I'm looking at you, girl. Just sipping on a beer while I'm looking at you, baby. Ooh, sipping on a beer while I'm looking at you, girl. Just sipping on a beer while I'm looking at you, baby. Sipping on a beer while I'm looking at you, girl. Just sipping on a beer while I'm looking at you, baby. Ooh, sipping on a beer while I'm looking at you, girl.
You ask if we could talk, but then say nothing.
maybe you just had too much to say. 'Cause when you call me up, you just want one thing. And maybe in the end you'll get your way. But I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show ya, I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know. We just need to stop and take a moment to slow things down, work this out. I got your love on top, we're in the moment, and maybe that's what we're about. Tell me what you want me to be, baby. I promise I can be the one you're craving. 'Cause I think that I know what you've been chasing. Girl, I'm sick of waiting, I'll be yours for the taking. But I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show you, I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know. I just wanna know. I just wanna know. I just wanna know you, baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show you, I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. Just wanna know, I just wanna show you, I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah.
Versus Nigma in the tiebreaker game. Heiko's already
What
out.
did I miss today? Did you guys give him candy again? I told you to keep him out of the chocolate.
Sorry, I thought I'd bring some more energy. There you go. Hi.
Hello, we do have an Upper Division series coming your way. You're watching Dream League Season 14, powered by Intel, and in our Upper Division series, we're gonna watch Heiko's Esports, a team that is already relegated to Division 2, fight up against Team Nigma, who still have some very good chances of making it to the major. I'm joined by Kyle, and joined by Tigov, and Kyle wants to say something.
Yeah, that was high energy. It's not just yelling. You don't just yell.
That was it. I had some.
I especially like the
measured.
Team Nigma.
Yeah, exactly. I kind of got the tingles right now.
But
I'm
they're
kind of
not
riding a
playing
high
yet.
of energy.
We're not. We want to build the hype. Okay?
Yeah, and now everyone who had
they're not playing.
Everyone who had the stream muted now has it unmuted because they could feel the energy.
Or
goes
everybody
wild.
who was chilling and listening to the music and were like zoned out.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden it's like, holy crap, what's happening?
It's the game.
It's the game. Let's take a look at the standings
God.
and see the mess that is there for the Upper Division. Because Kyle, this is. I mean, there's only 2 days left and we don't know anything.
Well, we do know
Okay,
something.
we know something.
Well, the two teams playing, we've shouted about it.
Yeah, Owen had you guys turned up to 11, by the way. So I was like, oh my God.
We weren't
No
very
wonder that
quiet
was-
this morning, though, to be fair.
Yeah, this is a big match. For High Coast, nothing on the line except for pride.
Mm-hmm.
Nigma, it's pretty damn close to a must-win if they want to avoid tiebreakers to make it into that major.
That's not even true, because if they win, there could also be tiebreakers.
Yeah, there's tiebreakers all around the joint.
Yes.
But also, you said something about Pride, and this is no joke, but if High Coast do win this, they would be 7th because they beat Viking head-to-head. So not only, like, it's, even though it's Pride, it's also, they're not technically last, you know? There's a lot on the line there,
Oh, and there is a different, wait.
It's $1,000.
Yeah, that's
$1,000. It's $1,000.
Yeah.
It's big bucks.
You can't joke. I think mainly it's the placement, but for sure. It's very important for High Coast just to at least know that they are equal to, you know, the rest of the teams where they can actually win multiple series.
Yeah, just for people to know, Team Secret obviously already in with that 6-0 record, and they are guaranteed going to the playoffs of the major. Now, there are 3 slots remaining. We have a group stage slot and 2 wildcard slots. And sure, Alliance is looking good in order to take that group stage slot, but they have a chance to lose to Team Liquid this evening, which means that if that happens, then there's a chance for them being in the wildcards and Liquid being in the group stage. And then there are some mad tiebreakers happening still there. And there's even... and then Alliance still has a chance of group stages because they got better map score. A lot of details, but let's focus on the first series here, because for Team Nigma, it is very important. If they win here, they are either guaranteed major if tiebreakers are avoided, or they have to play tiebreakers. If they lose, their fate's not in their own hands, and they have to hope for a tiebreaker to happen for them to still make it into the major. So there's a lot at stake for them, and pride at stake for High Coast Esports.
It would all come down to our second match, actually, because Liquid, if they were to beat Alliance, it guarantees that there's 3 teams with 4 wins, right? No, OG has 3 wins.
3-3.
Yeah, there's a chance that there's tiebreakers regardless.
Wow.
See, it's very close.
Yeah,
very close. Only the bottom and the top has been confirmed. Everything else is like.
I mean, so you're saying if Nigma win today, Liquid win today, then OG has to win, or they don't go to the major.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Pretty much. And they wouldn't even be guaranteed. They would just force a tiebreaker.
That makes the series tomorrow very... Ooh.
Yeah. There's a very real chance, especially if Liquid's playing the same way we saw them playing against OG last Saturday. There's a very real chance that OG is not making it to the major without tiebreakers even being played.
I'm almost sad Liquid versus Alliance is, and tomorrow is like a final ultimate match. Penultimate is still pretty not bad as an undercard, but like these 2 teams consider the history between the squads. The old Alliance team versus the new Alliance team. Liquid in like a must-win series. Alliance looked really hot. These are like those 2 teams perennially on the bubble.
Yeah, you're 1 series ahead though. I do have to mention.
I forgot.
But now look at the energy. He's like, why are you starting so happy? And like a minute later, he's like, oh, I want this team to play and this team, and I want them to win and lose.
You see this face right here?
Look at him, he's happy.
This is 8 hours of sleep right here.
That's a good thing.
Wow. Oh, it's great.
Imagine you have 9.
Yeah.
Days off.
Yeah, that is.
Sleep's important, guys. Make sure you get some.
Yes, and hydrate as well.
Yes, I drank a lot of water yesterday.
Food's helpful as well.
Food, healthy food. Yeah. Carrots, especially.
Just
really
food.
helpful.
No, just food.
You know, underrated sweet
Energy.
potatoes.
I agree. But at the same time, I don't think they're that underrated. I think everybody appreciates
No, they're very
sweet potatoes.
underrated.
You know who else is underrated, Shiva? Segway. High Coast Esports.
True. Let's focus on them first. And before we start talking about High Coast Esports, let's first hear from Zibbe and how the team is doing going into the series today.
Hey, Zibbe here. I play the position 5 for High Coast Esports. So the format of this tournament is a bit different from what we're used to. There's no playoffs, but every single group stage game is extremely high stakes. They all play a very important part for qualification to TI, which is what everyone is here for. I know that it feels a little different. I wouldn't say it's worse than usual. It's just different to get used to. You still have all the prep time you need to play like a high stakes game, so the workload is still very manageable. It flows differently from like a tournament where you're just every day coming in and you probably have like a really high stakes series, and then the next day you have another high stakes series. I think Nigma is a team that is their best when their back's against the wall. Naturally, we're forced to play them with their backs against the wall, so I'm sure they're gonna really bring their A game in our series against them, but I still would say they are at the moment the weakest of the top 4. They're gonna be playing at their very best when they feel the pressure, so that's just what we're gonna have to be prepared for. I think our chances versus Nigma are great. I think we will be able to win those games for sure. I hope that we'll get to play the same high stakes games in Division 2. That's everything that's on my mind right now.
It's kind of sad.
One of my favorite sports segments is buy or sell. You know, you buying what they're saying or selling it. I would sell that entire interview because I do not believe that this is a matchup High Coast are going to be anything close to winning.
Oof.
I wanna give one counterpoint to that. I know we're talking about Heiko, so this is me actually straying from the path here. But Team Nigma is a team that tends to play down to their opponent's level.
True, but it's a must-win series.
True, and they do perform on the pressure. Okay, T.
New point. Batrider got nerfed pretty hard.
True.
True.
Which is potentially a good thing for Weeha and the lads.
He has to play new hero.
Different hero.
Yeah, that's true.
What is he gonna do?
That's my only gripe. I'll wait for this point until later. But for High Coast specifically, they won't be able to get away with an easy combination like they did against Viking. I think a big part of that win was they got Jug Beastmaster twice.
Yeah.
That is a really rudimentary. How do I put it? It's a scripted way of winning games. They got a lot of experience because
win lanes win game. You know, there's no real kind of you win your lane, you go Roshan, you play.
Moves are made naturally. It's like really high sustain. You have like you can take tower kills immediately after you get any sort of teamfight victory. We had this problem with complexity. The easy games, we could win those no problem. Like, oh, Wisp Tiny. All right, we're ahead. All right, kill that guy. Awesome. Like, split the map. It's very simple. It is not as easy if you don't have these just simple combinations. Like, Jug Beast is like in their bread and butter. Will they be able to do the same with something more complicated?
I have my doubts also that the Beastmaster is even going to make it through at all. We see Beastmaster banned a lot of the times. He seems to be the new Shaker here and the new hero that's definitely on the list of getting nerfed perhaps even. Let's focus on Team Nigma here because they are a team that is definitely coming in as favorites in this best of 3 series. And even though the results have been a little up and down, they are indeed historically good when they're playing with their backs against the wall, especially. And before we start talking more about Team Nigma, let's first hear from GH.
Hello, my name is Maroon. I play position 4 for Team Nigma. Honestly, the season feels pretty weird. We didn't know when it started and when it ended due to COVID and everything that's happening around the world, so it was a bit all over the place. We're just trying to focus on our game, me and my team, just trying to get better together and hopefully win some more games.
This time around, 33 will not have his day. Mind Control takes them out. Now they're going to be able to hit the impale on Fada. This is the outplay that Nigma needed.
So moving forward, we're just gonna try to get as many points as we can, win the remainder of the games and try to reach the Singapore Major and then take it from there. We're just gonna keep improving on our teamwork and synergy, and hopefully by the end of the year we will make it and hopefully win the bigger tournament. So we play High Coast next. Even though they had a rough time in this tournament, I think they have some pretty great ideas, but they just weren't able to show them. So our upcoming matches against High Coast, we feel pretty confident in our strategy to be able to take the series. So this is the last game of the Dream League tournament. We're gonna do our best to end this tournament on a high note with a victory and hopefully take it from there.
Sir, they wipe Tundra, and Tundra, Brian, they don't have buyback on some of their heroes.
Yeah, we just saw there the final moments of the Nigma versus Tundra series, which, by the way, Tundra is having already played their last game. I don't know if we mentioned it, but they still have hopes for tiebreakers as well. There's a chance that they also play tiebreakers to go to the major. It's madness. But one thing that we can take away from that series that Team Nigma had at that time was that Weeha and Miracle swapped roles, at least for that series. When we asked Kuro about that afterwards, he said, well, I can't talk about that because, you know, don't want to give away any strategic advantages, Kyle. It's a big strategic advantage, though.
I would say so. I think that if a lot of fans out there are going to be happy to see Miracle if he does truly return to mid. I'll be honest, based on the hero pool we have been playing with, this is the point I was going to make earlier, you know, Bat being nerfed sure could hurt him, but they were putting Wee on like one of 4 heroes every game. And I don't think his hero pool in the safe lane would be smaller. It's like not possible.
True, and he has apparently on his accounts been playing carry a lot. So they might just be going, like, gearing themselves up for this permanent switch, perhaps.
Yeah, the key thing is when Weeha does play the safe lane, he isn't like the carry that's going to win you the game at minute 40 with all this farm. He's always going to be very aggressive, trying to collapse on the map. You see the heroes he's playing. It's like Razor, Ursa, sometimes Void Spirit safe lane. Like, these are heroes that are going to try and activate the mid lane.
This is the exact same thing that he did back in during TI6 with his huge run through the lower bracket on DC. If you remember Game 3 against EG to go to the finals, he was playing Ursa. If I'm not mistaken, it might have been Razor. I'm pretty sure it was Wade in the safe lane. Either way, he's going to play these safe lane space creators, you know, like you want to be able to win your lane. A lot of these off laners nowadays will just run at you. It's quite difficult. That was the strategy, you know, you just run a Miracle. If he's playing mid, now. All of a sudden, all these heroes that used to be meta, the Invokers, the Shadow Fiends, these are back. You can play these heroes. You can be the game winner from mid. And ultimately, that's what's important, I think. Miracle on the win condition. Doesn't matter where he's laning.
Yep, I would love to see that too. And we're going to find out what these two teams have in store for each other because it is a drafting time for High Coast Esports and Team Nigma. You know the drill, though. We'll be back after a break with a draft.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
Because I'm feeling you.
It is High Coast versus Team Nigma time here when we have best of 3 here in the upper division of the Western European DPC League. You're watching DreamLeague Season 14 powered by Intel, and a lot on the line for Team Nigma for this one. Can't wait to see what they're going to draft. I can't wait to see who is playing position 1 and 2, considering we see Weehaw and Miracle indeed switch around a little bit, and maybe that's going to be more permanent. We're going to find out with this game at least. We're doing my purge for the draft. Kyle and T-Governor here with me as well, and the draft is on our screens with a surprise pick. It is the Shadow Demon Purge.
It's a little surprising, but it is a hero that High Coast likes drafting. They had a crucial win earlier in the tournament with Shadow Demon, so a little bit of a throwback, but definitely a surprise.
That's not a surprise, though. GH Wisp. Could be a core, of course, but let's be real.
Yeah.
Our boy's playing it. And Chessie just chilling. Looks like a nice island vacation.
10 seconds.
I will say about the Shadow Demon, it's a hero that High Coast heavily relied on during the closed qualifiers for this tournament, and it was often built around SD, Mars, and Sky. They were the key 3 heroes. So it's kind of fortifying these high ground positions, don't allow your enemy to invade, and you have this big win condition kind of farming up in the space it creates. So.
I really
it's also really strong laning too. Like SD plus Mars as a lane pair, it makes it so easy to do spear setups that give you a lot of damage because you're in position. So you don't even spear him back defensively either. So it covers a lot of bases.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that combo because any sort of banish Yul's effect into spear is effectively undodgeable when timed right, and plus the God, what's the W? Soul Catcher. It's just so much initial damage right off the bat, plus potential break mechanic later on. And they banned Fury and Beast, Lycan already taken out by Nigma. So the 3 heroes I'd say most suited for running at an SD. He has no real method of dealing with illusions or minions.
Always a solid hero to have.
I also kind of like the idea of this Shadow Demon just for the fact that it sometimes deters from like a Death Prophet pick or these tankier heroes because of course, like you said, the Soul Catcher does work.
And then the Purge through Yuls,
yeah, we haven't really seen it too much, but it would be a strong counter to a potential DP, so now they just kind of lock in both for themselves.
Good point. I was going to point out that their fingers are very similar on those 2 heroes. Very like polygon, stabby, you know.
Kevin,
very important.
You're supposed to rub off on us, dude. Don't let T-Gov's influence trying to bring you off topic all the time.
Kyle, it's your first series of the day. I was just trying to put you in your natural habitat right off the bat, you know?
It's appreciated.
Thank you.
It's appreciated.
Because like I mean, Death Rob doesn't even have any feet. And they're obviously...
Are you sure? She has feet in some of
She does definitely have feet in some sets. Yeah, you just can't see them because they're under their skirt. Have you not seen the leg cosmetic, Kyle?
Shiva zoomed in before. Yeah, she's
cinematic mode. Yeah.
Check out those.
Interesting, Sheaves.
I can be jelly.
Is that because when I caught Rich, when we were all at your house in between events like 7 or 8 months ago, he was in cinematic mode with Dark Willow for like 30 minutes.
I do not want to know this.
Well, never mind. I'm not gonna
Were you there too, Kyle?
No, I caught him.
I
caught him.
Yeah, yes. You were teaching Rich about.
Well, he was in the living room. I mean, it was not like he was trying to hide.
I like this kind of strategy that Nigma has kind of copied, I think, from Alliance, which is the IO Weaver. Very aggressive in its concept, but also just the laning phase that Weaver provides often gives you a strong early to mid game timing. So depending on that aggression, if you have someone who can utilize that farm from the IO as well, I don't mind it at all, but it's very much aggression. And Weehaw does play Weehaw? Weaver, sorry, that's the word I'm looking for. So.
Yeah.
It just makes sense when you think about it to put Weehaw on this kind of like space creating. He likes to play aggressively. He wants to be the one moving lanes. And it just seems so much simpler if he's just playing these semi-carries in the side lane. And then Miracle with his incredibly large hero pool. Guys played so much Dota, it's unbelievable. You put him on anything with that last pick.
But we don't have a guarantee yet that it's going to be him playing.
I'm going to guarantee it.
This is a Kyle guarantee.
Guaranteed.
We all know what Kyle guarantees
I will
are
put
worth.
absolutely nothing on the line for this.
Have you realized that most of the safe lane heroes that we does play have an inbuilt kind of get out of jail free card for like bad positioning? Void Spirit, Weaver, Ursa with his ultimate.
Razor didn't, but...
Technically, you could buy yours in a BKB, but yeah.
That's true. But they definitely like these like lane winner semi carries for safe lane because it opens up their other lanes so well that he can be lane independent. Occasionally he can dominate his lane, and Weehaw's good at that, and side lanes especially. So I also like that they're picking out Wisp pairing that has Maelstrom build up since you get Spell Lamp there too. I think it's a a nice extra thing to
think about that. Weaver's also really nice against the opening right now from HCE because your bugs stay on through Yules, and the minus armor is very effective against DP. You kind of force him into some Witchblade or early chainmail build, and you find the SD, and you just kill him from jump. Your illusions also aren't super effective, so it's not as punishing when you get offensive disrupted as it would be, say, a Morphling or a Jug.
I will say though, I think in regards to how Nigma is pushing their kind of 1-2 into different roles, the only fear I have for them is the potential where is our win condition within the draft. Unless Miracle's playing some like Morphling or so maybe some like Exort Invoker where you can just kind of do a 1v9, they often run into positions where they have kind of like Void Spirit Razor, you know, active.
Yeah, but I like that. That's the thing. I actually think that Nigma plays best when they have to be aggressive.
Yeah, sure.
When they have to control the map. That's when they look dominant. I think, what was the series? Was it against Alliance?
Yeah.
They crushed this first game. Oh no, they won that series.
Are you on about the Tundra series where they have the Void Spirit Razor?
No, you mean the OG series where they crushed the first game very fast and then they had the Medusa and the
that game. So consider what happens if it's Miracle mid being last picked for, right? Suddenly that's not an option. All right, there's no scenario where Crow's gonna be like, yeah, any mage mid. Okay, actually it is possible, but it's less likely. and that first game they were dominant, and then they just took their foot off the gas. I don't want to see them do that anymore. And I can't. I forget the series. It's been a while. We've been here.
It's literally a week
inside
ago?
this room.
It was
Was it a week ago?
Week and a bit. 14 days.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah, 14 days. 2 weeks.
So 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Twice as long.
Twice as long.
So we're both wrong.
That's fine. I'm wrong all the time. I'm not afraid to be wrong.
Me too. It's a good trait to have, analyst.
I generally expect the SD to be a 4 position here. I do like the Weaver matchup there as well. I just tested Suguchi doesn't give you max movement speed anymore. It just gives you a movement speed bonus.
Yeah.
We're still pretty fast when you get Demonic Purge, so it'll kind of cover a lot of bases there if that ends up where the lane is.
Yep. Now Weaver loves playing against SD for this because you aren't really threatened. You hate playing against stuns, you know. Spirit Breaker is like the worst nightmare. You just get charged, you get ulted, you're very dead.
But Weaver does hate playing up against heroes that have set up 4 stuns.
Ooh.
So potentially this SD plus something, then it can be a difficult laning phase, or at least mid-game portion.
Guys.
Set up for silence too.
I think that's a mind control shaker.
Yeah.
We've seen them try it before, and it wasn't successful even when the shaker was a little broken.
They picked it into like the worst matchups. Like
Fair.
I think it was playing against Ember Spirit Safe in one game and Jug Safe lane in another. Like arguably 2 of the 3 with Lifestealers the third worst heroes to play Core Shaker into.
Yeah, but there's, I mean, out of all the all the offlane heroes being picked, Shaker is not one of them. So why do they make it work? Why does it work for them according to them, basically?
I mean, legacy. Maybe if you think about it, the offlaner pool outside of the premier heroes, notably, yeah, the Weaver,
Spirit Breaker,
the Weaver answer to some extent, but outside of like the really top A-list offlaners, people haven't really found like what's next up that's actually good.
Isn't Shaker quite good against Spirit Breaker?
Yes and no, because the changes to Bulldoze, if you get it off early, yes, you can have charge interrupted, but you're effectively immune to the stun lock. So if, let's say you're Bulldozed and you get echoed, you'd be able to interrupt the full combo if he's not on the ball.
There's also a lot of ways to amplify your movement speed now with Spirit Breaker. You can get it to be really fast even without needing like a Darkseer, like phase boots or things like that. So it is a little bit harder to interrupt charge than it used to be. But generally, like Yules used to be the best counter, and that's why heroes like Void Spirit will be helpful.
Yep. And also keep in mind that this also could be a mind control Weaver and a Wii Void Spirit. The other benefit of this Miracle mid, again, his hero pool is just so large. You look back at some of these TI games, you know, last pick Wind Ranger didn't really seem effective, but suddenly Miracle gives you this option to pick effectively any agility hero plus any of the really clunky spell cards. Like Arc Warden is an option now, Invoker is an option, etc. I like the Enigma pick a lot. I think a Necrobook hero and a team fighter like Enigma is one of the best heroes against Wisp drafts.
Like what's stopping this black hole realistically?
Nothing.
Yeah. And I think this is where Nigma, they need to lean on the fact that, of course, we've seen it in one series that they have flexibility, but I'd love them also to not rely on Weehar has to play safe lane. Like, I know that sometimes when Weehar has these kind of role swaps, he likes to all in on that role. And I'd love to see them still have that flexibility, because like you said, when they're second pick and you have the Void Spirit and the Weaver and all these kind of options, I'd love them to be able to still have the choice of, we can put, you know, Miracle into the safe lane, Weehar's playing this active mid and the game's still back to normal. So. but from Heiko's, their draft it's strong.
It's really solid.
Very solid.
Yeah.
Like, but this is what I mentioned about the idea of Nigma skirmishing and their win condition. If they don't have a good win condition now, they have to so heavily rely on winning early.
The Heiko's draft, just compare it apples to oranges, the 4v4, how much damage do we output in a team fight? HCE's lineup is just so much more formidable. Consider as well, if you get a BKB up on the Enigma, you're effectively immune to damage now. Weaver's right click is not really the big threat until much later into the game. And the natural synergy between an Enigma in the off lane or support with then Spearbreaker kind of free to play independently is quite nice.
The key thing is there isn't much damage though from Heiko's, like it's already stated. Like their damage comes from mid-game items and then kind of the reactionary team fight. Early on, where is kind of that Barra plus Shadow Demon presence other than maybe poking and prodding? Compare that to like that 4-5-man potential from Nigma right now. Like you're gonna have the sustainability of IO, the stun control, the early damage with Swarm. You know,
I think they banned PL here is Nigma. If you're gonna take out the Naga, just get all the illusion heroes out of the game.
Terrorblade's still in though.
Yes, but Enigma Terrorblade is
not good.
Okay, it's better when you have SD.
Oh, if you're just playing for the defense, like when we saw them play Shadow Demon before, they like to play for, you know, the kind of let the enemy go over aggressive. Enigma, they've lost many games in this tournament so far from having an early lead and then not respecting the tier 2s. So
Ursa instead.
Yep. If this Weaver is carry, he's gonna be pretty scared when Ursa gets like at least 1 or 2 items.
And Ursa matches up well against the melee heroes Enigma could put in the off lane, and they're gonna have a Necro 3 most likely on Enigma, which will give them vision of Weaver. So yeah, there's a lot of damage in there.
You know what I'm
He's
thinking,
not too worried about
Purge?
Ursa either, or Urshiker either. What?
You know.
Is it just it's
Shadow Fiend?
That's right.
Is it not just another Razor pick again?
Is it? Because then
No, the Yules build SF is pretty nasty this game.
Are we
it's also a really
assuming-
great matchup against the Death Prophet middle.
who are we assuming are the cores here? Oh, never mind. I think we're seeing Shane
love it.
relegated,
Oh,
but
so
that's
good.
It's a great pick though.
Oh, it's Venom Monster.
That's the
Kyle, I think it was last time we saw Team Nigma play, you saying, if I'm gonna see Weeha get these green heroes, so if it's we playing the Venom Monster,
This is mind control
we have
all
come-
to the end of
okay,
time.
good,
Do
good,
not
good.
fear. This is all about Nigma. When they won some previous series, it's because they had these insane matchups, and now they've got the Venom Monster into Ursa, one of the worst matchups for Ursa.
Yep.
It's all about this game right now. Is Heiko's have to be able to get the Ursa away from that Venom and laning phase. Otherwise, the pace of the game is too high for them because they all need time to come online.
and a Miracle Weaver, so they just fool everybody. I mean, Kuro, of course, has played a bunch of Shaker, but not what I would have first expected. It's great with the Veno in the off lane for reasons T stated. What is it? We mid against Death Prophet. It's not the greatest spot. I'm not a huge fan of anything but the Veno in terms of matchup. I just feel like if it's executed right, HCE, their team, like they have so much damage.
Yeah.
They've better team fight on all fronts.
what are you thinking, Purge?
Yeah, so like Kyle said, the Venom matchup looks good, but they're gonna do some weird stuff with the Earthshaker and the IO laning stage. It kind of depends where they go, but I feel like if Weaver can be semi-independent against Enigma, that would give them a major tri-lane advantage, and they should be able to shut down Ursa. So I have a feeling that Enigma is going to be able to win the laning stage because they've got it all planned out. It's all part of the plan.
All right, thank you very much. And T, are you agreeing with that?
Yeah, I think the pace that Nigma can set it's all down to them. If they make mistakes, and Heiko's have that eventual kind of scalability. So if you hit the black holes, then that game could be theirs. But for Nigma, they're the ones that can secure every objective early on for them.
They also have one of my favorite combinations. We have one core that's really sticky. You don't really want to invade a Venomancer's lane. He's just going to exist there, be really tanky and slow, but it doesn't matter. His 2 cores can play really fast and mobile around the map. So if you win both side lanes, suddenly Weeha can go to either lane and find success. So it's going to be about controlling tempo, the pace of the game, and slowly whittle down at their opponents. But HC should have better 5-on-5.
All right, well, can't wait to see who's going to take the first game of the series. It's time to head over to a commentary team of Cap and Fog.
John Milton said, where there is no room for hope, there is also no room for fear. And that is something that is possibly an advantage for Heikos. They may not have anything to win off of this series, but Fog, they also have nothing to lose.
That's true. And they could just ruin Nigma quite effectively in this entire standings of the tournament if they do end up getting some big wins here. So I'm really excited for this matchup. This should be fun. I do like quite a bit what Nigma has. I think they have one of the stronger level 1s that I've seen. So I actually want to see them like go fight, go hunt. This like Earthshaker and Venomancer used to be known as one of the most potent level 1 combos because you fissure, you get a multi-hero Gale, you're going to kill everything. You don't want to skill the Gale, but if you see an opportunity, you might go for it. But we're going to see how they end up doing their lanes as well. I'm thinking we might get some type of like aggro or something from Nigma just to set themselves up for a good start in this game, because they do have that really strong like laning phase start versus what High Coast has.
Yeah, their lineup definitely looks a bit peculiar, but one thing that doesn't seem to go out of style is mind control on some abusive offlaners. And this seems like a bit of a change for me when it comes to Nigma of some of their recent performance. I've been a little disappointed with mind control lately. I don't know how you feel about it, Fogged, but I wonder if them putting him on a stronger laning hero is something to perhaps offset that.
I think so too. He's just been struggling a bit. You know, it's been happening for a bunch of players. It's just getting back into the groove of things. And now he actually gets picked this very good matchup, right? He's got Ben over Ursa, so that's going to be great.
He leveled Poison Sting,
yeah.
And now he's been disrupted, so he's going to start off with a bit more damage done than he'd like.
That's a bit painful. And this is actually something neat. Look at GH's starting item. Starts with a Wraith Band on the IO. That's a first for me.
Yeah. So I guess he's just we used to see, I think like it was maybe a month or two ago, we used to see some people pick up Wraith Band because they thought it was the most valuable of all of these stat items now because of the 1.5 armor, right?
Yeah, especially on like the strength heroes, right? I saw Clockworks buying it all the time. So hey, it could be something similar, you know, a little bit of extra attack speed, some armor and all that for you to be able to kill off some Eidolons. Sure. Rather than going for Bracer. We used to see a lot of Bracer just for the HP regen, but hey, a little bit of variety as Jip at bottom.
Take a lot of damage and will probably be run down here unless he could somehow juke his way out. If he shows his way out of the trees, he's definitely dead. He gets one last disruption off, so that might actually do some more. Zibe's really juking this one nicely. The Fisher, he missed his. He juked upwards. Now he's going to turn around and kill Mind Control. Oh, no way, Zibe. A big juke and a turnaround first blood kill for Charlie.
I thought 100% he was dead, and now he's going to be able to get the side pull off of it too. A little chain reaction effect from him surviving. Beautiful stuff coming out from Jibe playing the tree line. And I mean, off the mark completely. Kuroki just not getting the read with the fissure.
Yeah, he pump faked it too, and that hesitation probably cost him the kill as a result. And yeah, I mean, you said it. They got pull off as a result. He's going to threaten another pull, which Kuro will interrupt.
Oh, and Jip is getting hit pretty hard, but he's got backup, and now Kuro, he'll be fine. Charlie doesn't want to actually chase him down because he might just TP out if he does go for any play over there, and then he wastes a lot of time.
Watch that again. Zibe. Oh, you could see he was gonna Fisher. He had him. And then Zibe does manage to go up and gets his healing self-cancel, but it doesn't really matter. He does finally die. His mind control made his way over, but still, the damage has already been done. Charlie's gonna get a pretty fast level 3 with the creep wave under tower for himself.
Yeah, and them getting that side pull is huge, right? Look at my control's last hits. He's got 3 down here versus the 10-5 of the Ursa just because of that start. And now Jibe, he dies, but respawns, brings the items for the Ursa to have a better laning phase. And this will probably continue. I mean, Charlie, this is going to be a good start for him versus these two. If my control doesn't fix this in the next few moments, he's actually at risk of always dying if Kuroki's not just sitting down bottom. So Kuro, he's going to fix a little bit of this lane. He's going to start pulling and moving it around and just fixing the equilibrium as top is getting dove. I saw they went for the swarm at level 2, so just really trying to apply the pressure, getting those Eidolons, and just really diving Chessie.
Yeah, that makes sense. That is something that I think teams, we've seen them get a lot better at, is remembering how to pressure off lane Enigma, right? It's been a while since its hero was really meta. This patch, it's finally really come into vogue and is a big hero. And people just kind of got to remember how it is you deal with this hero. You can't be very passive. You got to be active. You got to actively hunt down his Eidolons and maybe even actively hunt down the hero himself, as another pause is going to come out. They're going to be underneath the tower when Era arrives with this charge. We'll see whether or not Chessie can live once the pause is done.
Did the tower switch to him? It did, right?
I think so, yeah.
Switching to Miracle. Okay, so I think maybe they might still be able to get it. He has the bug only for one more hit. They might still be able to dive because Shukuchi's up in a second. So still likely to get the kill unless Era gets like some phenomenal bashes.
So what do you do with Chessie here? Like, do you accept that you might be traded out for the Weaver and try and kill him, or are you going to get that bug off and try and juke into the trees?
Oh, it's a tough question because like the tower's on him, but they have the tether heal. Io's not eating a tango. Oh, it's tough.
Yeah, it'd definitely be a clear answer if GH like had a healing salve or something in his back pocket, like, okay, killing Miracle would be really difficult. But they have a chance here. Jesse deals with the bug. Era's going to chase away the Weaver. The Weaver does get very low, but barely outside of tower range before the charge was complete.
Nice from Era, getting that a little extra bash too, and they'll actually have to back away, and Chessie will be able to keep himself here and heal up a little. So that actually hurts quite a bit of their effective regen up there for the side of Nigma, and Chessie will be able to keep himself up here, and we'll see what Era does in the next few moments. He was spotting out some couriers, but he can't get to them. And GH will pull the lane back, or attempt to pull the lane back.
So Venomancer has actually been on my list of like one of those winning heroes right now I feel pretty strong about, and I played this matchup a lot. This Ursa feels like people really like to look at it as a potential counter to Venomancer, but it is definitely a lane that goes one way or the other, right? You're either going to get really hardcore abused as the Ursa by Venomancer, or if you get that fast set of phase boots, then you can pressure the Veno a lot.
Yeah, and my control is he's got to get left, right? Kuroki's going to go check the rune, so every time he gets left, he has to walk completely away from the wave. Weehaw?
Ooh, fortunately, Dissimulate was popped at the right time, but he may not still live, especially if it was a bash. Oh, the Fairy Fire might have helped him live, but a bash comes through from Era.
It's very fortunate that Death Prophet Siphon also follows post-dissimulate, so they're able to stick on him pretty easily there. And hey, my control continued to get pushed away from the lane, so level 3 on the Veno. His effectiveness will still be there versus Ursa for the most part, but having an under-leveled Venomancer will not be something that Nigma does want, as they really are about that early aggression on their lineup. And if they start getting stalled too much, I feel like that's just playing into High Coast. That's Miracle. Get charged up. They have a sentry too.
Is Shikuchi lasting just long enough to get him back into the trees. But even just keeping him low should be able to secure the 5-minute bounty runes that are coming up for them. Zera is going to start making his way over, looking like a 2-2 split as Nigma have the bottom lane well controlled as well for that. So.
Like I'm seeing a lot of these, like the Enigma picks, and then you guys have a hero that can leave the lane easily, these Spirit Breakers and Earth Spirits. This game, of course, Spirit Breaker very appropriate versus Weaver. So we're watching Era have some decent freedom because he has that Enigma up there, Chessie able to hold his own. And Kuro just has to, handhold my control a little bit more. He still only has 8 last hits, Cap.
Yeah, it's Charlie has been really good at keeping up the denies, and his boots plus Windlace has given him enough that my control doesn't feel really like he doesn't feel in control. He doesn't feel like he can go on the offensive and shove this Ursa out for fear of being potentially turned around on. So.
And there's already the phase boots now on Charlie, so my control is at risk of dying constantly in this lane now. If he does make any slip-ups, if he doesn't have Kuroki at his sides, this will be a dead Venomancer in most situations. And yeah, phase boot, Windlace, 408 movement speed when he is popping that.
Yeah, the
345 on the Veno.
He's managed to have such a successful CS laning phase for the Ursa, and has been given solo experience for the most part. Like, he's gonna have level 6 so soon.
Yeah, they've somehow successfully just owned this bottom lane just because of that whole level 1 and just getting a couple extra pulls off. It's really messed up Nigma's want what they wanted down here, because like Kuroki's had to check bottom rune too for Weehaw because he was struggling a little bit, so they've had to move around, and it's definitely hurt my control a sufficient amount. Look at Chessie, he's almost level 6 too.
Yeah,
this Venomancer is quite behind.
Does manage to get the read on Weehaw. The charge was there as he walked underneath the ward. And as a result, Exorcism is out. I can hear the ghost going away. They're going on to Kuro right now. He's going to go ahead and throw out the Fisher, see if he can survive, but he's going to be chased down most likely. Back over to mid lane with Siege Wagon push and Exorcism out. This is feeling like Weehaw's rotation up to top lane. I'm not sure if it was the right time for him to do something like this, because Supreme might just take this tower in its entirety. Is he going to get the
whole tower? He actually might. He's standing right up against it too. It's in deny range, but he has to be a little careful. So if they want to deny it, Nigma will, and they will immediately.
Yeah.
This is really good pressure coming out from High Coast. Like, my control was forced to TP out bottom. They killed Kuroki. They end up swinging mid, getting the tower too because of Weehaw's rotation. This is just great stuff right now for them, and they're even applying pressure onto Weehaw afterwards here with Supreme just sticking around in the lane. Now Supreme's got, World is oyster. Pick and choose what lane he wants to go to pressure next. Likely to be that top lane.
Oh no!
Weaver. Oh no! Miracle.
Double Centaur stomps. Miracle gets the bugs out, but I feel like if I'm going anywhere in Supreme, I'm going top. But I see this stack.
Yeah. Weehaw has to Weehaw's coming up here too. This stack needs to be farmed. Like, Nigma does not want to give this one away.
No, they don't. The Eidolons are currently doing it right now, so they got to get aggressive. Weehaw. Oh, Centaur Stomp onto the Enigma, but charge is going to come out, force out the Dissimulate. Weehaw getting aggressive. Oh, a whip there on the Black Hole. Chessie keeps it going. Some sort of vain hope that somebody will walk back in, but no. At least they do control this this camp, this stack. It will be theirs, even if they failed out on the Black Hole.
A swing and a miss. He was hoping, he was hoping the Shikuchi would go back through. Miracle was patient, though. He sat back. He at least still has his book 1 done, and still good pressure, and still really good things coming out from High Coast. Mind Control does get some space, but Charlie's already got a broadsword, too. This is...
Whoa. Miracle, jeez. That was wildly aggressive there for a moment in GH.
And GH is going to pay for it.
Yeah, he certainly is. I mean, Miracle had an out. He could pop his ultimate, which, he did, but... I'm not sure if that move made a whole lot of sense. I'm not sure what's going on with Nigma right now, but feels like some uncharacteristic mistakes being made by them.
Yeah, and their lineup is about, getting ahead and staying ahead in this early game. You don't want to start getting behind versus this Ursa and Enigma draft. And, your one position, your Weaver, is countered in a lot of different ways. There's a Spirit Breaker in the game. There's a Death Prophet Silence. There's a couple annoying things. Sure, there's not crazy amount of stuns and control, but those usually tend to be quite enough, especially just the Spirit Breaker. And now they're even applying pressure on the tower, too. This is 2 towers already taken by High Coast in this early game. Nigma's going to start breaking the lanes and start causing some chaos. They're getting some good space from Mind Control bottom, so he can start applying pressure on this tower, but yeah, they have to start just moving around on this Weaver and Io and trying to just pick off these squishy supports, the Shadow Demon in particular.
Meanwhile, High Coast, I always kind of like this play whenever you've got these really annoying offlaners, these Timber Saws, Venomancer's a good example. Like, instead of fighting into them, which is kind of what they want. Just letting that tower go and getting aggressive somewhere else, and this is where they can get aggressive on a Supreme. Disruption is only going to buy him a little bit of time here. The charge is going to come through. That allows Supreme to be able to get a lot of Spirit Siphons off, and that ultimate from Miracle didn't actually get him away from that. The Spirit Siphon keeps him up, and Supreme, that half health, is going to start turning things around. As Charlie, he's going for the kill onto the Io, won't be able to get him, but Weehaw, he does not have any jumps away, so Zibe is going to run him down with the poison. What a huge turn, as Era comes in on the clutch timing there with the charge.
Clutch timing from both supports. Zibe gets the disruption right after the first siphon goes off, so the siphon continues during disruption, and that actually is the thing to keep him alive. That little bit of extra region that goes during that disruption, and then yeah, perfect charge from Era coming through. Good connection from High Coast bringing the squad. They brought all 5 to battle because they know how this early game is going. They know how strong the Ursa is. It's given a lot of space to Mind Control, though. He is completely caught up. He's top net worth for his team. And he is going to be building toward that rush of a Yule, so he will have the thing to address that Ursa in a lot of the mid-game team fights.
Good read by Zibe, or probably the call out there from Era. As he charged through, the Venomancer started changing his positioning, so they knew there was a ward up there. And they check for a second one inside of their jungle. They're going to place that one. That's going to be spotted and potentially really punished by Weehaw. He attempts to go for the kill, but Zibe, he's level 6 here. Weehaw, he's got to be careful in his aggression. He's going in deep. He's going to get purged up. The ultimate, it's going to come out soon from Era, but they do have to relocate. He's got backup, and that's going to come in from Miracle. Both the supports are going to die pretty fast on the side of High Coast, but Kuro's already dead. Supreme, he is strong. Can they actually help him out here? The silence is going to go down as the relocate back happens, so they weren't able to focus down Charlie the way they wanted to.
This is how they need to start collapsing. They need to start causing this chaos. They can't let High Coast just sit back and get this farm. I like that they just use that relocate, force the issue, just get something on the map. They lose Kuro, but I think they have to start making these kind of moves. They can't just let Charlie do Ursa things and just get Battle Fury freely and just sit back and keep farming for the next items. Have to apply this pressure with Weaver Io.
Second fastest tier 1 mid tower kill in the EU DPC. It goes to show. It's High Coast. They got themselves one hell of a boon nice and early thanks to Supreme's domination of the mid lane.
Death Prophet overall as a hero is just insane right now. The few series that I have seen it been played, even as 5 position, but the few where I see it as a good mid lane, just a good role for it in this one, it just does so much. You don't even need the exorcism a lot of the times it feels, but it just puts so much pressure on the enemy mid laner.
Make a move.
We'll clean up that warrior. Get a little bit of extra gold from the Necro Book.
Weehaw coming in with his Invis rune to the top lane.
He's very poor. He's under a sentry
and
now,
he's spotted
too.
by a sentry, Chessie. Okay, he knows now. The range creep showed him, but they're immediately going to go for the black hole. The trap has been sprung and set. Caught a Weehaw. He dies.
Oof, he is really starting to fall behind. 0-3-1 right now on Weehaw. He's got the max dissimulate build too, just for like the big farming kind of style. And yeah, he's died a couple times now. That one a bit unfortunate. He's under the sentry, but as Era, immediately when they get a kill, he's looking to get active again, charge across the map. Very good versus that Veno and Weaver. Mind control. Can they actually set up an extra gank for him? They cannot.
I actually think this is a very underrated aspect of Spirit Breaker, is that he can play BSJ's quote-unquote dead lane, the hard lane to be in, right? The safe lane, playing around the tier 2 without losing. It's not like the enemy team sees the Spirit Breaker bottom and goes, oh, guys, they're 4 versus 5. We can get aggressive on the other side of the map or something. It's a support that has a very unique mechanic that allows him to be able to be in front of certain towers that are out of position, but still be there for the team.
I love that it lets you set up and save the fast TP for your teammates. That's the biggest thing for me. Yeah. It always lets the 3-second TP on the front line as Miracle. He's diving in.
Zibe, he's definitely going to be dying here, but GH is going to get low, ulted up by Era. They need a little bit more, but he's so fast because of the Shikuchi, as now they're looking to be able to force Charlie. Actually, he's already used his ultimate, so never mind. He's just going to die. Down. Exorcism will clean up on Kuro. Does Supreme feel good enough to run into these 3? Doesn't look like it, especially since mind control's here as well. Doesn't actually clip him there as he throws out the Gale, but they can try and pressure this tier 1 mid tower.
He might need something like a hood or any type of magic protection as Supreme. There's actually a ton of damage coming out from Weaver with Maelstrom, with Io. The fact that Overcharge gives you Spell Lamp, it actually is an insane amount of damage that does come out as Chessie top. The relocate catches him off guard.
Yeah, this is
Fast
something
moves.
that is kind of awkward. This relocate against an offlaner that likes to remain kind of static in a lane, right? Venomancer and Enigma are very similar in that regard. They want to occupy and own an area of the map, but relocate makes the game a lot harder for you.
Yeah, Chessie's gonna have to be a lot more careful of how he shows in the lane. Maybe just having the Eidolons and the Necro Book shove rather than actually showing his hero when he does stuff like that. Because yeah, you're gonna get set up by like a fissure and a relocate almost every time. As now Jibe also a bit out of position.
Yeah, he tried to get a very aggressive laning ward out, but sadly, that is very likely, I think, to be denied right away, just because they know he was out here for a reason, and they got it.
Nigma's really starting to apply that pressure and cause the chaos. We still see High Coast. They're keeping maintained, keeping their cool. They're still farming
into the charge. Into the ultimate as well. He was trying to hold it out until the Malefice stuns ran its course, but they controlled them a little bit longer. Maybe the Death Prophet could have been there with the silence and we could have had a kill. Supreme does now have a Yule's Scepter, so he's got some defense available now.
Okay, they'll just actually force that rush. They don't have Exorcism at the moment, so this will give them a little bit of blanket window until they do have that, 25 seconds, and Enigma won't make it there in time. They're just going to get their own farm. And they've caused a lot of chaos. You know, after that little bit of a shaky kind of laning phase, they've evened things out, and they're actually the ones bouncing back between the net worth lead and experience lead.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Now we do have Exorcism back up, Black Hole up, and Book 3 finished for High Coast. So some really big item timings all coming together. Nigma really pressing the issue on bottom, trying to get this tier 2 early. It's going to be reactions now, though. We see High Coast setting up. Nigma's all in the area, though.
For once, they're going to go into their safe lane and try and force a team fight with this smoke, and they're going to manage to catch the Void Spirit with the Yule Scepter into the silence, and now looks like Weaver's been put in the hole as well, and he's not going to be given an escape GH. Too late for that one, and even the relocate out is not successful thanks to the disruption from Zibe.
This time, Chessie makes up for the whiff. Black Hole catches the perfect one. Weehaw just again getting caught out. A Yule's into a silence, and then they have the Book through sticking on him. He's just quickly dead as Nigma gets pushed out of the jungle very easily. And they didn't have to pop Exorcism too, so it's just that Black Hole. So for next fight, High Coast can definitely look for it. And we see that again, yeah, just he's spotted. He just gets completely controlled, and Miracle just walks up a bit too close.
And GH, I mean, level 1 relocate takes some serious time, and that Weaver, as soon as he's controlled, Charlie can just 100-0 him in like 2 seconds, this GH. I'm not sure what moment that eyebrow movement was for. That was, I'm guessing, Miracle getting caught in the black hole.
Yeah, more than likely. I don't think they were prepared for that quick setup there. Like, Weehaw just walks in, Kuroki's not ready. GH just is not ready to bail them out, and a big hit from High Coast. That's with the Aegis. You know, they're gonna have this all this time here to just like sit back, farm, finish up BKB on Ursa. This is looking pretty damn good for High Coast, especially with like the hero matchups that they do have. Sure, Weaver is good in a way versus the lack of control, but just the fact that their Spirit Breaker really just is going to make it so hard. It's going to make it so difficult for the Weaver because of how good of a game Era's having too. He's already halfway to Ags. So these charges, like the movement speed will be able to match and catch up to the Weaver, and just that cooldown, it goes down to 7 seconds. He's going to have it real early.
Reminder to those at home who haven't kept total track of the EU DPC, this is a match that doesn't have any impact for High Coast Esports. They've already been eliminated as the team who's currently 1-5. But it does have serious implications for Nigma. We're currently 3-3. And if they win this, then they're guaranteed some sort of tiebreaker in the 3rd or maybe even 2nd spot. But if they go and lose this series, then they still have a potential of being 3-4 and having a tiebreaker for the 4th slot, which is still a wildcard slot to the major.
And it's definitely feeling a bit scary for Team Nigma right now with their lineup. Like the fact that High Coast lineup, they scale better. You know, the later the game goes, it's just amazing for Ursa and Nigma, for Death Prophet. These heroes are going to get really strong, and they have, like, you know, the support duo is also quite strong. Nigma's got to start fixing things together. They have to start causing more chaos. Got to start getting better angles of approach and just being prepared for those setups. They almost do have the blink on Kuroki, which will make things a lot easier because they don't really have great forms of starting the fights, especially with Weehaw struggling so much. He's so poor on this Void Spirit. They're going to need a big blink Echo Slam to bring things back.
Speaking of which, where was Kuro when that black hole went down?
He was all the way so far on the right. Like he immediately started running away. I don't think he could get there in time. It really caught them just totally off guard.
Well, this is they're gonna have to hit that point, that Blink Dagger timing really hard. They're gonna have the Eul Scepter for the Venomancer, but it's concerning, right? Because the Battle Fury Ursa, from my experience, man, this hero turns into a serious late game beast.
And he's already got the items to kind of counteract versus Weave. Like, he has Basher already at this point. Miracle.
Oh, if he got a bash there, they might have been able to get the kill. Supreme pushed on the wrong side of the Fissure here. Is in an awkward space. He's still got the Eul Scepter and Spirit Siphons. He's going to pop it now to be able to dodge the Simulate. Charlie takes that damage instead. He still has the Aegis, and the Disruption is out there to be able to buy Supreme a little bit more time. Again, a charge comes through. Supreme, is he going to be able to get away? Hiding inside the trees. Spirit Siphon goes out immediately. Miracle pops that ultimate in order to break the Spirit Siphon. Still hoping to be able to chase out Supreme, but now an ultimate from Era. A silence of Fissure, but the Sun, he's on the right side of it as he holds his ground. The Spirits come back. He heals up. Weehaw's going to go down. Another Eul Scepter, buying him a little bit more time. A silence goes out because the team help him. Kuro comes in with a big echo. That's going to take out Zibang, but Charlie back into it. Almost taking the Venomancer down. Oh no, he didn't get the kill before he died. He'll come back for a second life, but Era's low on health, and with a 1 versus 4, he's going to get kited around heavily. Charlie doesn't stand a chance on his second life. He does go down. The Blink Dagger's picked up by Kuro now as Nigma finally start getting into the swing of things.
What a like team fight winning Fissure just to start everything off. It puts Supreme in such an awkward position. They all have to walk up and just kind of bail him out. It puts the rest of them all in this weird position. The Spirits come back in at a perfect time, but they can't quite clean up Miracle. The heals coming out from GH, bit too much. Really huge fight, a big outplay fight from Team Nigma there, setting up perfectly. And now the Blink is there for Kuro. So he somehow walked in and got a pretty good Echo Slam in the midst of all that chaos, but it all started off with that just gorgeous Fissure by him.
A haste rune for Kuro while the Weaver is pressuring and does take that top tower. Getting a nice bit of tier 2 items. SNY complete for Miracle now as well.
Look at his next cute item. I guess this is the solution for the Ursa to have a matchup against him. And I guess also that Enigma to have a BKB solution for Black Hole. He's going to go Basher into Abyssal on Weaver.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have a BKB piercing disable, so they're eventually going to need that Abyssal Blade.
Yeah, I kind of like it. And then also, if like he gets situations where he bashes the Ursa, if he's fighting him straight up, right? I mean, that sounds absolutely ridiculous, but like you can see the reasons why he'd want. Like, what else do you itemize? You'd have to go for like Butterfly or Scotty, kiting him out. I can see the reasons why he could go for this.
Oh boy, Jesse.
My God.
I don't know, man. I find that IO Weaver is like one of the most ridiculous looking combos in the game right now. Now that Tether allows you to match the movement speed, look at him. He's whipping Miracle, and they Shikuchi, and they just zoom it across the map.
It's like when we had that phase of Bloodseeker IO every game in the off lane. I don't know if you were playing pubs during it, and it was just like, Jesus, they're just 1,000 movement speed the whole laning phase.
866 movement speed.
And now GH has a Vessel finished up, so Death Prophet, Supreme, he's going to need that BKB for the next upcoming fight too. And Nigma has really just halted all of High Coast advantages. Miracle takes the top net worth, and he's just swinging from tower to tower. You know, that movement speed, that mobility coming into play.
So High Coast are taking this last team fight, and what they're saying is, okay, guys, in order to win the next team fight engagement, we need BKB. They're conceding a lot of ground and just trying to find farm where they can. Yeah. BKB for the Death Prophet. BKB being built up for the Ursa as well, as he was obviously kited quite heavily. But hey, you got to watch out for this Weaver plus IO combination. Not only do they have the global capabilities of relocate, but near global as they just zoom around the map together.
It really is. It is quite ridiculous, absolutely. And with that SNY too, I mean, this is the most common pickup now on all these carries, but you know, it works really well versus Silence. You're gonna see it a couple times there, him versus that Death Prophet. I mean, this speed is so ridiculous. Like, they literally can just set up for the towers so fast. They just swing across the map.
I'm curious, Bug. What do you think about the fact that we don't have like a big late game status resistance item anymore? Are you okay with that? Because I'm kind of okay with that.
I would like to see it removed from SNY. I'll be totally honest with you.
Okay, fair enough. That's an old school Dota player thing, yeah.
Well, just like the fact that you see people go back for SNY as like a fourth item just feels so weird. But you know, it works so well with a lot of these cores. This era, they'll just swoop right in and assassinate him on the high ground. High Coast, like you mentioned, they want to just farm these BKBs. They're sacrificing a lot of ground.
Yeah, Arrow was positioned to break a smoke, but you know, he did break that smoke. The problem is Nigma literally moves so fast they're able to catch more people all the time as they're able to get Zibe on top of that. Fortunately, all the cores do escape, which is kind of what they're looking for, but still.
And they get the scan too, the successful scan up on top on Chessie. He needs to be careful.
Forward.
Chessie. He's gonna get relocated on.
Oh no, yeah. Oh, he's gonna go for the black hole right away with the midnight pulse. Oh, thank goodness Weeha's here. That could have been disastrous. I'm surprised he didn't go for the TP out right away. Oh, never mind. There's Yules on mind control. I forgot.
He is in a rough spot as soon as he gets spotted up there. And High Coast has to be more careful with how they're split up. This Nigma, you know, the mobility's really getting to them. Even though they're the ones with Spirit Breaker, they're not able to match this movements. And now Basher's finished up after that SNY very quickly.
GH, they're going to go and try and get a fast kill onto him. The Weaver's here joining up, but Era's going to be able to pick up that Invis rune. Might need a little bit more damage to finish off GH. He's burning, but meanwhile, Supreme has been left behind. The Yule Scepter's right before the Fissure, but he's surrounded here. He's going to pop his BKB, Spirit Siphon on out. He's healing a lot. GH is still alive, but Era's still trying to track him down. Can he actually get him? Curl jumps in and bails out GH with a big Enchant Totem hit to stall up Era. GH is just too strong, apparently. He's just a little bit too tanky every time.
Cap, they used Exorcism, and now they have to run away from the fight. They also used Black Bolt top before. Nigma's just going to run away with the next 2 minutes or so. They're just going to keep running at them. Don't let them get any space. They've got no damage. They've got no team fight. And they've kept Echo Slam through all of this. Kuroki patiently holding on to it. So they can just keep hunting, keep swinging around, keep looking for kills. High Coast really crumbling and falling apart after that top fight.
Yeah, Charlie, there's still a full recipe away from that BKB on him.
I deserve this.
It almost feels like it's one of those things where they realize what they need a bit too late into the game, you know? And now...
Yeah, they probably just felt they were really strong around that top side, and I feel like they just, like, Kuroki just ruined them with a Fissure about the whole thing that they wanted to, and they got forced into a fight maybe that they didn't want, because they were, like, Ursa's Basher was flying out on the courier as that whole fight happened, so...
All right, nice kill.
Okay.
Weehaw.
Not bad.
Not sure how he initially got caught there, but big pickup. Is that Era's, sorry, did he have an Aghanim Scepter? Is that what he's almost got?
Yeah, Era's been 2 parts of it. He's at the 3rd part now. He needs 1 more.
Okay.
So it'll be nice. It'll be really good if he's able to get that versus the Weaver.
Yeah, certainly.
However, they have lost so much map control farming for these BKBs.
First hit bash, that'll do it to you.
Is that what caught Weehaw?
Yeah. They just crashed into each other, and immediately he got bashed up. And from there, not much he can really do. And as a result of that kill, Charlie's been able to get push out, get some creeps. He's almost there to his BKB. This game significantly changes if they can actually get all 3 of their BKBs online, because they, like, the strength of these heroes amps up so much. If the Ursa isn't being kited, if the Enigma has the threat of the BKB black hole, I mean, a lot changes.
Yeah, still worried about him being able to stick on targets, because the thing is, like, he's gonna have BKB, but he's versus Venomancer. So if they don't remove mind control from the fight immediately, Charlie is still going to get quite kited. They have to be able to get on a target and stick on them, and they don't really have the best options. Like, it really is just the BKB black hole for them to just get on someone and kill them, but a lot of different ways for Nigma to play around that one with relocates and soon having the Abyssal Blade on the Weaver. So it doesn't look like it's gonna be easy for High Coast.
Every Ursa lineup needs its Roshan. And Nigma, they're currently trying to take that Roshan away. As mind control just kind of jumps in, drops the ultimate immediately. In these last few seconds of Roche, they're looking to be able to take in, keep them out of the pit. Heiko's going in. They do manage to get the Aegis, but this could be a potentially bad team fight. It's BKB, Black Hole going out, only catching 1 bow. Oh, Miracle got bumped into it by Era. He pops his ultimate, but he was already low. He's going to have to fight through on a second light. Charlie, his BKB is wearing out soon as the jump in from Weehaw, relocate out over to the side. They actually go away. They're going back in because they know Charlie doesn't have his BKB anymore. The Exorcism, though, they're stunned up. It's doing so much damage. Miracle had the cheese, though. He pops that immediately. He's going to get bumped back by, they relocate back over to the other side of the pit, and they're going to be back in the fight soon, but they may not even need him. Zibi is going to go for a last-second disruption and TP out, but that is denied by Weehaw. Gets the Yule Scepter on him. Turn back out of his Supreme, but obviously his Exorcism is gone. No more damage left in the tank, and Nigma, they take the Roshan, they win the fight.
They have to use 2 buybacks for it, but well worth it. They just show up and make sure that they can bail out Miracle of what looked like could have been a dangerous spot for a second there, and that's like one of the most important fights of this game. Securing that Roche, getting themselves the cheese as well. Miracle able to pop that one and survive throughout it, and now he's got Abyssal, so they've got ways to solve that BKB Black Hole after it did some decent damage in the fight. And now up to the high ground. They're actually looking for more as 3 are dead.
Yeah, they might as well just keep pushing that advantage. As I'm fairly certain... Oh, never mind. Yeah, he doesn't have his BKB just yet. I mean, just imagine. Remember when Chessie just kind of like threw out the Midnight Pulse? Imagine if he's got BKB. And like if he was just a little bit more farmed. He had a BKB there, then he just rolls up inside of the pit, and they kind of win Roshan. There's no contest at that point.
He had to be a little bit more patient with it. He only is able to get the 1. Of course, Miracle gets bashed into it, but yeah, he could have just like literally walked freely into it and gotten the perfect situation for it. Weehaw played this fight really well. He danced on the sides really nicely and kept getting these good jumps and controls for that, so that Miracle and GH can just keep positioning themselves perfectly for the fight. Some really nice, clever mini relocates, just swinging and moving that positioning of the fight to the high ground and just getting Miracle in position to carry. Where he's got Abyssal, and he's just, he's huge now.
High Coast's entire idea of team fights is that they have to be able to like bring people down 100-0, right? They're very committed. The big black hole. But if Nigma stretch out the team fight, the longer it goes, the more likely they are to win it. Abyssal Blade going out. Oh, but the Weaver is overwhelmed as the enraged Charlie just shakes off that disable. He doesn't chase for more, though. They still give enough respect to Nigma on this high ground that they, even in a 4 versus 4 with no Weaver, they are still going to back away.
It's a huge kill. Like, Charlie gets that one, he's able to back away, and he can just finish up his look to finish up his next item if he'd like to, which is, I guess it's going to be that Abyssal. I guess you just can't go for Blinked Anger, unfortunately, because you are versus Veno. I want easier ways for them to get into the back lines, because it's really just the Spirit Breaker who can right now on High Coast. And these supports, they're still doing a number on Nigma. Even though Kuroki did die, so did Mind Control in the last fight, they're doing their job. They're getting all their spells off back there.
Now, Fog, do you think that Nigma is on a timer to end the game, or are you okay with the way that their heroes scale?
I think I'm okay with the way that their heroes scale, just because of the fact that they have this IO with the Weaver. It just makes him that much stronger. If it was just a Weaver with no actual steroid, then I'd be a little more worried. But the fact that IO just makes you a monster, you know, Overcharge is a whole different mechanic in its own of what it can do. So that for that reason, I don't mind them going later.
In which case, if they do go later into the game, like their biggest threat is going to be just dealing with that black hole, because that is sort of an anti-carry measure that Heikos has. A Fisher not going to be on the mark as Charlie's able to hop himself a little bit farther away. Good for now. Zibe, he now has an Ether Lens, so better opportunity for him and disruptions from afar.
Yeah. I'm just worried about them on High Coast ever being able to actually control Miracle enough. I feel like they have to throw absolutely everything onto him in all these fights to actually kill him. The last one, you know, he got a bit unfortunate because of positioning, and he just, you know, he dropped out of Shikuchi for killing the Shadow Demon and then just gets bashed. But most of these situations, he's got so much backup. Like this High Coast, they have to try to assassinate GH at the start of the fights. They tried last time, but he is really durable with this Mac Medallion Vessel. But they have to take care of him because he's making Miracle do too much in the fights with the mobility, the damage, everything from Overcharge.
They're a little bit split right now, but Nigma, instead of going for a 5-man push into the triangle, they might be... I thought maybe they were just going to go for a fast push into bottom lane, but maybe they're waiting for Charlie to actually show himself, and show himself he does. They start off, lead off, immediately get the disable on him, throw every single disable they have in the book right at Charlie to make sure no chance of BKB, no chance of the Enrage.
And that's 70 seconds. That was a good read by them. They had the catapult wave pushing in. They knew that all of High Coast was set up top. They just waited for that perfect swing. And now look at the damage. Era just gets completely eviscerated by Miracle's DD. And now to the high ground. He's got the Orb of Destruction, so they're going to push at a pretty fast pace with this DD too.
High Coast. How do you defend this? Are you going to give up the lane entirely? Are you going to kind of half defend and poke?
They used the Demonic Purge there on the Weaver, but it's a Weaver. He doesn't care. Mind Control just jumps in. Gets that Poison Nova on all three of the heroes here.
Well, they are still hoping to be able to defend, it seems. But if they have to defend like this, if they lose some of their heroes, BKB going to be forced to use by Chessie, who kind of starts to charge forward, but he can't do anything now. Now, yeah, as you said, with BKB down, there's no hope of getting a black hole when the Ursa's up.
No, they're just going to have to let this one go. Got to be careful not to lose anybody, too. Nigma's going to back away, get this big advantage, and wow, 11K. Everyone gets a huge injection of gold as we see multiple solutions now being prepared for that. Enigma, BKB, even Weeha's queuing up the Bastion and the Abyssal Blade. They've got a Wind Waker about to be finished onto Mind Control, so lots of different ways to protect teammates and just to stop the fight.
No, I'm excited to see the Wind Waker, man. That is like, that item, hard to get, right? Because it's so expensive. But it is a hard counter to the big team fight abilities of like Black Hole and Chronosphere.
Yeah, you just Wind Waker your team and he just flies out of it in the funniest way possible.
Yeah.
I think I've only seen 2 Wind Wakers. I got to see one yesterday, only for a couple of seconds.
Uh-oh, he's been silenced. Abyssal Blade back to be able to stop the Ursa. Now the follow-up disables. Now he's going to pop his ultimate, but he's already been charged. Now the Black Hole. Weeha's gotten it as well. He jumps right in, headlong into the darkness. And now GH, he's going to be pulled back in by a relocate. Nigma, a fatal error there perhaps, as they're going to lose 3.
That was maybe a little bit of an awkward time lapse, putting
wait,
right into it.
I can't believe
Did he actually just get out?
GH just got out. Kuro, he's got his blink up.
No way.
No way. Our Bull support's going to get out of this. All right. He's been charged. See if he can hit. Era didn't chase.
Kuro instantly gets a D ward because he saw that charge too. Well, he knows where there is a ward. He puts down the sentry. Nice no hesitation by Chessie. Gets the Black Hole and we hop. A little bit unfortunate for him. He blinked. He jumped right into it. He astral stepped literally as it was about to get casted, as we'll see this one again. Miracle. Maybe not the time lapse he expected, but Arrow was prepared with the charge and wham. Very nicely done.
Yeah, this Spirit Breaker is really showing how good it is versus the Weaver, because Weaver's stuck in this position of, do I hold my time lapse until after the charge hits me, but I could potentially be chain stunned down, or do I pop it beforehand, but the disable's going to connect with me after on my second, my kind of second.
Ooh, Charlie.
Uh-oh. Is Charlie in trouble? What is Charlie doing down here? He's got his BKB. He's gonna have to use it soon as he pops the Enrage first. And now he's
dead.
Just dead. Why though?
And my control just dances on him with the Wind Waker. I
mean, I felt like Heiko's just got a big win under their belts, and then all of a sudden it just kind of gets thrown away.
Yeah, and now they don't have, they don't have Black Hole for 50 seconds or Exorcism. So Nigma with that kill, they effectively are playing only versus like 3 heroes. They can just go hard, jump onto anybody they see, and just take out these buildings. Heikos has to be very careful these next 50 seconds not to give up too much.
Yeah, Zibe, he's going to be forced to throw a buyback here as he spots the ward high ground, but it does get him killed in the process. See if they can slow this down. 35 seconds, melee Necronomicon unit going down. Supreme. He's got to be careful these chain disables. Weeha's going to be forced to use another Astral Step there because of the Fissure block.
Look at all the buffs on Miracle that they're putting on him. The Solar Crest, the Bullwhip.
Supreme, okay, they're going to bump him back, and they got to be careful of this burst damage there. That was a lot, especially thanks to the Soul Catcher adding a big burst of damage. If you can't actually bring him down.
That's gonna spook Nigma a bit to back away.
Yeah.
Ursa's gonna be respawning too. Ultimates are all coming back up, and yep, they see the Roche spawning. Can they kill this fast enough? It's got the cheese and that refresher shard.
The 5-man smoke up from Heikos. They can get here in time, I think.
They've got the blink as well on the Enigma, so they've got great ways to fight. Everything's up for them. Can they get the catch? They've got a ward too, actually in good position, watching Weeha and Kuroki.
All eyes on Chessie here, seeing if they can get the right kind of initiation. They've already lead off perfectly. Pick off onto Kuro. That team fighter's down. Now a silence to be able to follow up onto the Weaver. He's immediately being stunned up here. I think that was the Wind Waker used on him. Miracle's going to be backing away, but now that means they're open to be able to lay out the Black Hole. Here comes GH. He goes in for a potential relocate heal save here, but the Black Hole's just going to catch the 2 of them. Buyback on the Earthshaker, but there's no buyback on our Weaver or our IO. Heikos. They can take this and build for more now as they're unable to get Weehaw, but they can go into the Roshan pit if they wish.
Nigma didn't, they were just under complete vision. Look, they're pinging it out right now too. Like Weehaw's like pinging that ward, but he actually walks right back into it.
Yeah, he throws out the Void Remnant. That doesn't stop Era for long thanks to the Bulldoze. He shrugs off that disable. The ward is still there.
Wait, Weehaw was pinging that ward though. Like he's like, I know there's a ward here, and he walked up and just gave his life for it. That ward just literally won them that whole entire situation.
Oh, my control, the Echo Slam! A Wombo combo from Nigma with 2 heroes. They are hoping this is enough to get Heikos out of the damn pit with a buyback coming in from Weehaw. Heikos, they're going to be limping away here. Supreme is going to be forced to use his BKB. He's going to go for a TP out. Heikos have to reset. Now, Roshan's not low enough that Weehaw can do it by himself, I think.
They got 10 seconds or so left on Weaver. No, he can't take this out by himself just yet. It's going to take way too long. They're going to be able to swing back over. Ursa even buys Blink. Heikos, they're booking it.
They're going to run back in, but the Weaver's going to be up in time. They also have the relocate coming in from the IO. They're immediately going to try and rush this. Was this the play? Can they get this in time? The Roshan's falling fast. Oh, Shiva's going to go in, but they can't actually stop it. Everything's going to be picked up on the ground. Supreme with no BKB. He's got to play it careful here. Nigma start backing themselves away. A charge in from Era. It's Charlie who runs on in and tanks the Void Remnant, but he will manage to catch up with Rehai here. Thanks to the Abyssal Blade. A follow-up bump in there from Era is going to be able to get him killed, and GH just used his tether as well, so he can't tether himself to Miracle. But Heikos, respect the fact that Nigma, they got a cheese, they got a refresher, they got that Aegis. They do not want to overextend themselves.
No, don't overextend on Heikos. They're about to have their ults back up. 30 seconds. Charlie's actually walking in very aggressively here anyway.
Yeah, Charlie, he don't give a damn.
They don't. He's feeling really powerful because Veno's dead for such a long time. Charlie's like, thank God, I can actually play Ursa properly. But looking for those type of catches. But their ults are about to come back up on High Coast.
Yeah, as you say, with the Venomancer dead, and then he's got Spider Legs on top of it, his mobility, there's such a massive difference for him. Is they're going to try and first down Supreme, but he's got a fresh BKB in the black hole. He managed to catch the Weaver while the guy who's being addressed, the IO. GH managed to get off the cheese, and the Weaver's not dead yet. He managed to get off the time-lapse. Chugochi himself away as GH does the same with the Tether. Now the ultimate comes out for the Venomancer as they're focusing down this Death Rob. The Spirit Siphon's keeping alive with the Gold Scepter as well. He's healing up so damn much. Weehaw, double in, refresher, back and forth with the Astral Step. Going out to the Ursa. Ursa almost dead. He pops in range, tries to go for a DP off, denied by the Gold Scepter. You're not going anywhere, Big Bad Bear. As he turns around, goes for the IO, does manage to get him killed before he finally falls. Era.
They're chasing.
TP away. Do they have a disable? They do. They've got the Void Remnant. They snap him out of his place. High Coast. They do not manage to win that team fight. These fights are playing towards the end of the game now as we go into late death timers. And Nigma, they're the ones with the advantage. They can push it now.
So close to getting Miracle, at least the one time, but the cheese and then the time lapse, they're not actually able to focus fire him. GH doing an excellent job bailing out his buddy. Nice fight from Nigma with the buyback too from My Control, gives his life up for Miracle. That's Miracle. Yeah, like we said, still Aegis, and now he's got Leveler with all this time to be able to take out at least 2 racks. Are they not going to buy back?
They have the tier 2 up at top, so they may be just making the executive call. There's no black hole. Barracks are not worth as much as a buyback.
No, not at this point. Double barracks really hurts to play against, though. That constant pressure that comes out, and it is the middle and bottom one. So, you know, they're going to have to... The tension is going to start getting pulled to the bottom and mid lane, and then that's always going to give, like, those weird Roshan potentials for Nigma if the game does get to that point later on. So it's going to be tough for High Coast now. With 2 racks is down, it's always just going to be the sides that are being forced in. And then, yeah, they have to just, like, run all the way around the map. And this Nigma... You know, Nigma's draft is all about that mobility and pulling them around the map. If they are able to outnumber, that will hurt High Coast a lot. I think these 2 racks might hurt them more than they thought it will.
They do have an extra late game step here, Fogged. Chessie is working towards a refresher. We've seen how effective like one black hole is at being able to dismantle this Weaver IO lineup.
Does he have mana? He's going to be really close to not having the mana for double, I'll be honest with you.
He may have to go for a mana booster after this refresher if he hopes to be able to do anything with it. We'll see. Maybe he just grabs a bunch of mangoes and shoves them in his backpack.
Yeah, something like that. He's going to need it. He doesn't have the mana. You want to ideally get at least like one of the midnight pulses off too. If he midnight pulses, he doesn't have mana for double once he gets that refresher.
Supreme, they're going to lead off on him. Just poking. Seeing if Supreme or anybody from High Coast can be pulled out of position. Miracle, he's going to be spotted here. He does have a double damage. He's a missile bladed, but they do have the Gold Scepter black hole. It's going to be able to catch him. GH, can they save him? They're not going to go for it on the first life, and he uses Tether, but it doesn't actually bail out Weehaw. Meanwhile, the second life of Miracle is going to come into play, but the Gold Scepter stops the Shukuchi. Can they get the silence afterwards? They get a bash and a silence and a pistol play. The Weaver's dead.
Nice stuff from Era, controlling the backline. He kept chasing Kuroki. Kuro can't actually go for any play to save him out, and that's 80 seconds, so wow, back and forth. We keep having these deaths where there's no buybacks, and 90 also on Weehaw. Every single time he seems to be getting caught in with his brother inside of that black hole.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
29-28. A match that High Coast have nothing to play for, but they also have nothing to lose. Playing fearlessly in the face of... Oh, Charlie! He
finds him.
All right. I mean, that's the kind of game-winning move. They no longer have to worry about an Earthshaker as they approach the high ground, which is great for them. They can just be very aggressive. What do they do with this timer, though? I don't think they know. There's no buyback on... Yeah, they don't know there's no buyback on the Weaver. That's due to gold.
My Control's gonna have to try to stall. He has to be super careful on this Venomancer, though. They'll try to dive him instantly. Charlie, pop the Enrage, get that Gale off. And they should be able to get this Rax here. Yeah. Glyph will continue to slow it down. They're being very cautious. They're probably afraid of the buyback, like you're saying.
Keeping it going. 12 seconds till the Weaver's up. High Coast are probably looking at this going, okay, this is enough time. They're going to pop their ultimate, actually, and that may scare High Coast away. The preemptive relocate.
Okay.
That was
keep the racks up.
Yeah, that was kind of a cool move. I mean, they just pretty much spooked High Coast from being able to get that melee barracks.
That was nice. I like that Nigma's playing very cautious because Chessie, I think they spotted that he had Refresher and he did instantly pop it and then he ninja geared, I think maybe even in Vision. So I think they were very afraid of that second black hole coming in. They will all respawn. Some nice wards coming out from the side of High Coast. There's actually one in the base of Nigma that they did not take out just yet.
Oh, man. Fog, do you see that Trickster Cloak on the Death Prophet? I mean, that is some big survivability upgrade there. Whether the active works for him or not, just the evasion against this Weaver who does not have an MKB.
Yeah, I mean, even Magic Resist isn't bad because he is like, you know, Maelstrom. It'll add up a little bit there, but yeah, nice pickup. And I like the Hex. It really is. Those keep Weaver in place, as we've seen several times now. If they just keep Miracle locked down, he will die. And they do have quite a lot of forms of it now as Charlie. He's actually almost got an MKB finished up too. Hasn't quite spent his gold.
It's also an instant disable to potentially catch GH, right? Because his play, he has to be able to get the relocate onto Miracle. So everybody from High Coast is going to be high alert.
Mid. There's double catapults here. They've got the Eidolons and the Necro Book, the melee racks.
Okay.
Getting low. There's still a ward in the base too. Okay, they have a gem now on my control, so at least be able to take that one out.
Siege wagons are hard to deal with. They're going to throw out the Void and then try and stop it, but the melee barracks dies.
Meanwhile, bottom, we see double siege wave coming in from Nigma. That's going to hurt that tier 4 quite a bit. They're bringing it. I think we're going to get to some rat potential. Cap, I'll be honest with you. I always see like 2 racks is down. I see Weaver. I see IO. I think Nigma's just looking for opportunities probably at some point to go for some base pushing if the game starts to get into like some weird forms.
Yeah, especially when Weaver gets level 25.
Yeah, Weaver and IO 25 could definitely just take out the throne really quickly with that attack tethered. So yeah, definitely in the realms of the game getting to that point. iCoast has hit hard in these last 2 fights, and they're gonna have these refresher black holes constantly too to threaten.
MKB for the Ursa. Is there, I think the only evasion he's dealing with, am I crazy? Is it just the Trickster Cloak?
I think it is, yeah.
Huh. Wonder if
I was checking to see. Yeah.
Do you think he expected a butterfly out of the Weaver?
I'm not sure. I guess he must have. I'm trying to see if I'm missing anything else. I don't think so. No, that's it.
Yeah, just the Trickster Cloak, I guess. So
it is an annoying item to deal with.
Is there a better damage item if you don't need the True Strike though on Ursa?
That's what I'm thinking, like versus Weaver. Maybe he's thinking about for the later stage if the butterfly comes out, but
yeah.
I mean, the only other option, I'm not really sure what other option, because every time I see them just go like S and Ys and stuff like that, but
High Coast.
Nigma's, they're gonna get this one.
Yeah.
They're gonna get it for free.
I quite surprised by that. That's an Aghanim Scepter and a Refresher Shard, so who gets the Ags? I think that was the, maybe the IO. He's probably got the cheese there.
Yeah, IO cheese. I don't know. GH is still deciding. He's flying the courier around. Looks like he's trying to send it to my control, but...
Oh, they do manage to burst out my control, but he gets a buyback immediately. A charge through, bumps to a black hole being used immediately onto the Weaver. Can they burst him down fast enough? But he does have the edges. They get the relocate out. Miracles away to safety, and you know they want to re-engage. They want to be able to catch High Coast as the gem's going to be left behind here. Refresher going to be popped. This is why Nigma need to respect if they choose to re-engage here. Got to respect that second black hole.
Such a nice reset, though, right? That black hole and Exorcism was expended, so Exorcism's still pretty important here for Supreme. He's actually about to hit 25 on the Death Prophet, too.
Yeah.
GH, though, coming with clutch. Did he hand him over yet? Did he give the Ags over? He did. Okay, so Venomancer has Ags, and the Refresher Shard is on Weehaw still, just like last time.
Jumping in, immediately get the jump on it. Weehaw. Weehaw is dead. A Mesa Blade into the Malefice. They just cannot handle this fast damage. Is now Miracle. He's going to stand strong for a moment against Supreme, but realizing for his better judgment, he's got to get out of here.
Again, this vision is just, it's really crippling these mobility heroes on the side of Nigma. The instant disables are just too much for them when they're under vision. Just multiple times now I've seen Weehaw getting, Weehaw getting caught by that. He's got 10 deaths on this Void Spirit just because of these instant quick grabs. This Abyssal, this Hex now. And yeah, wards, honestly. Vision really wins games, everybody.
Oh, yeah, it certainly does. A late BKB is the choice now for Miracle.
He's getting annoyed by all these little things. Like it's not just the basher, it's not just anything like this. It's like the little Malefice stuns and everything are pretty obnoxious. So,
Mira. That hit does a lot of damage as he's gonna re-get his ultimate off thanks to the bulldoze, making that disable not last very long. Should be able to keep the chains done pretty easily. Now with Charlie here, Miracle's got to be a little bit careful. He was hoping to be able to kill that Spirit Breaker. He does pop his ultimate, turn around, pops him real quickly, but now he's been silent.
Charlie's being slowed up.
Yeah, he's dealing with this Venomancer. You said this is a hard game for Charlie to be able to play. The Venomancer's allowed to be in his face constantly. They do manage to get the scythe onto Miracle, but he quickly shrugs it off and is able to get his Shikuchi away. This Scotty is slowing things down incredibly. The Wind Waker away goes Mind Control as Miracle looks to be able to chase him down again. BKB activated, TP out. Chessie, no! The Abyssal Blade from Miracle catches him on the last half second here. Now Supreme, he's going to be run down as well. He's got the gem too, so he should be able to pick that one up, even if it takes a little bit to kill him. He tried to drop the gem off. Oh, he hit it. He hit it behind the tree.
Oh, he did. Oh, nicely.
All right,
and they're just committing for the tier 4s now, forcing the buybacks.
One buyback out. They're going to wait for the Spirit Breaker to catch people before the Enigma buys back and see if they can get it, but GH, he barely lived. One more swipe, but he gets the cheese off first. Supreme, he charges forward with the Shivas, was hoping he'd be able to catch somebody. They just used 3 buybacks. They needed a successful fight for that, but they don't get it.
It's just so hard for Charlie to do anything in the fights. Just Scotty slow, Veno Poison Sting. It's just kite central for this Ursa. Now he gets on top of Miracle.
Is that the first life? No, he gets off the time lapse and zoom away. Era, zoom on after him, goes for GH and realizes that's a bit too far out.
Charlie's gone for Heart next too. Okay.
Charlie.
So no boots. He does have spider legs at the very least, as we've said from earlier, but he's just feeling like he's getting pressured too much. And the thing is, he's built Heart into a Scotty. So that kind of just makes Scotty a little bit better, I feel, because he's just getting kited anyway, and that's going to reduce the effectiveness of the heal. It's a hard game for the Ursa anyway. Just watching him in the fights, it's just Poison Stings, Gales, Ghost Scepters, Wind Wakers, as he's getting hit by Scotty the whole time. It's pretty frustrating for Charlie this game. I don't think he knows what the solution really is. That's why we're seeing, like, you know, MKB versus non-evasion. Now Heart, he doesn't really know what the solution is versus all this kiting.
Well, looks like we're not going to be able to go high ground with this Aegis. Unless I'm wrong. It should be fading pretty soon, right? Ooh, Dissimulate's done. Yeah, 25
Yeah, it's about to be 20 seconds. And Miracle spends his gold finally. What's he bringing out? Is it a Satanic? It is. So he's going to have more survivability on this Weaver now.
So he replaces that true second life with a pseudo second life of its own, but
they're under vision here.
They see an opportunity to be able to pick off GH. They might just have got him. Scythe of Ice goes out. The Aeon Disc immediately they miss a play, but it takes off the disable thanks to the status resistance. And Charlie, he just got bashed up. Now he's going to be Echo Slam, but he managed to get the enrage off. He's going to start focusing on a Miracle on the side. They're going to be able to catch Weehaw here with the first black hole. He's already dead. Weeha's going to go for the buyback. This is a must-win engagement. Nigma, they can close out this game now as Era turns around, goes to the charge, but he's caught. The Fisher pulls him down into the grave as Supreme running away with the Exorcism. They got to be careful of Chessie, though. He doesn't have the mana for a second Black Hole, but maybe he does now. Lose it. Black Hole a second too late. Doesn't manage to catch Miracle. And now Chessie, he's going to be ripped apart by Miracle. All that damage going out, but they might be able to kill GH. They do. 2 minutes on the clock for one, but GH, he's able to buy back immediately, come to this fight. Oh, no, it's just too much. They know Supreme cannot hold this any longer. Not with Charlie dead, not with the last Black Hole used. That is it for High Coast. Nigma, a hard-fought Game 1 victory for them.
That was a stressful one for them for sure. They started really getting their stuff together though. The mobility game is just insane, really. They couldn't stick. They had to pick and choose who they wanted to stick on a lot of the times, right? I think High Coast got a little fortunate in some of these fights that Weehaw literally jumped into some black holes. Because I felt like a lot of these fights, the mobility was getting to them. Like there was a team fight on one side, but then this Weaver and Io was on another side, and they just had to split too much of what they had to go for. Like Era had too many jobs, I feel. He had to charge the Io to stop stuff, but he also had to charge Kuroki, but he also was the main disable for the Weaver. So I feel like for Spirit Breaker, he played an excellent game, but they were lacking some forms of control from Miracle as we saw him just run rampant.
An execution-based late game where both teams were able to prove that they have what it takes to win fights. Nigma ultimately win the last one that's needed. And with that, We're going to close out this game one, talk about it a little bit more with the panel.
Thank you, Cap and Fog. What a first game to this best-of-3 series. Now, we did expect Nigma to come out ahead in this matchup, but it was definitely not clean for this first game. We're going to break it down and prepare for the second game of the series after the break.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The first game of this best-of-3 series. What a wild one. What an absolute ride here. High Coast and Team Nigma, they're playing a best-of-3 here in the upper division of the Western European DPC League. You're, of course, watching DreamLeague Season 14, powered by Intel. And for this series, it doesn't mean anything for High Coast, but as we heard Cap say multiple times, it does mean that they're playing without fear. And in this case, in most of the moments, it actually seems to help them. And they were very close on taking a game off of Team Nigma, but that was also partially Team Nigma's own fault as well. There is so much to unpack here. I'm here with T-Gov and Kyle, and they have a lot to say about this one, right, T?
Would you like to start, Kyle?
I'll start.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I mean, I was baffled. It felt like neither one of these teams wanted to win the game. Some just straight up feeds. Charlie buying a heart instead of a Scotty, which would have been doubly effective, both anti-kiting and anti-regen. Fogg said it eloquently during the cast. Chessie black-holing the ground a couple of times. Weeha running in to die. Like, just wild stuff. And my favorite part of this entire game, Miracle webcams.
So
just
good, yeah.
the intensity.
It's just
the brow.
But it is important to note that in case you were like a little bit confused, like, hey, where's the rest of the squad? Because we have seen all of Team Nigma on bootcamp. They are not on bootcamp anymore. This is everybody playing from their own houses again. So maybe that's what caused the disconnect, T.
Maybe, yeah, but this game, like Kyle mentioned, it was a real back and forth, but I think it was mainly a kind of lack of respect towards that lingering vision in these areas. Of course, you mentioned, Weeha getting picked off several times, some heroes on High Coast Esports equally. It's because they're trying to play to the utmost of their hero's ability, but they're in vision, which fundamentally means you die to a stun, and they're just getting very picked off. So you could see how they're trying to be cute, but they were just dying.
Bottom lane, you last pick this Venom to go against the Ursa lane, end up feeding First Blood. Suddenly, this
here it is,
Ursa's top of the net worth chart.
That's
and
vision.
this is just odd.
It's just so weird.
He's just dead. Like,
it's crazy.
Why is he there?
But I think that to kind of summarize this game, it's the intensity of pace that Nigma sets with this draft. It does put a lot of pressure on heroes like, Nigma. He has to hit the black hole against an IO plus Weaver who are moving around at, a bajillion miles per hour. It's very hard for technically that to occur. He did hit it a couple times, but in these type of games, of course, they're already out. But if they wanted to be in upper division, they need to have the patience to hit the correct holes.
And you need to also not be forced to bank on the enemy carry feeding 3 times throughout the game, especially after being given a free lane in a lane you shouldn't win. He had 30 CS, Venomancer had 7.
No.
What?
It was a very interesting game.
It was a fun back and forth though, guys. There was a lot of fighting.
I know that Cap was worried that his cast was going to be a one-sided ordeal, but I think that first game definitely... I mean, if that's a promise for game 2, I'm all for it. Let's also hear from Purge and see what he picked up on from that game.
Hey guys, one thing I thought was really interesting was just how difficult it was to kill Miracle this game, and that way, in some ways, the SNY was really valuable for that because it's going to decrease all the disables that work on him, and it's also going to increase the healing that he receives, and he gets a lot of healing this game. Here's a Roche fight at 27 minutes. I know the 85 team fights all kind of blur together here, but just watch how long it takes for him to die here. Constantly healed on the back line. He does end up using time lapse as well to buy him some time. Ends up getting killed here. Looks a little bit dangerous for him, but that's just life number 1, baby. He's got like 4 more of those. Relocate to the side, which was perfectly placed by GH to clean up the Ursa here. He gets pressure at this point, still being healed this whole time, still being healed. Here's the cheese now, and now he just stays alive the entire fight. He's in danger. He uses time lapse again. Oh, actually, that was relocate going back. Excuse me. He's just consistently survivable. The cheese and the heals were incredibly useful on their squad because it doesn't matter which hero it's on. It could be on Weaver, or it could be on IO, and it's really effective. So High Coast's whole goal is to chain disable the cores while also hitting the backline. It did that really good here, grabbing a black hole on top of Miracle. GH did not get caught. He gets abyssaled in the backline, but importantly, as his stun is ending, he pops Shields. Boom, that's a double heal. Gets both of them back up to full HP, effectively buying them back on both heroes. They got so much value out of this. GH consistently difficult to kill in these team fights, even though he was targeted by important heroes. Era going for him consistently, commits the ultimate, but ultimately Nigma just played slightly better in the team fights to let them win the engagements. But GH's survivability, the survivability on Miracle, certainly made the fight really, really hard for High Coast Esports.
It did, indeed, and I am curious to see changes made in a game 2 because these issues weren't... I felt like these issues were not draft related for either team.
Yeah, it was just a back and forth of execution. I will say though, we have been a little bit, down in the game. I want to say that Era on Spirit Breaker, we don't see this hero much. within kind of the competitive scene, but he did have a kind of standout game for just having that extra control. Of course, you can then pick apart everything else, but I'd still want to give some props to Era and the Spirit Breaker for sure.
I think there's also one thing that you still wanted to mention, Kyle.
He does. He's very keen.
Yeah, the laning stage.
You don't see Kuro laning with mind control very often.
That's true.
It felt like that might have had something to do with their mishaps early on in the game. It's almost always GH down there. But again, when you're swapping roles and lanes around so much, like this Shaker we think might be off lane, but then it's hard support, so you have some confusion there. But I also wanted to shout out mind control. We don't see Windwalker very often. It's a really cool item, especially in a game like this, when you're effectively just trying to keep cores alive through either Black Hole, Abyssal, or Spirit Breaker combo, and then you just see him like kind of dancing off in the way. No Nullifier on Charlie either. Arguably bought the worst items possible. No Scotty, no Nullifier. No comment.
All right, let's see if there's any people, any coaches giving pep talks in between and see how the teams are doing in game number 2. It's right around the corner. Stay tuned for the draft of game 2 of High Coast versus Nigma.
I think I love her, she's always singing songs and I sing along. I think I love her, I think I love her, she's always going out and I tag along. I wait in the cold at her instigation, freezing but full of big ideas. A little laugh, a little look, a little dilation, her voice is the only thing I hear. I don't wanna shout, I think I love her, I think I love her, she's always singing songs and I sing along. I think I love her, I think I love her, she's always going out and I tag along. I hold her hand at her instigation, praying that it will never end. A little miss, a little kiss, a little equation, upon this my happiness depends. I don't wanna shout, I think I love her, I think I love her, she's always singing songs and I sing along. I think I love her, I think I love her, she's always going out and I tag along. It makes me wanna shout, I think I love her, I think I love her, she's always singing songs and I sing along. I think I love her, I think I love her, she's always going out and I tag along. Now she wears a ring at my instigation, happy that I finally asked. A little yes, a little dress, a nice occasion, and that is where my little story ends. You can knock me down, but I will get up fighting, ain't no tapping out. Hit me with another, and I won't make a sound, 'cause I keep getting stronger with every single round. In his soul, and he's come far, living alone and stood proud. He's gonna show the world. He's got gold down in his bones, and he don't care. Warming his hands up, a big deal, king of his own domain. And he's not giving up without a war.
Game 2 of High Coast Esports versus Team Nigma coming your way here at DreamLeague Season 14, powered by Intel, and I can't wait. I hope that the second game is going to live up to the expectations of the madness of the first game. However, there's something to said about a track record and needing a warm-up game, and sometimes Team Nigma afterwards, They just show up without any mercy. We're here joined by Purge, Kyle, and Tigov, and we have the draft ready for you. Do you expect such a mad game like Game 1 here for Game 2, Purge?
I hope there's another game like that. It was a lot of fun to watch. It was really hard to actually prep the segment because I was like, I just want to watch this game. There's constant team fights, crazy hype moments, so I hope we get another one. It'd be great.
Definitely a lot of chaos. Felt like I was watching Sing Stack play against Bulldog Stack at certain points in that game. Just a lot of chaos, but ultimately entertainment, which is what we're all here for.
That is true.
Unless you're an Nigma fan, in which case you'd really like them to go to the major, which means they kind of have to.
They kind of have to win. Oh, they're on the right track. They are one game up here, of course. We have another Shadow Demon first pick. Obviously, it didn't work out as intended, I guess, in first game, but they came very close. Is it first pick material?
I didn't mind it. It did do a little bit of work for them overall, and it's more of like a comfort hero for them.
There's also an interesting mechanic I didn't realize, but when Shadow Demon poison is dissipated or like activated, it kills trees around the area of the target. Do you see that?
I don't know if that's real.
I don't think that's real.
No.
Well, something killed the trees, and it wasn't Midnight Pulse. What else would it have been?
No way.
There's no way Shadow Poison
Shadow
kills
Poison
trees.
does nothing with trees.
Okay, maybe GH must have tethered just as he died.
Yeah.
Most likely.
That's okay. That's what it was then. Okay, fine.
I was like, what patch are you reading?
I was like, oh, you blew my mind. I was like, I didn't know that
Shadow
happened.
Demon just walking through the map. No trees here. No trees.
No. When it pops.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
like
when
on
it does.
the hero.
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
Okay.
When he was dire side by the tier 1.
Yeah, top of the map.
That was, bro. That was like 600 AOE of trees. There's no way you would have seen this some other time in your life.
I haven't seen Shadow Demon at all though.
Yeah, wow.
Just saying. Okay, so it was Tether. He just died before we really saw the animation.
Question about this combo. Isn't this a little bit of a counter synergy going on?
How so?
Don't you want people to run away when they're ruptured? And Shadow Demon either slows them down with Purge or disrupts them altogether?
You get the disrupt into the blood right though.
Sure.
You purge
nice.
one, rupture another. That's not two lads.
Okay.
Both BKB piercing.
More importantly, though, HCE Esports is still on first pick, and this time they changed the ban from a Furion to an IO, because again, they clearly respected the overall aggression and skirmish capabilities that Nigma did have. I think High Coast, if they were against a lineup that was a little bit slower from Nigma, that game would have been even closer than it was. So you have to give kind of props to the other side.
Strat, the spirits awaken.
They did a really good job with the IO as well, like just punishing Chessie's split push, because there was a couple times that like Nigma would invade heavily, be really aggressive, maybe get a pick off, and then Chessie would be like, well, I guess I have to split push, and he'd be pretty darn careful when I watched it back, but like it would scan for him and find him, and the relocate just punished him so many times. It made the game a lot harder.
I do like the fact that when Nigma is second pick, they're relying on this kind of Void Spirit to unlock the draft for both Miracle and Weehaw. It's just a simple hero to pick that they can both play go on.
Doesn't Earth Spirit do that for you already though?
Not really.
You don't think that? Why not play the Wii Spirit? The Wii Earth Spirit is solid. We've seen was it OG playing it on top?
I have flashbacks to the CQ Major. We were playing against Vichy Gaming in Game 2 after winning the first game, and we's like, give me mid-Earth Spirit. We do it with blind confidence. He goes 0-5 against a Timbersaw or something. It wasn't maybe Timber, like it was like that bad. And since that day, I've lost all faith in the Weehaw Earth Spirit mid.
I remember selling Misery on offlane Underlord for Sumail. They picked in a couple scrims. Apparently everyone got mad at each other, and Misery was then banned from taking suggestions from me. Bulba didn't let him talk to me about Dota for the rest of the tournament.
I mean, I don't blame him. Great track record.
Well,
really sell yourself as a pro.
Underlord was really rocking it. It just didn't make sense for that team, you know? And I, of course, wasn't privy to the information because it wasn't in the scrim, so how would I know? But yeah, Morph Ban, I do like it. I don't think that's a hero you should ever give Nigma in the current iteration. It's just too good to give Miracle because it's like this active playmaker plus hyper carry all in one. And Puck gone. You gotta ban out the spirits though.
Speak of the devil, Underlord banned.
Yeah.
Very good counter pusher. Actually, most of the Nigma bans have been counter push heroes to slow the game down. With nukes at least.
Is there any Necronomicon hero still in the pool? Not like an obvious Necronomicon hero builder or something?
Tusk.
Dazzle.
Anyone.
Never mind.
To your question, simply put, no. The Light of the Beast and the Enigma are all out of the game.
I will say Tusk is that next gen. You know, we're discussing Earthshaker as a potential offlaner. It's that same concept, right? We know offlaners plus Necrobook is good. But when Enigma, Lycan, and Beastmaster are gone, what's left? I really think Tusk is that next
Just
niche.
stuns. Just go for a different strat.
Well, there's still ban out the Prophet, obviously, would still be a risk there. And the Naga is the other ban that Team Nigma gets.
They also have Bloodseeker versus Void Spirit too. It's a pretty good counter, so I like what Hykos has at the moment.
That's dangerous to pick into Shadow Demon, though. If you get purged, Jingu is no longer a factor.
I think the interesting thing from Nigma is they consistently pick heroes that look bad in like the 1v1 matchups. You know, they pick Void Spirit into Death Prophet. They pick Void Spirit into Bloodseeker. They're picking like, Monkey King into Shadow Demon. Like they're picking these like 1-for-1 counters, but the overall team timing does align to be able to kind of mitigate that problem. Because like Monkey King, he can just stand still Wukong. Now your Void Spirit who's ruptured, who would be countered, can stand there and take the fight. The Shadow Demon who's now countering your Monkey King, he's covered by the Earth Spirit and the Void Spirit enabling him in the fight as well. So it's like they are kind of soft covering from these counters.
I feel like you can just say like, oh, they picked 3 stuns. This is great synergy.
Oh,
they can stun the enemies.
How many times have you seen teams not pick stuns, Kyle?
That is true. That's a good point.
What are they doing? Thank you.
I thought you were a great believer in stunts.
I am.
He is, but now he's not.
Yeah, I don't know what
He's just
changed.
trying to pick a fight.
Yeah.
I just don't know if it's as like strategically deep as you're making this
Well, I
sound.
think the Wukong point very much stands.
Sure, I will agree. This high cost line, but you only see the 2 heroes though.
Question: when you disrupt the Monkey King as a Shadow Demon, and the Monkey King has Ags, do these illusions spawn little Monkey King statues?
No.
Too bad.
It'd be way too good.
Monkeys on monkeys on monkeys.
That would be a good question.
I mean, PL illusions spawn PL illusions. Who knows?
Now so there you go. Now you want to stand in the Wukong.
Now you can't.
You can't.
You're told to leave.
You get feared out.
Be gone now, Kyle.
This gives me an idea as well, Sheaves. There'd be a really, somebody should make a quiz like once a month, like true or false multiple choice about mechanics.
Yeah.
And just quiz people.
Yeah, well, that would be great
like
content
so
for,
many people have
for
already done
example, a DPC league somewhere.
Isn't that just like Mythbusters as well? There's, like, they do that?
People do that crap all the time.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of YouTube videos about that.
You just didn't look at any of
Dude,
the people creating
I tried to make
content.
I tried to make a Dota crossword.
Shadow Demon poison kills trees, by the way, Shiva.
making crosswords is really hard.
I could literally say true or false. Shadow Demon poison.
False.
Kills trees.
Guys,
on explosion.
Submitted by Kyle.
I hope it's just a mechanic we haven't seen, and that it really does. That if you're, I really hope it does.
No
it doesn't.
way.
But if it did,
The shot.
Wait, maybe Valve can like update the coordinator right now.
Yeah.
Force them to remake all
I mean,
pick
we
and
do
then
know they are prone to updating coordinators in the middle of series, so
That would
I
be
would
so
not
unfair,
be surprised.
Because the Monkey King in the game. That'd be so unfair if Shadow Demon suddenly gets
That's
some new
true.
mechanics.
That's very true.
Oh, dude, you hit him with 1 shadow poison, instantly break it. And
Yeah,
just 4
just
seconds
1
left every
poison.
time.
It doesn't break the trees. The whole point is if you activated it. So if you had 3 stacks, you're running around the trees, then it pops.
So you have to have 3
Doesn't
stacks
matter.
for a tree.
No.
How many, like, is
The
it
number
one
of stacks
tree per
increases
stack?
the radius.
Yeah,
It's
oh,
a
the
radial.
radius.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
but you just
okay.
need 1 stack to break the tree he's standing on directly.
Yeah,
Because he
one
shadow
stack's one
poison him
tree.
once and he dies.
Yeah. Oof, what a patch.
Do you see trees that are dying in the fog? When
It
you're
would,
not...
No,
it
you
would
have to
destroy,
see the
it
tree.
would
You have to see the
destroy
actual-
trees at calculated by the formula pi r squared, r meaning being the number of tree stacks of poison. And 100
What's
units.
this wannabe ice frog? Please, look at the draft. We got a DK from Nigma.
Solid. There's limited damage on High Coast right now. You pick a DK. A point stun is really nice to have against these supports and Bloodseeker. They have
Where are any of
easy
these calls
escapes.
going?
Who
I mean,
knows?
DK
That's the thing.
is...
You don't know.
DK is probably Weeha.
Are you
Actually,
last?
no.
Hold
might
up.
probably be that.
Are you last picking Kuro's hero then?
Yeah, seems so. Well, they could still go for the Void Spirit support. We've seen that in the past.
This is a disgusting Viper
That's
pick.
us.
This is, yeah.
That one hurts you. You know,
Yeah.
there's certain heroes that get picked up. It's like, you know, think of the feeling of a last pick brood when you have nothing to deal with spiders. This hurts in a similar fashion because both of your cores are now just miserable.
Yeah, they want to clone Viper and put him in like every single lane.
Yeah,
Pretty
true.
much. Yeah, get rid of the Oracle.
Well, that's where, as long as the Viper goes to the correct build with the Boots of Travel, then it'll be very strong.
They don't have good frontliners right now. That's the only negative to this Viper pick, so that can cause some issues. But
Yeah, normally with a Viper, you have this melee hero who can set up the fight for you. You kind of have that in an indirect way with the Shadow Demon, who naturally can start or prolong fights with disruption, and he can also kind of move around the map and set fights up, especially, like I said, if a Viper goes Boots of Travel and can start setting a quick pace to the game, it can unlock the game. But it also depends, is Bloodseeker your carry, your offlane? Is Viper your mid, your offlane? Like, High Coast need to decide what they're doing, because the lack of a win condition right now for me does scare me because I think in the pure strategic matchup, I don't think they can do the same type of game that Nigma did in game 1 and still be able to win. I think they'll have shortcomings of closing out a skirmishing type lineup.
I think it's offline Viper based on those 2 bans. Both dispels could deal with poison attack stacks.
Very true.
Yeah. The last 2 times that Kuroki played Void Spirit, by the way, it's a 50-50 in terms of performance. One against Liquid, one against Alliance.
Okay. Oh, I already have it.
This for sure.
This is the old school. You just put him on Void Spirit. You go back to the old
put who on Void
5 melee Darkseer lineup.
Oh no.
That's what we're gonna. That's the play.
All right.
You buy Ags and you put Ion Shell on all 5 heroes. Yep. It's like 500 DPS. How
Oh
are you
yeah.
gonna lose?
That's it. Yeah.
No, I don't see it.
I wish it was the Darkseer pick. Oh,
Ico's going
it can
full
still happen.
skirmish. Sorry, go on, Purge.
No, that's all. I was just memeing. Go ahead.
No, that's all right. So yeah, Heiko's fully leaning into that skirmish, at winning the lanes and trying to collapse the game, but they rely so heavily on just having this Viper a good game. I think if Nigma can identify that, shut down this Viper, they suddenly don't have this kind of amazing pick to play around.
The damage output is really wonky. You don't scale nearly as well on the high coast heroes, so you're pretty reliant on having the sick timing before Nigma have BKBs up, at which case they just kind of giggle. Pangolier ult useless, Viper useless, Bloodseeker has Rupture, and that's about it.
I rate this Darkseer pick a lot from what Kyle said. Just the idea of just standing your ground, taking the fight. Like, you put down the Wukong, you have these auras, and instead they go for a lifestealer, okay?
All right, well, okay. Well, it's still, look, 5 melee.
That is true, that is true.
This is the
no
bread and butter.
Wall. But yeah.
True, but you can run at him. A Weehaw Lifestealer.
Oh, it's a position 5
Miracle
Monkey
playing
King.
the Void Spirit this
Kuroki
time.
Monkey King.
All right.
All right.
It isn't bad. Consider that you're playing against Viper now, right? If you have both cores dominated by Viper, you're going to feel really bad. And I actually think DK is better as a matchup because you prefer buying BKB earlier, and you at least have this stun. A Viper core, or sorry, Monkey King core just kind of doesn't do anything in the laning phase and then throughout the game.
Yeah, the Earth Spirit Monkey King support duo, they're going to have to be super active. Otherwise, I think the simplicity of Heiko's can bode well.
Purge, I want you to be present for this as well. Can we run the clip, please?
What?
Have a look.
No, let's just get into the game. What are you? Oh my god.
Look, this Shadow Demon Poison.
His tether's ready.
He's tethered. Look at the. You can see it.
That is a tether. That's a clear tether.
That's the tether.
It's the timing of it, though. You can understand why it would be confusing.
Wait, hold on. Wait, can we go play?
That's a release poison animation right there.
Yeah, that's just.
It's like it's literally at the same time.
It's a tether.
That's a yeah.
It's a tether. It was so clear.
But you can understand why it would.
It was so clear that it was the tether.
Yeah.
Purge, final thoughts on the draft.
It's like a quote.
You can see why Kyle was confused, but ultimately he needed to go a little deeper to figure it out. That's all I need to say.
That next level. Yeah, exactly.
Didn't have the tools to go deeper, Purge. I don't have the replay available.
A yes or no, will we have a game 3?
I would say probably not. I think I like Nigma's pivot here.
Okay, thank you. T?
I think if Viper doesn't get shut down, then they have a good chance to win, but their level of execution just doesn't feel up to scratch to Nigma's, so I think Nigma will take this, but Heiko should have a better showing.
I would hope so. I mean, it's 5 melee, guys. Like, this is just such a wild draft, but anything is possible.
A wild draft leading into a wild game. One can only hope, and I'm sure that our commentary team is on the same page of that. Let's head over to Cap and Fogged.
You know, I always have a nice intro planned for these things, but I'm like, half listening to the panel, I'm like, what are they talking about, this exploding shadow poison trees thing? And I'm like, that's a weird meme to come up with. And now the wildest thing is that Kyle literally believed that shadow poison blew up trees? What? Back into the game.
At least you get to tune into this, Cap.
5-man, run at you. Zibe, he's going to be the victim of a clash on the dire side thing. Miracle's going to be able to claim the first blood. My mind is boggled here. All right.
My mind's not working.
Let me try this introduction again. All right. Welcome, everybody, to Nigma versus High Coast. This is game 2, where Nigma are just one game away from being the closest possible thing you can be to guaranteed going to the major. They win this series. The only way they're not going to the major is if we get a 4-way 4-3 tiebreaker for 3 spots. So they would have to be the worst team in that tiebreaker and get the only slot that doesn't go to the major. This is the only way that Nigma can't go to the major if they win this series right here.
Well, I hope we get some like 4-way tiebreakers, and I'm pretty sure we will, because we tend to have the luck of just you know, it's like impossible to have, and then we end up having them, and now it's very likely to have. So we're definitely gonna get some fun tiebreakers. And yeah, we'll see how this game works out. It's 5 melee, Cap. It's 5 melee into Pangolier and Willow, you know, and into Viper. These heroes usually are pretty good versus a lot of these melee heroes. I'm curious to see how Nigma's gonna make this one work. It's a mid Viper as well. They actually moved it up in priority, I feel like, because they saw 3 different break mechanics, like 3 different things that he can break. Lifestealer, Monkey King, Dragon Knight. Looks like it could be a pretty good game for Supreme.
Miracle, I'm not sure if you watched that exchange. He just took so much damage to ensure that the Viper didn't get level 2. Like, he was determined to get at least one of those denies, and he did. But man, that was wild.
Live by the sword.
Yeah, it's tough for you anyway as a Void Spirit. You have to just play under the tower almost exclusively until you can get some like fun trade back with like an Aether Remnant pulling him under tower. But yeah, that was interesting by Miracle.
And also interesting that Charlie refusing to let the creep wave go into the tower here, drags it along, gets a little bit low as a result. Some wild stuff going on to this game. And it all started in the draft, right? Where they picked up a Monkey King, found it mega countered, and decided, okay, we're going to make this a 5 position now.
Yeah, hey, we always see, especially with like these very experienced teams, the way of just never letting the enemy know where your roles are actually going to be, right? They just completely switched it up. You had no idea until like the 3rd or 4th pick, and even then, it could have just been swapped. So some clever stuff from Nigma, and yeah, we'll see how these lanes end up going. I see they stopped the pull bottom from GH, so this should be a pretty free lane for Charlie. He shouldn't get pressured too much. I think Mind Control should also just free farm down here, but should be a good lane for at least the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, I think that's something that we didn't explicitly bring up, but it seems like High Coast really liked this idea, the Shadow Demon being able to suppress the pull behind the tower thanks to Disruption, and allowing you to be able to take more strict 2-on-2s. Like, no pulling shenanigans here. You're actually going to have to take this man fight. You're going to have to take this 2v2, which we plan on winning.
Yeah, it definitely is really interesting. I've been seeing... I saw like another one. I think I saw like a 5-position gyro kind of do the same, where it's if you pull the wave, he's just going to run you down with barrage. There's like all these like clever kind of 5s, but this one, they love it. I mean, Jibe is a big fan of this hero. He's played it a lot in their series. It's definitely working well for Brown Bottom. We see 9 last hits. Actually, DK is farming better. Mid, definitely that big win. Supreme is really bringing it to Miracle.
Hey, it certainly is. It's going to be the second time that the Void Spirit suffers on the side of Nigma, but this time around, it's Miracle playing it, which is something that we talked about last series from Nigma, was their choice to move Weehaw into the side lane to try and give him a better laning phase and therefore more of a confidence boost going into the rest of the game.
Yeah, bit interesting to it's been interesting to see that they forced all this to happen, right? Like, because this Viper was picked, I guess they just didn't know how to salvage the lanes in any way, and this was their best solution. Even though Void Spirit's going to lose the lane, he'll be able to catch up through rotations and whatnot. But yeah, it's a really interesting draft from Nigma. I'm just like really curious to see how it's all going to come together, if it will at all. Because I really feel like High Coast, they have really good measures and really good counters versus it. Like, I love Pango this game. Until the fact that Nigma does get BKBs, it looks super strong from High Coast.
Damn, Supreme. Yet another deny here. See, pressures Miracle. Oh, sidesteps the Aether Remnant as the TP was coming in from GH. Miracle is taking a lot of damage. Curl's going to walk over as well, but all because the Aether Remnant missed. They can no longer really attempt to go for that as the 4-minute runes are going to spawn. It's Zibe who picks up the invis bottom.
Loving to see all those rotations coming out from the supports. 4 minutes. These cores are all pretty self-sufficient, so they'll be just fine. I'm always happy when I see Pangos being able to get this type of start. That always like proves to me that it's going to be like a pretty decent Pango game, because the laning phase usually is that thing that you do get pressured a lot. I say that, Chessie actually walks under the tower for a second. He could be at risk of dying here.
He finally is going to make the jump away, but Curl is waiting for that to be able to get the pounce. Weehaw's going to stick on top of him, and Chessie, he's dead. There's no way out of this one. He can't TP because Curl has the stun available, so he just gets run down. He's got to be careful when you're in a very long lane. That's the only kill threat that Lifestealer has, is running you down for an extremely long time.
And, you know, when you're, the caster starts to talk about how decent of a lane you're having, you just die immediately right after he says it, so. Sorry, Chessie. That's Kuro. We'll be able to secure a bounty rune. All bounty runes secured from Nigma.
It's going to get the Brambles here with Chessie coming into play. They will at least punish Kuro for taking away their bounty run.
Nicely done from Era. I like the skill build. I like the 1-1-1 build on the Willows. I think we're seeing that a lot more frequent now.
Yeah.
Always easy to set up your Brambles if you don't have the Pango at the side, or if you don't have a stun set up in your lane to be able to do so. Mind Control gets a connection on Jebe.
Jebe in some big time trouble here. It's going to get the disruption, be able to buy himself a little bit of time. Let's see if he can get away from Mind Control. He cannot. He's going to die. GH is going to go for the TP out, which will be successful. And Mind Control, he's the one having the most success outside of the Viper here. His lane is going very well against the Bloodseeker, but mid lane, they're going for a dive here. Didn't quite expect Kuro to be showing up. Supreme, he's going to throw down the Nether Toxin, clear through this wave, because ultimately, killing Miracle may not be the best objective here. Just pushing him out of the lane does a lot when a Siege Wagon is about ready to hit the tower.
Yeah, Nigma actually has to respond with all 3 heroes. Like, Kuroki's even coming. Now GH is setting up in case something happens. High Coast, they're bringing 3 as well. Miracle, still level 5. So he has to play a little cautious there with no Astral Step. And there's the two side lanes of Nigma, as we said, very self-sufficient. Same thing for High Coast, so that's why we're seeing this big focus on the mid lane this game at that 6 minutes.
This Dragonite lane, man, I did not expect him to be able to pressure the Bloodseeker the way he's doing it, but he actually just kicked Charlie out of lane.
I really did not expect that either. And I look at this tower, like he's gotten it down to half HP already. And Charlie can't actually step up. This hard stun, it is one of the things that Bloodseeker hates to play against in the early games. It's just, I mean, even later stages too, is just point click stuns, 2.5 seconds. Not fun.
They're gonna go for a kill.
They have to bring
here.
the Viper. Yeah.
They can get the Rupture and then ensure Arrow's close enough for the disable. Mind Control will certainly die, but maybe they can still catch him with this haste rune. They lay down the ward to be able to get vision of him, but Mind Control is already juked away into the trees.
Really smart stuff from Nigma. Just reading the map perfectly, just knowing that that Viper was going to make that rotation. They chill, defend their tower. Now they can split up the supports and look to pressure the side lanes a bit. Chessie has hit 6 now off of this. But he has been slowed down a decent bit from his death. He was having a very good start. Now it has been stopped a bit, and they are swinging toward him. Chessie has to be careful with his next swashbuckle.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot.
It is. They don't have GH with silence either.
Yeah, they were talking about how, like, all of these heroes, their first 3 heroes, all had a disable, but none of them last very long.
That was an interesting interaction. He boulder smash kicks the Pango, but the Pango swashbuckle supersedes it.
Yeah.
So he instantly buckles out of it. That's cool.
8-minute power rune coming up. Miracle begging, pleading that it's going to be bottom lane, and it is.
And he gets it.
Meanwhile, bottom lane, Zibe, who's trying to get a little bit aggressive because they had the TP rotation coming in from the Viper. He needs some help. Somebody's got to help him out. He's going to throw out the disruption. Now they're going to lead off with a Rupture from Charlie. The Viper's going to be here soon, but the fighter's already been made into 2 versus 3. Supports are going to be traded out. Ultimately, this is Supreme rotating for a kill that was not his priority. He really wants that Dragonite dead, but he's just not quite catching it.
And Mind Control's playing this offlane really nicely. And they're doing a good job with the supports of just moving around as a duo. I see Kuroki and GH making the moves. You know, they lose GH, it's fine. You know, just wanted to back up that DK, not lose the bigger heroes. But High Coast, they're persisting. They have this lane ward.
And Era, he's going to be able to get the disable on Mind Control. They may not have expected Supreme to still be in the neighborhood as they're finally going to catch up to him. And surely, Mind Control, he's going to die here. He tries to go for a TP out. That is in vain. The damage comes a little bit too fast for him.
Supreme being very persistent. And he is going to be going for that bots build. So looking to be able to match the mobility that's going to be coming out from a lot of these Nigma heroes. It's something I guess I didn't talk about too much is Void Spirit, Monkey King, Earth Spirit. We're going to see a lot of mobility coming from them to match and just follow where Mind Control is moving. So Supreme, with these bots, he'll always be able to match those movements. And he's going to have it at a really solid time because of that mid lane. Top net worth on Viper. Always a good sign.
Yeah, absolutely.
Man. And let's see what Chessie looks to do. Yes, he did use Rolling Thunder before, but didn't look to. I think it was just a Rolling Thunder to survive.
Yeah, looks like it. And he's got it coming up with this this TP out. This is always kind of nice when you run back to base and then you can time your TP. So you could just kind of like look at the map, kind of feel out where you think you could go. Now the play would definitely be going bottom as I could see Nigma setting up right now, but
I thought Chessie was absolutely going to set up bottom. Like, Rolling Thunder versus DK ult is one of the better solutions I've seen from a lot of different teams, but he TP's bottom, so this bottom tower, like, this is just dead now from High Coast. Charlie, he has to just book it. I don't want to see him stick around here.
Why is Charlie here?
I don't know.
Oh, okay, broke the tree. They're going to mass TP
okay.
in. Maybe they can actually fight this, even if they don't have the Pango. The jump in, they're going to pop out, immediately try and burst down Supreme, and they do manage to get him with the Wukong's command, creating some serious havoc. Charlie is blocked out. Kuro positioned himself. Unfortunately, there was a hole that Charlie was able to get himself through. A kick, GH, long range, get it hit off.
Oh my God.
It makes it all the way. Rolls him down. What a long range kick from GH. Zibe. Is he going to die as well? They do have the stun follow-up here from the Monkey King. Zibe gets off his ultimate. Oh, and caught inside the brambles. Miracle is able to jump himself away. Another roll-in is able to finish him off. They're running out of damage here as sadly the ultimate is down now from Era, and he's out of mana. He doesn't have a Shadow Realm. All he's got is Cursed Crown. That won't protect him anytime soon. High Coast. I mean, fucked, man.
And now mind control too. Like he probably will die here. They're gonna focus everything on him, but
yeah,
that's a kill. It's just a, I mean, if they even get him, are they gonna be able to finish him?
Oh my God, it does stick out. Whew. But now Supreme. Fairy Fire, dead. The Void Remnant catches him, pulls him back.
I gotta be honest, Cap. I am so honest. I'm so surprised Chessie TP top when they've just been pushing bottom, and his team obviously wanted to make the executive call to defend bottom. The Pango and Viper are the two strongest heroes on the map at the moment when they do have like their ults like this, and they just don't send the Pango, who's the tower defender, you know, that offlaner. It tends to always be those offlaners to set up for those big tower defenses, and they just send him top. I feel like that was a huge blunder.
Oh, what a kick from GH. That was definitely a moment for a goal.
I wanted to scream it, but sometimes my microphone sucks and I don't want to blow up people's ears.
All right, well, some items are going to be dropped here. They did get the mask. We were talking about how good it is for Tidehunter in the last series being purged, and Pango's another one of those heroes. Exceptionally good with the free lifesteal item.
That item feels like it's a little bit too effective on certain heroes, but I like it. I like seeing like these new, very specific neutral items, it seems like at the tier 1. That's just like, it's so perfect for certain carries and so perfect for certain like spellcasters, like we see Fairy Trinket. I like that we've gotten a little bit of change up with it, rather than just like a mango tree.
Well, you say certain spellcaster, but isn't like literally every hero that has a spell? Yeah. God, Fairy Trinket's so good.
I love like every aspect of it, really. It's just like I'm playing Shadow Shaman, I'm just like, ooh, 5% mana cost reduction. Like, ooh.
Yeah, why does it give 100 health?
That too. It gives a lot, yeah. Charlie shows his face up top. They put a ward down, and he TP'd up here.
They got to protect Charlie's game somehow, because he is being hunted by Nigma. He is public enemy #1, it seems like. As he's going to break the smoke as he runs into them. He gets off the blood right, but he's certainly dead, as we're going to flash in and out. Back into mid lane, where we're going to watch the Dragon Knight actually get Rolling Thunder and killed there. So they
immediately TPs to defend the tower. They don't want to lose it, even though they did lose their Dragon Knight, and they swing back over with everybody. And they kill the most important hero, right? Bloodseeker's dead. His game has just been significantly stopped twice.
Yeah, now they've got vision in the triangle, so they're going to make sure that... Did you know you could... I think he hopped down from the tree onto that point. I don't think he actually casted Primal Spring.
I did not know you could do that. No, that was nice.
Interesting. But yeah, and now they've got vision inside of the triangle, thanks to the fact they got a Monkey King. So if Bloodseeker feels like... when you're under pressure like this, every carry is like, fine, well, I'll just go farm the triangle. But he may not find that it's very safe at all.
It's not versus mobility carries. Like heroes that can just get in and get out, like Earth Spirit, Monkey King, even Void Spirit, they're very good when they have vision like this of the triangle, because it's just easy for them to exactly do that. Get in and get out. As GH, is he going to get solo killed here?
Oh, yeah, it's a juke. That last bit of damage, though, still comes in from Era. That's a killing spree. As Mind Control will get up to the high ground. He's safe.
Chessie
runs into the Void Remnant. Miracle had a little bit of trap, but they don't really have the damage. As a Monkey King doesn't really provide a whole lot.
And now Miracle, he's got an Astral.
They throw the Terrorize out, that misses, and Chessie rolls the wrong direction. Miracle, what a hiding spot he got himself into with that Astral Step. That was a very pretty little play there for Miracle, as Weehaw is now potentially going to be run down here. Looking to be able to get the Infest. Inside the Centaur he goes. Stuns up the Shadow Demon, allowing GH to get the follow-up to stable here. Well played by Weehaw.
They've effectively juked out like all of the ults now of High Coast besides Rupture. Now Era also caught in a bad spot. Beautiful reset by Team Nigma. Aggressive play from High Coast not paying off this time.
DPC to the other side of the map, picks up the bounty runes, which will mean Mind Control is going to have his Blink Dagger very soon. All of a sudden, he can really start fights for them. As they're going to jump onto the Viper here with GH rolling across the scene here, kicks him back into Miracle, will pull him a little bit deeper. He is stuck in a quagmire here. Is now Monkey King, maybe stuck in a little bit of a swamp himself, trying to get out with a TP. Zibe trying to get close enough. He couldn't get there for the disruption. Level 1 disruption. Miracle stuck here with a Rupture on him, but Era has got a Shadow Realm. Blood Right is out. Miracle's got to make sure not to be in that silence. Rolling Thunder being threatened here from Chessie. Got the Rage. The Purge going out. He's going to Rage. TP out. So they're not going to go for him. They're going to go for the DK instead, who is going to find himself overwhelmed by the High Coast response.
Cost them quite a bit. Nigma, I think they might look to fight back very soon afterwards, as it was pretty much all their ults used there in that situation. And Miracle, he's very fight ready. DD rune plus the Orchid. Definitely gonna look to smoke. And a Spirit Vessel even on GH. I can't believe how actually farmed the two supports on Nigma are. As a very awkward support duo of the Monkey King or Spirit that we don't see very often together. Yeah, the Spirit Vessel this early on is gonna be really impactful. Just an extra little bit of damage and just preventing any heals.
Both teams put a lot of emphasis on aggressive wards. Now, this mid-aggressive ward should have spotted the smoke. Charlie will back up at the perfect time. Maybe, or maybe he doesn't back up far enough away. The Orchid plus double damage. That'll make short work of him. At this point, they have to know that ward on the high ground now.
Yeah, I feel like they did see that smoke though, right? With the wards that they had, but maybe he just was... he looked like he played defensive, but not defensive enough. And now, Nigma, they're setting up again. They see 2 or 3 heroes top, and they have the Orchid.
Terrorize immediately as a response to disruption, but try and buy a little bit of time here. The TP in from Supreme is going to be guarded by the Glyph. So the Viper is here, but Nigma, they are sandwiching, and they managed to get a beautiful silence out from GH. 3-man silence with the ultimate on all of them. Chessie, he's going to have to bail this out with a Rolling Thunder for the Dream as he rolls on through everybody. Supreme is hoping to be able to get the kill on a GH before he dies. GH rolling off the map. He does not live through the multitude of poison that comes in from the Shadow Poison, as well as the Viper. He will die, but a fight that was well worth it for Nigma.
Beautiful setup. GH gives his life for the team, gets a 4-man magnetized spread into silence, and that's without mind control there. They just keep causing all this chaos and havoc, and it doesn't seem like High Coast is expecting these moves to come out. They bring the Viper up there, and another death for Supreme. 4 deaths now on this Viper. A hero that, we always talk about, where you start getting to this point of death, your effectiveness really starts to crumble super quick. They start to get the itemization to deal with you, and you just start getting burst before you actually get to get that frequency of spells out.
All right, they find
now for High Coast.
Wait, no, okay, he's afraid of dying. Okay, he knows the ward is there. It's just one of those like, oh, they're probably gonna protect the ward, which he's right. Miracle was coming over, so
yeah, Miracle saw him place the sentries. Now he's just standing on top of it. And he's got Arcane Rune and the Orchid and level 12. So if any of these supports do walk up, they're quite dead, and they've got backup now. Nigma bringing 3, bringing 4. High Coast looking to maybe hit onto mind control, but he's got the blink.
Chessie, he's gonna TP in. They got to make sure they bring. Oh God,
Chessie, don't walk up.
Seriously,
please be
man.
careful, Chessie.
Zibe wasn't willing to deward that. Zibe was willing to try and throw another sentry down, and Chessie tried to follow up that initiation with a blink. Rolling Thunder does hit some of the heroes, but nobody from High Coast is really nearby as they've lost Zibe. Supreme going to be covered by the Blood right here, but GH is rolling in. Kuro's scouting him out. They might just be able to find more. It's going to be Chessie. He rolled back into that vision as
Charlie
jumped away. Now the initiation, the Dragon Tail Terrorize is beautiful, but there's still a 2-man follow-up. But they're getting ripped apart by this, this Dark Will just did so much damage. Damn.
Wow, I think that was the Bedlam plus Soul Catcher catching like 3 heroes. It is a level 4 Soul Catcher, so yeah, that looks like with the big chunk. I was like, what the hell chunked him so quick? But it was then a beautiful save. He gets the disruption onto the Bloodseeker as they make the initiation. High Coast hitting back, but Miracle, he's still looking to make another play. Bots and an infested Lifestealer inside. 485 movement speed while he's infested.
Yeah.
Not going to be able to swing for anything. Will find himself another rune. I think Miracle's got a majority of the power runes this game, I want to say.
Yeah, there it is. Soul Catcher adds Supreme's damage on top of the Bedlam. Miracle working his way around. He wants to be able to get into the triangle again with this Invis rune. He will be spotted immediately. Disruption's going to go down. Supreme is going to be caught by Weehaw, though. They're trying to get away, but at the same time, Weehaw's already been rolled through. Supreme will die, but Weehaw, he's got no way out of this one, and he knows it too. He puts what damage he can, but ultimately, Miracle has led him into a trap.
HighCoast was very well prepared for this one. Now, swing pop. You have 40 seconds to make something happen. Try to get another kill, or try to at least get some tower pressure going. Since you only do have that one tower, they have good, deep, aggressive wards too, so they see that Nigma is starting to set up on this. Let's see if they catch Kuroki. Chessie has his Quelling Blade up in 1 second.
Oh, he broke it. Nice. Well played, well played.
It just came up, so he just swapped it in for the bottle from his backpack and had like 1 second, and they will get the tower off that too, so these aggressive wards pay off because they do see the movements coming in. And Nigma gets halted. They get slowed down quite significantly. A 3k swing and a 3k experience swing as well. Actually more than that, 4k experience swing.
I think this is so important for HighCoast because nothing feels worse than getting aggressive wards, but then finding that they're useless because the enemy team is playing on your side of the map all the time.
Yeah. And now look, they're even setting up for more with that aggressive ward. So they're looking for another opportunity, maybe trying to catch Miracle. He looks pretty safe though. He's got the double Astral. He will be able to back away. And Mind Control quietly farming, you know, during all of this action. He went bottom. He's just been chilling. He's almost got his BKB. So like Panel said, a big timing for Nigma will be once they do have BKB, especially on the Dragon Knight, because then he just doesn't have to care at all about Pango. The break mechanic also is mostly addressed. And it's also going to be Miracle going for one too. So you can see how important those BKBs are versus that Pango team fight and the Willow too.
Yeah, it kind of shows why Chessie put so much preference into finding that initiation, right? With the Blink Dagger pickup, he's saying, like, I need those instant disables.
Especially he just needs to be that control factor for Miracle, because if, like, looking at the draft, there's not really that much. It's the Willow spells, but most of the time Void Spirits can play around them, you know, with Dissimulate and whatnot. So it really is up to Chessie to get good bounces back and forth with the Rolling Thunder to take Miracle out in the fights.
At what point do we start getting really scared for HighCoast? Like, at what point is their peak of a lineup and like, okay, you have to win the game right now?
I think it's getting pretty soon, honestly. Like, Charlie's got his BKB and Viper has his BKB. Viper's effectiveness is going to soon just disappear once the BKBs on Nigma come out. So I want to see them really accelerate right now on the side of HighCoast. Because if they start running into BKBs, that's, yeah, it's just DK is going to be able to just get these dream initiations for the side of Nigma every time.
Well, they can't afford to just keep hanging around their triangle for much longer. I don't think Nigma is too upset with just chilling back and farming. They've got Assange now onto the Lifestealer.
They're smoking up right now, HighCoast. They lost their vision, though, at the moment inside the enemy jungle. So right now, it's really just a defensive ward. They don't have too much information of where Nigma is. Zippe is going to scan. He's going to put a ward down. It's going to get broken, though. Weehaw does instantly break that, so unfortunate for HighCoast.
Terrorize outside of vision, but the rage goes off first. Weehaw read that one well. His rage is now out, though, and Chessie could potentially chase him down here. The Rolling Thunder is going to hit him, and Miracle. He's still at the Infest. They're going to try and go for the silence off of this one, but the rest of his team isn't really following through. Now they're going to go for this Rupture. Charlie, he's going to be for the kill with a BKB, but there it is. He does manage to get the Infest. Kuro bails him out, and that's going to be a Rupture wasted. HighCoast, this fight was never going to be theirs, as they're going to try and cover their tracks with the Blood Right. Era looking to be able to get away. The old Scepter on himself into the Shadow Realm, but a jump forward here from Kuro, looking to be able to catch some more heroes as the Astral Step will finish off Era. They will find the extra +1. That's going to be Zippe.
They tried so hard. They tried so hard to get the ward down to at least get like information of the fight. Zippe, it gets broken though. It's literally the best possible thing for Nigma to have happen is Weehaw walking into them there, and then they just overplayed their hand. They had to walk out, their BKBs got used. As soon as Rolling Thunder and BKBs are down, Nigma just starts chasing right back in and always looking for those bailouts, you know, these infests. Weehaw is very tanky, so if he gets gone on, he's gonna get those opportunities. That was HighCoast's big fight. They have to win that one.
like, I think they just needed to go with some gusto, you know? I don't like the fact they're hesitating, as now they're going to find themselves the one initiated on. The Rolling Thunder's not going to get off in time. He got silenced by GH. Now he could potentially die without getting it off at all, as Charlie will manage to get that one kill. In fact, they're getting a bit by bit terrorized. Maybe they actually could be able to run down. Yes, they can. The Rolling Thunder does come into play now. Knocks Kuro off his perch on the tree. Oh no, Nigma. They thought this is a point to be able to push their advantage, but it turns into utter disaster as Charlie. He finally hits his swing as a Bloodseeker. He feels large and he feels in charge.
Okay, he literally just gets to stand his ground and just beat on everyone. His BKB came back up, and Weehaw, he was still kind of low. He wasn't actually full up. Great fight by High Coast, and immediately right after a fight that Nigma just dominates. So you were saying you wanted some gusto from them. They get it there on the high ground.
They certainly do, and now they can, with that Aegis, see if they can keep this momentum going. It's Chessie. Great Rolling Thunder by him in that entire team fight.
Beautiful place to fight too, right? With the Willow sitting in the back lines, able to get the fears off, and always in these little clustered areas. That's where you see the Willow and Pango are able to thrive. Nigma maybe has to be a little bit more careful when they do have, you know, BKBs going down, their Dragon form ending. Maybe just got a little too overzealous, and it hurts. You know, High Coast now, they've got an Aegis, they've got a Basher on Charlie too, so game a lot harder for Weehaw, where now he can't actually man fight versus the Bloodseeker nearly as often, nearly as well versus that Basher. Very close game again coming out.
There's a ward on the high ground, but I don't believe that they know about its existence there. They may see it, they may kind of like read it now. They need to, Shadow Poison to run up that high ground to know for sure. They're going to back up and smoke and go the long way around into the triangle. GH has got to be a little bit careful though first. But if they go all the way around, there's a chance that Kuro's in the position to be able to break this one. Need to catch Weehaw first to terrorize it. Pump and fakes. Doesn't actually go down. Instead, they use the Purge first. They jump in. Miracle. A big hit with GH coming in from behind. The back line immediately melts from High Coast as Charlie. He's got to do this pretty much all on his own with the BKB activated, but nobody from Nigma is really that low. They're going to turn around, manage to get Weehaw a little bit low here, but he's able to just invest and heal back up almost immediately. Chessie will manage to bring out Kuro, but he's got to help. As now, they do manage to have Zibe come in with a disruption, but the Orchid is a little bit too much with no BKB. The amplified damage is going to be able to burst down this Bloodseeker. The cores are gone, and High Coast, they're on the run. Zibe, he's going to find himself a dieback here. Unless he can juke for his life, he cannot.
What a way to start the fight. Again, you know, vision being so important inside of these. Kuroki gets a 4-man boundless strike to kick it all off, and then they just get the follow-up, and both supports, like you said, deleted before anything even kicks off, and they just have to run frantically. We see Charlie and Supreme running away. Chessie goes for the backline, but the fight's already over when those two supports just insta-die. That was, yeah, really nice setup, Kuro. Very, very rare you get to see, like, just boundless strike being so effective, especially as, like, a support Monkey King, which we don't see ever, but, yeah, huge strike.
Again and again and again, they are having issues with finding the initiation on this Lifestealer because they don't have that instant disable.
Look at that. Oh,
man.
That was pretty. And yeah, they don't. They have the good ways to at least address like versus Rage, right? That we see. That's why we see like the Rupture being thrown out, the Demonic Purge from the low ground, but they're on the low ground versus a high ground ward, and it's just, yeah, Nigma just gets the most perfect possible way to start a fight. Everything just immediately hitting at the same time, right? Like the supports literally just insta-died to that burst.
Yeah.
Couldn't ask for better from Nigma there around that setup.
Well, Nigma, they have reclaimed their advantage. Weehaw's gonna, Miracle. Keep forgetting Miracle's playing the Void Spirit this time around. It's gonna take a short timeout here to reconnect into the game.
Yep, and now he has BKB, so his game is a lot easier. He's been a little bit tripped up by the Pangolier and, you know, some of the Willow spells a few times in this game. Now it's going to be much easier for him. GH also somehow super rich on this Earth Spirit this game. He's getting close to his BKB too, so fights just starting to look a lot harder for High Coast whenever those BKBs are at the ready, whenever Nigma has their Dragon form up and good to go. And especially if they look like if they go for those type of setups, it can't be on the low ground. Even if you have the vision of the fight, that was a pretty horrible position for High Coast to have been set up.
Yeah, this is feeling like, at this point, High Coast need one of those kind of dream initiations where they got to get the Rolling Thunder instant stun into the Terrorize. Because if people get off these BKBs, I don't think there's much hope for them to win the fight. I don't think they can stall it out long enough.
No, I don't think so either. They really do have to get the initiation. The jump is going to be everything. And they do have a lot of different forms of it, right? They can, like you said, they can do it with the Pango. They can also, if they get a Rupture off and they get a Fear, then they have the Rupture where the guy can't control himself and he's running and burning. So there's a lot of different ways they can approach it. They just... And I can't believe Nigma is making the 5 melee actually work right now.
Yeah, they certainly are. It's Viper's time. It's running out.
It's taken away. As Weehaw now able to chunk down this bottom tower, and it's right before 30 minutes, so they're going to be able to deny the outpost away from High Coast, force their hand to maybe have to swing down here and maybe try to take it away, but that's going to be a hard one, as Nigma, they're going to have time to get everything back up after that whole fight does kick off. And High Coast, yeah, they got hit really hard there. The Bloodseeker dead for such a long time, Charlie.
Tier 3 items rolling around here as 19 to 28, a 3,000 net worth lead for Nigma, but that isn't that large of a net worth lead. The problem is that High Coast, their timing, it was all supposed to be about 5 minutes ago, and now it's Nigma who are going to control, I damn near say, the rest of the game, Fogged, I think, with these BKB.
I think so too. Yeah, I really feel like it too. It's also, like, my control's level 18, so it's like he's got level 3 Dragon form too, so it makes it harder for your Bloodseekers, harder for your Vipers. You're just constantly getting slowed attacked. Even took the Fireball. Just want to point that out. We don't see it too often, but he did go for it this game.
Oh, okay. So good way
a lot of
like,
mixed feeling.
Low commitment, pushing waves, right? That's kind of the advantage. You could just drop it, the creep wave's going to die, and you keep moving.
Yeah, I don't know. It's really weird because it's one of those weird shards that it only works in your dragon form, so it's just like you only get the ability every so often. I don't know. I'm still really mixed feelings about this one because it is a lot of damage if they sit in it, but it just feels awkward for like a Dragon Knight. But he is not the carry. You know, he is the offlane DK, so why not? As Chessie very boldly walks into the enemy jungle. Oh my goodness.
Manager to blink himself right away, but Supreme is currently being hunted by GH, who's going to be silent. Gets the kick out, misses the roll. There's the initiation from Kuro. It's going to be a little off the mark, though. So Rolling Thunder is going to look to be able to chase him down. He does have the Lifestealer inside, but they managed to get the stun onto Supreme before his BKB goes off. Now he's just going to be run down by the Astral Step. Charlie is not going to be here much longer, and neither is the rest of High Coast. It looks like his Era is probably going to be taken out. Yule Scepter is going to set him up for death. Chessie's the only one to make it out alive.
And the game has really crumbled in such fast moments. They can't even kill the support heroes when they get a decent initiation off, as Weehaw just eats poor Charlie alive with the Dragon Knight hitting him as well. Look at that money.
Is Bloodseeker. He can no longer go toe-to-toe with the Lifestealer, and there's not a good way for High Coast to put damage on Nigma easily and like actually get people low so the thirst starts building up. There's just, you could see from that last team fight, Nigma, they can split up quite a bit and still feel really safe.
Yeah, High Coast, the timing is just gone for them, really. Is Nigma now with their 5-man melee. Easily able to beat on this tower with all this nice minus armor. Kuroki even gonna set up the Wukongs for the push.
Rolling around.
He's actually gonna try to go in.
Wukongs. The rage is gonna run out soon. He's gonna infest inside of Kuro. They have to make sure he doesn't get out, but he does. And now Charlie's just kind of like diving forward, but I'm not sure if they can fight outside of their base.
He could just get chain stunned and killed. They have so many different instances of stun on Nigma, so yeah, he has to be cautious. Kuroki, it's crazy how he gets infested, and he has 2,700 HP on a 5-position Monkey King. But super tanky. We've seen it a few times now save his life. As Nigma, no slowing down. Arcane Rune on Miracle, playing around this ward vision again.
That's a classic. The 5 position goes toward the triangle, and the vision's already there, so Nigma just kill him as he approaches.
This is one of the games I've seen Nigma actually play better around their vision than usual. I've seen them struggle a little bit recently compared to usual around just the warding game. This game has been excellent. Just really playing around the vision and just like forcing the fights around the vision too. The way I've seen Miracle just standing on top of wards sometimes is Supreme. He's in no man's land.
Yeah, he certainly is. And Kuro will just play the back line to make sure that Supreme cannot TP away. He's going to be forced to BKB. Chessie's going to cover his path as he Rolling Thunders on through. Mind control, waiting to see if he can maybe get the initiation. What does that courier have? Well, it's not going to be alive. It's got nothing in it.
The quiver hit from the distance. I love it. As now the 5 position, Kuroki has a defusal as well. That will be problematic for a lot of high coast heroes as Era.
Yule Scepter, GH as a result is going to roll up onto the high ground. He does have a BKB, so that'll be simple for him to get back down. Well,
they're so rich now.
Yeah. They are insanely rich. Now the Wukong's command actually really means something.
Yep.
With that Diffusal Blade on a support Monkey King, a Life Stealer, nobody can really fight him.
That is, I mean, that is really crazy now that it's like, if they don't have BKBs active, you can't really walk into Wukong's. It's gonna own you. And Weehaw, a full AC finished up now too. Their physical damage is just insane now at this point. As High Coast, they might.
Oh, they got
him for Miracle.
Blink in once, but they don't have the follow-up as Chessie wasn't able to get the successful roll back fast enough. He's going to BKB, TP out. He'll be good.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They do get out onto the map, but not for long. As Nigma, they're not afraid of taking a team fight 4 versus 5. They don't necessarily need Miracle, as they're going to be able to run down Kuro. Looking to be able to chase down Charlie. His BKB is going to run out soon. GH, he doesn't quite get him as the BKB fails, but the Lifestealer catches up to him. Charlie being chased. They got to somehow get something between Charlie and this Lifestealer, but nobody can get away. It's Chessie. He's going to be batted around like a cat with a ball.
Nigma effectively has 5 cores now at this point with the way that they've played this game these last few moments. The last, like, what, 4 team fights, it feels like it's just been no hope for High Coast. That last 27-minute fight where they tried to get Weehaw. After they get the successful fight afterwards, everything really crumbled so quick.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is falling.
An attempt, but Rage already going down. Miracle, he's in pretty deep here, but the Rolling Thunder isn't anywhere close. He's going to pop his BKB. They're going to take out the supports pretty easily, even pulling the Viper outside of his fountain here potentially. Chessie did do a lot of work with that Rolling Thunder. They could try and dissimulate back as Mind Control sits on the front lines with the BKB, knowing that his tank is enough to be able to stand up to all this damage as poor old Era tries to get into the back line with his Dark Will. It doesn't last for long, and Chessie, he'll be cleaned up last. Charlie sitting there in the fountain waiting for the Wukongs to wear out so he can try and chase down some of these heroes, and they do get Kuro thanks to the vision there. Tier 4s are out though, and they just do not have anything to stop Weehaw with this Desolator Armlet tearing through the throne. He turns back and then just realizes, screw it, let's just hit the buildings, maybe hit Charlie. I'll make up my mind eventually here as High Coast, they will lose the series here to Nigma. They put up a good fight for game 1, but game 2 just proved that Nigma was certainly the better team, and I feel like this is an analogy for their performance here at the DPC as a whole. On that High Coast, they proved that they had what it takes to be able to push certain games and push certain teams, but never enough to be able to get over the finish line, and ultimately that's why they're going to be heading down to the lower division.
No, not quite. And this time, Nigma, some fun stuff, right? 5 melee, they make it work. A lot of quick switches coming around with the draft and some really nice wards. I really want to say the vision for this game really felt like it was the biggest thing. Both teams were playing really well around that vision. Just Nigma at the end there gets like 2 or 3 successful fights around High Coast's very crucial timing with this game where they have to snowball and just take control of the full game. That's where Nigma ends up to thrive. Those triple BKBs really paying off.
All right, well, as we say goodbye to High Coast, I'll also say goodbye to you guys. This was my last cast. Thank you so much for having me. Head back to the panel now.
Thank you indeed,
Good
Cav
riddance.
and Fog. A duo for Team Nigma, and there was a lot at stake for this one, so they are very happy, obviously, for winning here. We're going to talk about the game, and we're going to talk to the winners and prepare for our next Upper Division series after the break.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.esogaming.com.
start, but definitely became a lot more convincing for Team Nigma later on as they sealed the deal and take the series 2-0 versus High Coast. Very important series, of course, for Team Nigma. And I just want to remind people that Team Nigma did beat Alliance, did beat Team Liquid. So if Liquid wins from Alliance later today, then Team Nigma is group stage major rather than wildcard. So that is this was a very important win for them, of course. There is also still, yes, I know, still a chance of wonky tiebreakers, and still surprising. There's only 2 series left, and there's still so many questions left to ask. But good for Team Nigma to win here. I'm here with T and Kyle. We're going to break the game down. We're going to talk to Kuro in a little bit as well. But first, let's talk about this game. We had a little bit of an unorthodox draft with this one.
Well, it honestly made a lot more sense when you consider that all 5 of Nigma's heroes were able to create their own targets. They have a lot of lockdown, a lot of disable, a bunch of point-and-click stuns. You look at the High Coast draft, you think, wait, how do we start fights? It's like, you want aggressive disrupt, or you're going to hit a Bramble blind, Pangolier, roll forwards. Like, they don't have any true initiation or fight starters, so there are a lot of really awkward engagements where they're poking and poking and poking, and then blink stun. Somebody's dead on your team now. Big trouble.
I think just the fight around the river when Weehaw just kind of on the life of it taunting, and he's like, you ruptured him, and everyone else in High Coast like, are you going in? It's like no one's going in. So I think for sure for High Coast, it was so heavily dependent on having strong lanes. I think obviously Vibe had a good time in the mid lane. Pango was doing okay top, but then died, and fundamentally, the way I'm describing this, it needs to be different. It needs to be you're crushing your lane, you're crushing top, you're crushing bot lane, and these things just didn't happen because of that. Nigma just had such, again, a high pace to bring.
You have a Viper mid. Like, I felt so bad for Supreme. He's TPing around the map, trying to rotate, trying to gank.
He never killed him. He never killed him either.
You can't do that. Like, it's not his fault necessarily. Someone on the team has to try and make these plays, but it just doesn't function this way. If he'd been able to just sit mid, casually farm both side camps, pressure the Void Spirit, this game feels a lot better. But there's this DK hitting your bottom tower at 6 minutes in.
And speaking of DK, that's what Pert's going to talk about right now.
Yeah, guys, the Nigma draft maybe looked a little janky in the late, during the drafting stage because they had so many melee heroes, but what they were basically aiming for was knowing that at this point that Charlie, the Bloodseeker, and the Shadow Demon together weren't going to pose a threat to him in lane at all. He basically laned effectively at the start of the game, got last hits as normal, but what GH did was pretty important. He kept trying to pull the creep wave, but as a result, Shadow Demon used Disruption to remove him and therefore reset the creep wave. And it might have felt like, whatever, it's not very effective. But what he was doing consistently with this is he was burning the mana of Zibe on the Shadow Demon. He did it again, rolled over to the creep wave, he gets disrupted. At this point, that's 240 mana that Shadow Demon spent just offsetting the rolling boulder and the movement that GH ends up making. And this ends up mattering here a little bit because the downside of having Dragonite offlane is you don't really have very good kill potential on your hero. You're mostly just tanky. So when they actually did go on Earth Spirit here, the mana pool of Zibe was a lot lower and it's harder for them to get the kill. He ends up surviving. And now Zibe's completely out of mana, popping his Mango. So this gets Dragon Knight to level 2 Dragon Blood. Lots of armor. He had about 10 here. Bloodseeker's working with about 6, and therefore he could just constantly fight his opponent here. Jumping forward a little bit. All right, so this is the moment. He just has a little armor advantage. He's hitting Charlie consistently, zoning him from pull camps. And in the meantime, GH gets to go do whatever he wants on the map, and Charlie is just losing this lane to this hero that's supposed to be a mid hero, but in this game, he gets away being an off-lane hero. It's a huge advantage. Then he picks up 6 here. At the 6-minute mark, like they talked about, Charlie's getting hit consistently, uses a bunch of mana to get him really, really low. And after this, he just basically slaps tower a whole bunch of times here. And therefore pressures the tower, gets it very, very low, basically no response, gets it all the way down to about 40% before your opponents react. And here's the other good thing about Dragonite offlane. If people want to rotate, it's all the way over here. If you're in the middle of the map, much easier for supports to drop whatever they're doing and collapse, but being forced to rotate all the way across the map like that, very effective. And Nigma basically identifies Shadow Demon is a weak laner if he doesn't have mana, and they abused it with the Dragonite, who also lanes well against Bloodseeker.
Yeah, it was a strong setup indeed from Team Nigma with that Dragonite offlane, reading the game very well, putting that Monkey King on support. Just a very well-rounded rounded game. And person responsible for that is Kuroki, and he's with us right now. Hey, Kuro, congratulations on the series.
Hey, guys. Thank you very much.
I am assuming you are very well up to date with the implications of your win here, right?
Yeah, I know everything about it.
Okay.
I think so, at least. What was it, like Liquid Alliance play now? And that's gonna decide a lot.
Yeah.
But either way, I think whatever happens, we'll play tiebreakers, I believe.
Yeah. It's either major or tiebreakers, but more importantly, if Liquid win from Alliance in the series after this, and OG loses tomorrow, which people are kind of expecting, then you're not just major, you're also group stages. So because you beat obviously both Liquid and Alliance, so congratulations on potentially that. I do want to ask you about the first game of this series. It looked a little uncharacteristically messy from your position, and I'm curious how you feel about that.
Yeah, first game, I think we just didn't play good. So it's all starts.
That happens. Is it like a warm-up game? Because obviously I know that you guys are not on boot camp anymore. I don't know if that had an impact there as well.
Yeah, for sure. We left the boot camp a couple days ago. We really wanted to squeeze the game in, but we couldn't. Of course, there's restrictions on how long we can stay in the country. So we had to come home, and you need a couple days to readjust. We were abroad for 1 month, so there's a little bit of an effect, but overall, there's no excuses. We just, like I said, didn't play like I want to, and the whole team knows we can do better, and that's fine though. We still won, so.
Yeah. The result is still there, indeed. Here with T and Kyle, I'd also like to ask you a few questions.
Hey, I just want to ask regarding the change in draft patterns. You had Weehaw playing Void Spirit game 1, then he swaps to Lifestealer, which is kind of a Miracle staple, and Miracle takes the Void Spirit in game 2. Is this, obviously you're playing to win, but how much experimentation is this? Do you think you would have made that same decision if this was a TI group match versus just the first season of DPC?
It's best of 3, potentially, yeah. I think there's a lot of history in what we do in BO3s. And since we are started playing more in the safe lane, like basically there isn't enough time to practice and experiment everything. So I need to start including the official games as well to be more efficient at it. So that's pretty much it.
So then, I guess, follow-up question, does that also then apply to you playing the Monkey King? The last time we saw you do that was 2017, Kiev Major. So was that very much a kind of on-the-spur moment of just, oh, let's just put it on support?
Yeah, actually that was the last time I played. I was against your team.
So you played
Misery at the time?
Not that back then, no, it was a couple years later, but it was, you played against Faceless and you beat them with it, and then you lost twice to Weehaw Earth Spirits or whatever they were called back then. Or... Yeah.
Thunderbirds, I think.
Yeah, something like that.
I mean, I like the hero. I think he's strong. I think I did what I had to do in the early game for my team, and of course, like some of my players and myself included, we're very flexible, so it helps a lot in the draft. Like we picked the monkey, and there's basically no way that they knew it's a 5-position monkey. At the same time, it's also a steal pick. I think they might have thought about it before they set the Bloodseeker on the carry. Could have been offlane Bloodseeker too. That's why it's a powerful first phase for some teams. But yeah, it creates confusion. It's tricky, and I think it's a strong hero on support. You can try it in your pop games.
Nice.
Why you gotta do that? Whoa!
No, I like this. This is fun.
Kuro, you actually just reminded me of something that you told me in an interview probably about 5-ish years ago. You told me at that point that you remember on average 75% of not just the games you played, but the lineup that you had, the lineup that your enemy team has, the way the game was played and stuff like that. And obviously that was a while ago. A lot has changed since then, but is that do you still have that?
I do, but it's starting to fade a little bit from the 10 years plus.
I mean, there's a lot of games in there, so.
Yeah, I think it's just strongest memories are connected to emotions, and Dota gives you so many emotions. So I think a lot of players might have that they remember a lot of things. But yeah, like I said, it's starting to fade, getting older, and more stuff in life too. So brain filters out, I guess, less useful information.
Well, at least it keeps the more useful information. That's also important. And I would say still 65% of the games would also still be very good. So that's all good. Kuro, I'm going to thank you for the time you're taking to talk to us. And yeah, good luck either in the Timebreakers or at the Major. Whichever one's going to be, we're going to find out in a bit. And yeah, see you later.
Thank you, guys. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, I just remembered that because it seems like such a... I remember that because it felt very foreign to me. Obviously, I play a lot of Dota, but I don't remember all the games I play. And I mean, I get the emotions are tied to memories, but that's insane. Because at that point, it was like, okay, that's the game we played. That's, that's the lane I was running. This is how the game went and played out. It's crazy.
Yeah, I give it to him. I say Monkey King support, and he's like,
yeah.
against Misery. I was like,
Thunderbirds.
I looked at the game. It was a disgusting game. It was It was Misery was on playing some safe lane Pudge with Midases. Don't look at the game. It was horrendous.
And don't play Monkey King position 5. You're going to get reported by Overwatch cases, by the way.
Unless you're in a 5-stack.
Unless you're in a 5-stack.
And never 4 people know what you're doing.
Yes.
There we go.
Yeah.
I mean, it reminds me again, I was looking at chess. A lot of the chess grandmasters, you have the same thing. But also would say this is definitely more common than you guys would expect in regards to all of the older players. I'm
bet,
sure if
yeah.
you look at like No Tail, Stab Puppy, not taking anything away from Kuro, but like...
Kuro's the only one that actually said it out loud. And for the rest, it's probably obvious, maybe, that it's there. And maybe he also said it, like, offhanded. But it stuck with me. So I think that for a lot of players, a lot of things that is obvious to them is not really obvious to the rest of the world.
For sure. And that's a good point to make. That's why you'll see the same names and faces almost always at the upper echelons of our scene. It's very hard to explain, but when you're drafting, a lot of it is pre-planned and you think about it, but it's about feel.
Yeah.
Like, you'll see an opening and you're like, this is a good hero. You don't even know why, but it just makes sense.
This is there, yeah.
It's just there, and then you'll see, like, it's weird. It's really weird. It's all about feel.
And it's with the same with play as well, right? Because you can make the right decision if you have a couple of seconds to think about, but you also got to make the right decision if you have a split second.
You just reminded me, like, if you ask pro players about certain like interactions and mechanics, they probably get it wrong as well.
Yeah.
It literally is feel, and that's the funny thing about Dota. It's like you really don't know everything until you actually kind of properly research it, and pros, they don't also do that.
It's not the numbers. It's like, wait, can this guy? Wow, that guy can kill me.
I kind of live for 2 seconds, right? Like I might.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's great.
It stuns as well.
Yeah.
It throws you off your game.
But status resistance, you get
status
out.
resistance is
Get
there.
out of the game.
Which is also why that should just be gone. Because it messes with all of your internal clocks and timers. It's an awful mechanic.
Terrible.
We took it away from Bracers. We took it away from Satanic. Just let's take it away.
One step at a time.
Yeah, we're on the final step.
Yeah. But hey, final step also of the DPC League. This is the last 4 days. No, don't start the music yet. Turn that off. I want to look at standings. Turn off the music. Stop it. No.
Play us off. It's fine.
No.
We'll look at the standings when we come back. It's okay.
I'm the host and I don't get to do what I want.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
Hey there, heartbreaker, you can fall asleep and window panes as I'm driven to distraction by all the colors passing by. Hey there, subtlety, you got lost before you knew you could afford to tell the world exactly what you thought needed to be done. Stay
For our final series of the day, we have in the upper division of the Western European DPC League, we got Team Liquid and Alliance going head-to-head in the best of 3. Everybody is watching, and not just normal viewers, but every team is watching as well, because there's a lot riding on this series alone. A lot of tiebreaker potentials or non-tiebreaker potentials, and we're first going to start off by looking at the standings. This time we actually will look at the standings as well, it's a final series for both of these teams. Team Liquid is 3-3, Alliance is 4-2. Want to start off by saying that Alliance is at the major regardless. They just don't know yet if they're going to be group stages or if they're going to be wildcard T. And then for Liquid, I'm gonna let you take this one.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do. What?
If OG and Liquid win, then there's a tiebreaker between 4 teams for 3 spots.
Correct. So,
no, yeah, but well, Alliance is guaranteed at the major already.
Yeah. So let's look at it.
Yeah.
What?
No, there is a there. Okay. Let's look at this way.
It'd be 4 teams at 4 and 3 for 3 spots.
Yes.
No, because if
that is true.
Yeah, that is true.
So, guys, like we said, let's keep it simple. Liquid versus Alliance.
Yes.
If Alliance is to win, they are second place. Congratulations, you are at the group stage.
That is true.
That is key. This is
key. Done. Yeah.
If Liquid is to win this series, they go 4-3, forcing Alliance to go 4-3, tying up with Nigma as well at 4-3. Therefore, simply put, if OG does beat Secret, there is a tiebreak. Otherwise, there is not.
Because they're also 4-3.
And if Liquid were to win, Nigma would take the 2nd spot and leapfrog Alliance because they have the head-to-head advantage against both teams.
Yes.
So all we care about in this series right now is, can Alliance secure their group stage position in this in the major by beating Liquid, forcing out then the bottom side of the tie breaks, which would be, if you're a Tundra fan, what you're looking for, because then Liquid, OG, and Tundra would all be 3 and 4.
Assuming OG loses.
Exactly.
Because if OG wins, then they make sure that Team Liquid gets knocked out and doesn't play in the major.
Go. So it's all crazy stuff. Liquid basically decides their own fate in regards to the major, and Alliance controls their own fate in regards to if they get a good placement at the major, because going to wildcards feels really
don't
bad.
want to go through wildcards. I'm looking at it right now.
It's so scary.
It's very scary. Even the group stage is scary. The only teams that are happy are basically the first place teams in each region.
Yeah.
And realistically, just to get an idea of who would be in the wild card, it's going to be probably EG, Navi or VP, PSG LGD, TNC.
It's like,
it is actually
and
so
also,
spooky.
you know,
2 out of 6 teams.
Hey, guess what?
They get no
Nobody
money.
gets paid.
They get no prize money. No DPC points. It is funny.
But
it's
again,
good. It's
guys,
funny. It's
guys,
very funny.
guys, come
Go
on.
Kyle.
They get paid for their placement in the league.
Oh yeah, and the exposure, because they get the
and the fan bundles,
and the
which are
chance
coming.
this is very important. The chance
Fan
of
bundles?
playing scrims against international teams for the first time in a full year.
That's
very important.
That is
actually.
worth millions.
It really is. It's the DPC points, so let's be real, because we're reading about the prize pool, and there is a discussion we had there. But DPC points effectively are shares,
It's our
the win
currency.
shares of the TI prize pool, which who knows when the hell it'll be, but it could be a whole bundle of cash if we were to use 2 battle passes.
I hope they don't. I
really hope they
don't.
don't. That would be
I just want
killer.
I want $150 million tournament.
I want them to.
And then everybody wins, and whoever wins, they just retire.
Seriously, you can just not hold, give the teams the money and just not hold the event, because you just kill the game at that.
Yeah, exactly.
By the way, before we start talking about the game at hand, because that is what we're going to do, we're going to talk about Team Liquid versus Alliance, but we do have a little video message from Alliance.
Артем, здорово! It's nice to see you. Hi, FNJ, force me. Force me, FNJ. Why are you not forcing me? What the fuck? FNG?
I think there's something wrong with FNG.
Yeah, he hasn't been himself lately. Yo, Artyom, one up. He's not coming, is he?
I love that. I absolutely love that. And thank you, Alliance, for showing us why FNG, or that FNG couldn't make it to bootcamp.
Yeah, that's Loda's attempt to get back into the team.
It's almost succeeded.
No, yeah.
Don't worry, Alliance fans, he's not on the team.
FNG,
will be playing.
He couldn't fly here, so he just didn't book the tickets. And Loda, he tried his best to get in, and unfortunately for Loda, that's it. Simple as that.
Also, I feel PSG LGD might be in the wild card, but EG and Navi or VP won't. They go to group stage. I get distracted. I forgot.
We just watched an amazing
But it was gnawing at me. I was like, God, I'm so wrong. I'm wrong, and they know it.
How about with FNG? Do you think Alliance, can get to the group stage, not the wildcards, today by beating Liquid?
I would favor Liquid. I think they've been on an up. Boxy's back. They're looking pretty solid.
They did. And also with everybody on bootcamp, I'm also curious to hear how the team is doing and how they're looking at today's series. We're going to hear from Insania.
Hello, my name is Insania. I'm the team captain of Team Liquid. So yeah, the DPC season being structured the way it was this season, I think probably not the most ideal for our team, since we tend to be pretty weak in the group stages and then kind of pick it up as the tournament goes along. I think our plans are just to keep grinding. We want to make sure that we are in the best shape possible for the rest of the season here.
Dancing around, No Tail still chasing after Dreamcore, coming up over onto the back line, so they take down mid one. And now No Tail trying to just get as much damage with these ghostly ladies as possible, so he doesn't do it down.
No, I think our team is actually doing a very good job of maintaining motivation, and nobody's really slacking off or anything like that. So TI's on the line. I don't think if you need much more motivation than that, maybe Dota isn't the right game for you. So I mean, Alliance they're a very good team, and we used to play for them before, so I know they have like a lot of great support. It's gonna be fun. I mean, there's pretty much right now in Europe, whichever team you play against, it's gonna be exciting because you're going up against a team that you know so well in one way or another. I don't really have any beef with Alliance or anything like that. Just play them to have a good time and enjoy the series, just like any other team. Thank you so much to all the people that decided to take time out of their day to watch us play. We really do appreciate it, and I hope we put on some entertaining games that you guys enjoyed watching.
And from one position 5 to the other, we are also going to hear from the one person that is not on the bootcamp of Alliance. We're going to hear from FNG.
Hey guys, it's FNG. I'm playing for Team Alliance, position 5. We want every single DPC point we can get, because it's not only us getting DPC points, but we also steal DPC points from other teams. So for us, it's not about finishing on a good note. For us, it's about having a good game, doing what we learn, show everyone that we practice, that we earned that spot.
Shot to lit, they get the last support. The Ravage is out though. It's Alliance, they just turned. Eco Baby cleans up the two of them. Aramis is trying to roll out, but they'll be able to block it. Take him down. S4 and the gang chasing on to Shad.
Well, Liquid is a different team compared to a lot of other teams in Europe region, because they always bring their own meta. They don't fight like for your heroes or like meta heroes, they fight for their heroes, for their playstyle. And it always takes a lot of energy to counter them, because you don't want to let opponent do what they want to do. You want to do your stuff, but also pressure them so they can't do their stuff. You're definitely gonna be some kind of mind preparation when it comes to match against Team Liquid. The last match, and I hope you guys will get entertainment, because we will try our best to win this match.
And we know both teams will try our best to win this match. There is a lot on the line, and there is so much to talk about, but so little time. You guys see the time in the corner. I know I have to set the break, but we have this music to say. Who's thinking it's gonna win? Who do you think is gonna win?
I think Liquid's going to have a pretty good shot. I think they've got their stuff together and they're actually going to win when it counts, because that's how they roll. It's the lower bracket. As close as you can get to it as it is. After all, the group stage of the final matchup, it is Liquid versus Alliance.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
I was soaking up the sun with you, umbrella dreams. Put your hand over my chest until we fell asleep. Watching your body like a rolling strangers from
Two teams that are very, very familiar with each other, Team Liquid and Alliance. Obviously, Team Liquid also formerly was Team Alliance. Definitely some history there. We got a best of 3 ahead of us that has a lot on the line for both teams here in the upper division of the Western European DPC League. You're watching DreamLeague Season 14, powered by Intel, and we got a draft for you. We are also joined by BSJ, we're joined by Kyle and T-Gov, and I also, before we continue talking about the draft that is in front of us, I want to just point out that these two teams over the 2020 season have played 9 series in total. It's a 4-5 in favor of Team Liquid. In terms of games, it's 12-8, so Liquid normally wins, or at least is able to take a game off of them. I think these two teams are so evenly matched, I can't wait to hear you guys talk about it because I've talked enough.
Thank you, Sheep. Woo! I'm a big fan of the Earth Spirit first pick.
Why are you a big fan,
Alliance
Carl?
go for the Lion. Not a big, but we'll see if Furion is the second pick, because Furion is not banned. BSJ, what does that mean?
That if you give them Furion, they're gonna pick it? Is that what you're saying?
Wait, do it properly now.
He doesn't know.
If you don't ban Furion, they pick Furion.
No,
and
you already messed it up.
You're playing against the Lions.
Oh, wow.
You don't ban Furion.
Because you think you can counter it.
There we go.
I mean, they're gonna pick Furion. Like, that's the strat. Just do it. And I'm a fan of Liquid when they play these actual. I think Insania's Grimstroke, we talked about it when we saw them play last week, was incredible. His positioning around that one big fight around the Roche pit. But that's, oh my God, don't tell me this is meta.
Oh,
Damn,
wait a second.
boys.
This is some PTSD for Liquid game 1 against OG. This is exactly how it went down.
Okay, so far, Alliance hasn't played any Alchemist games, in the DPC. So this is clearly a development based on either the NA playing it carry, Europe playing it offlane. So it'll be interesting to see if Alliance is shifting more towards what core role they want to play it. But The key thing here is simply that Alliance, when they pick line, it normally is with the Keeper of Light. That is one of their best strategies that FNG stated about in his interview after winning previously. The fact that there now is no Keeper of Light, they need something else to play into. I would like to see this Alchemist maybe be the carry, because if you see Grimstroke and Earth Spirit supports, they don't do anything.
Loda, obviously still a big influence on the team. He has traditionally always paid a lot of attention to Chinese Dota, where it is mid. I think that's also a possibility. It's quite nice against these early game rotators like Earth Spirit. It's very tough to try and make plays into the Alch mid. You're also kind of protected just because of how much armor and regen you get from the tier 1, which you can often play underneath.
Should we just stop? We're speaking very quickly, aren't we?
Yeah, because
like,
we don't have time.
Everyone's so quick.
There's just so much to
I
say.
know, but like,
we're running out of time.
No, sorry.
Oh, wait, we're in the second ban phase, so we do have some time to breathe. I already finished my coffee.
That's unfortunate, but...
So,
OD is one of their selected bans. I'm concerned about like the Ursas of the world, the Razors we saw come out, these lane dominating heroes that don't really mind that extra regen and tankiness from Alch when he gets level 6. Whether it's a carry or an offlaner or maybe a mid, he still suffers in the same way.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think it's more shading towards carry or mid because you've just banned out 2 of the counters that are traditionally going to play off lane or mid.
Yeah, but the key thing here is I think that the play style of, especially when Boxy played this offlane OD, we see just media hammer rush, that pressure. Alch doesn't like that type of pressure.
No.
So I think this is very much Alch carry, unless these bans are like super big brain, which is like, we'll ban for the carry Alch, and then whoa, suddenly it's an offlane Alch.
I'll never see that coming.
Yeah,
I like the bans. The Liquid, they just ban out 3 heroes that are arguably the best at utilizing a free Aghanim, specifically the Monkey King.
Yeah,
like you have to get rid of Monkey King when you see because I believe that whole strategy is activated just because of how OP Monkey King Ags is.
All right, I really want this to be like a big brain draft because Liquid is banning out like the offlane Alch heroes, and then Alliance is banning out the this is an Alch carry bans.
Yeah.
So it's like, if it's just a carry Alch, then Liquid's basically wasted 3 bans in the draft potentially. But they have to cover it because again, the European meta dictates that this is normally.
Oh my god, yeah, this is even more like these 2 supports
looking more
are
like a carry.
So sad.
Yeah.
This is like secure safe lane pick 101 here. You got Undying against Earth Spirit. There's very few options. I wouldn't be surprised if Liquid go for something like the Viper, but that's not really Boxy's playstyle, I would say.
I am quickly putting some research into S4's pubs if he's been practicing the offlane Alchemist and using, Dota 2 Pro Tracker, great website by the way. He has, again, like he played it earlier 2 hours ago today, 3 days ago. He has been sporting a little bit of the offlane Alch, so again,
and this is a hero. Like, keep in mind, like, I love OG and hate him at the same time. But in that TI9 rematch, in the upper bracket finals against PSG LGD, they dropped the first game, and then 2 consecutive games they picked Chen Alchemist, and they won both of them. And it's one of the things about this hero that is, it breaks the game. To quote one of the smartest men to ever grace our
Here we
esport,
go.
Ooh.
Trolls Cinderin Nelson.
Oh dear. Oh, I should have seen this coming.
If you pick Alchemist, it's an Alchemist game.
It is an Alchemist
game. It changes the status quo.
Wow.
I think the direct quote is, if there's an Alchemist in the game, I would like to call it an Alchemist game.
You got to say with the conviction, the excitement. It's an Alchemist game, Rich.
Beautiful.
It's unbelievable. So yeah, point is, it means Liquid is now on the back foot. You see Alch Undying, you're a little afraid just because the game might slip out of hand by 15 minutes if you're not careful.
Yeah, they need to basically cover themselves right now with like a flex pick because this kind of the volatility of this Alchemist in the draft right now will pick apart like a very static here, like draft, right?
Look at the cough. We need mugs like that.
We do need mugs like that. That actually looked like a good mug as well. You know how you have those cheap square ones?
Yeah,
No, that was
and you're worried the
actually a
handle's
good
gonna
one.
break if you get it too full of hot.
Yeah, that actually looked like a proper mug. And you know what? I think someone was watching this, Victor Housens was watching this, and he saw Koik last and he saw,
oh my god,
yes! He saw Koik last
time. They told me they were going to send me stuff, and I never put an order in.
What?
Oh.
They said they'd send me free sweaters, and I never...
It's too late.
No! If you're watching, I'm sorry, I'm going to send that email. Damn it! Oh, it's been like, oh no, it's been 2 weeks.
Add in a couple
the
mugs,
offer is no longer standing.
No, but if you get some mugs, maybe.
Oh, mugs! I need mugs!
Can we have some mugs?
Can we send mugs to the DreamLeague studios? They are in desperate needs for mugs.
Stop shilling, guys. Come on.
Doesn't matter. So Liquid, they go for this Enigma. Very strong against this potential Alchemist, of course. If it is a carry, you're going to always be able to black hole him. The only concern is now, I feel like Alk safe lane will still happily thrive against an Enigma. You don't really care too much about the idol.
Who's playing what is my question, because does Boxy play Earth Spirit? Because I know Taiga usually plays Enigma when they pick it.
He would. I think Mickey would also. I mean, I'm sure Mickey or Koifa can probably play the Earth
They
Spirit
could also
at this
just play
point.
a core, like a mid Earth Spirit or Grim, right?
Yeah.
Oh, mid Earth Spirit, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
I really like any one of my favorite combos back in the day we used to pick a lot was Ember Enigma. I think Earth Spirit kind of fills that same role, but you just have a high catch, low CD stun initiator plus the team fight and pressure and damage an Enigma.
So it's just the offlane Alchemist here.
That.
I do have to ask the obvious question. Should we, just to cover our bases, should we still be worried about Lone Druid?
Not
against
Undying PA.
Brood, no.
It didn't go well against the Alchemist in lane last time. The Alchemist, that was the one game the Alchemist offlane won. It just doesn't kill it. They do go for the Viper. I like that pick, especially now that they got the PA. It's nice against the Alch in the mid game. You usually want to buy like Boots of Travel if you're a mid Viper, so you can be anywhere on the map to follow up the Earth Spirit. Now we just need some mobile run around the map carry, I think.
It also
to pair with this.
It also denies PA Ags, right? If you're Nether Toxin, it removes Blur, which also removes this reset on your CDs post-kill from Blur.
Does it actually?
I would assume so. It negates passives, and that's part
that makes sense, but it's just confusing because like that part of the passive is like an active that gets reset.
No.
I actually should. I'm gonna test that.
We can test that. But I think the key thing here is we're not seeing an easily activated offlane lineup where it's like we're not seeing like this Ags time and be at 50 minutes you crush the game. So potentially we might see a more active style of Alk early on, going for a quick like Solar Crest, Blink, and then when the PA has Battle Fury Deso, he then suddenly becomes the factory at that point. So I'd like to see Alliance change up the kind of the script of what offlane Alk does. Don't rush the Ags unless there's a mid lane that really can utilize this type of hero, this item, sorry. But again, for Liquid, they need to have just some active core to play around the aggression that they have. They have Earth Spirit Viper lanes. That is a very hefty mug.
Yeah, and my point was that last time when we saw Koifa with the team, when we saw them play against OG, he had like one of those paper cups and he was playing around like where would he hang the tea bag in order for it to not fall on his face when he was drinking. So that's what...
Upgrade.
Yeah, that was what I was seeing.
Yeah, and two Ags heroes again banned out by Liquid. I do really enjoy that Alliance leave their last pick for this Ags carrier from the Alchemist. In theory,
it has to be.
It gives them freedom to pick whatever the hell they want and also potentially activate it. There's the hero you were talking about, T-Gov. You pick an Alk and you don't ban the Ursa.
The lane,
It does not cancel the reset on PA Ags, so you still get your abilities again.
Sure.
Okay.
That's what I just took my time to Ursa Viper. This is like the exact recipe for Alk. It's high tempo, like ability-based killing on the Alk. You don't need any specific items. Your heroes alone will bring him down. Even if he gets his ult off, he can't play the sustain farm he wants to play. Ursa's very happy to run at you super early, and they needed a guy that's going to like lead the charge. Yeah, Earth Spirit can maybe be a follow-up, maybe he can be a scout, but Viper Enigma, relatively stationary cores for the first 10-15 minutes of the game. Can't afford to have 3 of those against Alk, and they don't really have an early way to stop them.
What does Limp play now?
Yeah, I was going to ask the same question.
It's like all his heroes, the Void's banned, DP's banned, Puck's banned.
I really hope they just give him the Alchemist. The last pick an S4 hero to deal with the Ursa. Don't send your Alk up there.
Can they still go bat even though it's nerfed?
But wait, you can't put Alchemist against Viper.
No.
That does look pretty damn good. It's not as if you need damage right now, and that gives you the hard catch you need.
The key thing with the bat is it's not a melee hero he's playing against mid, so the Quelling Blade advantage that you lose with the lack of napalm damage is not really there, so you would still be able to play out a decent game. So I think bat for sure is a very viable option.
The
as
other
long as
hero
you're not too
he's
scared.
played this league is the Tiny.
You can't pick Tiny into Viper.
I just want to throw it out there. That's the other
There's
one.
like Razor as well. And they go for
that's a second Wind Ranger today.
And this is a much better win runner pick. If anyone caught the lower division game earlier, it was a block pick, but this game, right clicks is his best friend, being able to kite out. But the matchup into Ursa is pretty simple. If Ursa ever gets, Battle Fury Abyssal, MKB, win runner's paper. But before that, win runner can be really obnoxious into the Ursa and really make his life difficult. Yeah, I like both drafts, honestly. I think Liquid's got some beautiful timings to play around, some nice aggression, but Alliance, they just got this kind of X factor of the Alk Windrunner. Windrunner is also a hero that realistically farms so much before coming online. If she gets Maelstrom BKB, gets given an Ags, that's such a scary timing, so much mobility to play around.
Yeah, definitely very spooky if they can play it at that tempo that we want them to. BSJ, what do you reckon for this first game?
I like the concept of Liquid's draft that they have against the Alk offlane. The idea is that all the net worth is being dumped onto 1 or 2 heroes, and they have the 3 perfect cores for just shitting on 1 or 2 guys. And I think that that's going to give them the victory here because that single target spells from the Ursa and the Viper are effectively hitting the Alk as well, and I'm going to lean towards them for game 1.
All right. You agree with that, Kyle?
I'm not sure. I think it's going to come down to execution. Like, the boxy Enigma is the hero I'd have to key in on. I think the side lanes, if they go well for Liquid, this gets to be a really easy game for them. But I am concerned for their mid lane. I think Limp might just abuse this matchup. His Wind Ranger is like a pocket pick. He doesn't play it often, but in a game like this, it's so good against effectively the entire enemy lineup.
Yeah. Question is, Alliance, when they make stacks, who on Liquid can really contest them with, and steal them, and that might enable the Alchemist and stuff. So again, really close games, all down to I think Liquid early on to dictate the pace. They got the counters. If they can execute it, then they should be able to shut out Alliance. But Alliance scaling.
Hey, lower bracket Liquid, you can't count them out.
Can't count them out.
Upper bracket Alliance.
Sounds like we're going to have an active, exciting game in our hands, and I know 2 people who are going to be very happy with that. Let's head over to OD Pixel and Fogged.
Indeed, Steve. Yes, game 1 of Alliance versus Liquid. Fogged, we're having 2 very exciting drafts coming out here. We've heard from the panel. What about your opinion? Who do you think sort of come out with the better strat, or are we going to have quite a close one on our hands here?
I hope that we have a close one. I think Liquid have drafted them a pretty successful draft of being able to apply pressure early and really shut down the effectiveness of Alchemist. I like this last pick Wind Ranger. I think it's a perfect solution to try to alleviate the pressure and also just to do well in the mid lane. Just do well in his matchup and be able to actually move from lane to lane. And, he should be able to enable his team. That's the non-greedy pick where he's the one that has to make the space for the PA with that Alchemist as well, too. And I like what T said, that Aghanims giveaway to Wind Ranger, at that mid-game mark, it goes absolutely crazy. Like, it's your 3rd item. You usually don't really want to build it. You get that BKB instead, and you just go crazy. You're a mobility monster. But I do like what Liquid's got too. I think that they've got a lot of counters, and I think that they can, they can really impress whenever they do have this Grimstroke and this Earth Spirit. I think Taiga and Insania have really shown and just demonstrated how powerful these 2 supports can be at any point in the game.
Oh, let's see. As we get ourselves into the action at Alliance, making the aggressive move over to Liquid's half of the map. Haven't smoked up for this, though. Treading over to see who they can find here, and they will bump into Mickey. Mickey, it's going to take a stun to the face here as they go straight away for the first blood attempt. He's into the trees, though, and he's able to make it out of there. I didn't have quite enough control and damage to take down Mickey, despite him walking into the midst of them all. Alliance, they're still going to head up to the high ground. Liquid, they're going to start punching back onto FNG, see if Alliance can hold the ground here to get the room, but they're a little hesitant now with the poison laid down on the ground. Alliance will back up, they'll retreat.
They tried to get a nice little sneaky kill, get that nice like setup for a 3rd bounty rune, but unable to. They did see some weaknesses in that Liquid draft. At the start here, we see the Vipers almost always get Nether Toxin to start. Enigma's gonna get Eidolon, so you have good ways to pressure. When you have Lion and a dying, natural stuns and strong level 1s, they try to get something out of it.
Well, let's see how these lanes go then. So as you say, the pick of the Wind Ranger, you feel that this lane, Limp, he's got the potential to outplay Quake as a Viper in this 1v1?
Yeah, it's all about just you do well in the matchup, and then as soon as you're at level 6, if you're able to go that rush javelin, you get a rotation or something, you can kill that Viper and stop him pretty much entirely. But we've seen a lot of times now Vipers, they've learned how to play this matchup, and they actually always just Nether Toxin push the wave, and then Wind Ranger actually kind of struggles a bit because you don't hit 6 first if you don't get denies. So it's really all about the deny game. Nice little range creep denied from Limp.
Down it on the bottom lane. Tight, he's going to be able to find a courier. Nice little bit of gold here for Liquid. And this lane as a whole, so this boxy Tiger duo of the Earth Spirit and the Enigma, there's going to be pressure. Top lane though, Mickey, he's actually able to draw first blood here on S4. Steps up a bit too far, and with the 2 of them, they've got the kill potential here with the Scrim Ursa lane. S4's got to be careful in this matchup.
Yeah, this is the lane really to watch out for. This is where the chaos, and this is where I think Alliance can just completely crumble. This is very tough for S4. It's an Alchemist versus Ursa, and not just an Ursa. It's an Ursa with the Grimstroke, one of the best enabling supports in the game. So it is very hard. They have to be very careful how they use their stuns, and they have to force the lane in constantly with acid spray. So just got to be a little bit more careful next time.
See how well I'm able to do that. Well, taking quite a beating here from Insania.
And going back to bottom lane, this is the boring lane. This one, Earthspirit and Nigma can't really threaten PA too much, especially not with an Undying at the back. They just have to play to maximize. Just get those denies going, block the camps, don't let Alliance pull back, and just get Boxy so that he can get timings, not really slow down the PA besides just idle on denies. Yeah, Koikva, we're seeing Mango being brought. He farms the small camp, pushes in the mid wave too, so he's getting just a little bit more out of Limp, but Limp does have a couple more denies, as we do see.
No, I mean, if Koikva keeps playing it like this, as you say, just aggressively shoving it in with the net, he's probably going to get more farm out of it. They're trying to get it onto Mickey. They've got the concoction here. S4 is going to lay it down. It's not enough damage. S4's still got to be a little careful. Insania, he has got the mangoes, but no cooldowns at the moment. They've got the backup. Tiger rolls in straight away over towards Hanskin. They won't get S4, but they'll get the Lion. As Hanskin falls, another kill for Mickey in this safe lane.
Bottom. FNG wants to punish that movement, though. He skills the tombstone for this.
They're getting it onto Boxy, and they'll do it. So Alliance able to, as you say, just at least make an aggressive move themselves to mirror the action that Liquid's bringing up top.
Yeah, that's actually pretty important. Like, there was like a double creep wave going under the tower there for the Enigma, so it's really cool that FNG goes for a tombstone point. It's never something you really see. It's always going to be that soul rip level 2. They just capitalize because of their spirit rotations. I like that. As we'll be seeing that a lot. We'll be watching Taiga always making that TP toward top whenever they see a kill opportunity, because he can leave the Enigma alone for the most part. Boxy might have to just be a little more cautious. I don't think he expected that tomb.
Yeah, we're seeing him not get quite as much as Nico Baby is down on that bottom lane. His farm, in comparison to Mickey, of course, a little slower. Top lane, Mickey. Yeah, S4 just taking so much damage each time that he gets in range of this Ursa. A very spooky lane for him to be in.
He's completely out of mana too, so he doesn't have a concoction to slow things down. As Hanskin has to go check runes, he will be able to find a nice arcane rune for Limp. That's going to be really nice for more constant power shot spams. Koikva is still winning the matchup. He's going to get the 6 a little bit earlier than Limp, that means. It's a little bit harder for Limp to set up for a kill, unless he gets a rotation. And seeing Nico Baby again this time around. It's 2 times now I've seen where he's given mostly free farm, and he goes for Orb of Corrosion rather than just rushing the... just rushing for like Tread's Battle Fury.
Okay.
He's actually going to be on phase boots as well, so it's a little bit of a difference.
Nice top. Hanskin. I've got the setup again. It's a lane that they're giving quite a lot to Mickey in. You know, Mickey pretty much free farming as the Ursa, and he's got 3 kills to his name here before the 5-minute mark in that safe lane. Bottom. They try and poke it onto Boxy, but this time Tiger, he's there by Boxy's side. And if anything, Nico Baby and FNG have to be kind of careful how aggressive they get into all of these Eidolons.
S4 kind of has to just ditch the lane at this point top. This is a pretty big concern for Alliance. I don't think that they can really lane up here too much more. Like, Mika has got his Ring of Health. He's got Orb of Venom. If they just keep coming into this lane, like, Insania and them they're just going to keep getting all these kills. So I think S4 just has to jungle, which that's going to hurt them a lot in this early game. As now that's going to just, full alleviation. Now Taiga gets to pick and choose everything he wants to do in this game as his 4 position, since their top lane is just broken on Alliance.
I'm interested to see, as you say, sort of after the Orb of Corrosion, the phase, which route Nico Baby wants to go. If he does still want to go for the Battle Fury, if he wants to go for sort of that full fight. We have seen him before. He's one of the PA players that does still like to go the route of just the straight deso and get involved with the team. And I guess that wouldn't fare too bad here, right? Because you've got a fantastic roster to fight around with. When you look at the other heroes of Alliance, they want to get involved in that early action, and it could be, used in a way to punish Mickey going for that Battle Fury build-up and maybe find an opening against Liquid's lineup.
Perhaps. I'm a little worried if Nico Baby does show up to fight because he's playing into Viper, that he just gets Nether Toxin and dies every time, but...
Sure.
We'll see which one he does opt to go for. I mean, Mickey is just fully enabled, so he's going to have this timing quite a bit better. And as we know, Liquid, they love their stacks. They're going to have those stacks at the ready for this Ursa very early on.
So we'll see. Top S4 now starting to be able to get a little bit of farm here under the tower.
Yeah, he's got his bottle. Rotation is starting to come from Koikva. It's spotted, though. This ward inside the river. Both wards actually pretty much on top of each other. They will see Koikva making the move up.
I mean,
Insania.
They're trying to get a little aggressive onto Insania, but as you say, they're aware of what's going on. Bottom lane, Boxy gets jumped upon, immediately out with the TP.
good tower damage coming out here from Alliance, FNG. You even see that Undying beating on that tower. It's getting pretty low. This is nice pressure coming out every time they do see an opportunity when Taiga leaves. Are seeing Alliance capitalizing on this, as the tower is gonna get put into deny range any second now.
So they're able to stick around for the last hit.
Oh, look, Limp's actually making the connection over. This could be a really nice rotation.
Yeah, Taiga is going to try and make the jump forward here. At the same time, though, Nico Baby goes straight onto Boxy. Boxy sniped out by the power shot from Limp. They'll lose FNG, but this should be a cleanup for Alliance as Limp finds the setup onto Taiga. They clean up both kills. A tower and both heroes dead on the bottom lane. Alliance really getting that pressure into play down there.
Really nice play by Limp. And I love that FNG went for this. You know, a lot of times people would just default and go for, you know, your Soul Rip level 2 and stuff like that. These two moves that they made when they saw Taiga move out were so impactful. They've completely shut down the Enigma in this early start here. And now just, I mean, taking the offlane tower, that doesn't happen so much anymore. It used to be a big thing that we used to do in the past, but they're able to get it this early on. That's going to give a lot of freedom for Nico Baby because he also has ward coverage. You know, they did put down the double wards to protect him, so this is some good stuff from Alliance here early on.
Yeah, they already got sort of the, as you say, good vision starting to step into that triangle. And with having both of those tier 1s taken as early there as they have done, they've got a lot of routes for access to try and find the setups. At the same time, though, Liquid, they're coming off the back of their own smoke. Taiga moving Quakefor into position. Quakefor went for the brown boots, rush into Rod of Atos, so he has got good setup and control. Bottom lane, Boxy getting poked upon, but they're going to see Quakefor. They're going to make sure they get their cores out of it. FNG is going to get kicked up to the cliff. He'll be left behind, but at least Nico Baby will be able to have the information to get himself out of it and not stick around. Same time, in the mid lane, Insania was trying to pick up some levels. Limp, he's able to go for the solo kill, and in fact, bottom, Nico Baby he actually finds the option to get back in onto Boxy. As Liquid start to break back up and split up to their respective lanes, Boxy's left alone, and Nico Baby, he leaves no hesitation there as he jumps for that opportunity.
And his Orbital Corrosion and Phase Boots, they pay off for him to get those type of solo kills, absolutely. So it ends up working out for him right there. Taiga, we see him get a nice D ward. And we are seeing Limp, he's got this, you know, he's got this good timing here now. After he gets that solo kill on Insania, he's got his Javelin, he's got Fairy's Trinket too, which is going to work really well with it. And he can actually set up for some nice focus fire kills. Mikke is that big monster, though, that they're going to have to deal with at some point, as he is the top of the net worth. And we're imagining, you know, Insania is going to start getting those stacks ready. We already see 3 double stacks inside their triangle, their defensive triangle.
Yeah, so far, there's every reason to believe that Mikke, he's going to get this Battle Fury in good timing, and that item after it's going to come out seemingly just moments after, with the way that Liquid have managed to set up their half of the map. We'll see what Alliance is able to do about that. Bottom lane, Taiga trying to chase down Hanskin. They're bringing in Quakefor again off the back of another smoke. See if he's going to have the setup. He should do here. Hanskin's been found. Quakefor with the rotation gets himself the kill.
I like that he's gone for the Atos build too this game. Double mobility cores that can get really punished by that. The Wind Ranger as well as the PA. So it's going to work really nice for his Nether Toxin. And Boxy gets some space now since they will be able to kill the Lion. He's able to put pressure on bottom. And he's been slowed down a lot. So his book is going to come out much later than usual. We've seen S4 now come out a decent margin ahead of that Enigma. And he's already queued up he's already got the Ags queued up. So more than likely going to go for that Wind Ranger at the start. And then it's going to be there for Nico Baby too. So
I think so.
Always going to have those nice cores to be able to amp up with it. But that means he's going to be naked. You know, this is going to be a full naked Alchemist.
Sure, he's essentially what a free kill for Quakefor or Mikke if they find him in the action.
Yeah, which he probably would be in the most part this game anyway. You know, Brian was talking about how there's certain heroes that it doesn't really matter what items those heroes have. They'll just kill you based off their innate skill. You know, Ursa is absolutely one of those. Ursa same thing with that Viper versus Alk. So yeah, S4's game, it'll be tough, but he's just going to be this glorified kind of support to buff up his allies.
Yeah, and so I think, all things said and done, only dying the once in that top lane, that's kind of as good as you can ask for in the setup that he was given against the Ursa Grimm.
Absolutely, especially with like an Earth Spirit who had the potential of him, like if he like dies once or twice afterwards, like Earth Spirit's just going to thrive, and yeah, so it's good shit. It's good shit from Alliance from the start.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Let's see. As Limp, 500 gold off the Maelstrom. Taiga coming in the roll. Is he going to be able to get both those stacks there? He is perfectly done. I mean, as you say,
look at the jungle.
They must spend many hours just sort of stacking, because they really do have it down to perfection. And at a level that we just don't see any other team really just hit the numbers. You know, you look at the squad, sure, people are stacking, but somehow Liquid, they just take it to another level. Every game,
these
every
players
era.
had years of experience practicing in Han. You know, that's all you did in Han was just stack camps, and they've brought it here.
Wait, what do you mean? Was that literally, what was the difference?
It was a huge meta in Han always for stacking. You could stack infinitely for a long time, so.
I mean, yeah, there's definitely some truth to that. As you say, you know, we know the background of a lot of Liquid's players. And hey, it works.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And they're able to, you know, slow down a little bit of this game. Don't think Alliance minds a slowed down draft by any means, with this Alchemist able to get space to farm these Ags as he's halfway towards the first one. And Nico Baby is farming unpressured, as they did get those towers so early on. And now Liquid.
Oh, in the river.
Saiga gets set up on.
See if they've got this. They don't land the shackle shot, but hey, there they have it here with Hansken dropping the finger down.
Very nicely baited there, just waiting for him to jump in. Yeah, PA and Alchemist sitting back hitting jungle. Have to feel pretty good if you're Alliance, but there's that timing.
Here we go.
First the Battle Fury, and look at these stacks.
Oh boy, here we go. Decently faster than the average from Mickey.
And it's actually really important to point out too, I want to say like 90% of the times when I see Ursus, they have the 404 build or 414. He's got 1 point in the Earth Shock, so he has max overpower.
Yeah,
so he's fight ready as well. It's pretty cool.
He's going to get a lot out of this, and to make sure that he's going to be, as you say, incredibly fight ready. He'll be getting that BKB straight up after the Battle Fury. We'll see down bottom, Tiger. He's looking for the lead in onto FNG. They'll be able to find it. Limp is here with a wraparound, though. Boxy trying to step over, but with the reveal of Wind Ranger in this area, Liquid, they don't want to try and push in any further.
No, they're still feeling like they can't force the issue. You know, Undying and Wind Ranger, they're very strong still during this time, especially if the Alchemist rotates over. Still is tough fights for them really to just surround versus Undying. As we know, he's like the king of the early game. They've done a great job in this early game on Alliance. 6-6. Very nice and close. Exactly how we want it for this series.
Let's see how we're doing on Nico Baby's Battle Fury. He's getting there. Of course, it is a little slower, but part of that down to the fact that he built this Orbital Corrosion, which I think in the long run is, it did allow him to get those early kills. We see, 3-0 and 1. He was able to really play his lane to its full potential with that build-up. And honestly, sure, it's not going to be a Battle Fury timing the same with the Ursa, but with the game this even, there's absolutely room for him to catch up. And as you say, eventually he's going to get that net worth boost from S4 and his Aghanim's. Top lane S4, and he's going to be able to walk in straight on a Quaitfa. He just steps up, drops a concoction on his head. Quaitfa wasn't ready for that one.
They perfectly set up for it too. I'm not sure how they exactly knew where he was, but S4 was so aware of the Viper's positioning. He hid in the tree lines, started the concoction stun before the Viper even turns the corner. Great setup from Alliance, and another read of the play, read of the map, where they kill the bottom Earth Spirit setting up for Rune, kill the Viper as he set up top, and get another tower.
This
third
is
tier 1 already.
Some super quick pressure here. 14 minutes in to have taken all those towers already.
And S4 just gets to go back to his triangle, farm his stacks. He's got an Ags in a second, 500 already.
Okay.
500 off from it.
And you'd say, well, absolutely, first one going to Limp.
Give it a Limp. Limp can literally be, he's so mobile that Viper can't match the mobility. And Quaitfa still doesn't have bots. So, that Ags is going to be given super equip, and Limp is going to be making moves everywhere. And I think Liquid's really going to struggle to match that movement.
I mean, Mickey, he is going to be incredibly strong. This BKB timing is going to be very, very quickly. But for sure, the kiting potential, and also the ability for Alliance to make the jump on him. He's got to be careful of Hansken or Limp getting that sort of angle from the trees and catching him by surprise.
Yeah, and also Hansken's going to be getting pretty close to a Blink Dagger. This slow game, he's 1-3. He's just been able to sit back, get that passive gold going. The only thing Limp has to be careful of is really the supports. The Atos and the 2 supports that have the lockdown, have the silences that can really bother him. So really it's, get BKB and get gifted that Ags when he has that big timing versus the supports that he doesn't have to worry about them.
I mean, and for Quaitfa, as quick as the Atos was, is it going to be a bit of a disappointment from his perspective that he wasn't able to find more action with that, or does that not really matter?
They actually gave the first Ags to Nico Baby, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Just for him to be able to find stuff. Okay, cool.
All right, he's strong. He's very strong. Those extra stats, you're going to feel that.
Yeah, it maybe feels a little bit bad for Quaitfa, but you can see why. Like, you couldn't run into an Undying. It's just too hard, and your hero is essentially in a bit counterpicked. Wind Ranger, that's why people pick this hero versus Viper. It's just a very good core matchup versus it, as you can just focus fire, and they also have the Undying Flesh Golem makes a hero like Viper just not look tanky anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. The stats, yeah, I mean, all of them. So the strength in, man, it all makes a difference on that sort of hero. But we're going to see Alliance actually going to attempt for the Rosh. They've got a DD on Limp.
They've got the
with
flesh
that
golem and the tombstone.
Oh, look how quickly it's dying here.
It's already dead.
Just getting destroyed. They take it down in a second. Alliance with an easy Aegis here, now picked up by Nico, baby.
Yep, I feel like people always forget the effectiveness of Flesh Golem versus Rosh. You know, 25% spell amp with an acid spray with all this armor. It's just dead. And now you're playing versus a PA with Aegis and with Ags, and he's going to have time to sit back and farm BKB. This is definitely concerning for Liquid.
All right, yeah, this PA, mighty strong. I mean, Tiger, now they're going to try and go. I don't even know if they can take him down the once. They're going to give it their best shot. Now they're going to roll out. They realize that this is not a kill that's happening, you know,
they're like, what
let alone twice.
Why's he got so much HP?
Yeah.
So tanky from that Ags being gifted. Koikfa, he just walks under a ward down bottom. They're already setting up for him. Nico Baby's already on the charge.
Now straight away making the jump. Hex set up from Hanscan and he's gone. I feel...
I'm surprised he fingered. Okay.
I mean, hey, you got to get those stacks, dude.
That's true.
Got to get those stacks. He's preparing himself for the Aghanims, you know. That's why he's following S4. He's like, please, sir, can I have an Ags?
Mine's very useful, I swear.
Hey,
this is excellent stuff from Alliance so far. Just really good wards, really good reads of the map, and it seems like the last like 6-7 minutes or so, they've just been perfect at understanding where Liquid's going to be set up.
I mean, how's sort of Mikke's game going now? He's got the BKB done, getting the blink up next. I mean, at what point do you feel Liquid's sort of saying, right, Mikke, we want to get him involved in some action, sort of take him away from the farm mode and actually start to utilize the Ursa? Like, what point is he strong?
I feel like he already is strong. I think they can actually fight around him. I think their bigger thing is just wanting Boxy's BKB so that then he can always just black hole and they have a match.
Oh, there we go.
Versus that annoying tombstone.
Should be a quick one here onto FNG here. Tiger having the follow-up. Hanskan's actually going to jump in. They're going to look to fight Nico Baby straight for the backlines. He's looking for Insania, but Mikke jumps forward. They'll keep Insania alive. Now Koikfa looks to turn. Tiger trying to roll away, but they jump over. They finish him off. Limp takes the kill. As the rest of Liquid will back up and just get the trade there between the two of them. So we saw that, great aggression here from Nico Baby, ready to jump in. Unfortunately for him, though, we do have Insania having the Ghost Scepter. Wasn't quite able to kill off that Grim in time.
I saw both of the supports on Liquid rushing that, so just knowing that the majority of the damage is going to be coming out either from Focus Fire or from PA hitting someone. Ghost Scepter, very valuable. Now Nico Baby's going to be able to get his BKB at a super nice timing. So yeah, I really think the big thing for Liquid, for them, is just get the BKB for Boxy finished. He's very close to it, and then look for those engagements. And then it can be a little scary for Alliance where they don't have a way to stop it.
And who's sort of the big threat, the big target for a BKB black hole? Would you say it's Nico Baby or Limp? It's Nico Baby.
It's Nico Baby. Oh yeah, Limp can get addressed by the supports. That's the thing. Like he's about to have BKB, so that'll make it a little bit easier for him. But the supports can deal with him if they do get the connection of spells. Actually, Koikfa even buying a Ghost Scepter too. Just really seeing that it's mostly physical damage on Alliance. Getting ready for the E-Blade setup, and now Taiga's hunting. He sees the acid spray, but S4.
And does this sort of surprise you? Now S4 not going for another axe. He's going to start building for himself now. He's queuing up the blink next.
Okay. I mean, it feels like a very carry meta, so just giving it to the carry first, and then
Limp, sure. Good luck. You're on your own. No axe for you.
I mean, he'll give it to him. He'll get it eventually on Limp, right? So you don't want to be fully naked on the Alchemist. Sure. Blink is always a nice pickup for follow-up for stuns and control.
I guess very nice as well. Against some sort of the setup as well. You see an Earth Spirit coming in, you see that Rod of Atos projection coming at you, you're going to get the chance to react.
Yeah, and he can get on the back line too. He can follow up with the PA, and then it's like, okay, PA's killing everyone, and then there's an acid spray on top of him, right? Like, just because the Alchemist can get to that point. Wow. As Nico Baby, DD, and they both have BKBs.
Yeah, he's pretty scary. Mikke, straight into the trees. He senses something's up. He is right out of there underneath the tower. Unlikely Alliance is going to be able to reach him as deep as he's keeping himself. So, good read from Liquid here, making sure not to lose anyone to this last minute of Aegis and that DD in a bottle that Nico Baby has right now.
Maybe losing Taiga. Power shot won't quite connect. He'll be able to roll away. Might stay down here to continue the push. Let's see. what Taiga looks to do. As Alliance, they still do have 10 seconds on Aegis. They have a BK, they have a DD still in the bottle for Nico Baby too. And they do have good ward coverage, good ward vision right now. They actually do see Insania. They do see Liquid all up inside this inside their jungle at the moment. And they get to chill and farm. If PA ever, PA's farming during this game, this feels good for Alliance. Liquid game is starting to feel kind of concerning for them. It feels like they're really going to just have to get a really good black hole in the fights, or it really just feels like the PA is going to kill everyone.
Sure. And it's sort of kind of matching out to be this game where for Liquid it's all going to be on the back of Mickey, right? He's sort of that scaling carry that's got to deal the damage. And Quakefoot falling a little bit behind. Whereas on the other side, both this Wind Ranger and PA in the late game, they're going to be able to single-handedly focus the target from 100 to 0.
Yeah, at least the one fortunate thing is it is a PA and a Wind Ranger, so when he is going to get the MKB, it's going to be extremely effective versus the Wind Run and the evasion, so that'll be nice if he's able to get it, but I think Alliance is going to start just looking for the fights.
No, they're trying to find the setup here. Liquid, again,
DD,
they are aware.
PA. Yeah.
They're not allowing
this ward is still watching them,
Liquid,
though.
maybe they'll try and fight this. They turn onto FNG. They take him down straight away. Tiger over the side. He's got the X-Swell set up there, buffed up by Insania, but it's not going to help him as Tiger will get ripped to shreds.
It's just the game of killing the Earth Spirit and the Undying. It seems the one supports die and everyone just bails out instantly. Alliance wanting to chase for more, but Liquid just constantly running away and resetting the fights until they do feel like they can fight.
Yeah.
I guess Boxy wants Blink as well, so he can actually get the position for the black holes. It's just going to give Alliance more time, though.
I mean, because that is the thing. It does feel like for Liquid's game, it's very much, they get to a certain point and then it's like, well, can we fight? And then it's like, well, maybe actually we need another item. But you feel that every time they're sort of having to postpone it, that's always just going to favor Alliance, these moments that pass.
Yeah, it definitely does feel like it. As like S4, he's got the Blink, he's going to go Solar Crest, and then he's going to start being able to gift more eggs.
All right.
In fact, the Wind Ranger's not going to have to buy it. Then now Limp can actually go for more greedy items for himself. He's got the Maelstrom BKB, then he's going for his own MKB. So he's going to be pure damage, and then he's going to be enabled from the Alchemist buff-ups. Yeah, Liquid playing this farm game because they just have to play into this hand. But doesn't feel like it favors them. As now Basher's done. And the next item will probably be Abyssal, and then they do have a way to deal with BKB Black Hole as well.
A 10-8. A slightly growing lead here continuously for Alliance this game. A very steady one. 4K lead. Nico Baby now level 18.
Well and truly enabled.
As you say, for Liquid, Mickey waiting on the MKB and Boxy on that Blink. Boxy pretty much having the Blink. So they will have that solid jump, and of course the Aegis is gone. So
if the fight comes to Liquid, they could look to fight with the Blink BKB. They don't really want to go searching for it, but they have the option to be able to. They ideally want to wait for the MKB, but like I said, if it does come, then they will be able to maybe get a setup if Boxy's able to find the good one. They're actually going to go for the smoke, so let's see what they can find. Maybe they can catch Alliance off guard.
This should be
as Alliance.
As good as opportunity as any to get that Blink Black Hole off.
Are they going to get all 4 bounties with an Alchemist? They are. S4 just walks in, so now they're aware that Liquid is definitely smoked making some move. Yeah, they get 4 bounties with an Alchemist lineup. That's kind of the dream. We're going to see that net worth really swing up quickly. And Solar Crest is done, so PA even stronger now.
I see Limp's silently looking at S4's quick buy and hoping. He's actually got the execute up himself. He's trying to subtly send a message to S4. He's like, please. Please. And we'll see. As into the pit they go, Alliance. They're going to go for this. As we said, though, Liquid, they've got that jump. Can they find the opportunity? Can they get that angle, though, from Boxy?
They're going to try for it.
Tiger's going to try and start off the action. BKB's popped by Nico Baby as he turns straight away. They're looking to find their easy kills. He jumps over towards Mickey, forcing Mickey to head off to the side.
BKB.
The shackle's down. He's caught Tiger. Boxy's going to jump in. He gets the black hole onto the two of them. Do they have to follow damage though? S4, he's still looking pretty healthy. FEG is still alive as well. He can't kill him in time as Nico Baby turns, crits down Boxy. Over towards Mickey. They go. Mickey pops the BKB. He's able to tear down S4. But the rest of Liquid, they've got to run because Limp, he's on the chase. He's over to Quake, but they've picked up a fourth as it's only Insania left alive. As Alliance, they'll continue to run him down. As Liquid, they just can't find the fight there. Alliance were more than prepared. As it really seems that with every moment, Liquid just slipping further and further away from any opportunity they really had this game to fight against Alliance. Alliance are getting so far ahead now off the back of that fight and what will now be another Roshan.
They made that fight look kind of easy. Liquid was trying at any type of avenues to approach this. Mickey kills the tombstone instantly, which feels like it's super impactful, but then he's kited away from the BKB of Nico Baby. The hole comes out, but there's no follow-up. They're all controlled during it. It's just a black hole with nothing else. Maybe just a stroke of fade from Insania, but Insania also, he can't get into the midst of the action. He has to play up on this sideline, and yeah, they can't actually take the fight at all when they're all kited like that.
No, just excellent moves there from Alliance. It does just seem that this game, Alliance they know the path to victory and that they haven't strayed from it at all so far. And Liquid's, it's hard to see the answer. You know, how do you deal with this pressure and this momentum that Alliance has? Nico Baby, he's already on the hunt behind the towers. He's looking for action. He's going to jump over towards Boxy as the follow-up's there. Boxy locked down. Alliance just picking apart Liquid one by one now.
And Limp has the Ags. He bought it for himself. He wants that mobility. It's so good versus the Ursa in the game anyway, so wanted it at this point. And this is really where Alliance, it feels like they can actually close the game pretty soon. Liquid, they can't take any fights. They have to get, it really does feel like they have to get a three-man black hole and they have to have everybody beating on it.
I mean, yeah, this is really just looking very good from Alliance across the board so far here in this game one. I mean, what do you think the biggest difficulty has been for Liquid this game? Is it something that their draft lacks? Is it some sort of way that they set up the early game?
I think Alliance just played the early game perfectly, honestly. I think FNG, like, skilling the tombstone at level 2, killing Boxy, shutting him down effectively twice, taking his tower, taking mid tower. It feels like everything really just went so perfectly for them because of just a couple rotations that didn't work from Liquid.
Nico Baby, again, just on the hunt behind this tier 2. He's over towards Mickey. Mickey's got to put the BKB in the enrage and get out. As Tiger's coming, Nico Baby, he's hunting over. Tiger up to the high ground. He is away. Alliance, they'll hold themselves back. They don't want to try diving high ground quite yet.
Just this threat. You know, I think that this Undying pick really answered so many things that Liquid wanted to have. Like, they wanted to be able to fight into this Alchemist early on, and then Undying comes, and it's just like, we actually can't fight early because of this pick. And I think Alliance has just played perfectly around it. As they've read pretty much all the moves from Liquid, like even setting up for little cheeky plays like around runes, like the Arcane Rune where they set up on bottom. It's really just been heads-up plays from Alliance throughout this entire game.
One of these games so far where, you know, the carry in the mid, flawless stuff. Nico Baby and Limp both yet to die in this game.
It's a really good last pick Wind Ranger game. I know they were mentioning how earlier today it was versus like Willow and a couple other like straight counter ones. Limp has done an excellent job from start to finish in this game, and now onto the high ground. Still with a lot of time.
Oh, he's in! Oh, he's diving tier 4s! A goodbye Boxy as Hansken lays down another finger here to get the job done.
They can't do anything. They really can't. Like, Mickey, he needs MKB to be able to hit the PA. He can't just rely on the break mechanics. I mean, he's going to try to finish that one.
I think he's going for a rapier. I think he needs to. I don't know if MKB is going to cut it. This game is looking pretty rough here for Liquid. And that might just be an understatement with how well Alliance is playing against them. Jump over towards Tiger. It's just another kill. It just doesn't stop these kills here from Liquid, from Alliance. 18-9, 16k lead here, 30 minutes in. Taking the mid-racks. Mickey will spend up and buy the MKB, just wanting to have something to try and fight Alliance with. But you're going to be fighting into an aggressive move here from Alliance where they still have the Aegis for a minute and a half. They still have the cheese on Nico Baby.
Nico Baby just takes the armor corruption. He doesn't even take the blur evasion talent.
Doesn't need
how
it.
Quick everything is snowballing. He doesn't need it. That's Mickey.
And Mickey. See if he can take him down the once. Concoction out onto Okay, they will manage to bring down Nico Baby the first time. Boxy's going to come over the follow-up black hole, locking them down, and they got enough damage to take him down a second time. He's still alive. He's able to turn, jumps over towards Boxy. Nico Baby's able to survive through it all. The Hex comes out from Handscape, kiting up Mickey. Shackle shot down to the two of them. Nico Baby, he's thinking about getting back in. He's eyeing them up here with the dagger. He's straight back over to Mickey. As that's Mickey down and out, he's spent up fully for that MKB. He's out of the game for 70 seconds. They try their best there with the black hole to catch Nico Baby on the respawn, but they just couldn't kill him the second time.
I think he may have been able to get him if he black holed perfectly, but he actually black holed a bit early. The Aegis came up and Nico Baby was like a fraction of life and he gets the cheese off because of that. I think if they timed it perfect, maybe they get the kill. Not sure if it would end up winning the fight for them, but a small thing can matter in these type of games as Alliance clean up the racks. And they're going to be able to back away and maybe even go for more as Limp's already pushing bottom.
Yeah, they're ready to continue to close this one up. Alliance, Nico Baby picking up a nullifier. Got a full Daedalus done on Limp. They're going to have one final hold here, Liquid, but with no black hole. They really don't have much at all to stop Alliance here.
Nico Baby's just going to eviscerate these supports now with Nullifier. Ghost Scepter's not going to help you anymore as he's waiting for looking for his target.
He's ready to just go straight in. Immediately jumps over towards Quakefor. Quakefor's out of the game for 50. And Stania will buy himself some safety with the Ghost Scepter. But you know that Nico Baby's going to be ready to jump straight back in if anyone steps over his way. Boxy trying to stop that from happening as he drops the Malefice down onto Nico Baby. Liquid, they're trying to step forward, but they're losing their base once again. The tier 3 goes down. Racks exposed. Nico Baby, he's in straight away. He looks for the jump. He's going to move on to Insania. Tiger trying to turn and lock them down with the shackle shot. It's shackled the Ursa straight over to the Necro Book. As Mickey is caught in position, he's out of the game. No buyback, of course, still available on the Ursa. As Alliance, they'll clean up a third set of racks. Nico Baby, he just wants to continue padding the stats. Jumps over, boosts that KDA once more. It is game over. And in a game where it was sort of a very sort of slow and steady win from Alliance, but a very sure one as well, as there was pretty much no point of this game where it felt that Liquid were going to have a shot at turning this one around.
No, I think Alliance I think they played this early game too perfect. I think that Liquid had to have these moves be a little bit more successful. When I see Alchemist is able to just like resort to his triangle and start hitting these stacks when he's this offlane Alchemist versus an Ursa, I'm feeling very concerned. And Alliance, just swift execution. Limp, impeccable play coming out from the win range of this game. 11-0-8, as you mentioned. Also PA 10-0-10. These two cores just played phenomenally, and I really do want to give credit for the two supports though. Hanskin and FNG, they were always at the right place at the right time, it felt, in this game. Either pushing a tower, setting up for a kill or something like that. Nice planning. Great game from Alliance.
It really was one of those games that was just beautiful to watch. The execution from Alliance at completely top tier. Liquid just all over the place and didn't have a way of dragging themselves back into this with how well Alliance pulled out this game one performance. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen. First game of the series dominated by Alliance.
They did absolutely dominate that first game indeed, and I kind of was hoping for maybe a little bit more of an even series, but if Alliance play like that and Liquid play like that, then we're going to go home fairly early. But let's see if Liquid can bring some fire in game number 2. But first, we're going to break down this first game of the series after the break.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Follow me, baby, I'll take you for the ride of your life. Take my hand and I'll lead you to the other side. You say you've never met anyone like me. Well, what can I say? Stay on my good side and there's no need to be afraid. I've seen things you won't believe. I've seen things you won't believe. Okay, you wanna test your faith? Go on, just try to prove me wrong. Okay, you wanna test your faith? Go on. Come with me, babe, and I'll show you where the demons play. Let me lead you down. I know the way. You say you've never met anyone like me, and isn't that true? Keep me close and there's nothing I wouldn't do. I've seen things you won't believe. I've seen things you won't believe. Okay, you wanna test your faith? Go on, just try to prove me wrong. Okay, you wanna test your faith? Go on.
First game of the series goes the way of Alliance. A dominant start here against Team Liquid in a series that, if Alliance take game 2 as well, they are guaranteed group stages at the major. So they really want to win this one. So does Liquid though. A lot of it's at stake here. Only a couple series left. 2 series actually, including this one. And for Team Liquid, anything can still happen. They could not make it to the major, they could make it to the major. And which one's it gonna be? Well, if they play like this, they're not really gonna make it to the major. They struggled a little bit here, T and Kyle.
And this fight right here, I just want to point out, this is the Radiant advantage in a nutshell. Because this fight goes so poorly, because Liquid are forced to approach from 2 different angles. Insania is kind of caught on the high ground, bouncing back and forth. Mickey took Tombstone, ran up one hill. The rest of the squad is isolated on the other hill.
During the draft, looked up that S4 played it and some kind of website. Wouldn't players, shouldn't coaches and players know about this?
That was going to be the caveat to the second point, is unless they've done their research into
which they should.
Which
I
they
know,
did.
again, which you hope that they have done and are aware of it. Well,
Yeah.
I'm just,
Surely they have, but then this game didn't really look like it because this Alchemist did have a lot of.
Also, it does help. I'm just going to add one more point. That it does help that sure you might know that they play in a pub, but how do they really play it in a pro team? You have no games to kind of understand it. So that's where this type of drafting kind of surprise game one, it can kind of confuse teams and why.
And I would say, main point, key pick, Undying. This is one of those heroes that you'll see first two in NASA specifically because they're not like bad regions, but they don't have the same wealth of experience that people like Crows remembering like irrelevant players and coaches from like 6 years ago. You have this hero that dominates the safe lane, and all of a sudden this boxy Enigma feels really bad. The Earth Spirit can't really get much done, and it activates the game. Also, the Ags from Alchemist, now that it gives stats, it really doesn't help PA too much, it feels, but it's just gives him this edge that you can't rectify for a few minutes. That is enough, it feels, to get a carry into that spot where it's ready to win a game.
Yeah, this is one of those games where just the laning phase went so well for Alliance, so it enabled everything, right? You have this Undying who mitigates the Earth Spirit. PA with Orb plays into Enigma well. You have this Alk in the off lane who, guess what? He's under pressure, but who steals his stacks? No one. No one on Liquid comes.
It would have to be Viper. Like, the thing is, to make that play, you need to run like 4 heroes into that top triangle, but again, Undying. He loves this. Please, run at me with your team. I'll put a tombstone on a high ground, and you're going to get punished here. You dominate top super hard, but you can't run into the tri lane. A big part of that is because you just simply can't unless you bring literally 5 heroes.
Yeah, it was a very well set up game for Alliance, and they played it well as well. And Brian is going to tell us more about that.
The early game rotations from Alliance were quite flawless, and what they recognized is that Taiga wants to play around the Ursa. So every single time that Taiga made a play, we see him TPing top at 240. We're going to fast forward through the play because this is the irrelevant part. Yeah, they get a kill on Hanskin, but let's see what's happening bottom. Nico Baby FNG immediately recognized this. Boxy, the good part about Enigma, he pulls the lane underneath his tower. The bad part about Enigma is he pulls the lane underneath his tower and he's diveable. They level the tombstone. Look at all of these creeps dying underneath tower. I've counted 3 so far. These are effectively double denies because normal denies are 50% experience and Enigma's missing all of these. We also noticed that the tier 1 tower has taken 700 damage during all this. Second time Taiga TP's away from the bottom half of the map, he's helping pressure on the mid lane. This is the Wind Ranger favorable matchup against the Viper. What happens now? Let's fast forward. Nico Baby and FNG, they are ready to capitalize on this. They know it's the 5-minute catapult. Enigma, he's fallen behind. They have the capability of pressuring him, and they are going to use all of this early momentum that they've already gathered to go again, since there is no Earth Spirit in sight. Boxy, on his own little island here, cannot defend himself. And even though they're not going to get the kill, they force him to TP away. And with this, they're even going to get mid tower because Taiga's forced to come back bottom, which allows Limp to pressure the mid lane. Fortunately, he has a double damage rune, which with Focus Fire is quite nice because it doesn't get reduced by the damage reduction on her ultimate. But they're going to get 2 tier 1 towers at 7 minutes into the game with an Alchemist lineup. And a lot of people at home, if you don't know what the importance of towers are, we're going to see a not so fancy example of what happens. This is 13 minutes in the game. Ursa's got Battle Fury. PA's looking to finish his Battle Fury. And what we see here is 2 heroes that want to farm, the Enigma and the Ursa, but there's just no space on the map. Mickey just cleaned out his entire jungle. He's got 25 seconds before new camps respawn. He wants the triangle, but there's nowhere else to go. Here we go again. Mickey's going to finish the triangle, but he doesn't feel safe enough to go into his own jungle based on the fact that all of Alliance is up here. So he's going to run to his team. Just looking at the raw area on the map that they are able to farm, Alliance is taking the entire top half while Liquid only takes this narrow strip. And this is what happens when you see the net worth lead go into Alliance's favor little by little, and inevitably it's too much.
I never knew we could reach so much from one tier 1
one
tower.
Like, just because the HP bar missing, it opens up so much.
Yeah, it really does.
But like the fact that Brian can really extract that much information,
that's impressive.
That was mind blowing.
I've always said Brian, he had a face for radio and a voice for TV, and my man, that was just illuminating.
Imagine if he hits the tier 2 tower next time.
Oh,
the amount of information we're going to get then.
I mean, then we're going to be here for a while because there's so much to read out of that one. But yeah, that was the first game of the series.
Great segment.
Great segment. Thank you, Brian. I'm curious because we're obviously being very critical of Team Liquid because we had higher expectations from them. but Alliance played really well. They were on absolute point, and I think that at the moment, like, they just looked like a step ahead, like a tier ahead, I would almost say.
Yeah, I think the key thing just for Liquid, I think they expected the lanes to go a little bit better, apply more pressure. Enigma didn't really have a good game. He lost his tower very quickly, like we saw Frozen for the last minute or so with Brian. And then, of course, top lane, the Ursa is meant to beat the Alchemist. Didn't happen. He still had gold. So Liquid, they just didn't really have the lanes to give themselves a game. I think they're perfectly fine if they can just kind of mitigate that problem going into game 2.
Yeah, let's see if they can. We're ready for the draft of the second game of this best-of-3 series. Let's see if Team Liquid can bounce back and force out the third game. We're going to be right back after a break.
My heart is beating like a drum, burning like the sun. I've only just begun. My blood is running through my veins. It's hitting me like a train. Some things you can't explain. Like I've never needed anything before.
Game 2 around the corner, Alliance and Liquid. And when we saw Team Liquid being one game down against OG last Saturday, they were able to bounce back and they were able to play better. And we're hoping that that's going to be the case now as well, because at least it would give us a little bit more of an even game. And let's see what these two teams have for the second game round, though. We're joined by Brian on the big screen. We got Kyle and Tigov as well. Brian, how's your internet doing?
Hey. I checked it. It seems fine. I'm not going to move because I'm a little slow here.
You're a little bit slow.
Whoa!
You can hear me fine though, right?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Don't move.
Okay, I'll just stand very still whenever I'm on camera.
Oh, look,
but
don't
not
worry,
still
you're
enough
safe.
to look like I'm not
We're
here.
just seeing straight up the draft in the Dota TV client, where we got Alliance picking the Shaker first, which is interesting because Shaker obviously nerfed, but still going here for the Shaker DP.
The key thing here is simply in game 2, Liquid took second pick, therefore they don't have to think about this Alchemist. It's off the cards now, right? Because it's all about that 8 pick and you can close out the first phase. So now Alliance, they go back to another very strong opening from themselves, the Shaker DP, one of the few teams that also runs Shaker in that 5 position if required, like we saw earlier today with Nigma as well.
In addition, because they know they're giving up Puck with this option, Liquid, when available, will pick Puck. They've proven that this entire DPC, so they get rid of the Lone Druid. You don't give them that combination that they were so effective with in their opening series of this tournament, where they trounced their competition. Now, who is it? Was it not Tundra? They played, it was Viking, I believe, right?
Yes.
That they just 2-0'd.
Yes, it was a swift 2-0. It was CM, Puck, Lone Druid in 3 games. 2 games, sorry.
I like the Tiger Earth Spirit. I think he just needs some better heroes to play around. You know, Mickey Ursa, not as if he underperformed, but you know, you're playing a Battle Fury builder. It's not like you're gonna get too aggressive early on. Viper, Nigma, you're not gonna really go run at people too much. The Puck, much easier to play around, but it could be Insania. They will play at 5.
I always like to bring up the space makers and space takers. Last game, Ursa, he wants the space being made for him. And even though it's nice to play around him early on the Earth Spirit, if you're only having one core with a good start and he's the guy that's supposed to be farming, suddenly you have 2 recovering cores and then you have another core that's still farming. So you've got 3 people that just fighting for farm all over the map. And I think Team Liquid, they'll run it back in a different way where they're going to play around the playmakers with the Earth Spirit.
An interesting thing with Alliance, when they run Shaker or DP, they often like to also pick up an IO. Again, like I said, FNG maybe pushes the Shaker to a 5 position, therefore opening up, enhancing to play this kind of IO +1. I wouldn't be surprised if Team Liquid just cover themselves. Of course, they already have Earthquake Puck, very good against any IO combos, so they probably aren't going to waste a ban on it, but something to keep an
It's already
eye
been
out.
banned first ban by Alliance.
Oh, I did not see that. Thanks, Brian.
Yeah, that's what I'm here for.
They're both just missing some things, but it's okay.
Thanks.
Between the 3 of us, we've got at least 1 complete analysis.
And that is Shiva.
Thank you. I was gonna say we're 4, Kyle. I don't know why you're not counting yourself. You shouldn't sell yourself short.
He's just trying to get sympathy. That's it. Done.
Yeah.
Playing into his hand. Such
Fishing
is
for
life.
compliments.
Indeed. Is it working?
No.
I just told you that you shouldn't sell yourself short. So
That's not really a compliment.
It's in a way.
It's more of like a
generic
term.
It's like you're undervaluing yourself. Don't make me do it too.
Well, saying you're undervalued, that says nothing about my true value. It's just...
It says that it's better than what you think it is.
Well...
But what if he thinks it's really low?
Yeah.
Well, then it's still higher than what he thinks it is, so it's still a compliment.
I'm not really buying what you're selling, but we'll move on. I
good plan.
appreciate the thought.
Oh, you're welcome. So yes, we have got a couple of tanky offlaners banned out by Team Liquid. We have seen, obviously, S4 go off on the Timbersaw. Any other tanky boys that we should be aware of, that Liquid should be worried about and should be banning out?
I think the interesting thing, is just the fact that Alliance's second phase bans are somewhat aligned to also in game 1.
Yeah.
Like, they're picking different heroes to open, but they're still banning out, like, the philosophies of getting through that second phase. You know, we don't want to have this annoying OD flex, the Bloodseeker flex, and that's what, especially now that Liquid has to show something, it's why Alliance are putting these...
Team, we still have Beastmaster in the pool.
Oh, wow. Well,
That's true.
That is wild, actually. The Oracle is a bit of a block pick. I know Insania loves to play it, but you also don't want to give it up when there's a Death Prophet in the game.
Yep.
In addition, I am a bit befuddled. Consider the bans. Tidehunter, Timbersaw, both gone, and there's a Beastmaster in the pool.
Yeah.
Oracle, in theory, is nice or poor because you don't do much to the push and the minions, but you can remove the Roar, which is interesting, but it's still a real big threat from Alliance here. But not the best laner with Shaker, so perhaps why they...
Yeah, I was going to say the Shaker Beastmaster duo is not all that great. Usually you want like a Shadow Shaman or some ranged hero to capitalize on the board slow.
The last time they had the Shaker at position 5, they went for the Mars. The time before that, they did go for the Beastmaster when they were playing against OG.
They won that game, but that was mostly no flame, but mid one did feed, I think, 4 times on Ember Spirit. S4 had a Necro 3 at like 12 minutes and pretty much won the game single-handedly.
That's fair.
It was mid one, right? Or was it Topstone on the Ember in that game?
I think that was a mid one.
I think it was mid one.
Yeah. For Alliance here, they need to basically understand what this Earthshaker is doing, because they can just pick, for example, a strong... Like, You could also look at like casual PA here, for example. Okay, they go for the Fury.
Oh!
It's time.
You are playing against the
Lion. You
don't. Not ban Prophet because okay, I'm not gonna do it. It's too much.
But the
the
gist of it is because you think you can counter it. Do they think they can counter it?
Well, here's the thing. So conceptually, Oracle's weak against minions, right?
Yeah.
So you don't go Beastmaster because you have an Earthshaker. Instead, you go for a Prophet. Not you want this ranged hero to play with the Shaker. Prophet's also much better at sustaining in a 1-on-2 scenario, which frees up your Earthshaker to do as he pleases. Plus, it is Alliance. This is the Furion.
Think it's a
so good
value.
against the support
Question, they have only played Nature's Prophet on position 5 so far. Same for Shaker.
Yeah, it's like if they want to run the Furion 5, they can, but it can still be 3. This is where this casual Furion here, it plays well into both lanes. I would expect it to be off lane because I think Into the Oracle does really well.
It's too
but
good.
It's still easily, like imagine they pick a hard counter. If they pick Troll here, for example, suddenly, is that banned? No, it's not banned. I haven't made a mistake twice. Suddenly that Furion is now a 5. You pick a off lane to deal with Troll.
I agree. I just think that it's so good as a 3 at the moment. They would have to require Liquid to pick some real strong anti-Furion cores. Just because the Orchid also kind of forces the Puck into a Yules build. And you no longer have that flexibility from Liquid where Puck could be Insania's hero because you've already committed to Oracle, yes.
This is also the issue where they've already played Puck into DP, so you need to have that thing. But instead,
this is the Viking draft. I don't know if that's a good sign.
This is a Liquid draft. Let's not, let's not.
Brian likes it.
Yeah,
I like it.
This is nice. It's aggressive, right? Leshrac is a squishier hero normally, and Oracle Leshrac is a classic pairing to push you in. It's like the same as Oracle DP. Exactly the same concept.
That's what happened in that Viking series where they used this to beat Secret in that opening game. The DP was banned, so they replaced it with a Leshrac, who doesn't have that same ability to keep himself alive, but when played well, the damage output is higher on the Lesh, and you still have versatility because this could also be Mickey's hero in the safe lane, not necessarily required to be mid.
Yes, for sure.
How about does Nico Baby specialize in anti-mage? Doesn't really seem like his type of hero and not the best as meta, but that is a lot of int heroes.
Every carry can play anti-mage. Let me rephrase, every carry thinks they can play anti-mage.
Aspire, exactly, yeah.
It's like a badge of honor almost. It's like the ultimate flex. If you can go to TI and win a game, how many people and players have tried to do it and close out matches?
Out of all his heroes in the top 8 heroes, anti-mage 48% win rate. The rest, 60%, 63, 65, 69, 61, 64, 55. Anti-mage up there, 48.48.
But if it is a good enough anti-mage game?
Oh, I'm literally just quoting some random numbers for sure. If it's a good anti-mage game, why not? But
the thing is, every game, unless you're overall last picking it, you're never going to have a guaranteed free anti-mage game. Liquid would still have the opportunity to pick one of their pretty standard boxy heroes, be it Slardar, LC, where you're going to have that option to lock him down. Yes.
Are you going to carry Leshrac at that point, or what?
Yeah. Mickey will play it.
No, Mickey probably will play the Puck.
Oh, good point.
And they go for the Beastmaster. Sure.
Wow.
All the summons, all the minions, all the stuff.
It's very good against Lesh.
Yeah.
It's very hard to play Lesh in the Beastmaster because Lesh has to be point blank range to do any of the damage. And now if you're running into a fight where there's Beastmaster summons and a Death Prophet exorcism going, you actually just can't tank through all of it. The whole idea of Lesh that makes him successful is that his damage is more overwhelming than yours, so you're supposed to run away from him. And I don't think that's the case with this Beastmaster pick.
And that is legit what we have right here. And it's going to come down to these team fights. Who can, it's a Russian slap fight. Who gets knocked out first? Because Leshrac, if he's Oracle ulted, if he can stay alive with like a Bloodstone as an example, that spell Lifesteal plus Oracle ult does work in conjunction. You can just run at these heroes and kill everything in your path. But if it goes the other way, Liquid have no damage and they all die.
Yeah. Also, I think a nice interaction for the Beastmaster. A lot of times when Les pushes these towers, he likes to hide behind trees, be a little bit cheeky early on when the game gets a bit difficult. You chuck a Hawk there, suddenly he's dying in these positions where normally against most heroes, he's getting a free tower. So it's also a nice little interaction to look out for.
Yeah, it's both sides really just doubling down. Alliance, I dig it just because the Death Prophet, and one of the reasons I think it's excellent as an opener, you can play it in so many different ways. It could be your 5, it could be your 3, or in this case, it can be the centerpiece of your draft, which will now be able to have incredible tempo and team fight just right as you pop into the mid game.
Alliance has to pick a carry that can jump the backlines right now. Like, this is why you see them banning out PA, for example.
Yep.
I feel like if you're unable, you mentioned this whole idea of the fight from Liquid. If you do not kill Oracle to start the fight, be it with DP just finding him through just walking up the high ground, Fury scouting him out, or Hawk, there is no way you can actually beat Liquid simply.
This can also be Boxy's Leshrac, keep in mind.
Yes.
Like, this is the other reason.
Yeah, they're flexing to the very end. Puck Lesh is basically in all 3 lanes, pretty much.
But I think BSJ was right. It will be a Mickey Puck mid. Or I guess Koifa hasn't played Puck. It's been Mickey every game.
It's been Mickey every game they've played Puck in the DPC, but they've only done.
And they do go for the anti-mage.
Oh boy.
Okay. Again, like mentioned earlier, it is a good anti-mage game in theory. There's like against the Puck, it feels really terrible because the entire game, as soon as Puck gets agged, you're very scared.
It's this combination, crazy amounts of pushing power and a really formidable mid game, and then the AM is your insurance policy. The heroes for Liquid that I mentioned before, Slardar and LC, yeah, you can kill the anti-mage, but will you be able to help your squad stand up to this Death Prophet all minion army charging at your towers at 15 minutes?
But look at the bans though from Alliance. They're banning out carries because the things that you're describing don't give Liquid a clean win condition against a potential anti-mage. So they identify the weaknesses of an anti-mage pick, ban out those carries, and now it forces Liquid hand. This Leshrac has to be mid. They need to pick up the carry to win the game. Like, they need to go for some like Ursa or something. Is Ursa banned? Nope.
You could Ursa.
They need something just to
Ursa and the Beastmaster's unplayable.
That's true. That's a good point.
It's
Yeah,
Meepo,
you can't.
folks. I actually think they might have to Meepo. But I don't know if they
And
play
isn't
it.
it a bad
And a
April game?
shaker?
Wait,
It's a 5 shaker.
All right, we both had 2 bad suggestions. Now let's go for the actual pick.
Brood.
The Brood.
Even, okay,
That was the third one. Yeah,
it
that
had to be
that,
something,
Something.
extra Gorgonzola-y because this was not a game you were just going to win if you played it straight up.
How well does Beastmaster do against Brood nowadays? I know it used to do 5
Not as
axes,
good because
but...
it's I believe you still kill them in 2 axes, 2 rounds.
Guys, isn't also Anti-Mage pretty good against Brood? Am I wrong?
No.
The whole idea right now, Liquid, if you think about their timings, it's laning phase, they survive into mid-game dominance, and then they eventually do fall off. Alliance, on the other hand, they have decent lanes, they fall off in the mid-game when Anti-Mage isn't a hero, and then they are destructive in the late game. So it's that window that Brood really brings out, but...
I kind of feel like Alliance had Team Liquid backed into a corner, and that's what they came up with, but I do feel like they're outdrafted. But let's hear from Brian first.
Yeah, I agree. I think going into that last pick, Alliance was crushing this draft, and I think Liquid had to do something nuts and Brood into Beastmaster, Earthshaker. That's kind of nuts, but it's basically if Quakefoot dies once or twice in the first 15 minutes of the game, they have no chance. But if he can snowball, then Liquid will take it, but I'm going with Alliance.
All right.
Yeah, I was leaning Meepo because I think that would have given them more fortitude as the game progressed. But in this case, suddenly you're in this awkward spot where you need all of your cores to go off. Your Broodmother has to shrink the map immediately. If you get this like Orchid timing, but AM keeps up with you and eventually has Manta before you've like kind of closed out on tier 2s, the game gets really hard. You need Koifa to have like 4K, 5K gold advantage at like 25 minutes or so.
I'd say earlier. They, like Anti-Mage at that point, the way that Nika Baby's able to find farm on the map, like that point where he'll have like Battle Fury +1 and he's pressuring you when you're looking at high ground. Like high ground siege from Liquid right now, it's Leshrac v the world. Brood doesn't really offer much, especially when Beastmaster's backed up. So it's the early window they have to look for.
Yep. Quick reminder also before we head into the game with our commentary, if Alliance win this, they guarantee themselves group stages for the major, and then if Liquid loses, they have to really hope that OG is losing tomorrow as well to force out a tiebreaker. Otherwise, there's no major for them. So a lot on the line. Let's see how this is going to play out together with OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, CBS. Game 2 of Alliance versus Liquid. And Fogged, I mean, for you looking at these 2 drafts, which last pick sort of blows your way more here? You're more impressed by this anti-mage finisher or just the Brood finisher sort of look the stronger ones to you here?
Love the anti-mage pick, and I hate saying that so much. It hurts my soul to even say it, but it looks good. It looks really good versus Lesh and Puck and versus like Oracle and stuff like that. Great ways to get info, and it really is like all magic damage besides Broodmother when you just look at it. So your counter spell, your magic resistance is going to be super effective in the later stages. And not only just that, I love the way they rounded it up. I like the way that they had the other 4 heroes with it and how they rounded it up. Because Beastmaster, Death Prophet, Earthshaker, Furion, they're very strong 4 independent heroes. Anti-Mage is going to get a lot of space from the pressure they should apply. Liquid, I feel like they're going to have to start some really crazy havoc early on in the game and just really put tons of pressure on. Hopefully this Broodmother is able to snowball the game, because I think if it gets to the point, you know, if they're not really just taking over, Brood can just get hunted super easily. There's a Nature's Prophet, there's a Beastmaster, there's a lot of vision things, a lot of control too for Koifa. A lot of things I feel like Liquid needs to do very right in this game in order to not fall significantly far behind very fast.
I mean, I think, you know, the panel sort of said it right. If this Broodmother isn't sort of shooting ahead from the start and getting that early advantage, the game's going to feel pretty rough for Liquid.
Yeah, and I got to be honest, I don't know how this matchup is anymore. I feel like Death Prophet does excellent in this. I don't see how Broodmother's going to be able to take advantage versus a Death Prophet. Like, DP just hits you, and you have incredible damage, incredible move speed. You're never going to get chased down or anything. You're going to have clear, even though the spiders have some resistance. You have ways to just hit them and kill them, so I don't think this is going to be too easy for Koifa. And I think they actually might have just dodged the lane. Yeah, he's actually moving, and they're sending Puck mid.
I mean, that never feels good, right, having to play the Brood on the side lane.
Oh, that feels... Honestly, that feels pretty disastrous, I'll be real. I've not seen a safe lane Brood in years. Maybe ever,
I mean,
actually.
this is...
I'm trying to think about a competitive game where I've seen a safe lane Brood forced. And I don't think I have ever, actually.
Oh, well. Well, we'll see. I mean, if Liquid can pull this off, it really is going to be quite something. Because so far, the draft, the lane setup, this couldn't really be much harder for Liquid this game, too.
No, definitely agree. And they also get, like, they put S4 in the safe lane, so they're going to ensure that the Beastmaster gets experience on the side of Alliance, and Nico Baby up in the top lane, but it's a safe top lane because he's got the backup of an Earthshaker, and Liquid's heroes just don't really punish an AM too much early on. This is going to be some weird laning phase.
I mean, and it's just, you know, as we talked about now, how important it is for Koifa to have a game as the Brood, to have that incredible acceleration of farm. When you're in the side lane, right, you just don't have the access to the resources like you do in mid to be able to pop off that early.
No, you need to get this like full solo experience going for yourself, and yeah, there's just a lot of problems for it. As bottom, they will be able to at least set up with this aggro tri lane. They will surprise S4, get Mickey off to a good start. Yeah, I gotta say, Nico Baby even blinks forward and kills Koifa's courier, and Koifa's just getting right-clicked by Treants. As we did see that stat come up, FNG 100% win rate with the Nature's Prophet with his team right now. He's taking a lot of tower hits. Okay, he's all right. And Limp is destroying the mid matchup, 9-9 for the 4-1 of the puck already.
Oh boy. I mean, there was obviously a little bit of time where they had to make the switch around, but even after that, yeah, it's been Limp not holding back at all there. Coming in very strong on the mid.
Oh boy, they have to get like, honestly, I'm watching bottom. They need to just kill this Beastmaster like 5 times in order for Mickey to be enabled enough to somehow take this, be able to enable enough to somehow be able to fight versus this lineup. This isn't looking good already for Liquid.
Limp knows it.
Yeah,
looking good for Liquid. I think you mean Alliance.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I think Alliance knows it. Cause, like Limp is just destroying matchup. Nico Baby's free farming. S4's not getting much, but that's fine. It's a Beastmaster who's getting levels. Oh boy. Yeah, Liquid's in trouble.
I mean, do you sort of think draft-wise the necessity was there to have to go for something as crazy as the last pick Brood? Was there really nothing else that Liquid could have made work here because of how much this anti-mage pick has shaken up their plans and countered a lot of their lineup?
The AM pick was so good against everything they had, and everything was banned, Owen. Like, Troll was banned, PA was banned, all the late-game heroes that you want to run versus an anti-mage to outscale him in any way were just banned. Mid, they're going to go for a kill onto Limp here, Taiga.
Oh, Boxy.
It's a kick under.
Why, they've got him under the tower. But Limp, is he going to be able to get it? No, Boxy. With a phase shift to the orb, he's able to live. Taiga coming in big there to redeem him in that mid lane and give Boxy a chance to have some space here. As that matchup was getting rather out of hand, he needed that.
They have to cause absolute chaos. As Nico Baby, he'll leave the top lane. He'll actually come toward mid, and this... Oh, it's kind of looking like a pub game with the way people are swapping around all over the place.
Oh my goodness,
Boxy mid.
Fisher comes in mid, FNG's trying for the kill. He's not going to get it, Boxy. He's able to live.
And now they've sent the AM mid, because he's going to be versus the under-leveled, under-farmed Puck, and they sent the Death Prophet into the matchup versus the Broodmother, because Koifa was getting...
And they kill S4 again, bottom.
Another one on S4. Okay. Liquid's causing a lot of havoc and a lot of chaos, which is forcing a lot of rotations from Alliance, and it's going well for them. 3 kills here at the start. I mean, I'm saying it's going well. At least they're getting the kills. Doesn't feel great because AM's getting so much.
Oh, 25 CS so far. As mid lane Boxy, he's still struggling to get CS at all really here. We're gonna see it on the replay, that kill on S4 down bottom. The one place where Liquid really have managed to pull their efforts together to get reliable kills. That's fogged.
Hello?
Oh, you're there.
I think I cut out for a second.
Yeah,
I was getting some lag. My bad.
Right,
It was on my end.
back on. We hear you. We hear you loud and clear.
So yeah, like still slowing down S4 and making he's being enabled. This is honestly better than I thought it was going to be for Liquid here off the start. They're even putting some pressure onto Nico Baby too. He's almost dead.
Oh, and he might just go down, Boxy. He's in and he's got him. Oh, all right, Boxy. He's certainly making up for the missed CS in this lane. Bottom lane, S4's going to go down again.
Okay. All and right. Now the TP in front of the Exorcism, Mickey will get away. And now they're going to throw tips out back onto Lip. All right. What's going on here? Liquid.
Wait, what even was that? Just an FNG right click?
I think it was, yeah. And Koikfa's getting all the Koikfa's actually getting so much.
He's getting a lot of farm.
The safe lane route's working. He's taking the tower.
I mean, this is impressive. I think so far Liquid, they're bringing it. They're getting farm on their heroes. This bottom lane, the Leshrak at the top of the net worth.
The tower's at top. Now Koikfa's gonna be able to move in and swing, maybe to farm the enemy triangle, farm the enemy ancient and all this. Okay. This is actually working out pretty decent now. They get the kill on Nico Baby. That really slows him down. He's gone for Vanguard, so that will slow down his progress toward the Battle Fury too.
It does mean he's a tough kill though, right? With that Vanguard.
Yeah.
As
S4?
They're going to be able to get in on him. Tiger with the setup. And they got enough damage though? No, not quite. Backup's coming in, so this time round they won't be able to dive to finish him off.
I think Nico Baby just Vanguard because he was having such a good start top that he was just like, okay, I actually can tank up versus most of the damage and I'll just survive. Like, he just has to live through the coils, live through the silences, so he does want to be a little bit more durable. And maybe he wants to show up early to some fights because Mana Void versus Leshrak, extremely effective at all stages in the game.
What we got here?
What's going on here?
Oh dear.
Ooh.
Oh, naughty, naughty. Kyle. He's joined the wrong channel again.
Uh-oh. Was it me? Did I swap over? I'm sorry. Insania, can you hear me? Was it me, guys?
Hopefully we'll be able to sort this out. Well, I mean, honestly, so far with the way that Liquid's playing, I think they should keep him in the channel. It's working. You know,
maybe some motivation coming up.
Some guy just screaming at them and they're like, ah, and they're doing it. The chaos is working here from Liquid.
And looking at mid, Boxy just keeps poking Nico Baby nonstop. Even though he has Vanguard, he's hitting him. They're trying to keep him at a low margin so that he has to actually be a little scared in mid. He's gotten 2 points in counterspell, so he has more magic resist. But he does have to be careful. You know, a coil, and they break the coil. They have some follow-up silences. They have some decent ways to actually kill this AM. 2K advantage somehow for Liquid now.
They're doing it.
They're doing it.
This is some wild stuff here from Liquid, but so far it's working. Of course, it doesn't change the fact that this anti-mage still has a very, very nice game ahead of him if Nico Baby doesn't trip up too much. And so far, only the one death. He's still being able to farm reliably.
It's really impressive how well Koikfa's done. He's going to have Diffusal at a very early time, and all these heroes just die to Broodmother. That is the one thing that can come out. Earthshaker's going to be annoying when he gets 6, but the rest of them can just get ran down just by one hero.
No, for sure. If Liquid's going to be able to do it in a game where it seems that, Alliance, they have the draft advantage with their carry, this is definitely the way they want to start things off. Keeping all their heroes. Slight lead at the moment. Again, Mickey's Lesh going to be incredibly strong with this sort of start. And if he can get far enough ahead, there are items he can buy to deal with the power an anti-mage has against him.
And he has the backup of an Oracle always, too. That's the thing. So it's like, oh, okay, FNG breaks the coil.
We're going to have the Roar coming out. Silence out from the two of them. S4 is getting low, though. Mickey, is he able to take down another? The fish is out. S4 will fall. And Mickey goes down in return. As Alliance, they're able to hit back, get two in return. Insania, he's out just in time. Nico Baby not quite in range to find the Mana Void.
We still see Mickey able to dish out an insane amount of damage whenever he does get on them. Foxy, however, does get quickly brought down just from Limp. Doesn't get much spells off. As Koikfa, yeah, he's nearly got his defusal done. So he can look to join into these fights, and he's going to be pretty scary. The fact that he's level 9 is really impressive. Like, it's pretty much the mid-brood. He's gotten the exact same timings.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I mean, he absolutely has. And in a lane where, you know, he could have been shut down, but he's played it well. You know, to the point where, I mean, he's played so much Brood. I'm sure he's had many a game where he has been forced to, you know, play it in the side lane, and he's shown he knows how it's done just as well as he does it in the mid. Man's over towards the river. Liquid have caught themselves an Earthshaker. Hansken taken down yet again at the same time up top. Koikfa, he's going for action. He's onto S4. He's going to be able to run him down alone. Goes for the TP out. They've got nothing to stop it.
And he's out.
Koikfa.
That's pre-diffusal blade. He's able to get a kill onto the Beastmaster. That is huge. S4, who is already having a really rough game, 1-5. He only has the book 1. He just walks into his death.
Go, baby. He drops the Mana Void. It's not enough damage, and now with the coil box, he's able to set up for the kill. Mickey and the gang here dropping TPs against Nico, baby. As, I mean, Liquid there, I think they feel they've got to be a fair few smiles on their faces, I'm sure. It's a crazy opening from them, but it's working. They're 3K up. It's 10-2 here at 10 minutes in.
Tiger's got a Veil.
Straight towards
very
mid.
effective Veil.
He's got the setup. He's in with the stun. Silence onto the two of them. FNG's going to get taken out by Koikfa. Liquid just making constant moves across the map. And I don't think Alliance were prepared for this. I mean, how do you prepare for this from Liquid?
They just have to be much more wary of where the puck is in pretty much every situation. Him and Tiger are just doing way too much work. Tiger has the Veil. So all this damage that they have, all this insane magic damage that Liquid has is just all amped up. And now they're sandwiching on mid.
I mean, Limp, he's got the exorcism ready to go, but he still feels very vulnerable at this stage. Without any real item to protect himself. Liquid, they're setting up. They've got the Yule's got with the silence. Will come out to break the follow-up. S4, he's looking for a target. He's in onto Mickey, but the false promise comes out. Mickey's able to live. They'll drop the Roar down onto Mickey, but too much damage is being kicked out by this Leshrac. Hansken will drop the Echo, but he falls for it. It is enough damage to at least get the Lesh in return on the back line.
Limp's isolated.
They find another, but now Limp's left alone. The coil's down upon him. Liquid, they'll turn towards the Death Prophet. They're going to be able to find themselves a third. It's a triple kill for Koikfa, and he might not even be done yet. He's over to FNG. The cancel's there from Tigers. He rolls in, sets them onto the Prophet. It's an ultra kill for Koikfa. At 12 minutes in, the Safe Flame Brood being played at a level that I don't think we've ever seen a Safe Flame Brood be played at before. 6 kills at 12 minutes here.
Liquid have broken the game. Just these last 12 minutes have been pure and utter chaos. Alliance don't know how to react to it, and they've gotten 3 towers. 3 tier 1s already dead with this draft versus an AM. Now it's how do you react versus this as Alliance? Is this Brood is just going to walk from lane to lane with the support of Taiga behind him? They'll kill anybody. How quick things have just really changed after this quick little lane swaps from a Liquid and just benefited them so hard. And this triangle is just constantly being farmed. So Alliance, they're always under pressure whenever they do go near this area. FNG's gonna port over. He finds a surprise.
He does. As Tiger, he kicks him straight up to the high ground. Koikfa, he's got the spiders in. He's ready to pick up another kill. As he just don't stop. The spider proving to be just a little too spoopy here for Alliance.
And now Alliance, they have to play the actual game that what an AM Nature's Prophet is meant to play like. Gotta go for the rat, gotta go for the split up until you do get those effective timings, as Liquid has sufficiently destroyed this early game with this Brood and this Lesh. And even though Mickey does die, in most of these situations, the False Promise does its work. He gets his damage out before he does die. And now clearing some stacks, he's gonna have bots enabled too. And S4, he still only has book 1. This is just really fun stuff that we're going to see here from Liquid. As Boxy, he's got a full Spirit Vessel on the puck now too. So versus that Death Prophet, it's going to be really effective. No Yule still finished up for Limp either.
And,
and look, they're surrounding. They know how strong they are right now. They're looking to apply that pressure.
Well, let's see if they can catch Hansken. Get the Fisher off Mickey. He's going to turn towards the summons. They'll roll over towards S4. They're looking for the kill on the Beastmaster, dropping down the coil. They've got him. S4 down yet again.
And they kill his book. They kill both of the boars as well. So more gold for Mickey as they swing over. And Koikva just, he's putting on this pressure too, this invisible pressure where he's just in the tree lines. The supports don't address him. The cores don't address him. Liquid 7k gold lead already.
17-4. At just the 14-minute mark. Nico Baby still scrambling for that Battle Fury.
Radiant's bottom tower.
The bottom tower is going to start dying too. They have 4 points in Edict already. They've got the whole team surrounding. And Koikva, he can swing around and deal with the side lanes. Alliance, now the choice is, what do you want to do? Do you want to try to set up for bottom, or do you just push your tower, this tower top? Setting up bottom might just be suicide. As Taiga already setting up top for the side of Liquid, looking for the anti-mage.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under
They've got to be careful around this Spider's territory. Koikva.
They have great ward coverage here that was not dewarded from the side of Alliance. This ward has been there almost half its duration. Alliance just walk right through it. Liquid is completely aware of this move. Taiga just sitting under the tower. Be surprised if he shows himself though. He did see them walking up here.
See, there's jumping in from S4 as he tries to commit with the Roar, but he's just going to die for this. They just run him down with the Vestal and the magical damage over to the side. They've got the Dream Call out onto the two of them. Insania getting a little low, but even as it is, Liquid, they're not losing anyone. Even with Alliance popping the ultimates. Roar, Exorcism being used, but Liquid, they're still fine to fight.
Alliance has to bail completely. Exorcism's used. They can't actually go up for this. Nico Baby will get at least the time to be able to farm because of that pressure that they've applied, but they do lose S4. They lose his minions again. And Koikva farming up a storm. He's pretty much got BKB done with that defusal.
It's quick. This is
real quick.
Very fast stuff here from Koikva. Of course, at the moment, our internet not quite the same speed as Koikva's farm rate. I do apologize, ladies and gentlemen. We are having some slight issues here, so hopefully you can hear me over the current PowerPoint presentation that you're witnessing. But you know, make sure to take notes of each slide, as there will be a test after. And hopefully soon, we'll be able to fix the network problems we are having. So hold on with us.
God.
And hopefully you can still hear us. You'll be fine. It's not you, folks. I mean, it might be you. Maybe you connected us and gave us some sort of virus on the old net.
Oh, Nico Baby.
I don't know what you've been downloading. As Mickey. He's in onto Nico Baby. Nico, I mean, this is the thing, right? Nico Baby is quite a tough kill. Unless they can keep him changed like this. Okay, he's not tough at all. They've got him perfectly locked down there, Tiger and Mickey. Tips are out. I mean, Liquid, they are feeling themselves here now. It's 19-4. Being able to kill the anti-mage. This is pretty much at this stage, right, the one hero that, if Alliance are able to get space for Nico Baby and he is able to free farm, he's still going to be that incredibly strong hero against Liquid's lineup. But if they're able to shut him down and find him like this, it's just not going to get to that point where he's any sort of terror to them.
No, he needs at least another 15 minutes before he's able to fight versus this lineup. And Liquid, they have all the tools to actually hunt him with this Earth Spirit, with this Puck, with this Lash, super mobile heroes, and even with Koikva. If Koikva he blinks into the wrong spot, Koikva will kill him too. It's not easy at this point for Nico Baby. And like we were saying earlier, it's really just Alliance has to go to full split push because of how devastating everything happened. Like it's 4-19.
That's just wild.
Things have super crumbled for them. Insania setting up bottom just in case they try to make anything happen onto Mickey, and Mickey is going to be going for that build as we kind of expected him to go for. That Bloodstone really effective with the Oracle, and they're going to have this crazy timing where they can just force the hand from Alliance. I don't know how Alliance fights into all this. They do have Blink Shaker.
He's having a bit of a poke at Roshan. He gets the roll in. The Raw's going to be laid down, but quite far with the BKB. He heads straight over towards Nico Baby. Nico Baby, is he able to jump out in time? He can't get away. Mickey, he lands the stun. He locks him down. They've taken out Nico Baby. They've taken down S4. By the looks of it, they're going to be able to find Limp as well. He's so low as Boxy's able to burst down the Death Puppet as well. 3 cores, dead on Alliance. Liquid just continuing to roll over them here with this crazy, crazy play.
And that same ward is still there. It's got 5 seconds left on it. A full duration ward in the enemy triangle. Taiga, he gets the good initiation, controls the Earthshaker, stops the blink potential. And look at Koikfa, how he plays the Brood. He sent the Spiderlings all the way to the right side in case an Echo Slam even does come. Very prepared Liquid, an excellent fight. 3-man coil, everything going perfect this team for them.
I mean, what do you think sort of Alliance are saying to themselves at this moment? I mean, how would you go about discussing how to hold on in this game and to and turn it around? Because so far it really is Liquid just completely in charge, and I think Alliance probably just caught a bit off guard by this draft and the way Liquid's executing.
I think you're just going to have to start blowing Echo Slams on single heroes. Like anyone that you see that's split up, you have to just start going for like multi-ults onto them to just start to catch up. Because if you do make it to later stages, can still see how Nico Baby is very strong versus this draft. But they have to make it there, and it's starting to get out of control completely. He's got no space to farm on the map, so I feel like they really need to just start.
Every single time. They're straight down. Nico Baby's into the trees. Mickey is trying to find him. Nico Baby's got no DP for 30 seconds, and the setup's there. Boxy, he's in with the coil. They're going to catch him yet again. They're dealing with this anti-mage every time he tries to come out on the map. This is a few times back-to-back where Nico Baby just can't get the space to farm. They're continuing to shut him down as Mickey and Koikfa, you know, they're 4K, nearly 5K ahead of the anti-mages farm this game. And you know, that sort of difference is a difference where this Lesh, he's not going to care at all about the anti-mage in these fights. He is of no threat whatsoever right now.
No, he's way too tanky at this point, and they're just too far ahead. It really is just Alliance has to try to buy time and try to put pressure somewhere. The thing is, they're all just getting ran at.
He gets another setup. He's straight in onto S4, kicks him back. Limp does come in with the TP. Ooh. Boxy jumps forward with the sides onto S4, but Tiger will get taken out here. Underneath the tower, S4 and Limp able to finish him off. Bottom lane, Hansken jumping in with the Echo Slam, dropping everything down here onto Mickey. They get the job done. Immediately over towards Instania as well, was not able to get off any sort of saves in time. Alliance finally able to find some sort of punchback against the speed that Liquid's playing against them with, as they'll take down 2.
I think that's exactly how you have to do it. They're very fortunate that they had a ward on the high ground too. They saw the Oracle, so Hansken, he echoes, lines up the fissure nicely, catches the Oracle with it too. But I think this is how they have to start playing this: is just throw ultimates onto single heroes. Anyone you see on the side of Liquid, you have to just start killing them or just start forcing reactions so that Nico Baby can get out onto the map and farm. Looking at the wards right now from FNG, this is just the, oh my god, we're in full split push motion wards where you want to be able to see the moves coming way before they're actually gonna hit Nico Baby, so you can go for that full split push. So Alliance trying to find these bandages, trying to fix the problems that have happened that Liquid has just surrounded them with. It's gonna be a very tall hill to climb.
I mean, at what point for this anti-mage is Nico Baby going to be ready to sort of jump in when there is a full fight going on? I mean, but top lane, Tiger again, just finding these catches.
Just every time.
He's catching them so much and just giving a huge amount to Koikfa here. Godlike on the Brood, over to the pit they go. Liquid, this will be their Roshan without any interruptions.
It's one of the few games I've actually seen where a dire lineup is able to take over the enemy Radiant Triangle at such ease throughout the entirety of the game. Like all 20 minutes so far, Alliance has had no control of their triangle because of this Broodmother. The Broodmother factor actually working in the way that Liquid has just surrounded the area. Alliance is getting some decent pressure on bottom. The Roche, it's pretty much dead already, so Liquid will be able to respond.
Just continuing to build up this incredible lead here. 12k advantage. The AC pretty much complete for Koikfa.
Soon to be time to end the game for Liquid, really. Just don't let Alliance do their split push. Just really run it down the lanes. When they have AC, I think that's go time. Lesh will be able to kill those towers super fast, and Lesh is already ready to... He already has his items that he needs for this game. Like, he already has the Bloodstone. He's got the Plate Mail. even got a Nether Shawl to protect him versus any of that extra magic damage. Yeah, I think they're going to be able to just run it down the mid.
Lim.
As
He
Lim,
stepped
he shows
forward.
himself.
They've got the setup. He needs TP back up right now as Quaifa's in on top of him. Lim's gone.
Oh my god.
As he cannot afford to stand anywhere close to Liquid, as they'll immediately move upon him and take him down so quickly. There's not any chance for Alliance to react, and even if they are there in time, there's not really a whole lot they can do to keep this Spider off the target.
This Rax is S4.
They just step over and take him down as well. It's getting messy.
It's getting real messy.
There's some incredible stuff there in Game 2 from Liquid after what was a very tough game for them in Game 1. And that Game 1, we saw Alliance come in with a solid draft and a way of making sure that Liquid just didn't get to play their game. I mean, this Game 2, Liquid, they haven't even let Alliance start to play the game. They've just run them over in a fashion quite like no other. This is not the style of Dota you'll see any other team come close to replicate.
No, I mean, having to relegate your Broodmother to the safe lane and switch lanes up like crazy after having Limp having an amazing first 3 minutes. Liquid just smashing this. Now looks like the last fight for Alliance. They've got the Exorcism running.
Let's see what they can try here, Limp. They've got the roar down onto Mickey. He's run straight back into this. Mickey will get taken out. They get the hold going. They've kept both Rex alive for now. Jump over towards Tiger. Quaifa pots the BKB. He's ready to start going to work. He's over to Handscan. He's over to Limp. Takes down the DP. Who's going to be able to find XS4 in the trees? Is he able to get around in time? He's not insane. He has got the burst. 3 dead. Yet again on Alliance's Liquid. They will clean up these bottom racks. They can do it pretty much through the backdoor protection here with this AC from Quaifa, and the Spider's out.
And Alliance is very fortunate to even come out with 1 kill, because that Earthshaker, his shard, actually stopped the false promise animation. They would have saved the Leshrac, so small little kill with them. Boxy, he's found Nico Baby.
Can Nico Baby get out of this? Dodging the stun, but the silence is down. They're going to have the follow route, and they're going to have the damage. Boxy setting up and dealing with Nico Baby's attempts to just farm the opposite side of the map. Keep Liquid away from closing the game and trying to buy moments so he can at least get that Manta style done this game. He's still a few hundred gold away from it.
Taiga and Boxy are just assassins this game, really. Poor Nico Baby's had no chances. They're just on him every time, these two. Every time I feel like every time I do see them playing like their Spirit and Pop together, they have such good synergy of like how they can chain their silences and stuns. And yeah, this game has been a real display from the two of them. 4-1 and 19 on Taiga. Really feels like he's been the dictator of all of these kills. He's just, every time he shows up, they get the kill on whichever target he goes on.
I've got the full Shiva's Guard on Mickey now. I mean, sort of that, the AC, the butterfly that's going to be coming out next on Quaifa.
They're ready to end. They're very ready to end this game.
They can close this up. 22k lead. Something drastic's going to have to happen for Alliance to have a shot at swinging this game around.
They're all so tanky. Like even the supports on the side. Like Insandia now, he has Blink Dagger. He's sitting super far back so he doesn't get clipped by Fissure.
All right, here we go. And they go, jumping onto Limp. Limp's able to get the BKB in the off, but Quaifa's in on top of him, Limp. He's got to wait it out to the side. Quaifa committed with the BKB, turns towards S4. S4's able to get the roar out, but S4 is caught by the stun of Mickey. He's out of the game. Handscan jumps in with the echo. He's in onto the two of them. Do they have the follow damage? Quaifa's getting low. They're able to take him down the once, but he has the Aegis. He's going to be back for round 2. The Dream Coils down onto the two of them. They've trapped the Anti-Mage. They've trapped the Death Prophet. As they're both found down, GG is called. As Liquid, they take this game 2, and just what a game. I mean, we thought game 1 was a beautiful piece of Dota 2 from Alliance. I mean, this game 2 from Liquid, it was something completely else, just another level. I mean, 34-8, 27 minutes in, 26k lead. Picking up that Brood as the last pick. I mean, the panel doubted, we doubted. I'm sure a lot of the fans doubted the draft, but they knew exactly what they were doing, Fogged here.
They did. they really broke this game. Like, just like you said, right? Alliance in the last game, they didn't let Liquid play Dota. Liquid, they did not let Alliance do much of anything this game. After the first 4 minutes where Limp was dominating, it was just Liquid breaking lanes, making moves, and just, yeah, they killed everybody. It was really one of the most bloodthirsty sides I've ever seen from Liquid. 34 kills in 27 minutes. Usually they sit back and farm more, get their stacks going. This was not one of those games. They saw AAM, they saw blood.
Yeah, they really did. And you know, the last pick, Anti-Mage, it didn't have a great game. Ends 1-7-1. They're just never able to get the chance for Nico Baby to play, really. Whereas that last pick, Brood, it really did the job this time for Liquid. 10-0-7 on Quofa, not dying at all. But all very exciting stuff indeed. Some great stomps, really, so far in this series, going 1-1 with Alliance taking this. Alliance take the first game and Liquid taking the second game. We're going to get that game 3, so can't wait to see what happens there. But for now, 1-1 between Liquid and Alliance.
Wow. Can someone give Taiga a raise, please? We're going to talk all about his performance and the rest of the team and Alliance performance and game 3 after the break.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
who woke up in game 2. Liquid take the game against Alliance, tie the series 1-1, and it just felt like an entirely different team there against Alliance this time around. They did not give Alliance any space to do anything. Came out with some unconventional yet strong lanes. And I want to start by giving credit to the Earth Spirit from Taiga, who literally was everywhere, saved every lane. He was on fire.
Yeah, the initial laning phase looked a little bit shaky from Liquid because they were just trying to find their lanes and kind of get the Brood away from the Death Prophet, but it kind of got to that point where Earth Spirit just opened up his game, started rotating away, and from that point, Anti-Mage can't lane into the Broodmother, he has to move mid, and suddenly he's playing into a Puck Core plus Earth Spirit, a very classic combination. It doesn't matter if the Death Prophet's like dumpstered Puck in the mid lane, it's about the kills and what you bring to the game. And Liquid, they just brought kill after kill after kill, and this Anti-Mage did tiddly-twop, did nothing.
It looks like another domination, and it was, but keep in mind, like, that's how Liquid have to win this game.
Yeah.
If this is even, stable, if Koifa doesn't have the ability to take tier 1 and then control enemy Ancients, this is a totally different game. In addition, there were how many TPs out? Like a kill into a teleport out. I think Koifa did 1, Mikke did 1, I think Boxy did 1 as well. They're making all of these plays that they have to make because this game is so hard if you don't get these early tier 1s and a whole bunch of kills.
But they also, they picked off Anti-Mage like 2 or 3 times in a row. Like when he got the Battle Fury, he started farming aggressively bot lane and that bot region of the map. And it was that perfect chain of like Earth Spirit roll into Oracle and then Leshrac, and then the amount of times this Yule's value from the Leshrac came into play. Like we never saw Anti-Mage get to play Dota because he was picked off when he got Battle Fury, and if he was able to farm for 5-6 minutes by Manta +1, this game maybe could be different, but Liquid just gave them no room. Well. It was perfect gameplay.
Preemptive Oracle ults as well in the Leshrac, really nice because you can't mana void him anymore because it's going to deal 0 AoE damage. And he's still dealing the damage. Like that's the key, is that he's still alive in the fight. Right when there was even a preemptive one before the roar, because they realized, well, as long as this Lesh stays alive, even if he dies after,
even if he just stands still, doesn't move, his damage will still pump out. Yeah.
And the Vanguard as well. I think you're going to see criticism from it from the non-believers in Twitch, but yes, typically you'd see it when you have a Magnus, but in theory, you can't die as Anti-Mage unless the game gets run that fast from Liquid.
Yeah.
And it makes you invulnerable to spiders, which is quite nice. It just didn't look good in this game.
That's true. Yeah, this was just such a great game from Liquid, and yeah, I think Anti-Mage as well. Like he buys a Vanguard to play into the Brood game, lane, sorry, and then he rotates away. Like it's all about, I think, Alliance felt super comfortable with how they set up the lanes. You know, DP's tipping the puck, he's feeling great with himself, and then Liquid's like, well, you're just falling into our trap. You know, we don't really care about our lanes too much because when Brood comes online and you start reacting elsewhere on the map, he takes your tower. So yeah, again, massive props to Liquid. I guess my main question is simply, both teams have shown how with second pick, they can dismantle a draft and command a game. So I want
to get our next
who's second pick in the third game? Yeah. And if you're not second pick, do you actually have an answer to these potential kind of big strategies that these teams can bring?
And they were pretty unique hero picks. Like the Wind Ranger for Limp was dominant in lane and then just kind of secures the game. It's a great matchup against the Ursa as well. And we discussed it. I was thinking Meepo, but Broodmother effectively accomplishes this same concept, probably even better the way Liquid played around it. And it's also why Alliance are banning Lone Druid really early on in the game because it gives them this tool to combine a bunch of heroes with early to mid game prowess, a lot of stun lock. You need something that actually eats the map and takes towers for you, and then eventually can do Roche as well.
But why can't Liquid do this in game 1? Why do they make it so hard on themselves?
I mean, they are a team that thrives off of you know, being with the backs against the wall.
Oh, it's for the most watched organizations. You know, if they get third game, they get extra hour.
There you go.
Yeah.
You got like the graph, or like where the most watched teams. You can have more watched hours if you play more games. If you go through every third game, in fact,
are happy.
Marvel's happy, for sure.
I must say though, this was the Team Liquid that we saw having a 13.5-minute victory against OG as well. And what happened when they had that game against OG, where they also lost first game in the series, came back just like this one, a really stompy way. They had a third game where they, like, I don't know, their confidence was boosted enough for them to basically roll over in the third game as well.
This is the type of team where you'd wish there was some behind the scenes. You know, you want to know like exactly what happens after game 1.
What kind of coach? What kind of speech did Blitz give?
Is it Blitz giving a coach? Is it Jabs giving a coach? Is it Insania just
giving a speech?
Yes, true. Yep. Speech is good.
Which coach?
Which coach is giving a speech?
Yes.
There we go. Or is it Insania just like, you know, going, rah, you know, like what is the energy?
Be real, guys, I hate I'm going to bring this up, but you know, they mispicked a hero at TI
Yes.
got eliminated, no roster changes. If anything, they're even more set than before. This team has mental fortitude. They dropped the first series
Hardship
every time.
together binds people together.
And do you think they laugh about it like, haha, they've activated our trap card.
Yeah.
Game 2, boys.
Good people, good team, and now we get the big decider, right? So much on the line. The winner of this guarantees they're in the major or in a tiebreaker.
Okay, yeah. He saved it there. He was about to say second, wasn't he?
Alliance wants to prove, like, remember, they came through the decider tournament. They were not invited. They were that team on the bubble.
Yeah.
They want to prove that they are deserving. They would get a guaranteed second spot in this league.
If they win this next game.
Yes.
If they win. If Liquid win, I think they're going to the major because I think OG is going to get thrashed by Secret. But if Liquid lose, then they have to really root on Secret.
Yeah, because then they would have to go in tiebreakers together with Tundra and OG.
Yes.
Which is scary because that's best of one.
But it's now a best of one, Kyle?
For one spot.
The best of one.
It's a best of one
It's a
now.
best of one.
Liquid versus
the
Alliance.
Best of one.
Come on.
Liquid versus Alliance.
It's not a best of one now.
It is.
We're
It's a
gonna
best of
have
one.
a third
This
game
is a best of one.
three.
One
We're gonna
single
find
game.
out what all the teams have learned in the first 2 games, and that's why it's called the penultimate, like game 3 of the series. It's coming your way after the break.
The last one game.
Best of one.
Best of one.
It's a single game.
No.
Backing up, let's say goodbye and take a chance at a better life. Memories left behind. Closer now, almost tasted. Hand in hand, we can make it. We risk it all just to survive. Try to build a wall, but we break free. Oh, wow. Shatter all the glass on the ceiling. It's how we survive. Try to build a wall, but we break free. Oh, wow.
Game 3, the decider game here between Alliance and Team Liquid. The game that we hope is going to be a little bit more even than our first two, which was a stomp both ways. That's why we are in a Game 3. Let's see what the teams have learned from each other with the draft, as we are ready to show you that draft. We're joined by Brian in the draft as well. We have Kyle and T-Guff still with me, and I believe it's going on right now, so I want to see it.
It is, Shiva, yeah. It is.
Yeah.
It's going to appear in any second now. We're going to
Any second now we're going to see it.
Alliance will be second pick and Radiant. No. There we go.
Close enough.
Look at this.
Look at this.
And look at the development. Liquid banning out the Alchemist because Alliance is second pick, and they are scared of Aghanims being given across the entire team. Or to one key hero.
Wow. The Bloodseeker that got banned out last game in the second round when they picked the Earth Spirit, they're now upgrading it to a first-round pick. You have the reliable displacement during the Rupture from the Earth Spirit already. Maybe they'll look to get another one or two of those, maybe a fear mechanic like the Lone Druid. I'm not sure if it's going to be an offlane or a safe lane Bloodseeker, the benefit of early picking a hero that's flexible.
I do want to point out that after Game 1, I believe it was T-Governor that said to me, wow, Alliance, this next game, they're just going to pick Lion and Tide and run over the second game, which obviously they didn't, but now they're going to try it for the third game.
Yeah, I think this is one of their best strategies that they have under the belt. Outside of having Keeper Light in their team, there's a Lion and Tide Hunter lane is so devastating. If you ever try and kill the Tide, you're dealing with this Lion Earth Spike. You've got the Gush, the damage, the control, and it is so scary to pick some heroes into this. So yeah for sure, it's very good.
It's cool to see in this decisive game just because the motif of legacy and how that's impacted both the captains and teams we still see on top, and also the way drafts are developed. Because this Lion Tide is something we've been witnessing since like the earliest TIs. Like this is something that ROTK and Zhao 8 would pick for their squads. S4 back when he was on Alliance the first time with Lotus still on the active roster.
Tide Hunter, picking Tide Hunter a hell of often.
Yeah.
I just like the fact that going into this game, both teams are going for strategies that they've played so well with in this group stage. So it's going to be hopefully an even playing field where the draft should be equally as strong in their own right, rather than it being like this Alf pick suddenly devastates you, or the Windrunner pick, or this Brood pick. Like hopefully we get to a point where it's a level playing field. I don't think anyone wants to see a Game 3 which is like, you picked that hero,
Of course, we would never want them to pick that hero.
Thank you, Kyle. Yeah, thanks for agreeing with me, mate.
One thing I love about the Lion Tide is not just the laning stage itself, but the two heroes cover each other's weaknesses. Tide struggles to have single target pick off, and Lion struggles to have team fight compared to a lot of other 4 positions. So there's no carries or farming heroes in general that you love to pick against either of them. Like together.
5 seconds remaining.
And I like Liquid's open for similar reasons. This one I think iconic because it was a newbie versus LGD FY upper bracket finals TI7, where newbie 3 games in a row took Earth Spirit Bloodseeker because apparently it was the only hero Mugi was really able to play. And then they 2-1 that and made it to the grand final only to get trounced by Liquid. But another opening that we've obviously seen very powerful for quite some time. And a Wisp.
We have not seen Team Liquid play Bloodseeker though, right? So
they've played it once so far in the tournament, and it was a carry. It was against OG. Carry Bloodseeker with OD Lycan.
Yeah.
But it's showing that the one game they have played, it's been carry. I think from the 3 bans that Liquid have put into play, Wraith King, Lifesteal, and Morphling, Wraith King was in that game against them, and it made their lives pretty difficult because it was about trying to kill, kite, and prolong. And that's where, especially when Alliance already have the likes of a Lion Tide, these heroes are like the best at owning a fight, especially with Bloodseeker. If he is the carry, he doesn't get in and out. He goes in, gets blown up if he's not decisive with his kind of execution.
But now there's an Undying. And suddenly, if you want to walk up a hill, as we saw in that first game, it's quite impossible if there's a support Undying threatening Tombstone.
I don't know how good position 5 Undying is though into a Lion plus Tide lane. I think if you dodge the lane where it's IO plus 1 elsewhere, I think this Gush plus Earth Spike is pretty potent. So it will be good, of course, but it's not going to be like the 1v2 Undying where he dumps the lane alone. He does need a hero to help him out a bit.
My biggest emphasis this game, since what we saw happen in game 1, is that they're probably going to run the Undying safe lane, and they're probably going to need the Earth Spirit to roam there at some point.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It's the boxy hero that needs to not be punishable while that's happening. I think is going to be the deciding factor of how I look at the laning stages in game 3.
Yeah, that's very true. That is 100% the thing that Liquid need to do.
Death Prophet, pretty viable here, available for either side, really. I would not mind it. This is the big pick, though, for Alliance. They've got to commit to something for either Nico or Limp here, and you haven't really seen enough to feel quite confident. You don't want to get...
Troll is still fine as like a casual troll. You cover yourself against the carry Bloodseeker, you can fight pretty well, and obviously Io Troll is also pretty potent. But again, here's another... I think it's still pretty fine. Ooh, there's the Weaver.
Saw this,
and we saw this earlier today as well. Yeah, exactly. It's the Io Weaver, super high speed,
They
very
just
aggressive.
picked it into Bloodseeker, though.
That is true.
They did. Too bad the Grimstroke is banned. Would have been nice, but they already. I know they already have the 5. But
luckily, Relocate won't insta-kill the Weaver once he's ruptured.
It's also just, it's about pace, right? We saw this from the Nigma World League, both games. They have the pace. You play around the Tombstone and eventually overwhelm.
Can you not easily get rid of Rupture, actually, with the Relocate?
Yes,
Isn't that a very easy tool to use?
But you then... You remove Weaver from the equation.
No,
Like,
but
you're
only a
trading
little
Relo
bit.
for
Like, you
Rupture.
don't have to go that far. There's like a minimum distance you have to go.
But Rupture, like, the Weaver can't play Dota then. Yeah, you'll
Yeah,
save...
he can. No, I mean, like, the Rupture goes away when you... No, it doesn't.
No,
Never
it
mind.
doesn't. He'll still be ruptured.
Yeah.
He just will have to stand still. He'll have
There
to
is a
watch the
spell
fight.
that is removed, though. It's dual.
Yeah. No, I'm not thinking of dual. I'm thinking of something else. Can't remember what. Something that doesn't take damage when you're far enough away from it, but I don't know what. Don't know.
I think the Weaver is a nice pick
me.
nowadays compared to prior, just because usually Weavers go for the Sange and Yasha.
Impetus.
The IO allows you to go more of like a utility, like luxury build because of that extra defensive aspect. And the Sange and Yasha giving 25% status resistance. I think Bloodseeker was always countered by status resistance with the Satanic builders, and Weaver's one of the few heroes that has an innate way of healing himself. So even though he does rely on moving around, I think this patch, the matchup's not nearly as bad as it used to be. OD, one of the few laners that can really cause Weaver issues early on. And I'm curious to see how this lane bottom ends up going, because it's going to be an incredibly volatile lane one way or the other. If OD gets an earlier Meteor Hammer, suddenly Nico Baby won't be able to lane. But if it goes the other way, suddenly this hero with no recovery mechanism, the OD, will be quite useless as the game goes on.
This is the exact kind of triple lineup that Liquid ran against OG, which was the Earthquake, Bloodseeker plus OD. They kited that game so beautifully, just baiting out these key spells, and they completely dismantled OG. And that's what they need to do again in this game against this
It's what they did in that last game, too. It's these cheap, low cooldown abilities that they just kind of rinse and repeat. One round, back off, reset, another round. And you can do that so easily here.
But
all 4 of these heroes.
Then their Lycan is still in the pool. Surely that's the core that they want to get with this duel, because it's almost the exact same.
Not into the tide.
No?
Yeah. I think the key thing here is simply the positives for Alliance. Simply, this OD shouldn't have a free lane, because he's all about abusing that carry, whittling him down. And when you have an IO, it's really hard. But also you have this fact that IO plus Weaver already gets on top of you. OD doesn't like that, especially when he doesn't have Imprison up. So to me, this game's all about shutting down the OD offlane. Don't give him a quick Meteor Hammer. Survive the offlane and have a good mid matchup.
I'm like huge. I love the history of Dota. These bans even coming out. The Quap was the standard. Was it Newbie as well? It was either Newbie or LGD. The Tide Lion Quap. It was the only way Quap ever won games was when Maybe was playing it. They had the massive team fight of the Tide, and then as Brian was talking about, that individual pickoff of the Lion is perfect. You also don't really have actual disables, and Quap Sheaver can blink naturally far enough away from during Rupture to not take Rupture damage.
You can't. Wait a second, Brian. They're just having a conversation while they mute the buzzer. You can't do that when nobody else is talking, because that's
I thought Brian would
we left it open for Brian.
Yeah, but nobody asked the question.
I'll repeat myself. I'm saying that Kyle is currently doing a lot of historical value.
No, I'm not. It's what's here in front of us.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, okay, go for it, Brian. What are you thinking so far?
Let's focus on
I just don't know what hero is naturally left for Quakefa here. I assume his hero's coming out last. I mentioned the Lone Druid earlier on just because of the fear mechanic synergizing with Rupture, but a lot of these summons annoying cheese heroes aren't the greatest against Tide. So I think that also goes in line with why, they do ban the Lone Druid.
I was thinking, I mean, it wasn't the greatest game for it, but you still might pick it in this spot.
Yeah.
Visage. Ooh.
Yes.
Okay.
No, you can't.
like
you can't
it.
say
I
yes,
didn't
Colin.
have
You
a
did not
chance.
say it. You had all the chance. You muted yourself to have
He's
a
guessed it
conversation.
like 98% of the games this tournament. Like, how does he
What
not
I don't get
bring
it.
it out in
It's
time?
just really nice here because it's tempo, it's an early BKB buyer, and it's team fight.
It's a fear with
Yes.
the rupture.
It's pretty nice. And you also now have, look at these lanes. All, like, you talk about activating Taiga, you want to have kill lanes. All three of these cores love having an Earth Spirit roll in.
You can't relocate Saber an ultimate from Shadow Fiend, a Requiem.
That's true. And it's just...
It cancels it, right? Like,
yeah,
it
I mean, like,
cancels the
there's literally
channel?
no time when the hero comes down that you won't be able to save it. And of course, you will
It's
cancel it.
Alliance that are going to need to replicate the performance of Nigma and Co. from the previous game.
Yeah, they're running out of time.
Yeah, and I don't know how you match this damage output.
What? Ooh, that was close.
Gyrocopter.
That was close.
Void Spirit.
Void Spirit is often countered by,
SF?
is often countered by the Shadow Fiend.
Don't tell me it's SF, it's mid. You can't play... Oh my god, they want mid Void Spirit into SF. Wow.
They're throwing it down.
As their overall final pick. That is not what you typically would see here.
I thought they were going TA for sure, knowing Limp, but
I
don't think this is great.
Big picture, I don't mind this too much because now it's too good of a Bloodseeker game, right? Think about it. There's so many good Rupture targets. You want a Void Spirit or Weaver. You know, there's like you have to buy Axe now. No, but like Alliance really just look at their own draft. They needed someone to initiate the fights, play into the game with Weaver. I don't mind it. It is into a good counter, and it's into a Bloodseeker. It's not overall great, but it's Alliance going for their good draft rather than looking at their opponent.
Final
but
thoughts,
Nigma did that
Brian,
earlier today, and it
first?
worked for them too, Kyle.
Based on my assessments so far this series, I feel like Liquid's draft is way better, so I'm going to take Alliance for Game 3.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
I love what Liquid did here. I think that in both the previous games, that overall last pick changed the draft. I don't think this did it for Alliance here. However, I also promised Blitz I would not jinx him and his team, so I don't know who will win, but I'm a big fan of what Liquid have here.
Okay, we're going to find out how this game is going to play itself out. Again, there's a lot on the line. If Alliance win, they are guaranteed group stages at the Major, and Team Liquid might have to play tiebreakers in order to decide who has the 4th slot at the Major. And if Liquid win, then they're either going to play tiebreakers or they're going to be into the Major, and it's Team Nigma that then take the group stage slot for the Major. So a lot on the line. We're going to find out how this game is going to play itself out together with OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, an incredibly important deciding game here between Alliance and Liquid, and we're going to get to enjoy it. Fogged, we've seen the lineups. What's sort of standing out to you the most this game?
Taiga Earth Spirit.
I mean, yeah,
That's probably the biggest thing.
Yeah, we just saw it in all its glory last game. I mean, he really was on something last game. That was an incredible showing. Have they got ways to be prepared for it this time on Alliance?
They do have like instant disables and stuff like that from the Lion, and they do have the Tidehunter, who's always the break, right? Like if he's the break versus that wombo combo team fight that Taiga has been providing every time. But I see Taiga having some very nice lanes to ganking too. I think Kyle was the one who was touching on the panel. A Nurse Spirit rolling into a Shadow Fiend's lane, a Nurse Spirit rolling into an Astral Imprisonment lane, and a Nurse Spirit rolling into a Bloodseeker lane with Bloodright. All sounds pretty damn good. As Hanskin's gonna walk in.
They got the setup, always trying to get out with the tether, but he's not going to make it, Taiga. He's able to put it to a stop, and, well, it looks like the show continues here in Game 3 as Taiga, he'll start underneath the spotlight here, getting first blood.
Yep, and I like that they went for the Shadow Fiend this game. I think there's some really cool potential from it with that Requiem, as they mentioned, versus the IO saves. It's really strong. It's also it's another form of control, really, for Weaver, and it's extremely high damage potential versus both Weaver and Void Spirit, which is going to be pretty strong. They picked the Void Spirit into it. We'll see how Limp's going to do in this matchup. Doesn't feel like it's going to be an easy game for him.
No, not at all. I mean, we could definitely feel it in the draft, right, with the timer ticking away that Void Spirit may have very well been what's a good hero? Void Spirit. You know, It did look like they were really under the thumb there and had to come out with something before they were forced around them.
And Liquid, they look very prepared for the lanes and just like for the instant start of the game, right? The way that they were set up as that 5-man, I see bottom, they have a sentry already placed out in the lane for the Weaver for he tries to Shikuchi through. So that's always the good thing that you want to see when you're playing versus a Weaver lane. And they both have sticks. Boxy as well as the Air Spirit both started with sticks so that they'll get those charges whenever Nico Baby does use Shikuchi. Top, I don't think Insania expected to get hit that hard. The Gush as well. as that Lion Impale coming into play. The Earth Strike, just too much. He's actually pushed out of the lane, and now Mick is alone up there for the moment.
I'll see if Mickey is able to still get a bit against the two of the Lions.
Bottle finished up in the mid lane.
Yeah, nothing too crazy yet, but what is it sort of around the level 2 raises, then it becomes hard?
Yeah. Level 3 on the SF, and it starts to get pretty tough for Void Spirit. You kind of just have to literally play around every time he pump fakes. You have to back up. Bottom.
They got the setup here.
Hanskin.
Tiger's got the timing, but the Fairy Fire will keep Hanskin safe.
And now Tiger himself.
And Nico Baby's actually going to turn for Boxy instead. See if he can bring down this OD, but Boxy, of course, as an OD, having a fair bit of armor here in this lane. And his right clicks aren't going to bother him too much. He's able to live, pops the south, can keep in the lane.
And we did have a sentry for sentry exchange down happen. Hanskin did buy themselves one to be able to cover and protect Nico Baby. Nice little dodge there by him. Seeing Limp doing okay in mid. You've seen the last hits, but he doesn't have bottle. He's gone for the null early, so he has a decent base damage. He had to use a salve already. He's gonna have to expend a lot on regen. While Koikfa, he just shoves the lane in with a bottle. Feels really good, as he can just set up for potential triple raise onto Limp.
That's going to be very important, of course, for these two. What happens around that 4th minute? As we'll see both teams for sure head over there. At least expecting to have Tiger head over. As bottom beating this poor old IO out of the lane here. Tiger, it's not allowing Hanskin to go anywhere.
He's owning the couriers. Like they want to get more regen, they want to get the wand out, but Tiger's not allowing it to happen.
Ah, that's true. It's just going to be a bit awkward getting it past this Earth Spirit. See top lane Insania, it's able to get S4's courier. This top lane as well, even with that whole time where Insania had to walk back to base, we're not seeing Mickey's farm getting slowed down at all. He's still right up there at the top of this as carry Bloodseeker. As bottom lane, Tiger, he's able to get the kill. Hanskin getting caught out. As Tiger definitely beginning to again just show how dominant he can be in the laning stage straight up as the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, they're doing a good job. Boxy is not getting the most last hits, and look at the item build that Boxy's got queued up right now. It's not the Meteor Hammer that we've seen every time. He's got a Vanguard queued up on OD.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
I mean, I think he's just got that queued up because he wants the Ring of Health, right?
The quickest item that was in the quick buy.
I don't think we're seeing a Vanguard OD. I mean, hey, who knows? You know, Liquid, they do some crazy stuff. Maybe it's the new strat, you know. Abyssal Blade Rush OD, let's go.
Nah, the Meteor Hammer is always going to be really strong here, as it's going to be able to apply pressure onto Nico Baby early, and he should be able to get out a good timing with the start. He's missed a couple last hits under the tower here, but with Taiga should be fine. And yeah, going back to you talking about like the Bloodseeker top, I think Bloodseeker and just these very high armor agi heroes are the better solutions versus Tidehunter, because I've seen a lot of times these strength heroes, they're getting picked up versus Tide, and they actually get put negative in armor when they get gushed. These agi heroes, whatever, you're chilling. You got like 4 armor even if you do get gushed. So Mickey, he's doing just fine.
Yeah, mid lane. Well, we're starting to get a bit of a lead on all things considered. You know, Limp doing as best as he can in this matchup.
Yep. Oh, geez, that was close. As you say, that almost does go down to a 3rd raise. Does have the raindrop. He's gonna get pushed out of the lane a bit, try to farm that 6 safely. Bounty run for himself. So all things considered, I think Limp is not too unhappy with how that matchup did go, and he does have some stacks to work with.
Top of it. FNG is out of the blood right in time. He's allowed to turn, drop down the stun, but the zombies are chasing him down, and FNG, he can't run from this. Blocked off and taken out. Liquid get the kill top, same time down bottom. Nico Baby is very low. Astral's just going to straight up kill him.
And now they start acquiring earn charges, as Taiga did finish that one out. Once they get that one, they're going to look to fight versus the Ravage much more frequently. As Quickfoot does almost have it done.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower.
Look at this tower. Tier 1 down bottom, not going to be defended by Liquid as they let Alliance take it. See where Alliance want to make the moves next. Nico, baby. Trying to see if he can set something up here with FNG, but Mickey's out of it.
They know how strong they are right now on Alliance. Whenever Ravage is up, that threat is scaring Liquid quite a bit for making any aggressive move. They do see the S4 Tidehunter TP toward top, though, and they have the squad on top of Limp right now in the river.
Tiger, he's able to find the setup. They've got the Yules, they've got the follow-up. Limp taken down there. I mean, I thought he'd get out there for sure. He sort of walked into the role from Tiger. I guess he just really wasn't ready for that. As bottom, burst attempt onto the Bloodsneaker will be successful. So Alliance, they may lose their Limp, but they get Mickey in return, and they're able to get everyone out of there. FNG trying to TP away. He'll manage to succeed. Hansken and Nico Baby have been left behind.
Tiger's on him.
Separating Hansken for now with the Yules. They've got the Astrals. Boxy, he's got the follow-up. The setup's there. They've got the control. Nico Baby, he's off to the side. He's into the trees. Can he live though? He can't. Tiger finds him immediately, dropping down the stone, grabbing him with the silence.
And S4, he's still up top. They saw S4 TP with that ward they have in the river. They saw him TP to top, and that's what caused all of this. That's why Liquid have gone so aggressive, because they saw S4 be nowhere near the fights. It's thankful that Alliance is able to at least get a trade kill here onto the Bloodseeker, but yeah, S4 maybe have to be a little bit more careful where he does TP from, because it was right under their vision.
I'll see this again. There's no potential escape here. Hansken pretty much completely out of mana. And even if he had it, Quakefa just separating the two of them. And you know that every single time, Tiger is always going to be ready with the silences.
And Boxy, he was prepared for that SNY. He immediately started popping the Meteor Hammer as the Astral did go down. And that's the time where Ravage was up during all of that one. Liquid did not have BKB on any of their cores. Now they do have a BKB on Quakefa and level 17. So a little bit of a maybe opportunity missed for Alliance with that TP from S4.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I mean, is that sort of what you feel that Alliance just need to do differently? They just can't show the tide like that?
He wasn't. That's the thing. Is like he wasn't in the river when he TP'd. He actually moved up onto the Radiant side, but it literally just caught vision of him for like a split second. It was a heads up play from Liquid. It's not really anything that Alliance could have planned better.
No, for sure. Liquid each time getting a very solid jump on Limp. Limp struggling so far in this game, 1-5-2. He has nearly got the Axe though, and still with that, he's going to have a very large impact in these fights. There's mid lane.
S4 in mid, he's under a sentry.
He is. They've got the combo ready to go, but a little bit off the mark there. Ends up doing barely any damage. They don't quite set it up perfectly. They'll turn and take the Lion instead. But that is the Requiem down, and of course S4 still holding on to the Ravage, so he's still good to go.
It was pretty tough for them to kill him anyway. He has Hood. He's actually very tanky versus their lineup, so it would have been a tough one anyway. Without Rupture, not really a good way to kill them as Alliance. They split out of bottom. They TP top. They know that Nico Baby did TP up there. So let's see if Liquid looks to make any move with that information. They draw the line to push out the bottom lane.
Yeah, I feel like we probably won't be seeing the Requiem on S4 again. That's mid. Look there. I've got the Axe done on Limp.
That's pretty good. It's not going to be as useful versus the cores, who are pretty close to that triple BKB timing on the side of Liquid, but the supports, that's gonna be problematic for both Taiga as well as Insania. Just those constant silences. They are a lot of the team fight that Liquid does have, so if Limp is able to get on them, he could break the team fights pretty effectively.
No, for sure. I mean, yeah, sure. You know, the cores they're scary, but I think if you can get yourself an item to silence the Tiger Earth Spirit twice in a team fight, that item's definitely going to pay dividends.
And they still have this ward. They spot Mickey.
They get the jump. They've got the burst. They're able to take him out before the fight begins. Quick move from Alliance, and this time Liquid, the ones not prepared for it.
A deep aggressive ward that's been there for pretty much the full duration. Again, I've seen this a lot of times in these series lately. Some of these wards just not getting de-warded and having paying great dividends, as they also block up the Ancients. They put a sentry down, make sure that Bloodseeker can't farm over theirs. They've stalled his BKB pretty decently now.
DD room for Nico, baby. Grabbed up in the bottle. He's going to have that save for the next fight. And it's a strong fight, still with the Ravage ready to pop. Do Liquid, do they want to take this? They've got no mid-K for 15 seconds. They're going to try and start things. As they're going in, BKB, they're dropping everything onto S4. Can they actually kill him? They're not going to be able to do so. Now Limp jumps straight back over. You got Boxy going for the hammer combo. It's going to come down onto Nico Baby, but Alliance, they can chase in for this. Nico Baby's popped the DD. He's going to have a fair bit of damage to beat into this OD with. There's S4 with the Ravage. He gets the three of them. Boxy's gone over to the side. Mickey's coming to the action. He's instantly taken out. As they kill him off, S4's getting low, but Nico Baby is picking them off one by one. Over they go towards the SF. They're going to be able to find quite far. As it's a double kill for Nico Baby, it's not over yet.
And maybe even more.
Straight back over with the Astral Step towards Boxy. Boxy will turn with a hammer combo onto Nico Baby, but Nico Baby, he's still good to go. Triple kill for Nico Baby. Over towards Tiger, it's an ultra kill. And now he's looking for the cleanup. They're straight over towards Insania. Do they have detection?
Oh, they don't?
They don't.
Oh,
Detection.
no Rampage.
Oh, no Rampage. Supports reported. See you on Overwatch, Hansken.
Liquid, they play perfectly into Alliance's hands. Dude, they blow everything on the Tide, and the Tide just chills.
I said, well, they're not going to do that again. They did it again, Fog. They're trying to Requiem S4. What are they doing?
I think maybe because they had the level 3 Requiem, they thought it would do more damage, but
I mean,
devastating losses. Mickey, he TP'd in it right when he respawned and died.
Sanities as well. S4's like, oh, what was that? And then, I mean, after that happens, if that's your initiation, you got no chance in the rest of the fight. S4 able to perfectly wait out.
Look at Mickey.
The reset on the Blink Dagger. He's in.
Poor Mickey. He literally just respawned, TP's in, and just gets ravaged into an impale into getting focused fire by DD Weaver. A beautiful fight from Alliance that Liquid kind of gave to them.
I mean, they absolutely did.
And such a swing. 4K lead now, and they get the Aegis onto Nico Baby. More time for the Ravage to come back up, and now feeling some pretty big concerns for Mickey in particular. Has this BKB now several times have been stalled out. He's 0, 4, and 5 lane.
I mean, maybe getting a little quib with the sort of the tipping Limp, you know, maybe that's coming back to haunt them. No, as we saw there, you know, Limp, he may have been shut down as much as he did, but at this stage of the game, you got to sort of, as you say, look towards Mickey and feel that, you know, maybe it's their own Bloodseeker that's going to struggle to have an impact.
It's really going to feel that way. It's like Nico Baby just got injected with so much gold.
He's massive.
Like a full Mjolnir. He's just massive now. And he's got the amp up of always the tether too, so he's always going to be ridiculously strong. And they have, I believe, almost a solar crest too for him. So they have to start focus firing a little bit differently on Liquid, not going for the tie down in the front.
Yes, I think they need to somehow try and get the jump around S4. I mean, it's hard. Obviously, S4 has been playing fantastic with his positioning to the point where, you know, Liquid feel that they have to make the move on him. But as we're seeing, that really is not working out. Even with the multiple ults, they do not have the burst to bring down the Tide. And I mean, honestly, even if they did that, I guess sure he's not able to get that great Ravage. But the fight still, it's not going to be a guaranteed win if they take down this Tide.
No, it'll still be a tough fight, but yeah, it really crumbled for them. If they're going to try that, they need to have like the Blood Rage on the Shadow Fiend beforehand, so he gets a 30% spell amp, and they just need to use like the Flesh Golem hit as well or something. It's tough to execute. As now Alliance, they have such a big window here. Nico Baby's just charging.
He's chilling over to the side. They found Tiger in the trees. They've got the setup. A defensive Astral will buy a bit of time for him. Insania's going to drop the tombstone on the high ground by Alliance. They're already down to the low. Tiger. He's up to the high ground. Limp is trying to chase. You've got the BKB Requiem coming out onto Limp. They'll be able to find the combo onto Limp. Limp goes down. Nico Baby pots the BKB. He wants to fight. Mike, he's over towards Hansken. Mike finds one. This time around, it's Alliance that do have to retreat and back up. Nico Baby, he's got the BKB already used. He's out for a minute. The roll away on Tiger. Everybody getting very low. He's still got the time lapse, but the hammer combo does grab him. He's able to get the time lapse off. He gets it off, and he's able to turn now. He might just be able to find Boxy. He's in with the chase. He's looking towards Boxy. They take down one. He's over towards Tiger. Tiger rolling away just in time. A raise comes out from Quoit for Nico Baby's low, but Nico Baby, he's not done killing. He's over towards Insania. They'll find another. I mean, that was close. I think the Sanity's damage did come in. He was able to instantly time-lapse it back off and keep himself in a state where Liquid couldn't quite finish it.
It was like same frame as we see 9,000 damage, hero damage coming from Nico Baby there. He's just able to focus fire everybody. I saw on the sidelines, Mika, he actually ruptured S4. S4 just solo ravaged him. fight looked kind of decent for Liquid for a second because they killed the Void Spirit, but then the Weaver play comes in. Nico Baby just cleaning up.
He really is.
And he never dies. He still has Aegis.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Fight's looking very difficult for Liquid to execute now versus this Tidehunter.
Yeah, he's just so huge. I mean, they all are stepping up. You know, even as good of a game as Quoifa had, it's definitely seems, you know, these sort of games now where you're behind, even though Quoifa is as farmed as he is, what is he supposed to do in these fights? It's not easy for for a Shadow Fiend to play into this aggression now that Alliance can come out with how big their cores are.
And with how fast they collapse, one of the things SF hates playing against is how fast they can collapse on him and burst damage, and they have a lot of that on the side of Alliance now after these last few fights. And he really just feels like he might just be a walking like Blink Requiem with the BKB for the most part in these fights.
And that's not great.
As Alliance, they're starting to really snowball with these kills.
They are top. FNG gets the setup. They're bringing Nico Baby and Hansken, blocking him off. He can't roll away.
Oh boy. And Nico Baby, like he's gonna have Scotty finished up at any moment now, so those BKBs less valuable because he's gonna be able to chase through him. Level 20. And now they're just sweeping through their jungle. Quoifa, he's in a little bit of a weird spot.
Uh-oh. Careful.
Oh, there's a courier.
Easy courier. Oh, yeah,
thank you.
Nice courier.
Oh, look at this. FNG, he's got a blink.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to.
No, he's not.
If he did, though, that would have been quite something. Quoifa's out.
Aegis gets reclaimed, but the damage is really done with that Aegis in those last few fights from Alliances. Now Scotty is done for Nico Baby when he picks it up.
I mean, with that and the backup of Hansken, it's very hard to see how they can actually burst this Weaver. You know, we've seen them struggle to blow up S4 with the combo. It's getting to the point where you're going to struggle to blow up the Weaver with the combo.
They have to somehow kill these two supports, though. Like, kill the IO, kill the Lion at least during your BKBs and just try to kite and reset the fights, but it's not going to be easy at all. Alliance have hit a crazy timing. S4 level 18. They've actually given him the Titan Sliver and also the Orb of Destruction, depending on which one he wants to use in the fights. With Titan Sliver, he cannot die. Like, this is an immortal Titan.
Yeah, absolutely. He is seen pretty invincible in these last few fights.
And they're setting up for the relocate. Oh, they see an opportunity.
They're going to find Insania. They walk up into this. Look, they do have the full 5 of them here. They're starting to go on towards S4. They're going to drop the Rupture down onto him. We're going to have the jump over towards the side from Limp. He's now going to step away. S4 is getting low. This time, they'll be able to force the Ravage out of him awkwardly. They get what they wanted. As this time around, they didn't have the full lineup of Alliance ready to go. Down bottom, Quoifa, he's got the setup. Into the Requiem, he'll be able to blow up Hansken. As Liquid,
can they get more?
They're setting in for a Limp. First pulse silences Tiger, sending a Remnant out as well to stop Tiger from being able to chase. Nico Baby's going to stick around for now. He does have a TP if he wants to get his way out of there. Scouting things out, maybe seeing if he can find an opportunity to sneak in and get a solo kill. It's a bit cheeky though. No, I don't think he's going to want to show himself much more unless FNG can get the jump. As FNG's looking for it, but there's a lot behind him.
He's going to go.
There's a lot behind him. They're going to try and burst mid-game, but Tiger's in with the roll. Instantly with the Astral, they're going to have the timing here with the Meteor Hammer. Not quite. Nico Baby's able to put the BKB. No messing around. BKB TP out. He knows he can't fight this as Liquid turn up in full force. Into the trees though. FNG, he's got the blink, but he doesn't have a TP. So he's going to have to slowly jump his way back to safety.
Liquid have to make a lot happen out of this here. The Ravage being down, then being able to force that out of S4 with the Rupture. This is one way that they could look to take the fights for Liquid. It's very hard, just execution-wise, for them to be able to do so, but now you're seeing some potential ways for them to be able to. Just keep isolating S4. And how much time? They're going to have 70 seconds now without that. They don't have Requiem themselves for about 30, but
that's a big window.
I think that they could still look to make a move. Quoifa, that was a very clutch blink. I think he was about to get relocate set up on. FNG was still chilling in the side, down bottom.
Let's see if Liquid catch them off guard here with this smoke. They might find Nico Baby and Hansken stepping up to the high ground. Tiger, he's looking for the roll in. Doesn't find the son of the Hansken. They do manage to get the Rupture down. For now, as Mickey's trying to follow up on it, but now limps in with a jump. Straight away gets the silence onto the two of them. Mickey has to put the BKB and turn towards this Void Spirit. Quaifa starting to lay down the razors. They've got the Tombstone up in the high ground. S4 blinking over to help out. Handscan over towards the side as Nico Baby. He's got the damage on the Tiger. Tiger rolls out to the side, but Limp has the remnant set up in place.
Beautiful.
And over to the side, FNG drops the stun, looks down Boxy. Boxy tries to hold them back, puts the BKB, but he's already too low. Surely he's trying to hide in the trees, but Limp will find him. As Alliance, they've found the two. Nico Baby, he's going to continue to chase for more as Insania. He's into the trees. He's TP'd out. Is he out in time? He is. Insania makes it away. Mickey, he is pretty speedy right now, but Limp, remnant down. Mickey's able to juke it.
Liquid tried to take advantage of the fact that Ravage was used, tried to be quick for with the mobility, but Alliance brings full force. They are able to battle back, and now Ravage is back up for the next engagement. It's close. It was a nice attempt of a move from Liquid to try to catch that Weaver and Yayo, but they were quick. They quickly dealt the split away from each other.
And with these skirmishes, Alliance just still keeping this impressive lead. 10K ahead right now.
And their tricore is looking really damn strong. You know, Boxy, he's got this good timing with the meteor. I mean, he's got his BKB, but the amount of things that he actually contributes in the fights in comparison to a Tide Hunter is just always going to be leaps and bounds of a difference. The Tide's always going to have, for the most part, better effectiveness in almost every engagement. As Liquid, they're looking, they got a fresh Hex on Koikfa. Maybe they can catch something off guard here.
Let's see if they surprise Limp. They're going to get the jump. Instantly in with the Hex. They're going to go with the Ravage, but the BKB's already out from Mickey and Koikfa. As they'll turn towards Handscan, take down the Iron. Now they try to go towards Nico Baby. Nico Baby, he's looking for Koikfa. Time's been brought for this SFO with the Glimmer Cape. Koikfa's out into the trees. Nico Baby turns towards the new target of Boxy. And with the setup from FNG, they find it. Now over towards Mickey. He's running down this Bloodseeker, but the Bloodbright catches him. Can't chase any further towards Mickey. As now, Tiger, now and again with the roll. They'll have another step in a second, but Tiger too far away. He's able to get out with the TP. All things said and done, you know, Ravage used, only casualty, Boxy's OD on the side of Liquid. They're able to make sure nobody else is lost there as we did see some sort of instant reactions there. Koikfa and Mickey having those BKBs as soon as they got any sort of glimpse of S4.
They're not having damage. They're having too many things they have to deal with in the fights. Like Nico Baby's completely unaddressed. He's just running rampant. It's a 3,000 HP Weaver who's also dealing crazy damage. And now they don't have their BKBs up. They don't have anything else. They can't contest this Roche. Alliance easily able to get that one. As we see the spells, you know, they connect, but the BKBs were out. Same thing for Nico Baby. He gets hit by point blank Requiem, but he doesn't care. He's got that invulnerability. And Koikfa, very lucky to actually not be under any vision there. He's able to scurry himself away. As the fights just feel so much easier for Alliance to execute every single time.
Yeah, the fact is, as you pointed out, the Alliance is still winning the fight, essentially, when Liquid's 3 cores dodged the Ravage with BKB. You know, it didn't matter. Liquid couldn't punch back. They couldn't do anything with that. And now Alliance 14K ahead.
And an Aegis too, so the Weaver even harder to catch, as he's already been pretty impossible in this game. Koikfa? Ooh. Koikfa has hit 25, so we do have that nice CDR for the Shadow Fiend. So that'll be really nice, as the Requiem seems to be incredibly important for them. They got to get these disables off pre-BKBs somehow, though, to be able to remove a hero from the fight. Just not able to, as Alliance with this. They picked up this gem, I want to say, like 8 minutes ago or something for Limp, and he's been able to just take out like all the vision from Liquid. It's been very effective.
See on the hunt here, Tiger. He's going to keep himself well out of it.
Liquid's just really scared to get out on the map because of this, you know, this Blink Dagger Lion, and then just the relocate potential. Same thing with the Void Spirit. The mobility, they can't match it. Like they want to be able to like sit behind people and protect them like that, but they can't actually just like split out their resources like that. So they're too susceptible. They can't show in lanes very effectively. Taiga, he'll show himself top for a second. They don't look to set up for him with the relocate just yet. Alliance looking for their own play. And onto the high ground.
See what we've got here. Starting with a rock.
Strong bug. He's just going to heal right through it.
Yeah, he's
The Aya with a mech, with a pipe, with a cheese as well at the back. Nico Baby's more than safe.
And onto the racks. What's Liquid gonna do about this? The Lions are gonna have Nico Baby kicked in pretty deep here. Mickey has got the basher, but already with the time, that's Nico Baby's out of there. BKB popped by Quakefor, but Alliance, they're just able to kite this out. And now Quakefor's got no BKB. S4 still has the Ravage. Nico Baby's able to easily get his way back out of it. And of course, he's still happy to fight. He has the BKB and the Aegis and a Lincoln Sphere.
S4 is going to be so ready. If he sees the Shadow Fiend at all, it's going to be an instant jump. It is a quick cooldown, though. Remember, he has the 30% CDR. He has the Quickening Charm. Maybe this catches S4 off guard, because it's back up in 18 seconds already.
That's Nico Baby frontlining this, taking down the racks. How Liquid going to start their attempts? It's FEG actually the first to make the jump. Instantly, and S4 with the follow-up, the Ravage. It's now onto the four of them. They turn over towards Mickey. They turn over now towards Tiger. As Mickey, he's out for 75. There's no buyback on this Bloodseeker. Boxy trying to run with the BKB. He will manage to keep himself alive under the tier 4 towers. Nico Baby, he's ready to dive in though and chase for these kills. Wrapping around the Ancient, looking towards Boxy. Boxy's not going to get the chance to drop down the hammer as Boxy and Mickey are out. Alliance still have the space and time to take at least one set of racks. Probably more here, though, as an 18k lead. And with Liquid just unable to pull together any sort of fight around their cause, Alliance, they have certainly hit back hard here in this game 3.
They have so much gold on everybody. S4 has a full refresher when he gets back to base. This is a pretty devastating hit from Alliance. As we saw Quakefor, he has to Requiem from the side of the fight. He can't even get into the midst of it all. Alliance, they've taken over.
They really have. Second rack's going down. Liquid still without 2 of their cores for this defense.
They pop the Lincolns just to put some fear into his heart, but he doesn't really have any fear when those 2 heroes are down. Taiga trying to wait for an opportunity. The wave will disappear, and the backdoor does kick back in at the very least for the side of Liquid.
This game, though, I mean, how do Liquid turn any of these fights around now? It feels like they're so far behind. Alliance, you know, they're not the kind of squad that's going to give away this sort of advantage. When they're 20k up like this, when as a team, you know, they're playing around Nico Baby perfectly. You know, Nico Baby nearly 10k ahead of any other carry in the game.
Oof.
He's so farmed. I mean, I don't see how this ends any other way than Alliance taking away this victory right now. They are in such a comfortable position.
Yeah, they're 4/5 position line is effectively over net worth of the offlane OD.
Ooh.
That's when things have really gotten out of control as Liquid. This could be the last fight for them, making their way out. They do have the 1 ward right now, maybe giving them some slight information. As S4, another great pickup, a Trickster Cloak, and he actually goes for Arcane Blink instead of Refresher. He's got ult up in 10.
Oh my goodness. They better be ready for these Ravages. Quakefor already having to put the BKB with the damage from Nico Baby.
He's just dying.
He's just tearing through him as he'll buy some time with the Yules, but Quakefor will fall. He'll buy back. Mickey trying to turn and fight, but he just doesn't do the damage. The Remnant drags back Boxy. Boxy puts the BKB, but they've lost Mickey. They've lost Boxy. This buyback from Quakefor isn't going to do anything at all as Tiger will fall. They're going to be able to find him as well. Over into the lane. It's a dieback from Quakefor. He's out for 2 minutes. Another ultra kill for Nico Baby as this one is absolutely over. Alliance with this 3rd game hitting back incredibly well. They really did. This was a fantastic stuff. From the 2 wins we saw from Alliance, just brilliant Dota and to a point flawless. This game yet again just got to a point where really after that botched attempt on the S4 in the mid lane, how was Alliance Liquid ever going to really recover from that? They just couldn't. Alliance were given so much. That ultra kill from Nico Baby, you just set the boy on fire from that point on. 14-3-8.